transcending into the world of Dragon Ball, he becomes Suan Wufan. Initially, he believed this to be an auspicious beginning, only to discover that he had also activated the ability to grow stronger through swordplay, propelling him to new heights. As a scholarly time traveler well-versed in the narrative, he comprehends the intricacies of the Dragon Ball universe. Nevertheless, for Wufan, I shall suppress all enemies. Thus, while Wufan proudly boasts perfect scores in all subjects, much to Chi-Chi's delight, he silently wields his sword, rapidly increasing his strength. When formidable foes arrive, an astonishingly powerful Wufan emerges, astounding everyone. Chi-Chi, my Wufan is truly the best, achieving perfect scores once again. Ryukong, Wufan, when did you become so strong? Raditz, put down the sword. I am your uncle. What are you planning? Vegeta, I refuse to believe it. I am a proud Saiyan prince. How could I lose to a 5-year-old? Frieza, at such a young age, to possess such terrifying combat power, this child must not be allowed to live. Shalu, I have obtained ultimate power, yet I am still no match for him. Boyu, I have absorbed all warriors from other worlds. Why am I still unable to defeat a mere Suan Wufan? This defies logic. Chapter 1. Awakening of Wisdom. Suan Wufan also embarks on an invincible path. Baozi Mountain. The peaks overlap. Lush trees entwine, presenting a picturesque scene reminiscent of a hidden paradise. Roar. A thunderous roar reverberates through the forest. In the distance, perched upon a tree, 4-year-old Suan Wufan wears a bewildered expression. He first examines his hands, then gazes down at the ferocious tiger below, clearly puzzled, for he has just awakened the memories of his past life. It dawns on him that he is indeed a time traveler. Coupled with his current state, he realizes he has traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, becoming Suan Wufan. This is undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events, for Wufan's innate talent is well recognized. Thus, with the restoration of his memories, joy fills his heart. With his present body, diligent training will allow him to achieve unparalleled strength in the universe. Roar! Before Suan Wufan could ponder further, the saber-toothed tiger roars once more. The forest trembles. Even the tree upon which Suan Wufan clings sways violently. He quickly grasps a nearby branch, his heart racing as he looks down to see the tiger. Its saber-like teeth and menacing gaze unmistakably identify it as a saber-toothed tiger. The beast's massive paw slams against the tree, its demeanor ferocious. Suan Wufan observes the saber-toothed tiger and then examines his own hands. I should be unable to contend with it. Should I become angry? Recalling the plot of Dragon Ball, he considers that according to his memories, if he becomes enraged, his power will surge. Defeating the saber-toothed tiger should be a trivial matter. With these thoughts in mind, he quickly conjures every sorrowful memory he can think of. Simultaneously, he feels a transformation occurring within his mind. Congratulations, host, on awakening your past life memories and receiving the gift of destiny, unlocking the talent. Strength through swordplay. Strength through swordplay. You possess extraordinary talent. Your efforts will yield rewards. By wielding your sword thousands of times each day, you will surely enhance your potential limit and receive combat power gifts, with a certain chance of receiving a gift of destiny. Note, the extent of enhancement through swordplay is related to the sword and your inherent qualities. Upon grasping the information within his mind, joy illuminates Suan Wufan's eyes. A must-have cheat for a time traveler, hurrah! Suan Wufan clenches his small fists, his eyes brimming with confidence. He already possesses one of the highest talents in the Dragon Ball world. Now, with this extraordinary cheat, his future achievements are boundless. However, he understands the necessity of this endeavor, for while the Dragon Ball world is thrilling, it is also fraught with numerous dangers. Recently, there's no need to mention Frieza and the androids. Buried beneath lies a certain demonic embryo. Beyond this temporal realm, perhaps there are numerous forces lurking in the shadows. Only by continually enhancing one's abilities can one hope to survive. Bang, bang, bang. The saber-toothed tiger incessantly battered the tree, causing it to sway violently, as if it awaited a delightful feast. Son Gohan pondered for a moment before plucking a branch from nearby, ready to wield it as a sword. Huh, he exclaimed, swinging the branch as if it were a blade. Meanwhile, he sensed his strength being harmonized, and within his mind, accounts seemed to manifest. Daily sword swing. 1, 10,000. Upon perceiving this tally, Son Gohan's eyes revealed a glimmer of understanding. It appears that wielding a branch in place of a sword is indeed feasible. In that case, realizing this, Son Gohan continued to swing the branch in his hand. As he did, he became aware of the extraordinary power within him. It felt as though, Even without training, he could easily contend with a fierce tiger. Yet, he always prioritized caution in his actions. Since he had yet to engage, he naturally desired to be prudent. Consequently, Son Gohan stood atop the tree, adjusting his balance as he began to swing his makeshift sword. During his swings, he continuously experimented with regulating his strength. He had always approached tasks this way. Even though he was not holding a true sword now, he strived for excellence. Throughout this process, he persistently adjusted his state, simultaneously sensing the terrifying potential residing within his body. Each time exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, a surge of power would manifest within, bringing him an indescribable sense of refreshment. However, the time required to swing the sword 10,000 times was excessively long. Even with his constant improvements, he would need a while longer to complete this task. Below the tree, the saber-toothed tiger had ceased its movements, its forepaws suspended in midair, its gaze fixed intently upward. The tiger's dark golden eyes appeared as if they might pop from their sockets. The saber-toothed tiger of Baozi Mountain exhibited a look of astonishment. It observed the child above wielding the branch, creating afterimages, and suddenly recalled various terrifying memories. More than a decade ago, a child of similar size had roamed Baozi Mountain. His power was extraordinarily formidable, rendering him the dominator of the mountain. The current child's display of prowess was quite remarkable, as he turned a mere branch into an afterimage. Moreover, did that branch have a tail? The saber-toothed tiger found itself momentarily perplexed, uncertain whether to charge directly. Deep within Baozi Mountain, Wugohan, Wugohan! A clear and resonant voice echoed through the surroundings. Son Wukong, donned in an orange martial arts outfit, searched the forest back and forth. Rubbing his crab-like head, he remarked, "Where on earth has that boy gone? If he dawdles, he will surely miss out." Son Wukong wished to locate Wugohan's energy. However, since Chi-Chi disallowed Wugohan from training, his energy had nearly dissipated, rendering it undetectable to Son Wukong. Nearby, many dinosaurs lurked, yet no matter how formidable those creatures might be, they panicked and fled upon his appearance. Roar! Suddenly, Son Wukong's expression grew serious. He looked up toward the distance, his eyes transforming into squares. Is that the roar of a tiger? A saber-toothed tiger? Son Wukong stepped forward, worry evident in his eyes. At the same time, he focused his energy into his ears, instantly elevating his hearing to its peak. Every sound within the forest reached his ears, including the rustling of branches. Wugohan! Son Wukong's eyes widened in an instant. Upon hearing that sound, he detected an energy similar to his own. By his estimation, that should indeed be Wugohan's energy. And near that energy was the source of the tiger's roar. This is bad. Wugohan is in danger. A wave of anxiety surged through Son Wukong's heart as he leaped into the air, exclaiming, "Kintown!" As his voice rang out, a golden cloud swiftly swept in from the horizon. Son Wukong stepped onto it and rapidly headed toward the source of the sound. Chapter 2. The Surge of Strength, Unleashing Potential. Beneath the trees, the saber-toothed tiger gazed upward at the fleeting shadows being wielded above. It was utterly bewildered, questioning whether this diminutive figure was truly human. A sense of peril enveloped it, yet the thought of fleeing did not cross its mind. It merely stood there, transfixed by the silhouette above. In that elevated position, Son Gohan, embodying the latent potential of the Saiyan, was unleashing the power within him. The strength coursed through his body, while the branch in his hand became a mere blur. As he swung, he gradually discovered his rhythm. The Saiyan blood surged within him, allowing him to disregard the aches and pains that accompanied his exertion. Around him, a tempest whipped through the trees, causing them to sway violently. After a brief moment, Son Gohan finally ceased his movements, having reached a count of 10, 000, thus fulfilling his task. He glanced at the branch in his hand, now rendered nearly unrecognizable from the friction against the air. The fact that it had endured until now was a testament to Gohan's deliberate restraint. Discarding it casually, the branch was whisked away by a gentle breeze, turning to ash and vanishing. Son Gohan then closed his eyes to savor the enhancement he had achieved. Having swung the sword 10,000 times, the objective accomplished, the host enjoys great fortune, triggering a tenfold critical hit, personal potential, combat power increased by 100 points. First-time achievement of the objective, reward, 1 instance of potential liberation. In that fleeting moment of realization, Gohan felt a warm surge within him. An exhilarating power erupted, invigorating him and altering his physical prowess. In the blink of an eye, he had surpassed a combat power of 100. What sensation it was! transcending the boundaries of the ordinary. This was what it felt like to possess a combat power of 100. Son Gohan instinctively clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented strength coursing through him. He sensed that with a single punch, he could obliterate a small mountain range. Such power instilled a sense of awe within him. However, Gohan quickly regained his composure, fully aware that a combat power of 100 was not particularly remarkable. Not only in the vastness of the universe, but even on Earth, there were more than 10 individuals surpassing this threshold. This level of strength was insufficient for arrogance. He suppressed the exhilaration, attempting to gather his energy. With the sensation of heightened power still fresh, Gohan realized that he could simply reverse the process to lower his aura. With clarity of mind, he swiftly diminished his energy. Although it appeared somewhat awkward, he nonetheless succeeded. Mastering 1's energy was indeed no simple feat. As he restrained his aura, he found it somewhat taxing. He needed to remain vigilant, for without constant attention, controlling his energy would prove challenging. Clearly, only through further training could he attain perfect mastery over his aura. At long last, success was achieved. After diminishing his energy, Son Wukong let out a sigh of relief, turning his attention to the opportunity for potential liberation. Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, he could surmise its nature. It was akin to the Grand Elder of Namek, a means to unlock 1's inherent power. Within every human lies dormant strength. Cultivation is the journey of unleashing that potential. However, this process is lengthy, whereas potential liberation can instantaneously unleash all latent capabilities. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Son Wukong had frequently experienced the unlocking of his potential, and now he found himself with the chance to do so once more. This was indeed a fortuitous development. Yet, it would be prudent to reserve this ability for the future, as he would only grow stronger with age. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to refrain from utilizing this power for the time being. After all, the potential liberation was a remarkable asset, and the more complete his growth, the greater its efficacy would become. Facing numerous crises ahead, it was wise to keep a tactical reserve. Having felt the transformation within himself, Son Wukong's handsome visage radiated confidence. Lightly, he descended to the ground, landing on the back of the saber-toothed tiger. The tiger, initially caught off guard, quickly turned its head, its eyes reflecting a human-like fear. With a growl, it lowered itself into a defensive posture, clearly intimidated by the diminutive figure before it. The beast, the king of the forest, was perplexed by its own trepidation. How could this little creature, which had once fled in its presence, now evoke such fear? In that moment, Son Wukong turned to the saber-toothed tiger, flashing a smile that revealed his pearly whites. Empowered by the surge of energy coursing through him, he felt no fear of the beast. It was the perfect time to test his newfound strength. Clenching his right fist, the energy within him surged forth. With a thunderous boom, what appeared to be a small fist unleashed a formidable force, sending gusts of wind spiraling outwards. The surrounding air was rapidly heated through friction, igniting a blaze of brilliance. In an instant, the air turned white, lifting the saber-toothed tiger off the ground, propelling it into the distance. With a crash, the tiger, caught unawares, felt itself being violently swept up, only to collide heavily against the trees, ultimately crashing down. Dust swirled in its wake, and trees toppled one after another. The birds and beasts, merely brushed by the tempest, were engulfed in sheer terror, causing chaos to erupt around them. From afar, the sound of explosive detonations rang out, accompanied by plumes of smoke reminiscent of a mushroom cloud. Clearly, Son Wukong's debut punch was not to be underestimated. In the distance, Son Wukong was swiftly traversing the skies on his flying nimbus. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, his expression turning solemn once more, his eyes betraying an incredulous glint. In that fleeting moment, he felt an immense surge of power erupt. The intensity of this energy was remarkable. Whose power could it be? A contemplative look crossed Son Wukong's face. This energy bore a resemblance to his own. By his estimation, it should belong to Gohan. Yet, he distinctly sensed that this energy was unusually potent. Gohan had never undergone rigorous training. How could he possibly possess such formidable power? Before he could ponder further, he heard a tremendous commotion emanating from the distant woods. The roar of tigers intermingled with the cries of various beasts, accompanied by the mournful calls of birds. The cacophony was overwhelming, causing Son Wukong to feel a surge of anxiety. What transpired over there? Upon witnessing the devastation, Son Wukong felt a wave of agitation wash over him. If Gohan was present, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. In an instant, the flying Nimbus darted through the dense forest, ultimately arriving beneath a distant tree. Son Wukong beheld his son, Gohan, standing unharmed beneath the sturdy tree. Relief flooded through him upon confirming Gohan's safety. Yet, as he gazed ahead of Gohan, he noticed the ground had cracked, clearly a result of immense force being exerted upon it. Chapter 3. The Saiyans are coming. I feel it's time to train. Observing the destruction ahead of Gohan, Son Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the devastation. The display of power was significant enough to leave him utterly astonished. After all, apart from Gohan, he had seen no one else in the vicinity. Could this destruction truly be attributed to Gohan? Son Wukong glanced at the young Gohan, standing nearby, who had closed his eyes, attuning himself to the fluctuations of energy surrounding them. In that moment, the currents within the forest swirled in his perception. He detected subtle changes, but could not identify a sufficiently powerful presence. Dad! Gohan turned at that moment, his gaze landing on the figure with the crab-like head, a smile illuminating his eyes. That figure was the legendary being he had admired in his past life, and in this life, his father. In his current memories, his father had always shown great concern for him, a sentiment he had never experienced as an orphan in his previous life. Thus he held a deep appreciation for this father. He was quite content with his life now. Gohan. Son Wukong's attention returned to his son, his eyes filled with concern. Although numerous questions lingered in his mind, he prioritized assessing Gohan's well-being. Seeing that he was unharmed, a sense of relief washed over him. He urged the Nimbus closer, observing Gohan with a smile as he inquired, Gohan, what transpired here just now? I have no idea. Gohan feigned a look of utter bewilderment. Though he was prepared for cultivation, he had previously maintained the image of a well-behaved child. Now, having regained his memories, he wished to avoid abrupt changes, as they would be difficult to explain. His parents in this world treated him with great kindness, allowing him to experience warmth, so he was reluctant to disrupt this scene. Uncertain, Son Wukong pondered as he stroked his chin. Seated upon his Nimbus cloud, he too felt a sense of bewilderment. The scene before him clearly bore the mark of a martial arts master, possessing formidable strength, likely comparable to that of his second participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. However, he recognized those individuals. They should not be present here. Who could they be? Unable to discern the identity of the assailant, he dismissed further contemplation, reasoning that since this person had rescued Gohan, they likely bore no malice. Thus, he extended his hand to Gohan, saying, Let us return home, Gohan. Your mother must be quite worried. Yes, Gohan replied, placing his hand upon Son Wukong's, only to be drawn into his embrace. As he felt the warmth of his father's hold, Gohan found solace. It seemed that any adversaries he might face thereafter would not seem so daunting. Though his father appeared naive, he truly exuded a reassuring strength. As long as he was by his side, Gohan felt a sense of stability. He hoped this world would not mirror the dystopian future of Dragon Ball. Gohan gently grasped his father's arm, yearning for this comforting warmth. In another realm, he was well acquainted with the trajectory of this world, and while his father was undoubtedly the protagonist, the path ahead was fraught with peril. In many timelines, he had already met his demise. Gohan was uncertain of which timeline he currently inhabited, but regardless of the circumstances, he did not wish for his father to perish. Wukong. Gohan heard his father's voice, sensing his concern. Son Wukong gently reassured him, smiling as he inquired, You were just following closely behind me. How did you suddenly vanish? What transpired during that time? Upon hearing his father's question, Gohan recounted his experience. He explained how he had initially pursued a butterfly, lost his way, and was subsequently chased up a tree by a saber-toothed tiger, which filled him with fear. He then suddenly lost consciousness, awakening to the current circumstances. I see. Son Wukong seemed to contemplate something, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. However, he quickly returned to a gentle demeanor, placing his hand on Gohan's head and saying with a smile, From now on, stay close to your father. The forest is not safe. We wouldn't want to cause your mother too much worry. Gohan nodded in agreement. Let's hurry back. We must take you to Master Roshi's place next. Son Wukong piloted the Nimbus cloud swiftly into the depths, adding, Those are all good friends of your father. You should get to know them well. Upon hearing his father mention Master Roshi's residence, Gohan tilted his head, astonishment shining in his eyes. He was aware that he had turned 4 this year, and felt that his uncle would soon be arriving. However, listening to his father, today was the gathering at the Kame House, which meant he would soon descend upon this planet. Yet, with the power he had developed thus far, if fully unleashed, He should be capable of defeating Raditz. With a swift motion, the flying Nimbus returned to the distant dwelling. The circular house stood out, unmistakably their home. Though simple, it radiated warmth, a sanctuary that Gohan relied upon. The memories of those 4 years lingered, making him wish to continue living in this cherished place. Beside the house, his mother, Chi-Chi, stood at the forefront. Dressed in a long pink garment, she bore a hint of weariness. Concern etched in her eyes, she worried for Gohan's safety. Upon seeing the Nimbus, her expression relaxed slightly. Gohan, Chi-Chi called out to the two in the clouds. She cherished their life together, and it would be even more perfect if Goku could earn some money. As Goku descended with Gohan, his eyes sparkled with joy. Kiki, momentarily ignoring Goku, began to fuss over Gohan, inquiring about his sudden disappearance. Gohan savored her warmth, responding earnestly, echoing his previous reassurances. Everything is fine, he reassured her. Chi-Chi gently took Gohan's small hand and said, "From now on, don't wander around the forest. There are many wild beasts. It wouldn't be good if you were hurt." Gohan nodded in agreement, fully aware that in this household, his mother held the authority. Chi-Chi then turned her reproach towards Goku. Once she began, the strongest warrior on Earth dared not speak. Goku, retreating under her scrutiny, said, "Chi-Chi, I actually think Gohan should train occasionally. After all, even if he studies well, a strong body is essential." Noticing Chi-Chi's displeasure, Goku's voice dwindled. "Training? What good is that? Do you want Gohan to become a brute like you, who only knows how to fight?" Chi-Chi's voice rose, her gaze commanding, as she declared, "Gohan must focus on his studies. In today's society, mere strength is insufficient. He needs to work hard to excel academically and earn a substantial income in the future." Seeing his father become subdued, Gohan softly interjected, "Mom, training occasionally is beneficial too. A strong physique is necessary for good learning." Chapter 4. Journey to the Kame House. With a power level of only 5. Upon hearing Gohan's words, both Goku and Chi-Chi turned their heads in unison, gazing at Gohan in the distance. Their expressions were unmistakably filled with astonishment. Goku's eyes shone with delight. He had long sensed Gohan's potential, which appeared to surpass his own. Hence, he had always intended to train Gohan, only to be thwarted by Chi-Chi's objections. With a look of astonishment in her eyes, Chi-Chi found herself puzzled by Gohan's sudden desire to engage in physical training. In her view, the pursuit of martial arts seemed futile. The true path lay solely in academic achievement, and such notions from Gohan required rectification. Her brows furrowed, ready to voice her discontent. However, Gohan, perceptive to her thoughts, interjected, "Mom, while education is undeniably important, it is equally essential to cultivate a robust physique. I believe that appropriate physical exercise is necessary. Otherwise, even if I excel academically, frequent illness would be quite detrimental." His voice, soft yet imbued with compelling conviction, resonated deeply. Beside them, Son Wukong nodded vigorously in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Chi-Chi, even if you wish to prevent Gohan from engaging in combat, he must possess the means for self-defense. There are numerous threats surrounding us in this Baozi mountain. If Gohan neglects his training, he may inadvertently encounter danger at any moment." His words, akin to a revelation, struck a chord with Chi-Chi, prompting her to reflect. Though she disapproved of Gohan's martial pursuits, she recognized the immense benefits of physical fitness. If it did not interfere with his studies, perhaps it was a proposition worth considering. "I shall contemplate this matter further," she finally stated. "But for now, Gohan, have you completed your homework? If not, you won't be able to accompany your father later." Gohan nodded obediently, replying, "I have finished it." Previously, while accompanying his father on outings, he had ensured all his assignments were completed. He then hurried inside to retrieve his textbook, revealing that he had answered every question correctly. After Chi-Chi reviewed his work, she nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Gohan, you truly are the best. Be sure to study diligently, and do not follow in your father's footsteps." Son Wukong immediately hung his head in dismay, feeling guilty for not having earned much money over the years. Although Gohan felt it was unfair to speak ill of his father, he dared not contradict his mother. Afterward, they returned to the room, and following their meal, Gohan and his father prepared to set off. Chi-Chi believed that social interaction was essential for Gohan's development. Raising him in isolation would surely impact his character. "All right, we shall take our leave," Son Wukong declared as usual, cradling Gohan in his arms as they soared away on the flying Nimbus. Chi-Chi opened the window and waved to them, saying, "Be sure to return early." Whoosh! The Nimbus transformed into a streak of light, parting the air and leaving a golden trail in the sky. At that moment, beyond the confines of Earth, a streak of light hurtled towards them from the cosmos. A tremendous force cleared everything in its path, crashing into the Earth and igniting a spectacular display of flames as it met the atmosphere. Thus, a unique spectacle unfolded in the sky. Meanwhile, on a rural farm, a farmer wielding a pitchfork diligently worked, tending to the crops surrounding him. Suddenly, he heard a sound slicing through the air, prompting him to lift his gaze. What met his eyes was a dazzling blaze of fire. His expression momentarily froze, and the cigarette in his mouth burned down rapidly. He appeared somewhat at a loss. Boom! In the distance, the flames collided with the earth. Instantly, the heavens trembled and the ground quaked, revealing a massive meteorite crater from afar, from which billowed an endless cloud of smoke. The farmer, caught in the shockwave, staggered violently, causing the cigarette to fall from his lips. A sense of fear gripped his heart, and he hurried to his vehicle to retrieve his shotgun, determined to investigate. As the farmer approached the site, he beheld the crater that had been formed. The pit was several meters deep, with a diameter spanning dozens of meters. This scene stirred a tumult of thoughts within him. Clang! A mechanical sound resonated from below. Within the depths of the crater, a figure emerged. It was a man clad in black armor, sporting long, flowing hair, with a tail wrapped around his waist, and a peculiar device resembling glasses over his left eye. His gaze was fierce as he surveyed his surroundings, a hint of arrogance glimmering in his eyes. Had Goku been present, he would have recognized this as his formidable uncle, Raditz. Raditz furrowed his brow as he scanned the area, an expression of impatience crossing his features. What is the matter with this world? Kakarot, what on earth are you doing? His scrutinizing gaze roamed the vicinity, while the scanner displayed an array of data. The farmer below, however, was of no concern to him. To beings such as Raditz, life forms like this were mere refuse. Who are you? The farmer's eyes reflected sheer terror. He could not comprehend what he was witnessing, but instinctively suspected it to be an extraterrestrial. Trembling, he raised a shotgun instinctively. Raditz, still indifferent, crossed his arms and landed on the ground, feeling an odd sensation. After all, this was a lowly planet. With Kakarot's power, it should be obliterated effortlessly. But why? Hey, who are you? Don't come any closer. The farmer, now visibly shaken, felt his body quaking, the gun in his hands already performing its task. Raditz halted his advance, finally turning his attention to the farmer before him. Beep, beep, beep. Raditz pressed a button on his scanner, and the device displayed fluctuating data. Eventually, it stabilized at a particular number, causing a shift in Raditz's gaze. A mocking smile crept upon his lips as he addressed the farmer. A power level of merely 5? Pathetic, such a wretched race indeed. Raditz's tone dripped with disdain, clearly regarding the inhabitants of this planet with contempt. He took measured steps forward, intending to impart a lesson to the denizens of this world. The farmer, feeling an inexplicable pressure, shouted defiantly, "If you come any closer, I swear I will shoot." Bang, bang, bang. As the other party's footsteps continued unabated, the farmer abruptly fired his weapon. The fierce blaze illuminated the scene as a barrage of bullets erupted forth. With a disdainful smirk, Raditz swiftly extended his right hand, moving far quicker than the very bullets themselves. He deftly caught the powerful projectile. Examining it with a cold sneer, he remarked, "Is this all you are capable of? Truly a bunch of rubbish." With a flick of his fingers, he propelled the bullet back with even greater velocity. The air was torn asunder, the kinetic force surpassing that of the shotgun that had originally discharged it. The bullet struck the distant farmer, obliterating his body in an instant. In a world such as this, why had it not yet met its demise? A contemplative expression crossed Raditz's features as he furrowed his brow, musing, "Kakarot, what on earth are you up to?" Suddenly, a significant number appeared on the scanner. Raditz's expression shifted, and he hastily pressed buttons to retrieve detailed information. Chapter 5, Bulma. My home is quite spacious. The scanner detected data from afar. Raditz's countenance altered slightly as he spoke. There exists a being of formidable power over there. A distance of 4,880. Kakarot, is that you? He surmised that the immense power originated from Kakarot. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky, a tempestuous wind swirling around him, accelerating the air currents in the vicinity. The sheer magnitude of his presence was indescribable, even stirring the surrounding flora. The atmosphere appeared to blur, as if converging towards a central point. In an instant, Raditz had traversed an immense distance. Came House. This island lay nestled within the ocean, surrounded by vast, azure waves that seemed to meld with the cerulean sky, presenting a picturesque scene. In the distance, unique structures dotted the seascape, prominently labeled with the words "Came House." Golden clouds traversed the oceanic expanse, making their way directly towards the Came House. Upon those clouds was Son Goku, cradling his son Goten. Goten, seated comfortably, reveled in the beauty of his surroundings, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. The sensation of riding on clouds was delightful. Goten yearned for such experiences, yet sighed inwardly, "Alas, I fear I cannot master the Kinto-on. I must await the day I perfect the art of flight." He understood that the Kinto-on required a pure heart to summon. Without the awakening of his past memories, he might have been able to ride it, but at this moment, he could only rely on his father's support. Unperturbed by these thoughts, Goku pointed ahead and said, "Goten, that is where Master Roshi resides." Goten nodded gently, also admiring the scenery of Kame Island. On the small island, a significantly large sea turtle could be seen. The Kinto-on hovered momentarily before Goku leaped down, holding Goten in his arms. At nearly the same moment, two men and a woman emerged from within the room, their eyes alight with joy. One was a bald elder, another a short man devoid of a nose, and the last was a young woman with azure hair. Son Gohan's gaze fell upon the trio. Though he had never encountered them before, he could surmise their identities. The elder was Master Roshi, the legendary martial arts master, and his father Esminder. The noseless man was Krillin, a dear friend of his father, who had never witnessed his father's fury. Finally, there was the affluent Bulma, the wealthiest individual in this world, whose connection to his father was self-evident. Goku. The three were elated to see him, yet their attention soon shifted to Gohan. In that moment, confusion flickered in their eyes, as if they found it hard to comprehend the scene before them. "Everyone, it has been a long time." Son Goku addressed them, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Even someone as carefree as he was could not escape the memories of old friends. The trio gazed intently at Gohan, their eyes drawn to his tail, a clear indication of his lineage, revealing him to be Goku's son. Yet to them, Goku had always been a child. The notion of him having a child now left them in a state of bewilderment. Gohan noticed their confusion and could discern their thoughts. Thus, he descended to the ground and respectfully greeted them, saying, "Greetings, I am Son Gohan." Upon hearing Gohan's voice, the trio began to emerge from their stupor. "Gohan." Master Roshi instinctively recalled the name of Goku's grandfather. Goku, looking at Gohan, chuckled and said, "Yes, he's my child with Chi-Chi. Even I did not expect him to choose his grandfather's name. Goku is son." Krillin and Bulma stared in astonishment, their expressions revealing shock. Although they had suspected as much, the confirmation left them incredulous. Master Roshi smiled, nodding slightly as the light glinted off his sunglasses. At that moment, Gohan maintained his composure, remaining courteous. Despite possessing memories of his past life, he relished the experiences of this existence. Why dwell in sorrow? "Indeed, he is my son," Goku said, gently ruffling Gohan's hair, his eyes twinkling with warmth. Soon, Bulma adjusted to this revelation and politely engaged Gohan in conversation. As she observed the boy before her, memories flooded back, particularly of that tale, which filled her with concern. After all, she had witnessed firsthand the might it could wield, transforming into a great ape. Thus, she cautiously inquired about the events of the full moon night. Goku merely replied that he had gone to bed early and had never seen the moon, thereby skillfully evading the question. Beside them, Gohan's eyes darted as he comprehended Bulma's words, which merely reflected her concern about his transformation into a great ape, fearing that Goku would perceive him as a monster. The tale, thus, was neither wholly beneficial nor detrimental. A glimmer passed through Gohan's gaze as he mused. "I recall this being the key to Super Saiyan 4. However, according to the esteemed Akira Toriyama's lore, once the S-cells reach a certain threshold, the tail ceases to grow. Yet, whose lineage does that pertain to?" This notion flitted through his mind briefly before he quelled it. Currently, with a power level barely reaching 10,000, such contemplations were premature. Meanwhile, Goku and Krillin were reminiscing, while Bulma sat beside Gohan, engaging him in light-hearted conversation. The sight of this child evoked a torrent of memories, making her feel a sense of nostalgia. Gohan, with his sweet words, struck a chord with Bulma, leading her to express her fondness for him, even suggesting, "Gohan, have you considered attending school with us? My home is quite spacious, and the educational resources are excellent." Gohan scratched his head and replied with a smile, "Well, I need to ask Dad and Mom first, but I would love to make many friends." "All right, then it's settled." Bulma grasped Gohan's hand, her voice filled with delight. "After this, I'll speak to Goku. Chi-Chi should have no objections." It seemed as if her maternal instincts surged, particularly towards this child, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku in his youth. Gohan smiled in agreement, eager to offer more pleasant words. Just then, Goku suddenly looked up, cold sweat trickling down his face. He sensed an overwhelming pressure that caused his body to tremble. What immense power is this? Goku swiftly readied himself, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Krillin, lacking the power and mastery over his ki, could only feel the oppressive aura without any additional understanding. Observing Goku's demeanor, he felt a sense of confusion. In contrast, Gohan's gaze sharpened as he thought to himself, it has finally arrived. With a rush, a violent gust of wind descended, causing the trees on Kame House to sway perilously, almost uprooted. Accompanying this fierce wind was a formidable figure that descended upon the island. Chapter 6. Unleashing Potential, Gohan. In the distance, the waves churned, seemingly stirred by the approaching power. When the figure landed on Kame House, the entire island trembled. A man clad in armor stood there, arms crossed, his eyes reflecting a solemnity. It was none other than Raditz. Directing his gaze towards Goku, the scouter emitted a series of readings, finally stabilizing at a consistent value. Kakarot, you've grown, he remarked. As Raditz beheld the visage of Son Wukong, he spoke with an air of arrogance. Yet, as your elder brother, I still recognize you. You bear an uncanny resemblance to our father. He scrutinized Son Wukong, seemingly perceiving other shadows within him, and his gaze bore a hint of delight. Son Wukong's expression shifted subtly, and he uttered a sound of confusion, entirely oblivious to the meaning of Kakarot. Raditz then surveyed his surroundings and inquired, what have you been doing all these years? Why have you befriended the inferior beings of this planet? Kakarot, your mission is to eradicate all life in this world. His tone was laden with gravity, and his eyes radiated an oppressive force, clearly dissatisfied with Son Wukong's actions. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Bulma and the others were equally bewildered, utterly ignorant of the unfolding events. Son Wukong, brimming with perplexity, directly asked, what are you talking about? There is no Kakarot here, nor any notion of exterminating everyone. Such reasoning is nonsensical. What? Raditz's expression darkened as he retorted, Kakarot, do not forget that you are merely a lowly warrior. How dare you defy me? And what pretense is this? You came to this planet with the very purpose of annihilating all its inhabitants. Annihilate everyone? Krillin's eyes widened in terror, his breath becoming labored. Son Wukong regarded Raditz with a wary gaze and declared, do not spout such nonsense here. I have no idea what you are talking about. You should leave at once. He fixed his stare on Raditz, positioning himself to protect Gohan, who stood beside Bulma. This scenario was all too familiar to him, the harbinger of a Saiyan invasion. His uncle, indeed, bore an unmistakable aura of malevolence. It seemed that unleashing his latent potential was inevitable. Gohan sighed softly, aware that matters would not resolve peacefully, thus preparing to unlock his own potential. Although doing so now felt like a significant waste, with his formidable uncle's arrival, he had no choice. He did not wish to witness his father's demise firsthand. He waved his small hands. Bulma grasped his hand tightly, softly reassuring, do not be afraid. Your father is the strongest in the world. Gohan glanced at Bulma, acknowledging the truth in her words. His father was indeed unparalleled, yet this was clearly an extraterrestrial threat. If he remained inactive, his father would surely meet his end. With this resolve, he closed his eyes, striving to suppress his energy in anticipation of an opportunity to unleash his potential. Meanwhile, Raditz had revealed their identities, disclosing that Son Wukong was, in fact, the Saiyan Kakarot, hailing from planet Vegeta. Due to his low potential, he had been dispatched to the inferior planet Earth as a child, with the intent of exterminating all its inhabitants and subsequently selling the planet to extraterrestrial beings. Initially, the crowd remained skeptical until he mentioned that the night of the full moon was when they would unleash their formidable power. In an instant, realization dawned upon everyone. What he said was indeed true. Subsequently, Raditz discovered that Son Wukong had lost his tail, and an overwhelming fury surged within him. Regardless of whether you are my brother or what kind of Saiyan I was in the past, Son Wukong declared, pointing his left thumb at himself. I am now Son Wukong, raised on Earth, and I will not be like you. I advise you to return promptly. Krillin and the others chimed in, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wukong, naturally believing in his character. At that moment, Gohan's gaze was fixated on Wukong's thumb. He gently shook his head, sighing inwardly, Dad. That gesture is not so easily mastered. With memories from another world, Gohan was acutely aware of the consequences of making such a gesture. As events unfolded, they indeed mirrored his thoughts. Raditz, seeing that Son Wukong was uncooperative, shifted his attention to Gohan. "That must be your son," Raditz remarked, slowly advancing towards Gohan. "That tail is the hallmark of a Saiyan. Since you, as a father, are of no use, I shall take your son instead." His pace slowed, yet a tremendous pressure emanated from him. "You dare!" Son Wukong immediately assumed a combat stance, commanding with a fierce tone, "If you take another step forward, I will not hold back." Raditz remained non-committal, a smile lingering in his eyes. Suddenly, as Raditz continued his advance, Wukong unleashed a powerful punch, causing the very air to tremble. However, Raditz's figure vanished in an instant, and the next moment, Wukong felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen. When he looked again, Raditz had delivered a knee strike to his midsection. The overwhelming force was insurmountable, sending him flying through the air. With a resounding crash, Son Wukong landed on the ground, feeling the agony in his abdomen, struggling to rise again. The sheer might of his opponent was terrifying, rendering even him utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others exchanged worried glances, hesitant to intervene. Raditz cast a mocking glance at Son Wukong before attempting to seize Gohan. Beep, beep, beep. His scouter suddenly emitted alarms, surprising him slightly. Frowning, Raditz pressed a button to assess the situation. After all, he felt assured of victory and dismissed any other concerns. "What's going on?" Raditz observed the scouter displaying a high-level combat power alarmingly close to him. How could this be? Even Kakarot's power level barely exceeded 300. Who could possibly pose a threat to him? Abruptly, he turned, his gaze locking onto the small figure before him. It was none other than Gohan. At the moment his father was struck, Gohan had already begun to unleash his latent potential. Thus, a surge of intense heat coursed through his body, accompanied by a blazing aura that swirled around him, creating a tempestuous wind field. The powerful currents swept in all directions, akin to a raging storm. At that moment, the sky darkened, and the entire Ghost Island trembled, with the surrounding waters undulating ceaselessly. Son Gohan's eyes burned with fury as he glared fiercely at Raditz, exclaiming, "You shall not bully my father." "What?" Raditz instinctively took a step back, a wave of trepidation washing over him. It was not merely the intensity of Gohan's gaze that unnerved him, but also the steadily climbing numbers on the scouter. Power level surged. 360, 404, 749, 1000, 1307, 1400. As he beheld the rapid ascent of those figures, beads of sweat, the size of mung beans, began to form on Raditz's forehead. A profound fear fermented within him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Chapter 7. A Greeting for Uncle. The powerful wind surged upwards with great ferocity. The chaotic air currents around Son Gohan battered everything in their path. His cap, adorned with the 4-star ball, was suddenly lifted into the air. Moreover, even Bulma and Krillin were utterly unable to withstand the ferocity of the gale, being swept away by the hurricane to distant shores. Amidst the tumultuous gusts, faint sparks of electricity flickered ominously. Gohan, Son Goku's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the force. Even he found it unbearable. He had never anticipated that Gohan possessed such strength. High above, Piccolo stood atop a cloud, arms crossed, his cloak billowing dramatically in the wind, exuding an air of cool composure. However, his green face was etched with shock. His gaze was fixated on Son Gohan below. The astonishment he felt was beyond words. How could it be possible? Son Goku's son, indeed. At this moment, Piccolo was so taken aback that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, grappling with complex emotions. The sea below roiled violently, white waves crashing as if yearning to ascend into the heavens. Piccolo's feelings mirrored the tumultuous waves, a tempest of astonishment raging within him. Initially, he had followed Raditz, taken aback by his strength, but he had not anticipated such a greater revelation upon arriving here. The potential of Son Goku's child was astounding. The aura he emitted subtly eclipsed even Raditz. It was unfathomable. That child was merely 4 years old. How could he possess such formidable potential? The fact that he was Son Goku's son meant that he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary in the future. With this realization, a dangerous glint began to form in Piccolo's eyes. Meanwhile, on Kame Island, the readings on Raditz's scouter finally stabilized. At this moment, he gasped in disbelief. His mouth agape, a battle power of 1507? How can this be possible? As he beheld that astonishing figure, Raditz's eyes widened, blood vessels bursting in his gaze. Clearly unable to accept such a reality. Boom! The sound of explosive energy reverberated, instantly igniting the atmosphere around them. Before Raditz could fully comprehend the situation, he saw Gohan charging toward him, his body propelled backward. With a piercing sound, the air around them boiled, enveloping Gohan in scorching waves of energy. He collided forcefully with Raditz, transmitting immense power that sent the latter hurtling into the sea. The sheer strength of the blow sent shockwaves throughout the universe, causing the distant waters to part, as if revealing a passageway. Witnessing this scene, everyone stared in astonishment. Even Goku was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. He had not anticipated Gohan's extraordinary prowess, capable of unleashing such formidable strength. In a moment of reflection, he recalled the events in the forest. Upon his arrival, he had sensed a potent energy, followed by the sight of devastation. Looking back, he realized that it was indeed Gohan's wrath that had wrought such destruction. Clutching his stomach, he stood up, his heart filled with concern for Gohan. Despite Gohan's formidable energy, Goku remained apprehensive, for Raditz was exceedingly powerful. He turned his gaze toward the ocean, where the waves churned violently, crashing apart as a long stream of energy surged into the infinite distance. Boom! That energy struck a distant island with tremendous force, shaking the very heavens and earth, as an immense cloud of dust erupted, rising like a mushroom cloud. Goku's worry for his son compelled him to employ his instant transmission, propelling himself toward the distant island with the speed of lightning, his eyes filled with trepidation. Once he departed, Krillin and the others finally regained their composure. They stood on the ground, exchanging glances, speechless. The Turtle Island resembled a disaster zone, utterly unrecognizable, and no one could fathom that such destruction had stemmed from a child's fury. Krillin quickly regained his resolve, noting that Bulma and the others were unharmed. He spoke up. Master Roshi, Bulma, I'm going to check over there, though I doubt I can be of any help. His voice lacked conviction, for his eyes. Gohan was far superior to him. To involve himself in this battle felt like courting death. However, Goku was his dear friend, and Gohan was his son, so he could not turn a blind eye. With determination, Krillin followed suit. Meanwhile, the distant deserted island lay in ruins, thick clouds of dust swirling upward, propelled by the tumultuous energy. The smoke and dust enveloped everything, instilling a sense of unease within Son Gohan. Observing the chaotic scene below, he dared not act recklessly and plunged directly into the fray. Amidst the haze, Raditz lay upon shattered stones, surrounded by tumultuous waters that seemed intent on engulfing him entirely. His condition was dire. His chest armor lay in ruins, exposing bloodied flesh beneath. Raditz writhed on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes bulging with agony. Rendered immobile from the impact, he inadvertently swallowed mouthfuls of water as the current surged. Meanwhile, Gohan found himself submerged, his latent power unleashed, his energy peaking as he endeavored to regain control. Fortuitously, previous experiences guided him to swiftly restrain his aura. At that moment, Son Wukong had arrived nearby, calling out Gohan. Gohan, Dad. Gohan, managing to stabilize his energy, responded aloud. Having temporarily subdued Raditz, he was eager to resolve the situation. Lacking martial prowess and with no means of energy attacks at his disposal, he relied on his father for assistance. Upon hearing Gohan's voice, Son Wukong rushed over, his gaze fixed in shock upon the ruins ahead. Gohan, he exclaimed, lifting his son into his arms before turning his attention to Raditz in the distance. Raditz continued to convulse, water gushing from his mouth, staining the surrounding waters crimson. Son Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Raditz. Glancing at Gohan, he instinctively inquired, "How did you manage this?" "I don't know," Gohan replied, his eyes reflecting a bewildered innocence that endeared him to Son Wukong. Holding him close, Son Wukong chuckled, "You're exceptionally capable. You're far stronger than I was at your age. Who would have thought this crisis would hinge on you to resolve?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted back to Raditz, his expression turning grave. At that moment, a white cloak swept through the swirling smoke. Chapter 8. Raditz's Desperation. Amidst the billowing smoke, flames and waves surged simultaneously. This surreal spectacle obscured the sky, presenting an extraordinary sight, while the swirling dust suggested an absence of life. Yet at that instant, a figure clad in white emerged from the chaos. A tall silhouette stood amidst the smoke, impervious to the surrounding flames, exuding an aura of icy detachment. Son Wukong suddenly turned, clearly recognizing the green figure. Piccolo. Piccolo descended slowly, his unwavering gaze fixed on Son Wukong, or rather, on Gohan cradled in his arms. In the gaze that exuded an air of indifference, there lay a chilling intent. At that very moment, Son Wukong raised his head, his eyes locking with Piccolo's, where he also discerned that looming figure. Recognizing the pale visage of his companion, Son Wukong instantly identified the individual before him. It was indeed Piccolo, a being with whom he shared a profound bond in the original narrative. Yet, the expression on Piccolo's face suggested anything but goodwill. Piccolo, Son Wukong queried, a hint of confusion shadowing his gaze. What brings you here? Piccolo descended slowly, his unwavering stare fixed on Son Gohan, as he remarked, what an impressive little brat. It seems you have undergone considerable training to contend with me. His voice was laced with a chilling sharpness, infused with an unmistakable aura of menace. Indeed, Gohan's talent is remarkable, Son Wukong acknowledged, his eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and pride. However, I have neither trained him for this confrontation nor intended for him to face you. The boy merely unleashed his power in a fit of rage. Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. Never trained? How is that conceivable? He widened his eyes, scrutinizing Son Wukong for signs of deception. Yet, as an adversary of Son Wukong, he understood all too well that the latter was a naive soul, far removed from his own assumptions. This implied that the boy had never engaged in training, yet possessed such immense potential. Such an occurrence was beyond his comprehension. When he inherited the power of the Demon King, he too had to endure 3 years of rigorous training before he could even stand a chance against Son Wukong. Yet this child, at such a tender age, had already attained strength that surpassed their own. This boy could not be allowed to remain. Son Wukong sensed the ominous glint in Piccolo's eyes, prompting a surge of wariness within him. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance. It was Raditz, who had evidently begun to regain his mobility. However, the force of the recent clash had severely diminished his energy. Struggling to hover in the air, he clutched his chest with his right hand, his eyes reflecting a ferocious countenance. Gasping for breath, he occasionally coughed up blood. It was evident to all that Raditz was in a dire state. He fixated on Son Gohan from afar, his gaze a tumult of fear and rage. It was unfathomable that he, a superior warrior, had been struck down by a mere child, sustaining such grievous injuries. He felt as if his body were on the brink of collapse. Another blow would likely plunge him into unconsciousness. Given the extent of his injuries, it would take months for him to fully recover on this backward planet. His expedition to Earth had certainly been a miscalculation. Yet, from another perspective, it could also be deemed fortuitous. This child possessed such formidable potential. If he were to join their ranks, it would undoubtedly elevate their stature within the cosmic realm. Hey, you're already injured. Son Goku's gaze was fixed upon Raditz as he declared, it would be best for you to leave at once. Earth does not welcome your presence. Upon hearing Goku's words, Piccolo's eyes revealed a knowing expression. He was well acquainted with Goku's kind-hearted nature. However, he was cognizant of the threat posed by Raditz and had no intention of allowing him to linger. Stepping forward, he asserted, you must abandon your naivety, Son Goku. This individual is not like you. Even if you let him go today, he will not express gratitude. Should he seize an opportunity, it would spell disaster for you. Raditz, witnessing Piccolo's approach, felt a flicker of anxiety. Under normal circumstances, with a battle power exceeding 300, he would not have regarded Piccolo with any seriousness. Yet now, having been struck by that little brat, his armor was compromised and his power significantly diminished. Confronting such a weak opponent required considerable focus. What troubled him most was the fear that if that little imp struck him once more, he would surely meet his end here. Thus, he assumed a defensive stance and proclaimed, do not become too complacent. Even in my injured state, dealing with you insignificant beings remains a trivial task. Despite Raditz's bravado, his tone lacked conviction. Is that so? Piccolo retorted mercilessly. Reduced to this state by a mere child, and you still dare to utter such words? Allow me, the great Demon King, to escort you on your way. As he spoke, Piccolo's right hand shot upwards. With a resounding crash, brilliant light erupted from his palm, engulfing the surrounding scenery in an instant. The searing radiance spread forth, casting a powerful beam that enveloped Raditz. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, sending terrifying gusts of wind that swept away the smoke from the shattered island. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Not far off, Krillin had just arrived near the smoke when a violent air current struck him, forcing him to brace himself with both hands. Is that Piccolo? He recognized the technique, and a chill ran down his spine, realizing the ominous implications of Piccolo's arrival. As an adversary, his presence here could not bode well. His mastery of flight was insufficient, leaving him to hover precariously in the air, too fearful to enter the tumultuous winds. Soon after, he observed the swirling air currents spreading out in a circular pattern, revealing the scene within. The smoke dissipated, unveiling a panting Raditz. With his hands crossed in front of him, his body trembling uncontrollably, fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a clear consequence of the previous shock. After enduring Gohan's headbutt, his battle power had plummeted, rendering him incapable of withstanding Piccolo's onslaught. His eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was gripped by overwhelming fear. Opposite him, Piccolo revealed a smile and remarked, "It appears that you have been significantly impacted by this little imp. At this point, there is no need to join forces with Son Goku. I can handle you on my own." As he spoke, he removed his cloak and the hat from his head. With a resounding thud, the heavy cloak fell into the sea, creating a tremendous splash. "I never expected you to employ such training," Son Goku observed, immediately recognizing the weight of the garment, which elicited a newfound respect in his eyes. Piccolo, with a cold smirk, replied, "To defeat you. I have not rested for a single moment over the years." Piccolo's combat power surged once more, instilling fear in Raditz, who began to retreat. "No, you cannot kill me. Kakarot, I am your elder brother. With our parents gone, do you truly intend to slay your only brother?" Chapter 9. Training under tenfold gravity. In a desperate bid for survival, Raditz's voice echoed loudly across the desolate sea, creating a resonating sound. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Son Goku lowered his head in contemplation. He had never met his parents, with only his grandfather and his current wife and children as kin. Yet, the wisdom he had learned from the celestial being prevented him from taking a life. Piccolo did not need to glance at Son Goku. He already anticipated the latter's choice. However, relying solely on himself was sufficient to annihilate Raditz. "Cease your futile emotional ploys." Piccolo floated forward slowly, sneering, "Even if this naive fool spares you, the great Demon King, shall not. This time, you are undoubtedly doomed." He twisted his wrist, preparing to strike. Raditz coughed up blood, gripped by fear. He was acutely aware of his physical condition. He could no longer endure a prolonged battle. Even as a former minor adversary, he found himself utterly powerless now. Instinctively, he retreated, exclaiming, "I advise you not to entertain thoughts of killing me. If you truly lay a hand on me, my comrades will not spare you. Their battle prowess far exceeds mine, and should they arrive, this planet will be utterly doomed." What? Piccolo si stride alte d'abruptly. Even the great Demon King could not suppress a flicker of concern in his eyes. Although Raditz was a wretched character, he spoke with a conviction that seemed credible. Son Goku's expression shifted as he inquired, "Your comrades, their power exceeds yours?" "No, it far surpasses mine." Raditz, relieved by Piccolo's pause, continued, "My battle power is merely 1,500, while the strongest among us, the prince of our Saiyan race, boasts a power level exceeding 10,000. He paused deliberately, eager to gauge the reactions of those around him. Piccolo furrowed his brow slightly. While he lacked a concept of battle power, he understood the implications of strength comparisons. From that data, one can infer that the individual is approximately 10 times more formidable than Raditz. Such power is beyond the comprehension of Piccolo, who, after all, is inferior even to Raditz at his peak. Should he encounter that Saiyan, it is likely he would be vanquished in an instant. If they were to arrive on Earth, could he truly withstand such might? Contemplating these thoughts, Piccolo found himself engulfed in doubt. Meanwhile, Son Goku appeared somewhat bewildered. Scratching his head, he inquired, "What exactly is battle power?" In his arms, Son Gohan gazed with wide eyes. He was aware of the concept of battle power and even knew the strength of the Saiyan Prince, 18,000. In the current context of Earth, that power was undeniably overwhelming. The combined battle power of all Earth's warriors would likely be insufficient to match even a fraction of that strength. However, he had a year until his arrival, and by then, the outcome remained uncertain. In his heart, he already harbored a strategy to defeat him, though now was not the time to voice it. As he pondered, Raditz cast a glance at Son Goku and stated, "Battle power is a technology developed by the Frieza Force, capable of measuring the strength of life forms using a detector, subsequently expressed in numerical values. By the way, your current battle power is 408. Upon hearing this explanation, Piccolo felt his breath quicken. The disparity in battle power was staggering. 408 versus over 10,000. They were not even in the same dimension. Even the proud Piccolo was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Was my battle power? Son Goku, seemingly indifferent to the data's discrepancy, directed his inquiry towards Raditz. Raditz responded with a mocking smile. Your battle power is merely 334. It is quite shameful for a pure warrior race to be surpassed by the fighters of this planet. Battle power of 334? Son Goku was fully aware that his true strength was greater, for he was currently wearing weighted clothing, which hindered his full potential. Yet, he was unconcerned about being outmatched, as his focus remained on the warrior boasting over 10,000. The existence of such formidable beings in the world sent shivers through Son Goku, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Noticing his father's tremors, Son Gohan felt a twinge of surprise. Observing Son Goku's quaking form, Raditz remarked, Kakarot, are you trembling with fear? It is not unbecoming. You are a Saiyan with an exceptional son. Should you join us, you would receive favorable treatment. Fear? Son Goku's gaze shifted, an aura of energy swirling around him as he laughed. No, I am trembling with excitement. I never imagined there were such powerful beings in this world. I truly wish to engage in battle with him. His eyes shimmered with hope, akin to flames rekindling. In an instant, his demeanor transformed, as if an inexhaustible fighting spirit was surging within him. What? Raditz felt a surge of confusion. He widened his eyes, staring at Son Wukong across from him, clearly bewildered. What was this fellow saying? With a combat power barely exceeding 300, how dared he challenge Prince Vegeta, who boasted over 10,000? Did he not comprehend the vastness of the disparity? Or was he simply a fool? Witnessing Son Wukong's demeanor, Piccolo felt his own trepidation dissipate. His intellect regained its upper hand, and he sneered, only cowards fear the difference in combat power. Your words, however, do not intimidate us. Moreover, individuals like you, even if spared, will inevitably seek revenge. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, Piccolo advanced, continuing, you must die this time. As for your companions, they will require some time to arrive. When they do, who knows who might be stronger then? Raditz forced a breath, retorting mockingly, the gravity of this planet is merely a tenth of that of planet Vegeta. In such a comfortable environment, do you truly believe you can cultivate any formidable warriors? I assure you, that is impossible. You are utterly oblivious to the brutal nature of cosmic battles, opponents you cannot contend with. If you were to kill me now, within a year, this planet would be reduced to cosmic dust. Gravity? Piccolo's gaze fixated on Raditz. With his intellect, he understood the implications of the gravitational disparity. On a planet with 10 times Earth's gravity, even an ordinary person would dominate on Earth. The training effects of the two environments were starkly different. If the opponent could reach such heights in a mere year, could they truly transcend from a few hundred to over 10,000 in strength? Piccolo himself harbored no certainty regarding that. Achieving tenfold gravity was not entirely impossible. As Piccolo pondered, a familiar voice resonated. Chapter 10, Raditz Surrender. Both Son Wukong and Piccolo looked up simultaneously, spotting Krillin standing high above. Despite feeling intense fear, he stood before everyone. Upon seeing the group, Krillin beamed at them, stating, don't we have a dragon? With its power, creating a training ground with tenfold gravity is certainly feasible. Hearing Krillin mention the dragon, Son Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that even in such dire circumstances, someone could evoke the concept of a dragon. Was this not an overt invitation for Vegeta and the others to come? Furthermore, this statement could provoke Frieza into action, potentially setting off a chain reaction across the cosmos. It was likely that Krillin himself was unaware that his words would alter the cosmic landscape. Alas, Son Gohan sighed softly. At this juncture, he found himself unable to intervene. Nor did he intend to. After all, the Earth had already made contact with the cosmos. Even without this incident, risks would inevitably arise. Even if Frieza did not come, the androids would continue to be manufactured. The malevolent entities buried within the Earth would eventually attract sorcerers, leading to calamities that could engulf the universe. Moreover, other realms harbored distinct crises, and the gods and demons might well traverse the fabric of time and space. The Earth, and they were fated never to know lasting peace. Only with sufficient strength could one safeguard that which required protection. As Gohan pondered these thoughts, Piccolo and Goku appeared to have come to a realization. They too had considered the dragon and recognized its potential. The dragon? Raditz's eyes reflected clear bewilderment. He was unaware of what it was or how it could create tenfold gravity, assuming it merely granted wishes. How unfortunate! Piccolo, with a mocking expression, turned to Raditz, proclaiming with pride, on this planet, the entity known as the Dragon Balls, when 7 are gathered, can summon the dragon, who can fulfill the wishes of the one who collects them. Raditz's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Such a thing exists?" Observing Raditz's astonishment, Piccolo felt a sense of relief. Raditz, witnessing Piccolo's demeanor and noting Goku's silence, had begun to believe, albeit partially. Meanwhile, as he processed this shocking revelation, the news had already been transmitted to the alien world via the detector. Prepare to perish. Piccolo approached Raditz, raising his right hand. A terrifying energy coalesced within his palm. Yet Raditz suddenly looked up, shouting, "Stop! I'm willing to join you." However, Piccolo had no intention of relenting due to his words. He brought his hand down with force. A blinding light erupted, wielding enough power to cleave mountains, slicing through the air with devastating speed. Raditz, in a desperate attempt to defend himself, raised his hand to block the full force of the attack. In the face of life and death, he summoned every ounce of strength he possessed, managing to withstand the overwhelming assault. Nevertheless, Piccolo's strike was formidable, even as Raditz exerted himself to defend. He still took a blow to the chest, blood erupting forth. Boom! Raditz was sent crashing into the sea, the immense force of the impact reverberating through the waters below. A massive crater was forcibly created in the ocean, with towering waves crashing violently around, giving rise to a terrifying tsunami. Yet, Raditz's form finally came to a halt. He coughed up blood, but, fortunately, survived. Damn it! A flicker of anger flashed in Raditz's eyes, yet he called out loudly, "Stop! If you truly possess something akin to the Dragon Balls, I am willing to join your ranks. I am privy to all their information, and my superior combat prowess could undoubtedly aid you." In this life-or-death moment, Raditz raised his voice significantly, seemingly fearful that Piccolo might launch another attack. Above, Piccolo's gaze hardened as he scoffed. "You are quite the resilient one." He prepared to strike once more. However, Goku slowly descended and remarked, "Piccolo, let him go. In his current state, he cannot pose much of a threat. Besides, he is correct. Only he holds the information about the enemy." Piccolo hesitated momentarily, then turned to Goku, saying, "You truly are naive. If we spare him now, once he recovers, he will certainly seek to eliminate us." Goku wore a faint smile as he scrutinized Raditz, asserting, "That won't happen, for by that time, our power should surpass his." Raditz's pupils constricted sharply. Although his expression remained unchanged, he felt a sense of disdain inside. For the hierarchy among Saiyans was distinctly clear. Kakarot was merely a low-level warrior and could never surpass an elite warrior like him. Any talk of training was futile. However, being in a weakened state, he could not afford to reveal his true feelings. Upon hearing Goku's words, Piccolo fixed him with a penetrating gaze and replied, "Humph. How naive indeed. If we allow him to leave now, and he later wreaks havoc on my planet, who will be held accountable? If your strength has not surpassed his by then, what will become of Earth?" Goku pondered for a moment before addressing Piccolo. "Then, before we surpass him, I entrust you with sealing him using the Demon Seal Wave. When our strength exceeds his, we can extract much information from him." Piccolo regarded Goku thoughtfully, responding coldly. What a bother, yet it is a viable strategy. This fellow would indeed make for a worthy training partner. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. In the air, Krillin watched the two negotiating with a sense of bewilderment. After all, in his mind, they were adversaries. Their fierce battles at the martial arts tournament were still vivid in his memory. However, witnessing their collaboration sparked intrigue within him. How fascinating. If these two joined forces, it would be the most formidable alliance in history. Reflecting on their past performances, Krillin suddenly felt unperturbed by the Saiyan threat. "Let us take him back for now." Piccolo glanced at Goku and added, "To utilize the Demon Seal Wave, we will need some supplies. Even I cannot seal Raditz away without proper preparation." Goku nodded silently. While in his arms, Gohan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that his father truly possessed such skill, capable of persuading Uncle Piccolo. If he could indeed convince Raditz, would that not mean witnessing Raditz transform into a Super Saiyan, perhaps even in a Super Saiyan 3? The mere thought of such a scenario filled Gohan with a sense of yearning. Meanwhile, Piccolo rendered the bewildered Raditz unconscious and subsequently transported him to Master Roshi's place. Preparing the materials for the Mafuba technique. Chapter 11. Conveying information, the Saiyan on the other side of the universe. On the Turtle Island, Bulma and Master Roshi had just taken their positions. As they gazed into the distance, a a sense of trepidation enveloped them. They had witnessed similar scenes before, typically involving formidable demons, yet they had never encountered a child exhibiting such immense power, which profoundly shook their very souls. Even Master Roshi seemed momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Truly, he is Goku's son. His potential far surpasses that of Goku at the same age. With proper guidance, he may well exceed Goku's strength in the future." At this moment, a glimmer of light flashed across Master Roshi's sunglasses. Bulma felt a flutter of anxiety within her. She had not imagined that the timid child could unleash such formidable energy. His attack was far more potent than that of a nuclear bomb. Even Piccolo's previous assaults paled in comparison to his collision. Bulma swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words, exclaiming, "This family is truly extraordinary." Even a 4-year-old possesses such strength. She found herself speechless, unable to articulate her astonishment. After all, who would believe that a mere 4-year-old could be so powerful if they hadn't witnessed it firsthand? Just as they were grappling with their amazement, Piccolo was the first to soar over to the small island, carrying the severely injured Raditz, his expression one of impatience. In his view, dealing with this alien was straightforward: eliminate him outright rather than fuss over sealing him away. Upon seeing Piccolo land on Turtle Island, Bulma's heart raced, prompting her to retreat swiftly behind a tree. Piccolo. Master Roshi was equally taken aback, especially upon noticing Raditz's battered form in Piccolo's grasp. It was utterly bewildering, for according to his calculations, Piccolo should not have been able to overcome Raditz. As he pondered this, Goku and Krillin landed simultaneously on the ground. Piccolo, with a flick of his wrist, summoned the rice cooker from the house, while his other hand began inscribing the crucial symbols for the Mafuba technique. Uncle e Piccolo. Is this the Mafuba? Gohan, having touched down, curiously approached Piccolo. He held a great fondness for this future caretaker. Piccolo, having nearly completed the symbols, felt a slight tremor in his arm upon hearing Gohan call him Uncle Piccolo. He then turned to Gohan, meeting the child's innocent gaze. Ultimately, Piccolo refrained from unleashing his wrath, merely letting out a cold snort as he declared, "You best keep your distance, little one. I am the great Demon King Piccolo, the adversary of your father." However, Gohan remained unfazed by such declarations. Familiar with Piccolo's nature, he understood that the demon's words were not entirely truthful. Unbeknownst to Piccolo, as he gazed upon Gohan, he felt a warmth stirring within him for the first time, a warmth he himself failed to recognize. Rising to his feet, Piccolo set down the rice cooker and prepared to execute the demon seal wave. Master Roshi, bewildered by the unfolding scene, inquired Goku, "Krillin, what on earth is happening here?" Before he could finish, Piccolo raised his hands, his voice cold as he commanded, "Demon seal wave." With a whoosh, a powerful gust erupted from between his hands, intensifying the atmosphere and causing the very island to tremble. The energy spiraling from Piccolo's grasp formed a twisted vortex. In an instant, the world shifted hues, transforming the surroundings into a verdant backdrop. Raditz, now unconscious, posed no resistance, as he was directly struck by the demon seal wave and, according to Piccolo's intent, fell into the rice cooker. With a resounding thud, an endless cascade of green light poured into the cooker, which then sealed shut as Piccolo affixed a talisman upon it. His actions flowed with the grace of a river, leaving Master Roshi astonished. Reflecting on the fact that this technique was originally devised to seal Piccolo himself, he could only sigh, realizing that it had now become a tool for Piccolo's own battles. "Huh, this seals you away," Piccolo proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with pride as he gazed at the rice cooker. "But Goku, you are far too naive. Until your strength surpasses mine, this will remain in my possession." Goku nodded lightly, responding, "Of course, but Piccolo, if the beings Raditz spoke of truly intend to come, would you consider training with me?" "Train with you?" A glint of cold amusement flickered in Piccolo's eyes as he toyed with the scouter in his hand, setting aside whether this fellow is merely fear-mongering. "If that extraterrestrial indeed arrives, let them come. I, the great Demon King Piccolo, shall handle both you and them." His confidence radiated as he spoke, as though he regarded the seance with utter disdain. "What is that?" Bulma asked, her curiosity piqued by the device in Piccolo's hand. Having just absorbed Krillin's explanations, they had gained some understanding and were no longer as fearful, especially with Piccolo now allied with them. Her interest in such technological marvels was ever present. Before him lay an object he had never encountered, igniting his curiosity to investigate further. Piccolo donned the device, remarking, "It appears to be a Saiyan artifact, seemingly capable of reading combat power. What would this truly be?" However, His attempts to decipher its function proved futile, leading to an expression of frustration as he ultimately removed the device and handed it to Bulma. How tedious. I have no interest in such trivialities. Despite Piccolo's remarkable intellect, his lack of technological understanding rendered him incapable of making any progress. Bulma, on the other hand, was indeed a prodigy in this field. Shortly after receiving the device, she began to ascertain its purpose. This seems to have communication capabilities? Bulma appeared to make a significant discovery, pressing buttons in rapid succession. Oh no, it seems this device has transmitted previous events to the Saiyans on the other side of the universe. What? The faces of Piccolo and Goku darkened. They had not anticipated that Raditz had been relaying information all along. If all details had been overheard by the enemy, it would spell disaster for Earth, particularly concerning the Dragon Balls. That artifact could attract formidable adversaries. Bulma's expression turned grave as she quickly sifted through the transmitted information. The machine, however, proved to be rather complex. Even she could only discern that a message had been sent, unable to delve deeper into its analysis at that moment. In a swift motion, Piccolo lunged forward, intent on destroying the device. After all, it had already transmitted a wealth of information, and it could not be allowed to persist. Yet Bulma quickly shielded herself behind Goku, exclaiming, "Hold on, the message has already been sent. Let me examine it further to determine the best course of action." Chapter 12. The Assault of Vegeta. On the other side of the universe, the sounds of explosions echoed across a distant planet. Fiery flames rapidly consumed everything in their vicinity, as vast expanses of land were obliterated in an instant. Cities were reduced to desolation. And this horrifying spectacle was merely the result of a mere flick of the fingers from the bald giant in the distance, who was currently purging the remnants of this planet's forces. Nearby, a man with hair like flames sat elevated, his hairline forming an M shape, his piercing eyes radiating an air of disdain. It seemed as though nothing in the world held any value in his eyes, for he was none other than Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. Suddenly, he appeared to sense something amiss and pressed the button on his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter quickly relayed voice. Raditz, that fool, can't even handle a lowly planet? A cold indifference shone in Vegeta's eyes, as if nothing could pique his interest. Yet, in the next moment, astonishment flickered across his features. It seemed as though he had encountered something profoundly terrifying. He even stood up abruptly. How could this be possible? A look of incredulity filled Vegeta's eyes. The news from the distance astonished him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. How could the son of a lower-class warrior, in a fit of rage, surpass the strength of an adult Raditz? After a brief moment of confusion, Vegeta chuckled, finding it rather intriguing. It appeared that the union of Saiyans with the inhabitants of that planet had produced a remarkable reaction. He soon learned of Raditz's defeat, dismissing him with a mere curse of worthless. Yet, he had never harbored any expectations of Raditz accomplishing anything significant. Upon hearing that Earth possessed Dragon Balls, which could grant any wish, Vegeta's demeanor shifted dramatically. Indifference transformed into fervent desire. He yearned for those artifacts. With them, he could become the most powerful being in the universe, perhaps even achieve the legendary Super Saiyan status, defeat that scoundrel Frieza, and ascend as the new ruler of the cosmos. At this thought, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with urgency, almost compelled to rush to Earth immediately. As for the claims from that side about surpassing him, he dismissed them entirely. After all, even he, the most elite warrior of all Saiyans, had only attained his current power upon reaching adulthood. That young boy was still merely the son of a lower-class warrior, even given a few more years. What could he possibly achieve? As for the other inhabitants of Earth, they were even less worthy of consideration. A wave of intense joy flickered in his eyes as he gazed into the distance, coldly commanding, "Nappa, expedite the cleansing of this planet." Below, Nappa paused momentarily, seemingly perplexed. Yet he dared not question the prince's orders. Thus he complied. With a swift motion of his fingers, a terrifying surge of power erupted. Boom! A violent shockwave radiated outward. In that instant, a golden light began to emanate from Nappa, with immense energy rippling outward, enveloping an extraordinarily vast area in an instant. The sound of explosions echoed ceaselessly, while the sky was shrouded in debris and fierce winds. The entire world resembled an apocalyptic scene, as if everything were on the brink of annihilation. The powerful shockwave continued to expand, nearly engulfing the very surface of the planet. Yet, no matter how formidable the force, it failed to disturb Vegeta in the slightest. He remained impassive, as if detached from the chaos surrounding him. However, Within his heart, he eagerly anticipated the Dragon of Earth, for he harbored an insatiable desire for immortality, longing to relish battles eternally and to reign as the Emperor of the universe. Time passed, and eventually, the brilliance and smoke dissipated completely. Nappa descended beside Vegeta and inquired, "Vegeta, what has transpired?" Vegeta, with an air of indifference, turned away and replied, "There are intriguing occurrences on Earth. Hastily inform the Legion there, and convey that this planet has been conquered." Nappa, still unaware of the situation, activated his scanner to investigate the news from that realm. Upon reviewing the messages sent by Raditz, Nappa's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "Kakarot's son possesses such formidable prowess? Though Raditz may be inept, he was nonetheless recognized by King Vegeta as a superior warrior. That little brat is astonishing." Vegeta paused momentarily, saying, "Indeed, the union of Earthlings and Saiyans has yielded a remarkable reaction. Perhaps this could result in an extraordinary warrior." Nappa concurred, suggesting, "In that case, we might seek out some women there and bear a few children who may very well become Super Saiyans." Upon hearing the mention of Super Saiyans, Vegeta halted his steps and turned, saying, "Do not jest. I have no desire to be slain by those little brats in the future." Nappa, taken aback, nodded in agreement. The Saiyan bloodline was inherently rebellious and bloodthirsty. Many Saiyans believed that children slaying their fathers was a true embodiment of their warrior legacy. Nappa then noticed the existence of the Dragon Balls and remarked, "I never imagined such things existed on that planet. If we could acquire them, we might be able to revive the fallen Saiyans." "Revive them?" Vegeta scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "They are nothing but a bunch of useless fools, incapable of withstanding a mere falling meteorite. I have no need for such Saiyans. We should utilize the Dragon Balls to attain eternal life and relish the thrill of battle forever." Indeed, Nappa's eyes dimmed momentarily, yet he ultimately obeyed Vegeta's command, as it represented the very essence of his existence. He proceeded to inform the nearby Legion that this planet had been secured and subsequently summoned a spaceship. "A year," Vegeta proclaimed as he settled into the spacecraft, a cold smirk adorning his face. "In just 1 year, this universe shall undergo cataclysmic transformations. Some legends may no longer remain mere tales." With this declaration, the spacecraft's hatch began to close slowly. 2 circular ships ignited their engines in succession, propelling themselves into the depths of space at an incomprehensible speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. In the distant expanse of the cosmos, a large spaceship anchored upon a prosperous planet. Within the vessel, a slender figure occupied the cockpit. Dragon Balls, Shenron granting wishes? A crimson gleam flickered in the figure's eyes, followed by a chuckle. How intriguing. However, the desire for immortality is not something that mere Saiyans are worthy of. It is the dominion of cosmic emperors. A fierce gust of wind swirled wildly. The atmosphere around them suddenly turned sharp and intense, causing 2 nearby figures to tremble in silence. "Lord Frieza, shall we proceed to Earth at this moment?" One figure knelt beside the diminutive silhouette, inquiring earnestly. Chapter 13. The construction of the gravity chamber, Bulma's research unveiled. On Earth, Bulma was diligently studying the detector, while those around her fixated on it with bated breath. A profound tension enveloped the group, as they all understood the gravity of the situation. The future of Earth hinged upon their actions. If those formidable beings truly intended to arrive, they would need to make extensive preparations in advance. Even Piccolo sat quietly beside them, though it was Gohan who remained the most composed, fully aware that their adversaries were already informed. Not only Vegeta, but Frieza likely possessed knowledge of their plans, intent on discovering the veracity of the Dragon Ball's legend. However, Gohan felt no anxiety, for they still had over a year to prepare. With the advent of a gravity chamber, their strength could increase exponentially in a short span of time. As both Gohan and the system he wielded provided him with an edge, he had little cause for concern. By following the proper sequence of training, they would undoubtedly triumph over Frieza. Yet the sole drawback compared to the original narrative was the inability to learn the Kaioken technique. Without it, they must expedite their transformation into Super Saiyans. "I have discovered something," Bulma announced after a flurry of activity. "The message has reached the far side of the universe, encompassing everything you mentioned. The technology of the Saiyans is indeed impressive. However, there appears to be a layer of surveillance equipment embedded within, quite perplexing. Regardless, let us dismantle these settings first. Does this imply they will truly be coming?" Krillin's eyes glimmered with deep concern. The mere presence of Raditz was formidable. The consequences of the other 2, who were even stronger, arriving would be unthinkable. Bulma nodded gently. It seems so. However, this is something you must contemplate. Perhaps we could ask Shenron to dispatch them? As she spoke, she had already begun dismantling the devices above. Enough thinking. Piccolo shot her a cold glance. Shenron's abilities are limited. There are many matters he cannot resolve. If those two possess strength, as Raditz described, then Shenron would be incapable of dealing with them. Moreover, given the temperament of the Eternal Dragon, it is unlikely he would grant such a malicious wish. The group was taken aback. It was their first encounter with such restrictions on wishes. Nevertheless, Piccolo, being one with the divine, spoke with a weight of truth. What then shall we do? Krillin inquired, feeling a headache coming on. If we cannot rely on Shenron, how do we prepare for battle? According to Brother Goku, we could use Shenron to create a gravity-enhancing chamber, which would undoubtedly amplify our training results. A gravity chamber? Bulma seemed to have grasped a crucial keyword. She directed her gaze toward Krillin, as if inquiring about something. Krillin then elucidated his previous statement, mentioning that extraterrestrial beings, such as Raditz, were born on planets with high gravity. The gravity chamber. Bulma suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "My father is conducting research in this area. If we enlist his help, we might be able to produce such a device directly." Upon hearing that Bulma's father could indeed create it, Goku felt a surge of joy. He too aspired to grow stronger. The mere thought of facing an opponent with a power level exceeding 10,000 ignited a fervor within him. Piccolo, seated nearby, cast a surprised glance at Bulma, seemingly astonished that a human could possess such capabilities. However, he merely observed in silence, ultimately choosing not to comment. If we can construct a gravity chamber, we might stand a chance against them. Goku gradually rose to his feet, smiling as he said, "Then I'll leave it to you, Bulma." Witnessing Goku's enthusiasm, Krillin suddenly felt a profound sense of security, as if any challenge could be surmounted with Goku by their side. Goku, unfazed by these sentiments, continued, "But before that, we must not remain idle. Let us commence our training." "Piccolo, would you care to join me?" "How naive. I am the Demon King," Piccolo retorted with a cold smirk. Responding, "Why would I train alongside my greatest adversary? I have my own path to mastery, and I shall surpass you." A glint of determination shone in his eyes, clearly indicating that not only did he consider the Saiyans as foes, but Goku as well. "Don't say it like that." Goku, unperturbed by Piccolo's refusal, replied, "At least for now, we should join forces. We could discuss the future a year from now." "Let us wait until you've built the gravity chamber," Piccolo scoffed, then added, "Furthermore, that young boy possesses immense potential. In my view, he is our best asset against the Saiyans. He should be entrusted to me for training." Goku pondered for a moment and said, "We need to consult Gohan's wishes. If he is unwilling, I will respect his decision." Piccolo's norte de dismissivity, stating, "You may be strong, but you are certainly not fit to be a teacher." His gaze then fell upon Gohan, who at that moment raised his head, looking toward Piccolo. Encountering those gentle and clear eyes, Piccolo felt a stirring within. He sensed a significant goodwill emanating from the boy. This was unexpected, for those who typically encountered him regarded him as the Demon King, and no one had ever thought to approach him with warmth. Piccolo's heart softened slightly, and ultimately, he chose not to say anything further. Son Wukong swiftly orchestrated the necessary arrangements, entrusting Bulma with the construction of the gravity chamber and requesting Krillin to inform Tien and the others about the strengths they would require. The impending crisis on Earth was not one to be resolved with ease. After conferring with his companions regarding the situation, Son Wukong prepared to return home. Piccolo, on the other hand, intended to remain near the Baozi Mountain during this period. In his own words, he aimed to continuously spar with Son Wukong and make the most of Gohan's potential. Once they had made their respective decisions, Gohan formulated a strategy to persuade his mother. Despite being Gohan, he understood that to truly become formidable, he needed to dedicate time to training. Merely wielding a sword could enhance his combat power. Yet without honing his martial techniques, those efforts would ultimately be in vain. He was acutely aware that the path of martial arts extended beyond mere power enhancement. It was about reaching the pinnacle of one's own martial realm after fully developing the body. Within the divine temple, the Supreme Kai discerned the state of affairs in the lower realm, and he too felt a surge of anxiety. As the guardian of Earth, it was his duty to ensure the tranquility of all its inhabitants. However, he was beset with numerous concerns. The strength of the Saiyans was overwhelmingly formidable, and he found himself devoid of any means to counter it. Even with the gravity chamber, their time was regrettably limited. The Supreme Kai shook his head gently and sighed. pondering whether they would even be able to train with King Kai in their current state. Perhaps it would be prudent to consult Lord Emma first. Chapter 14. A conversation with Chi-Chi. The training begins as night approached in Baozi Mountain. Chi-Chi stood at the doorway, feeling a sense of unease. She gazed anxiously at the distant sky, awaiting the return of the two. Although martial arts seemed of little utility, she contemplated that it was essential not to completely deny Gohan the opportunity for physical training. It would be beneficial for him. However, he must not follow in Wukong's footsteps. Gohan must become an exceptional scholar. She reaffirmed her resolve. In the midst of her contemplation, she noticed clouds swirling in the distance, with a golden light swiftly traversing the night sky. That sight was all too familiar. It was Wukong's flying nimbus. Upon seeing it return, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over her. The nimbus spiraled gracefully through the air before finally coming to a rest before Chi-Chi, carrying the father and son, both of whom bore clear and bright expressions. The sight of them brought a sense of calm to Chi-Chi's heart. They had finally returned. Approaching Gohan, she smiled and inquired, "Gohan, how was your time over there?" "It was fine," Gohan replied softly, maintaining his persona as the dutiful son in his parents' eyes. "That is good to hear." Chi-Chi found herself inexplicably relieved at that moment. She remarked, upon reflection, "It is indeed essential for you to engage in some training. After all, your father is the strongest being in the world. As his son, even if your aspirations lean toward scholarship, it is imperative that you occasionally partake in physical conditioning." Upon hearing his mother's words, a look of perplexity crossed Son Gohan's face. He distinctly remembered that in the original narrative, his mother was quite obstinate, deeming it inconsequential if the world crumbled, for Gohan must become a scholar. Yet now, she seemed remarkably easy to persuade. This revelation rendered many of his prepared arguments redundant. "Is that so?" Son Wukong's eyes naturally brightened with a smile as he spoke. "Some events transpired today, and I had intended to discuss them with Chi-Chi." Chi-Chi's expression was one of curiosity. Son Wukong, cradling Gohan in one arm, ambled into the house and announced, "Today, my brother Raditz has arrived." Initially, Chi-Chi displayed confusion, which soon gave way to an exclamation of surprise. In an instant, chaos erupted around them. Amidst the night, a white cloak billowed in the wind. Piccolo, gazing towards the small dwelling, smirked coldly, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. He then settled into a meditative position in mid-air, enveloped by a chilling white aura. Within the Sun household, the family of three savored the delectable dishes prepared by Chi-Chi while recounting the events that had unfolded at the Turtle House. Upon hearing the news from that side, Chi-Chi's face was a canvas of astonishment. "What? Wukong is not of Earth. He belongs to the Saiyan race? And Gohan can unleash a power greater than Wukong's?" The myriad revelations left Chi-Chi utterly bewildered. She shifted her gaze between the two, then anxiously turned to Gohan, asking, "Gohan, are you all right? Were you hurt? Honestly, that fellow is stronger than your father. How could you have confronted him head-on?" She examined Gohan's forehead and body, seeking assurance of his safety. Gohan felt a warmth in his heart and replied with a smile, "At that moment, I was unsure of what was happening and just charged forward. I didn't feel any pain." Seeing that Gohan bore no injuries, Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at him with satisfaction, smiling as she said, "Indeed, you are the son of both Wukong and me. You should be formidable. However, the current society is not suited for warriors. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly be an exceptional martial artist." A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes as she spoke. Son Wukong, cautiously nibbling on a piece of meat, added, "Chi-Chi, Raditz's companions will soon arrive, and I will need to train for a while." "Of course," Chi-Chi replied, turning to Wukong with a gentle sigh. "After all, you are the savior, and this matter pertains to your lineage. It is indeed something you must pursue. However, once this is over, you must secure a job, as Gohan will be attending school, which requires substantial financial resources." Son Wukong nodded obediently and spoke, "However, I wish for Gohan to train alongside me." "What?" Kiki's expression changed rapidly, and she coldly replied, "Wukong, what are you saying? Gohan is still so young. While it's acceptable for him to engage in some physical training, he must absolutely not participate in battles." She forcefully struck the table, directly suppressing the formidable Son Wukong. "Gohan," his eyes darting, interjected, "By the way, Mom, I met Aunt Bulma this time. She mentioned that the education in West City is better. May I go there to study?" Upon hearing Gohan mention education, Kiki turned her head. Hesitation filled her heart as she responded, "I am aware that West City is more developed, but the distance is too great for you to study there long-term. While she trusted Bulma's family's resources, the thought of sending Gohan so far away made her reluctant. Son Wukong noticed his son's expression and quickly remarked, "It's not a problem. Bulma is about to establish a gravity chamber, and I plan to train there as well. I can take Gohan with me. Not only will it allow him to train, but he can also cultivate there." His voice was low, yet it was sufficient for Kiki to hear. Kiki swiftly grasped the situation, but regarded both of them with suspicion. Examining the father and son duo, she inquired, "That is indeed a good idea, but Wukong, you want to focus solely on Gohan's training while neglecting his studies, will you?" The thought of such a possibility darkened Kiki's expression. She would not permit anyone to interfere with Gohan's education. Gohan gently shook his head and declared, "Mom, my aspiration is to become a scholar, and I will certainly achieve that. How about you personally assess my progress every month?" Upon hearing Gohan's words, Kiki finally felt reassured. Seeing that Kiki was nearly convinced, Son Wukong added, "Exactly, Kiki, even if you don't trust me, can you not trust Gohan?" All right, Kiki said, somewhat resigned. "Let us proceed with this for now. We will discuss the details later. However, I must make it clear that if I discover Gohan's studies are slipping." As she spoke, she stood up again, her gaze toward Son Wukong brimming with a palpable threat. The father and son from the Sun family responded earnestly. Following this, Son Wukong officially began training with Gohan. Until the gravity chamber was established, they engaged in simple training near Baozi Mountain, serving as foundational exercises. Nonetheless, Gohan maintained his routine of practicing sword strikes 10,000 times a day, as it continuously elevated his limits. Chapter 15. Tenfold Gravity Battle Power Multiplied. Thus, in the days that followed, Gohan laid the groundwork under Son Wukong's guidance. The essence of the Turtle School's teachings is, in fact, life itself. Cultivating oneself has become an integral part of existence. Every action, whether standing, sitting, or lying down, is a form of practice. Thus, Gohan diligently engages in both nourishment and cultivation. During the course of their training, Piccolo occasionally appears, launching surprise attacks on Goku and enhancing their strength through combat. Both warriors experience a rapid increase in their power levels, and Piccolo's fondness for Gohan deepens, for he has never been cared for or regarded as an individual by anyone, save for Gohan. Consequently, Piccolo occasionally offers guidance to Gohan in his training, even conjuring a sword for him when he observed Gohan wielding a branch. In due course, Gohan transitioned from a mere stick to the sword he now practices with daily. Simultaneously, Chi-Chi does not neglect to test Gohan's academic progress. Given Gohan's prior incarnation as an academic prodigy, he finds no difficulty in excelling in his studies, achieving perfect scores that leave Chi-Chi immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai relays a message to Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and others, urging them to ascend to the other world for their training. They arrive as scheduled, embarking on a new phase of cultivation, fully aware of the impending arrival of the Saiyans, thus intensifying their efforts. They do not dare to underestimate foes whom even Goku cannot defeat. On Earth, warriors are engaging in diverse forms of training under considerable pressure, leading to a swift enhancement of their combat capabilities. After some time, Bulma finally completes a facility capable of altering gravity. Consequently, Gohan and his companions relocate their training grounds. Under the pretext of studying in West City, Gohan formally departs from the Capsule Corporation. West City, a bustling metropolis, is characterized by its vibrant chaos. Vehicles navigate the streets and skies along their designated routes, while the dazzling urban landscape captivates the senses. Even Gohan finds the city exceedingly magnificent, far more so than the world he has previously known, with its advanced infrastructure. The flying Nimbus swiftly traverses the area, ultimately arriving at Bulma's residence. Next to a circular structure, Bulma, with her striking blue hair, stands clad in a white lab coat, waving as the Nimbus approaches. This world is indeed fascinating. Experiencing the splendor of West City firsthand, Gohan's curiosity intensifies as he perceives that there are still numerous wonders yet to be discovered. Once he finds leisure, he may explore the various advancements of this world. As Gohan contemplates these thoughts, they land before Bulma. "Bulma, it's been a while." Son Wukong greeted Bulma with a bright smile, undeterred by the impending crisis that loomed ahead. He appeared remarkably calm and collected. Bulma nodded gently and then turned to Gohan, saying, "Little Gohan, it has been quite a while. This time, you must stay here for an extended period." Gohan joined his hands in a gesture of respect and replied with a smile, "Aunt Bulma, I look forward to your guidance during my stay." Witnessing Gohan's politeness brought a delightful warmth to Bulma's heart. She took Gohan's small hand and said, "Perfect. I shall arrange for some tutors for you. If you have any questions regarding your studies, feel free to ask me. I am well versed in these matters. Bulma spoke with confidence, and rightly so, for she was indeed a prodigy. At a mere age of 10, she had already invented the Dragon Radar, and now, at her current age, she was among the ranks of renowned scientists. Gohan smiled in agreement, though he yearned for more training and contemplated making some changes to his family's circumstances, as they were living in dire poverty. Despite his father's capabilities, he was reluctant to leverage them for financial gain, leaving the family in a state of hardship. Gohan aspired to alter this reality, and perhaps Bulma could offer some solutions. Meanwhile, Son Wukong had inquired about the gravity chamber. Yes, it is ready. Bulma confirmed with a nod, then added with a hint of sarcasm. However, my father insists on perfection and insisted on installing some musical facilities, which delayed its completion. Let's go take a look. Son Wukong readily agreed, and Bulma led them to the gravity chamber within Capsule Corporation. The distant room appeared dim and profound, its mechanical design awe-inspiring. Bulma stepped forward, pressed a button, and the large door swung open, revealing the interior of the gravity chamber, which was sparse yet equipped with fundamental exercise apparatus. Bulma entered first, beginning to explain the various controls. There are dedicated musical facilities, as well as controls for adjusting the gravity settings. Observing the buttons, Bulma cautioned, the gravity settings in this chamber are quite high, reaching up to 300 times Earth's gravity. I advise against attempting it lightly. Otherwise, you may risk injuring yourself. Son Wukong nodded lightly, already anticipating his training there. After Bulma provided some additional instructions, she prepared to escort Gohan away, as he had not yet completed his training for the day. Son Wukong glanced at Bulma and cheerfully suggested, perhaps we should focus on training before discussing studies. Bulma cast an irritated glance at him and remarked, honestly, even such a young child must train. I truly do not know what to say to you all. Nevertheless, she respected Gohan's opinion. Thus, Bulma took her leave. With a clang, the heavy door of the gravity chamber was shut, plunging the space into darkness, leaving only the Sun Father and Son behind. Let us commence with 10 times the gravity. Goku recalled Raditz's words and set the gravity accordingly. The mechanical sounds reverberated, akin to steel colliding, and the gravitational force swiftly altered. In an instant, Gohan felt an inexplicable heaviness enveloping his body, as if burdened by an immeasurable weight, making even the act of lifting his foot a challenge. Oh dear, 10 times the gravity is truly unbearable. From a distance, Goku, too, bent his back, his expression exaggerated as he exclaimed, haha, thankfully it's only 10 times the gravity. If it were any greater, I might not be able to endure it either. How do you feel, Gohan? My body feels so heavy. Gohan echoed, acutely aware of the weight pressing down on him. After all, gravity acts upon one's very being rather than depending on one's combat power, even though his fighting ability far surpassed that of his father. The sudden imposition of such gravity proved to be a challenge to adapt to. Although it is heavy, it certainly aids in our training. Goku straightened up, a smile gracing his face as he declared, today, we shall first acclimate to the gravity and then proceed with further training. Chapter 16. A Surge in Combat Power. Raditz's painful journey. Days passed, and the Sun Father and Son gradually adjusted to the gravity within the chamber. While training under 10 times the gravity, Goku experienced a significant increase in his combat power. He felt as though he had undergone a complete transformation, as if he had broken through a certain threshold and glimpsed a new realm. Even Gohan could discern that his father's strength had ascended to a new stage. Meanwhile, Gohan continued to progress steadily. With his daily rigorous training, his combat power was also on the rise. In just a few short days, he had surpassed a combat power of 2,500. At Bulma's home, she donned the scouter and cheerfully stated, let me see your progress over these days. If you're using the gravity chamber, you cannot fall behind Krillin and the others. Beep, beep, beep. The values on the scouter fluctuated continuously, with the numbers being adjusted to the format recognized by Earthlings. Combat power, 2,332. As Bulma observed the increasing number, surprise glimmered in her eyes. It is noteworthy that Goku's combat power had been merely in the 300s before. How many days had passed? His strength had remarkably surged by over 2,000. If we continue at this pace, achieving a combat power exceeding 10,000 is not an impossibility. 2332, perhaps? Son Wukong gradually restrained his aura and remarked, it seems that gravity training is indeed beneficial. With a few more months, I might just accomplish it. He suddenly clenched his fists, his eyes radiating a powerful brilliance. Then, let us devote ourselves to training. Bulma, noticing his newfound vigor, interjected, when those villains arrive, make sure to teach them a lesson, so they will think twice before calling our planet inferior. Indeed, Son Wukong nodded gently. I shall do so. Next, I must seek out Piccolo for training, and I will bring Raditz back as well. Some matters can only be resolved with his input. Bulma furrowed her brows, inquiring, is that wise? Your brother is not one to obey easily. Do not worry. He will comply, Son Wukong replied, shifting his gaze towards the distance. He then addressed Gohan. Gohan, let us make our way there. You should also learn how to engage in battle, especially given the circumstances. He hesitated, refraining from explicitly stating his desire for Gohan to participate in the conflict. After all, he wished to avoid thrusting Gohan into battle unless absolutely necessary. Bulma observed the father-son duo, shaking her head lightly. She chose not to voice her concerns, recognizing that these were their decisions to make. After bidding farewell to Bulma, the father and son set off towards the vicinity where Piccolo resided, specifically near West City, as Piccolo had accompanied them to this location. Occasionally, Gohan would visit Piccolo. In the wild outskirts surrounding West City, Piccolo floated in midair, his aura expanding continuously. Son Wukong elegantly descended beside him and remarked, your strength has increased significantly. It appears your training has been rigorous. Upon hearing Son Wukong's voice, Piccolo opened his eyes and, in an instant, surged forward with a powerful punch, akin to a cannonball. The surrounding space momentarily froze. Son Wukong deftly twisted his body, effortlessly intercepting the blow with one hand. The sheer force, potent enough to cleave mountains, reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves that transformed into layers of white ripples. Meanwhile, Son Wukong's orange attire billowed in the wind, yet he did not budge an inch. Piccolo, taking a step back, remarked, "Humph, it seems you have improved again. You are indeed a bothersome adversary. This is all thanks to the gravity chamber." With a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, Son Wukong suggested, after this, you should join Gohan and me for training. Gohan truly enjoys training alongside you. Humph. Piccolo glanced at Gohan and retorted, I am the mighty Demon King Piccolo, your enemy. I advise you both not to be so naive. Gohan merely smiled gently in response. He could sense the inherent goodwill emanating from Piccolo himself. Son Wukong remained silent, merely stating, our strength should be sufficient now. Let us release Raditz. There are certain pieces of information we can only acquire through him. Piccolo cast him a surprised glance, then transformed the previously concealed rice cooker. He lifted the seal, releasing a billow of green smoke. Suddenly, a robust figure burst forth, only to crash into the distance. It was none other than Raditz, still in the state of his shattered armor from that fateful day. Though 2 months had passed, his injuries had healed, and his combat prowess was fully restored. As he surveyed the altered surroundings, Raditz felt a refreshing aura engulf him, invigorating him like a rebirth. However, upon recognizing the figures around him, his expression twisted into a snarl. Kakarot and that little brat. Just the sight of them ignited a surge of fury within Raditz. A formidable energy radiated from his being. With a whoosh, a bright aura swirled like a tempest, its overwhelming pressure rampaging outward. Piccolo observed Raditz with a cold gaze. After 2 months of training, his strength had notably increased. While he may not yet match Raditz in raw power, the gap had significantly narrowed. Son Wukong stepped forward, placing himself directly in front of Raditz. You lot have truly incited my wrath. Raditz's pin-up rage erupted as he roared and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! It felt as though the very air was shattered by the force of his blow. A dreadful sound reverberated through the void, and a tremendous pressure bore down on Son Wukong. The terrifying power erupted, sending the earth behind him tumbling away. Yet, Son Wukong stood resolute, his expression grave. Bang! He caught Raditz's punch effortlessly with one hand, meeting his gaze with calmness. We spared you, according to our previous agreement. It is time for you to divulge the information regarding those 2 Saiyans. Witnessing his father effortlessly absorb Raditz's attack, Son Gohan discerned the outcome of the confrontation. It was evident that Raditz stood no chance against his father. This was not merely a matter of their respective combat abilities, but also their mental fortitude and martial mastery. It was well known that when he had previously defeated Piccolo, even Master Roshi had acknowledged that Wukong's martial prowess surpassed his own. Such a martial artist was beyond Raditz's comparison. Humph, do you think I would divulge anything to you? Raditz's face twisted into a grotesque grin as he mockingly declared, How dare you release me? You can only blame your own foolishness. I shall show you no mercy. Goku sighed softly and replied, in that case, I shall strike until you concede. Boom! Before Raditz could comprehend the situation, a powerful fist descended upon his visage. Chapter 17. Raditz relents and trains with Piccolo. A thunderous explosion echoed across the wilderness. A figure was sent hurtling through the air, countless trees snapping in succession until it collided with a distant mountain peak. A tremendous force erupted behind this figure, causing the rocks to cave in under immense pressure, forming a peculiar state akin to a rocky platform. At the center of this stony formation lay the extraterrestrial Raditz. Raditz's eyes burned crimson, blood trickling down his eyelids. He felt a buzzing in his head, momentarily disoriented. His mind a blank slate, stripped of the ability to think. As he dangled amid the rocky platform, a white light flickered in the distance, heralding the arrival of a man clad in an orange martial arts uniform. Goku stood before him, his figure dwarfed by the colossal rocky expanse. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, they would scarcely believe that this platform had been conjured by a single punch. A fierce wind swept across the rocky surface, lifting the belt of Goku's orange GI, enhancing his majestic presence. He gazed at Raditz embedded in the mountainside and remarked, "It seems your training has yielded splendid results. You can no longer defeat me." As Raditz plummeted under the force of gravity, his consciousness gradually returned. Yet within him stirred a sense of disbelief. How could this be? Kakarot was merely a lowly warrior. How could he possess such strength? Raditz's rear struck the ground as he muttered, "That punch must have been a fluke. A low-class warrior could never surpass a superior one like me." He quickly shook his head, unwilling to accept the reality unfolding before him. After all, the mindset regarding warriors among the Saiyans was deeply ingrained. In his heart, he believed Kakarot could never outshine him. Gazing at the figure hovering above him, Raditz was drenched in cold sweat. What now? Goku called down to Raditz. Can you now share information about your companions? Humph. Raditz wiped the blood from his mouth and coldly retorted, "That was merely a lucky hit. Do not let it inflate your ego. I shall make you understand that a brother is always a brother." He forcefully pressed down with his right foot, causing the ground beneath to rupture instantaneously. Raditz leveraged this power to propel himself swiftly into the sky. His momentum was formidable, and his speed was so astonishing that it defied description. Yet this time, Son Wukong remained remarkably composed. He merely turned his body slightly to evade the incoming punch. Raditz was taken aback, but this only fueled his resolve to attack with even greater ferocity. His strikes were like fleeting shadows, intricate and unpredictable in the expansive sky. Nonetheless, each of these blows was deftly dodged by Son Wukong in the most extraordinary manner. "I believe I have grasped your fighting style," Raditz thought, as his punches never found their mark. Instead, he heard the sound of movement perilously close. In the next moment, a violent pain surged through his abdomen, an unbearable sensation that rendered him completely devoid of control over his body. He staggered backward uncontrollably. Impossible! This cannot be. Raditz's eyes were bloodshot as he clutched his stomach, exclaiming, "He is clearly a lower-class warrior." The incredulity in his gaze was palpable as Son Wukong stood before him, a smile gracing his lips, clearly having gained the upper hand. "Enough, let us conclude this." Son Wukong suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, a tremendous pressure bearing down upon Raditz's spirit. In that moment, Raditz once again felt the looming threat of death. He saw flashes of gold before his eyes, as if he were gazing upon his deceased mother. The ground behind him trembled and collapsed with a resounding crash, sending countless stones tumbling down, followed by a rising cloud of dust. At that moment, Piccolo and Gohan had arrived in the vicinity. After undergoing preliminary training, Gohan had naturally acquired the ability to fly and followed Piccolo to this location, only to witness the astonishing scene of his father overpowering his uncle. It was exhilarating, as if witnessing a transformation. Piccolo, observing Wukong's current prowess, felt a similar astonishment. His own martial arts had reached a considerable level, allowing him to discern the marked evolution in Wukong's technique, as if he had been reborn. Gohan nodded in agreement. Having watched his father train over the past few days, he understood the arduous journey it entailed. This remarkable progress indicated a shift in his father's mindset. It seemed that Wukong was now on the path towards legendary status. A smile crept into Gohan's eyes, for he was aware that his father was continuously pushing beyond his limits. With his intrinsic yearning for peace, he had already met the conditions to become a Super Saiyan, if the timing were right. Thus, he could potentially become the legendary, strongest warrior. I wonder if I can accomplish this before him? Son Gohan gazed at his father in the distance, a spirit of rivalry kindling within him. As the son of Son Wukong, he harbored aspirations of surpassing himself, even wishing to compete with his father, not to determine a victor, but merely for the sake of comparison between Saiyans. While he pondered this, Raditz observed Son Wukong's fist and ultimately found himself persuaded, no longer daring to assume the role of the elder brother. The disparity in their powers was simply too vast. Son Wukong completely overwhelmed him. Under such circumstances, he felt compelled to comply. Consequently, Raditz divulged all the information he possessed. His two companions were none other than Nappa and Vegeta. Nappa's combat power exceeded 4,000, while Vegeta's soared to an astonishing 18,000. If they were to set out at that moment, they would likely arrive on Earth in 10 months' time. Upon hearing this news, Piccolo's eyes were filled with apprehension. Even for someone as formidable as he, thoughts of invincibility began to wane. In contrast, Son Wukong remained calm, his excitement palpable upon learning of Vegeta's power level. Raditz glanced at the exhilarated Son Wukong and remarked, "Kakarot, as your brother, I must caution you. Although I do not understand why, your combat power has surpassed mine. You are absolutely no match for Prince Vegeta. His strength is unparalleled, a height that no Saiyan has ever reached. I advise you to join me in yielding to Prince Vegeta. With your current power, you would certainly prove useful." Yet Son Wukong outright refused, turning to Piccolo and saying, "Piccolo, you heard that, right? Our opponent is exceedingly powerful. How about training with me and go on?" "All right," Piccolo responded without further hesitation. Having been left far behind by Son Wukong, as the Demon King, he had no intention of losing to anyone. Chapter 18. The Power of the Great Ape. Under Son Wukong's overwhelming strength, even the Saiyan Raditz chose to surrender temporarily. Thus, he became a sparring partner for Goku and Piccolo. However, given the current circumstances, it was impossible for him to train in the gravity chamber. After all, this unpredictable fellow could not be trusted. Time passed swiftly in their training. Son Gohan maintained his own rhythm, becoming a master of time management, dedicating half his day to training with his father and Piccolo and the other half to his studies. Nevertheless, even so, his strength steadily improved. Yet, this enhancement was subtle, largely unrecognized by those around him. Even Son Wukong and Piccolo could only perceive that Gohan had made significant progress. However, due to the absence of a genuine battle, they could not ascertain the exact extent of his enhancement. After all, Gohan had mastered the utilization of ki. If he wished to keep it concealed, even his father would be unable to detect the strength of his aura. As time passed, Piccolo's combat prowess also saw remarkable improvement. Under immense gravity, he was unlocking his potential, swiftly surpassing Raditz in strength. Following a particular skirmish, Raditz found himself rendered ineffective, his training tools proving futile. With Son Wukong and Piccolo's remarkable skills, they quickly deciphered his techniques. After each confrontation, Raditz bore the bruises of defeat, incredulous that those he deemed inferior could eclipse his power. How could the so-called training transcend racial and bloodline barriers? His confusion deepened, yet he began to entertain further thoughts. If his training could indeed enhance strength, he, too, wished to experience it. However, in this era, neither Piccolo nor Bulma would consent, for everyone understood that Raditz was unreliable until the Saiyans were decisively defeated. Thus, a sense of indignation brewed within Raditz. He gazed toward the gravity chamber with a cold smirk, thinking, "Revel in your superiority while you can. These lower-class warriors and inferior races can never surpass Prince Vegeta. Once he arrives, everything here will belong to us Saiyans." However, he dared not voice such sentiments, for Piccolo floated nearby, and his nephew was diligently training. He recognized Gohan's increased strength. Another blow to the head might very well prove fatal. Thus, Raditz could only glare at the distant gravity chamber. Suddenly, he looked skyward, his eyes lighting up. "No, I have not yet lost. This planet still has a moon. As long as I find a way to remove that brat's tail, the advantage remains on my side." Once Raditz ceased to pose a threat, Son Wukong and Piccolo embarked on even more intense training. It seemed as if they were engaged in a contest. Consequently, the gravity within the chamber escalated rapidly, from an initial 10 times, increasing to 20, 30, and now an astonishing 50 times. Such gravity was indeed formidable. A mere mortal would likely be crushed under its weight. Yet, the three of them gradually adapted, moving with increasing ease. Gohan, too, practiced his swordsmanship under this 50-fold gravity, experiencing substantial gains in his training. Even without relying on the talents bestowed by rebirth, the inherent enhancement is astonishingly formidable. After all, he is Son Gohan. At this moment, he is adorned in a crimson martial arts uniform of the Turtle School, wielding the sword gifted to him by Piccolo. After countless swings, Gohan felt a surge of inspiration, as if something extraordinary was unfolding. After swinging the sword countless times, the objective is achieved. The host is favored by fortune, triggering a tenfold critical hit. Personal potential and combat power increase by 1,000 points. The host is favored by fortune, mastering the power of the great ape in humanoid form. Sensing the fluctuation of information in his mind, Gohan sheathed his sword momentarily. He swiftly examined his gains, a look of joy naturally illuminating his face. The power of the humanoid great ape? A glimmer of clarity flashed in Gohan's eyes as he mused. Could this be a precursor to Super Saiyan 4, or akin to the new Broly? Contemplating the transformations of both, Gohan felt a subtle delight, for each transformation is immensely powerful, capable of propelling his strength to new heights. Thus, Gohan promptly embraced this newfound power, his tail quivering behind him. With a rush, primal energy surged through his body. Gohan's tail swayed, and his fur bristled in an upright position. Before him, a transformation unfolded, as if the roar of a great ape erupted from his very being. His muscles rapidly expanded, and in a fleeting moment, he harnessed that overwhelming power. Following this acceptance, the great ape's strength became a force he could command at will. Under normal circumstances, he could maintain his regular form. It was only in times of necessity that he would draw upon this power. Remarkably, he need not transform into a great ape to wield this strength. Instead, his muscles would undergo significant amplification akin to Broly's transformation. Gohan clenched his fists, feeling the tumultuous power within him, potent enough to obliterate an entire planet. Focusing his mind, Gohan prepared to assess his condition. This was his unique application of the gifts he had received. By concentrating, he could manifest a sort of panel summarizing his attributes. Name: Son Gohan. Age: 4. Combat power: 5, 417. Daily sword practice increases combat power by 910,000. Inherent training enhances power by 2,000. Physical strength: undeveloped. Super ability: undeveloped. Divine power: undeveloped. Martial arts school: Turtle School. Demon clan techniques: master transformation. Humanoid great ape power: enhanced physical attributes. Combat strength 10. The panel, though simple, displayed the majority of Gohan's information. Is my leisurely training outpacing even that of an external enhancement? As Son Wukong observed the remarkable increase in combat power, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. What is this? Am I training harder than any external assistance? He found the situation amusing. Nevertheless, the current level of power satisfied him. With his combat strength augmented by the transformation into a great ape, he had surpassed 50,000. Aside from Frieza and the Ginyu Force, he was capable of confronting any formidable adversary. Moreover, with 9 months remaining until the Saiyan invasion, he was confident in further enhancing his abilities. Gohan, what was that about just now? Son Wukong's voice interrupted Gohan's thoughts. It felt like you harnessed an incredibly wild power. Did you experience a surge of anger? Upon lifting his gaze, Gohan noticed the concerned expression on his father's face. He understood that his father had sensed the energy radiating from him. Thus, he smiled and offered an explanation, stating that he had merely wished to experience the sensation of anger to see if he could harness it. Chapter 19. The Sensation of Anger, Establishing a Martial Arts School. Upon hearing Gohan's reasoning, a contemplative look crossed Son Wukong's eyes. You wish to experience the feeling of anger? It's an intriguing notion, he remarked with a grin. If you truly manage to achieve that, you might even surpass your father. Gohan responded with a gentle smile, well aware that he had already eclipsed his father's strength. However, there was no need to boast about it. With hands on his hips, Son Wukong declared, perfect timing. Let us train today. I want to see your current attack techniques. All right. Gohan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. His combat power was now sufficient, yet he lacked experience, a shortcoming he was determined to address. After all, the future adversaries would be numerous and diverse, including many skilled combatants. To confront them, he needed to refine himself progressively. Here I come, Gohan. In an instant, Son Wukong's fist surged forward with astonishing speed. Just as the fist was about to connect with Gohan, he swiftly dodged and appeared behind Son Wukong. Striking down with both fists, Son Wukong's eyes widened in surprise. His reflexes were equally sharp. Just before the blow landed, he vanished and reappeared behind Gohan, executing a sweeping kick. Clearly, this was not their first encounter. The two moved at breakneck speeds, yet remained elusive to one another. Time seemed to blur as their fists collided in the void, propelled by 50 times the force of gravity. In that space, ripples radiated outward, and the surrounding shadows of punches scattered instantaneously, each participant employing their unique techniques. Son Gohan deliberately suppressed his combat power, maintaining a level comparable to that of his father. This endeavor was aimed at honing his skills, for in this world, technique is equally paramount. However, with Gohan's intentional reduction of his fighting prowess, it became evident that he struggled against Goku. Yet, he remained observant and engaged in learning, continuously grasping the profound essence of the Turtle School. At this moment, the techniques employed by his father transcended the mere Turtle School, embodying the culmination of earthly martial arts. During their rapid exchanges, both individuals not only enhanced their martial abilities, but also acclimatized to this power, their combat strength ascending with each passing moment. This notion of accumulating strength over time awaited the right opportunity for them to fully unleash their potential. In the Baozi Mountain, after a day of rigorous training, the Sun family returned with Raditz. Chi-Chi had prepared a meal, yet she still took the opportunity to test Gohan's academic progress. However, no question could stump him. Upon completion, Chi-Chi's face beamed with joy. She proudly grasped Gohan's hand, exclaiming, "Truly, Gohan, you are remarkable. None of these challenges could pose a difficulty for you. And your physique is now so robust, akin to that of a hippopotamus." Upon hearing his mother's praise, Gohan's expression darkened. Being likened to a hippopotamus felt rather peculiar. Kiki, however, remained unfazed, turning her attention to Goku and Raditz, quipping, "You must not be like your uncle, who can do nothing but fight at his age." Her continuous jabs left Raditz with a stormy countenance. His gaze was far from amiable, but upon meeting Goku's eyes, he begrudgingly held his tongue, for he realized he could not prevail against his brother. Moreover, Chi-Chi cast a reproachful glance at Goku, lamenting, "All these years, you have never concerned yourself with earning a living, leaving everything for me to manage. Look at how our family has turned out." She sighed softly, merely expressing her frustrations with her current circumstances. As the wife of Son Goku, she steadfastly believed in her husband. After all, he was the strongest. Gohan gazed intently at his mother's features, noticing the subtle signs of aging that stirred his heart. Over the years, the family's expenses had relied heavily on his father's initial winnings. However, those resources had now been depleted, and the entirety of their household depended solely on his mother. Kiki's tireless efforts. In the present day, his mother, despite being in her prime, appeared aged compared to Bulma. Witnessing this stirred an inexplicable pang of sorrow within him. After all, even if he were to regain his memories, he had always focused solely on becoming stronger, never contemplating a transformation in their family life. As he pondered these thoughts, he was already pulled to the dining table by Chi-Chi. Wow, Chi-Chi's cooking is truly delightful. Goku, retaining his innocent demeanor, took a seat and began to eat with a look of pure happiness in his eyes. Raditz, too, wasted no time in devouring his meal. For Saiyans are known for their hearty appetites. This scenario appeared somewhat daunting. Gohan glanced at the others dining nearby, and then at his smiling mother, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Perhaps his father could be deemed worthy of the entire universe, but he certainly fell short in his duties as a husband to his mother. With a clear conscience and devoid of desires beyond combat, he had never considered the need to earn money. His mother, though fierce in demeanor, never pressured him to do anything. Gohan gently shook his head, setting aside his myriad thoughts momentarily. He quickly began to contemplate ways to improve their living situation. "Mother," he turned to Chi-Chi with a smile, "Father possesses tremendous strength. If you were to open a martial arts school, many might wish to learn from him, and perhaps our family's circumstances could improve." A martial arts school? Goku, with his cheeks full, looked on in confusion, while Chi-Chi appeared to be deep in thought, genuinely considering the idea. Observing her contemplation, Gohan continued, "Father enjoys training and strives to grow stronger. It is in his nature. Moreover, as you mentioned, Mother, his prowess is unparalleled. If he truly opened a school, many would likely pay to learn from him. This way, he could continue to train and also contribute to our household income. Wouldn't that be feasible?" Upon hearing Gohan's reasoning, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. She too saw the practicality of this approach, deeming it a threefold benefit. "Gohan, you are indeed clever," Chi-Chi exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. "Your father is the strongest warrior in the world. If he opens a martial arts school, countless individuals will undoubtedly come to seek his guidance." Just imagine our family as she envisioned this, A glimmer of aspiration flickered in her eyes. Such a mundane notion. Raditz chimed in, disdainfully chewing on a piece of meat, for he had never regarded Earth's civilization with any seriousness. Chapter 20. The Night of the Full Moon. Raditz, I am capable once more. Just then, under Goku's astonished gaze, Chi-Chi had already resolved to establish the martial arts school, not merely as a means of supplementing their income, but also to showcase her husband Goku's formidable abilities. Over the years, although she often expressed her grievances towards her partner, she never harbored any regrets. Chi-Chi steadfastly believed in the choices she had made. However, such decisions occasionally warranted a display for the world to behold. Thus, she swiftly set about preparations, instructing Wukong and the others to wash the dishes. Son Wukong felt a twinge of headache. Despite his formidable strength, he had never taught a disciple and, with a naturally laid-back disposition, preferred to indulge in idleness during training. Father, Son Gohan said softly, observing his father's demeanor, surely you do not wish for mother to toil so diligently every day. Besides, these tasks are not particularly arduous, and you might even gain further insights into martial arts. Upon hearing his son's words, Son Wukong pondered deeply. He nodded earnestly and declared, if that is the case, perhaps we should open a martial arts school, although I am uncertain whether it will be profitable. I say, Raditz interjected, casually picking his teeth, if you accompany me. I know of a splendid planet. If we conquer it, we shall earn a substantial fortune, and soon we will be regarded as affluent across the universe. Even now, he still entertained the notion of persuading the Sun family to join him in seizing that planet. Nevertheless, his temperament had improved significantly, as he no longer spoke with arrogance nor contemplated the destruction of Earth. Son Wukong had no intention of heeding Raditz's words, having received teachings from the celestial beings. He would never entertain such actions. Subsequently, he directed Raditz to assist in the kitchen with the dishwashing. What? Raditz's expression shifted slightly as he pointed to himself, incredulous. I'm a high-ranking Saiyan warrior, a notable entity in this universe, and you expect me to wash dishes? Son Wukong gathered the dishes together, his gaze tranquil yet imbued with a smile as he looked at Raditz. Son Gohan also directed his attention towards Raditz and remarked, Uncle, you surely do not wish to endure consecutive training sessions with Father and Uncle Piccolo tomorrow. These words caused Raditz to shudder slightly, a chill seeming to rise from his very core. His lips twitched, but ultimately he followed the Sun family into the kitchen to wash the dishes. For the rigorous training sessions with Piccolo and Son Wukong had left him thoroughly exhausted. As the night deepened, the moon above shone resplendently, casting a silvery sheen upon the earth, reminiscent of frost. This evening marked the full moon, rendering the scene almost as luminous as day. In truth, the moon had been damaged previously, but it was the celestial beings who restored it, thus bestowing upon the world the brilliant moon it now enjoyed. At this moment, Raditz had stealthily approached the vicinity of Baozi Mountain. Ah, today's moon is quite splendid. Raditz, under the glow of the moonlight, retreated into the distance, coldly remarking, though that Earth woman is rather mundane, she has at least given birth to a son of some strength. For now, I shall spare his life. It seemed that the influences of Bardock and Jine had somewhat softened Raditz, albeit slightly. He charged forth, exclaiming, Haha, I am on the verge of becoming the strongest being in this realm. Abruptly, as he surged ahead, he turned around, a triumphant smile gracing his face, Kakarot. You must regret having removed your tail. This victory is mine. As his gaze fell upon the moon, a colossal ape seemed to leap forth from the depths of his pupils. Thud, thud, thud. With each glance at the moon, Raditz's tail swayed vigorously behind him, and the resounding beat of his heart filled the night sky. Beneath the moonlight, Raditz's form visibly elongated, his skin transforming as his entire visage morphed into that of a giant ape. The distant mountains trembled under the might of his transformation, and his silhouette appeared overwhelmingly massive in the silvery light. The black-furred giant ape emerged, adorned in Raditz's battle armor. Ha ha, this is the full extent of my power, Raditz proclaimed, striking his chest with his fist, his voice echoing through the heavens. This is the strength of an elite warrior, Kakarot. Bow before your brother. His thunderous roar reverberated across the mountains and valleys, sending birds and beasts scattering in all directions. Even the dominant dinosaurs fled in haste, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the giant ape's presence. Raditz, now transformed, paid little heed to the chaos around him, his form flickering until he stood before Goku's humble abode. Mischief glimmered in the eyes of the giant ape. Nearby, as he floated amidst the trees. Piccolo suddenly felt a tremor coursing through him. He landed gracefully on the ground. A flurry of birds surged past, their flight ignited by Raditz's aura. Is this Raditz's power? Piccolo pondered, confusion etched upon his face. But this energy is unprecedentedly immense. What has transpired? Has he been concealing his strength all along? In that moment, a sense of regret washed over Piccolo. He cast his gaze toward the horizon, muttering with bitterness, I should never have heeded Goku's advice. As he spoke, he was already levitating in midair. A brilliant aura ignited around him as he swiftly darted into the distance. Within the confines of the Sun household, the instant Raditz transformed into the giant ape, Gohan sensed the shift, while Goku froze in place. Although he remained unaware of the Saiyan ability to transform into a giant ape, the atmosphere had undeniably changed. However, one could distinctly sense the immense surge of Raditz's aura, a force so formidable that it seemed to surpass even his current state. A look of perplexity crossed his face. Meanwhile, Kiki remained oblivious, preoccupied with contemplating the establishment of a martial arts school and the financial requirements for such an endeavor. Just then, an echoing roar from Raditz resonated from outside, as if he were reveling in his newfound power. With a sigh of resignation, Son Goku shook his head. He donned his attire once more and remarked, It appears he has acquired new strength. He had been somewhat reticent in his earlier statements. What a despicable fellow. Son Gohan began to grasp the unfolding situation. It was the night of the full moon, and Raditz likely believed he could transform into a great ape. Yet, Gohan felt no apprehension regarding any potential retaliation. He understood, well, the significant drawbacks of the great ape transformation. Whether obliterating the moon or severing the tail, both actions could curtail the great ape's duration. And accomplishing these tasks was exceedingly simple for him now. In fact, he need not even intervene, as his father and Piccolo could easily manage it. Thus, at that moment, Gohan could vividly envision Raditz being soundly defeated. Chapter 21. The transformation into a great ape. Son Goku's realization, the moonlight shone brilliantly, illuminating the Baozi mountain as if it were daytime. In the distance, a towering figure stood. Raditz transformed into a great ape. His countenance was fierce, yet it bore an expression of triumph, seemingly quite pleased with his current combat prowess. As he awaited, Son Goku and Gohan emerged slowly from their home, both gazing toward the distant great ape. At that moment, Gohan deliberately avoided the moonlight. Although he had mastered the power of the great ape in human form, he was reluctant to undergo an involuntary transformation, especially at home. Should he transform, he would undoubtedly face his mother-esque scorn. Son Goku looked on at the great ape with astonishment, his face reflecting exaggerated surprise as he exclaimed, It's true. A great ape appears on the night of the full moon. No wonder my grandfather warned me against venturing out tonight. Gohan glanced at his father in surprise, realizing that Goku was still unaware of the Saiyan transformation into a great ape. Everyone had deliberately concealed this from him, wishing to preserve his innocence. However, today it seemed inevitable that he would learn the truth. The dark figure of the great ape in the distance even struck a pose, crossing its arms. He looked at Son Wukong with an air of arrogance and proclaimed, Kakarot, you should regret the loss of your tail. I advise you to obediently listen to me and join the ranks of the Saiyans, thus becoming a true Saiyan warrior. Amidst the roars of the great ape, the voice of Raditz resonated. Son Gohan was not surprised, yet confusion lingered in Son Wukong's eyes. Raditz, my elder brother? He inquired with a puzzled expression. I never imagined you would still transform into the monstrous great ape on a full moon night. The great ape Raditz stood there bewildered, his earlier arrogance stifled by Wukong's words. Kakarot, what are you talking about? Raditz bellowed, his eyes reflecting irritation. This is precisely our true form as Saiyans. Did I not mention before that the full moon night is an excellent opportunity for us to showcase our might? Upon hearing Raditz's words, Son Wukong seemed to grasp something elusive. His brows furrowed as he coldly questioned, This is our true form as Saiyans? What exactly are you implying? Raditz, now somewhat displeased, retorted, You foolish brother, have you forgotten the essence of our Saiyan nature? It is no wonder, considering your tail has been severed, stripping you of the pride of being a Saiyan. Allow me to enlighten you about the grave mistake you have made. Son Wukong's expression turned serious, while Son Gohan remained composed, gazing at the sky. With his back turned to the distant moon, he remained unaffected by the transformation. He was keen to observe just how proud this uncle would become. We Saiyans are a warrior race, endowed with innate advantages. Raditz continued, his eyes gleaming with pride. By exposing ourselves to the corresponding rays of the blood wave, we can transform into great apes. In this state, our battle power can increase tenfold, meaning my current power exceeds 10,000. He paused deliberately, seemingly eager to relish the astonishment on the faces of Wukong and Gohan. However, to his disappointment, their expressions remained unchanged, leaving him feeling somewhat let down as no one appreciated his revelation. Yet, on the other hand, Son Wukong suddenly felt a profound clarity wash over him. As he absorbed Raditz's explanation of the great ape transformation, he began to piece together many truths. The legends of the juvenile great ape, the cause of his grandfather's demise, and the destruction wrought by the great ape. The true instigator of all these calamities was, in fact, himself. As these thoughts surged through his mind, he felt as if struck by lightning. A Saiyan capable of transforming into a great ape with tenfold battle power? In the distance, a white cloak billowed as Piccolo stepped forward and remarked, "If that is the case, then Gohan should also be able to achieve this transformation. Do you truly believe you can defeat him if he becomes a great ape?" Raditz instinctively cast a glance at Gohan, feeling a surge of unease within him. Nevertheless, he forced himself to utter, "I advise you to abandon such thoughts. He has not undergone our rigorous training. Thus, should he transform into a great ape, he would wreak havoc without a shred of awareness, and you would all perish." His words were not mere exaggeration. He was acutely aware of the consequences of a Saiyan's transformation into a great ape. Without the experience of the training from his youth, such a transformation would lead to a loss of consciousness, rendering him a savage beast driven solely by bloodlust. If Gohan were to undergo such a transformation at this moment, it would pose the gravest danger. Hence, he felt compelled to bring down the distant moon, hoping to prevent Gohan from becoming a great ape, thus retaining the advantage for himself. Piccolo's eyes glimmered with understanding. Raditz, cracking his knuckles, sneered, "That so-called demon tribe has caused me great suffering in the past. Now it is time to settle the score." A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. As the son of Jain, he possessed a modicum of conscience, albeit not much. He might spare his brother in certain circumstances, yet this self-proclaimed demon was firmly placed on his list of targets. In an instant, the great ape surged forth, its colossal form conjuring a tempestuous wind. The entire wilderness trembled, the ground seeming to quiver incessantly. The figure moved with an unprecedented swiftness, starkly contrasting with Raditz's usual demeanor. So fast. Though Piccolo felt a twinge of astonishment, fear was not in his heart. After all, he had gradually acclimatized to 50 times the normal gravity. While this had yet to translate into combat prowess, his perceptive abilities and speed had far surpassed his former self. He swiftly retreated, the figure darting like lightning. Raditz's attack struck nothing but air, the tremendous force shattering the earth beneath. The forest below fractured, and the surrounding land sank under the impact. Piccolo maneuvered to Raditz's rear, smirking as he declared, "Even if you transform into a great ape, it matters not. Such tactics are futile against me, the great demon king." As Piccolo engaged in combat with Raditz, Gohan observed his father. Ever since he learned that Saiyans could transform into great apes, his father's behavior had been peculiar, causing Gohan to worry. It dawned on him that he had been the cause of many troubles in the past. Suddenly, Goku raised his head, his expression grave as he said, "It seems I have committed many wrongs without realizing it. Grandfather, Bulma, Master Roshi, Krillin, thank you all for your unwavering support." The silhouette of Son Wukong gradually ascended, and he spoke softly, "I have indeed committed grave mistakes in the past, grandfather. Once I depart from this world, I shall seek your forgiveness. However, for now, Chapter 22, the moon's second demise. In the night sky, Son Wukong's figure floated serenely in midair. It appeared that he was not affected by the despondency surrounding him. Even upon learning the truth about the giant ape, he remained composed. This was due to a transformation in his mindset. Past events might evoke emotion, yet they would not sway Son Wukong's present actions. With a resounding whoosh, "A brillant aura blazed fiercely." Son Wukong's figure swiftly soared into the night sky, his target set on the distant Raditz. Upon witnessing his father's swift resurgence, Son Gohan's eyes reflected a sense of relief. It seemed that his father's attitude remained remarkably positive. Son Gohan flottait gently, murmuring, "Now would be the perfect time for me to learn how my uncle ought to conduct himself. Perhaps I won't even need to intervene." His gaze drifted towards the night sky, where he observed his father and Uncle Piccolo deftly evading attacks. Having undergone training under 50 times the normal gravity, their speed had reached its zenith, a velocity far beyond Raditz's capability to match. Son Gohan hovered in midair, his clear eyes mirroring the traces of battle. With his keen perception, he discerned the underlying truths. In his giant ape form, Raditz's power did indeed overshadow that of the two, yet his combat skills were lamentably lacking. Consequently, no matter how furious Raditz became, he could not land a blow on them. In this predicament, Raditz's fury escalated. He roared repeatedly, desperate to alter his current circumstances. After all, he possessed a battle power of 15,000. How could he possibly be thwarted by two with merely a few thousand? Such a notion was utterly absurd. As the battle wore on, a chill crept up Raditz's spine. Deep down, he understood that should he lose to his opponents this time, another brutal beating awaited him, or perhaps an ordeal from which no beating would suffice to remedy. Contemplating such dismal possibilities, his eyes brimmed with wrath. He had no desire to endure further punishment from these adversaries. He was a proud elite warrior. Kakarot and Piccolo. Raditz was struck once more by a ki blast. Bellowing in rage, "You have truly provoked my ire. I will show you what it means to be a true warrior race." With a thunderous roar, an immense gust of energy erupted, transforming into a fierce wind that wildly spread in all directions. The ground around the giant ape fractured rapidly, and countless trees were uprooted. Merely the unleashed aura forced Son Wukong and Piccolo to retreat, compelling them to defend themselves. What a formidable presence! Piccolo's face was etched with tension as he coldly remarked, "I never imagined that Saiyans possessed such capabilities. If those two Saiyans were to attain this form as well." His voice trailed off, clearly apprehensive about the potential consequences that might follow. Goku nodded gently, intertwining his fingers as he replied, "Indeed, while this transformation has its drawbacks, the power it bestows is undeniably beyond our expectations." Piccolo, perceptive as ever, recognized the disadvantages. The enormity of the great ape's form would render mobility cumbersome. However, this concern was only pertinent when the combat powers were relatively comparable. Should there be a significant disparity in strength, the so-called drawbacks would be rendered moot. For instance, if Prince Vegeta, with a battle power of 18,000, were to transform into a great ape, they would likely stand no chance of resistance. This moon cannot remain. Piccolo swiftly resolved, retreating in the direction of the wind's pressure. "Goku, I entrust you with the task of restraining that foe." With that, Piccolo dashed away into the distance, leaving Goku to confront Raditz alone. Raditz, now fully unleashed, disregarded the surrounding terrain in his pursuit of dominance. Just as he prepared to showcase his strength, he noticed the green-skinned Piccolo had fled. It seems Earthlings possess only this much courage. Raditz scoffed at Piccolo's retreat, coldly stating, "Kakarot, look, your ally has abandoned you. Now, let your brother teach you a lesson." He surged forward, evidently intent on defeating Goku first. Unfazed, Goku assumed a fighting stance, declaring, "I recall awakening in the castle of the culinary mishmash without a tail. You mentioned I no longer have a tail, which suggests that without it, I cannot transform into a great ape, correct?" In that instant, as the final word left his lips, his figure vanished, leaving behind an array of afterimages. Raditz, upon hearing Goku's speculation, remained unfazed, instead accelerating his assault. The sheer swiftness of his movements sent trees and stones soaring into the air, transforming the forest into a tempest of debris. Meanwhile, Gohan stood guard near his home. As the dust storm approached, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. With a sudden eruption of formidable energy, it was as if countless threads connected, forming a protective web over the area. Consequently, the debris that had blown toward Gohan momentarily halted before losing momentum and descending to the ground. Gohan's expression remained unchanged as he focused intently on the battle unfolding not far away, poised to intervene. After all, his uncle needed to be taught a lesson today. In a moment, he would deliver a headbutt to make him aware of the fate that awaits a traitor. However, for now, he wished to observe his father's battle. In the distance, Son Wukong swiftly maneuvered around Raditz, unleashing a continuous barrage of energy blasts. Yet, due to the vast disparity in power, even breaking through Raditz's defenses proved arduous. Fortunately, he had fully discerned Raditz's attack patterns. Thus, while victory was beyond reach, entangling Raditz for a brief period remained feasible. Special beam cannon. Piccolo's voice suddenly resonated from afar. A blinding light erupted instantaneously, soaring straight toward the moon. Raditz also took note of the unfolding scene, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Should the moon be obliterated, he would be the unfortunate one, for without the transformation into a great ape, he would be mercilessly defeated by his opponent. Stop! An urgent glint appeared in Raditz's eyes as he expelled a ki blast, attempting to thwart Piccolo's actions. However, he failed to realize that Sun Wukong had seized the opportunity. Almost simultaneously, a fierce light ignited in Gohan's eyes. He pivoted and soared toward the ki blast, his muscles swelling rapidly. With a resounding roar, a wild aura erupted in that instant. Gohan transformed into a humanoid great ape, his overwhelming battle power momentarily eclipsing the night sky. He collided forcefully with the cannon, dissipating it merely through the force of his own presence. Without losing momentum, he charged directly toward Raditz's abdomen. Chapter 23. Raditz faces a brutal assault. Boom! The tranquil night sky resonated with a thunderous roar. An overwhelming force consumed the moon at that moment. A violent explosion erupted, engulfing the moon in searing flames. The distant explosion spread, its colossal sound reverberating across the earth. Such a spectacle was unprecedented for everyone present. Piccolo turned his back to the explosion, his gaze shifting to Gohan. Seeing Gohan shield him from the ki blast, he muttered, "Mind your own business." Yet, a subtle smile betrayed his true feelings. He evidently relished this display of concern. However, worries soon crept in. The destructive power of Raditz's ki blast was formidable, even for Gohan. Then he witnessed Gohan break through the ki blast, which was reputed to possess a power level of 15,000, transforming into a cascade of shattered light. Gohan pressed on, his diminutive frame relentlessly surging toward Raditz's abdomen. Boom! A blinding white light illuminated the starry sky. Under Piccolo's watchful gaze, Gohan's small figure collided with the great ape. Compared to the colossal ape Raditz, Gohan's still juvenile physique seemed rather inconsequential. However, when that diminutive form collided with the giant's body, an enormous sound erupted. The tremendous impact propelled Raditz's form through the air. At that moment, Goku suddenly tore through the air with his right hand, unleashing a brilliant radiance. The pure, luminous light coalesced rapidly into the shape of a sword, severing Raditz's tail with precision. "What this?" Raditz's voice faltered abruptly, as excruciating pain coursed through his entire being, rendering him speechless. With a thunderous crash, his body plummeted backward, rapidly shrinking as he reverted to his original state. His descent was akin to a meteor streaking through the sky. Finally, he landed heavily on the ground, creating a thick cloud of smoke that obscured everything around him. Meanwhile, Gohan hovered in the air, having conveyed his strength, allowing his uncle to relish the moment alone. After the collision, he had returned to his normal form, standing suspended in the air while observing the distant smoke. Where the fireworks of the exploded moon continued to bloom, he could see below that his uncle was now in the deep pit, surrounded by a terrifying mushroom cloud of smoke above him. Umph! A familiar cold snort from Piccolo resonated nearby. He stood beside Gohan, arms crossed, remarking, "Though Goku is formidable, he hardly teaches others, especially not his own son. What kind of technique is it to simply charge with your head?" Piccolo's voice was sharp, yet his concern for Gohan was evident. Meanwhile, Goku scratched his head, casting a somewhat melancholic glance at Gohan. Although he had not explicitly instructed Gohan in the art of combat, he had imparted the principles of the Turtle School. Logically, Gohan should have grasped the essence himself. Who would have anticipated that Gohan would resort to another headbutt? Why is this child so enamored with such a move? They were always cautioned to protect their heads during battles. Such a technique should only be employed in dire circumstances. Just as Goku was about to speak, he noticed Piccolo had already soared ahead, standing at the edge of the deep pit. The distant smoke swirled, causing Piccolo's white cape to billow dramatically. In this state, Piccolo indeed appeared quite impressive. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, he leapt into the depths of the pit. Within the pit, Raditz gazed vacantly at the encroaching smoke, feeling as though his life had descended into desolation. I, a proud Saiyan elite warrior, had been reduced to such a state. His body had completely collapsed, blood and saliva continuously oozing from his mouth, as if he had lost all control over his own form. The pain in his loins was indescribable. In that moment, he lay helplessly in the pit, devoid of any strength to resist the two assailants. Even if he had the will to fight back with his current power, it would be futile. As he lamented his tragic fate, a sudden weight pressed down on his chest, as if something had trampled him. What superior warriors! They merely indulged in such trivial antics. Piccolo leaned down, grasping Raditz by the neck, and remarked, "It seems you have grown too comfortable these days hiding such tactics. I say you deserve to be eradicated." Upon hearing the threat of death, a flicker of fear ignited in Raditz's eyes. Though he had seemingly resigned himself to despair, the instinct for survival stirred his emotions. His voice rang out, sounding surprisingly vigorous. Piccolo tightened his grip on Raditz's throat as he slowly ascended, declaring, "This presents a splendid opportunity for me. The great Demon King Piccolo to hone my skills. Let us see what a Saiyan elite is capable of." A mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, outside, Goku and Gohan sensed the shift in the atmosphere. "Gohan, let us head back to sleep," Goku remarked, already aware of the impending events. He took Gohan by the hand and continued, "Besides, your technique was improper this time. When battling others, you must strive to use the most resilient parts of your body against the enemy." He led Gohan away, no longer concerning himself with his brother's fate. Gohan turned to listen intently. As for his uncle Piccolo, he would always make him face the reality of the situation. Having transformed into a great ape, he still harbored thoughts of fiercely attacking Piccolo and his father. Yet he knew such actions would come at a price. Thus that night, in the valleys northwest of the Puffball Mountain, anguished cries echoed throughout the night, startling every bird and beast in the vicinity. When Gohan awoke, he was met with an unusual silence, devoid of birdsong. Upon rising, he noticed his mother diligently jotting down notes, calculating something. Approaching her, he soon realized she was planning to establish a martial arts dojo. Gohan understood the situation well, as their lives had been exceedingly hard. With his father neglecting responsibilities, the burden of household expenses and his upbringing rested solely on his mother's shoulders. Now that an opportunity for change had finally arisen, she was determined to seize it. In light of these matters, Gohan could only offer suggestions to the best of his ability. He was in the process of discovering the world and contemplating more strategies. After their meal, Gohan and Goku prepared to continue their journey to West City. The run and flight along the way also served as training. Just as they stepped out of Puffball Mountain, they beheld a visage resembling that of a pig's head. Were it not for the armor adorning the figure, one might never have recognized it as Raditz. Gohan's lips twitched slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated that his uncle would suffer to such an extent. Nonetheless, Uncle Piccolo had shown restraint, sparing his life at the very least. Following this confrontation, it was likely that his uncle would no longer dare to wreak havoc. The next course of action would be diligent training and preparation for the arrival of Vegeta and his companions. Logically, all should proceed smoothly. Yet, an unsettling premonition lingered in his mind. Chapter 24. The opening of the martial arts school, a glimpse of talent. Goku observed Raditz from a distance, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding situation. Raditz had clearly endured a severe beating, his body swollen and his complexion pale, akin to a lifeless fish bereft of dreams. Even upon catching sight of Gohan and the others, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Gohan had not expected Raditz to be reduced to such a state, but he could only conclude that it was well-deserved. "Raditz?" Goku exclaimed, equally astonished at the sight before him. Raditz's eyelids fluttered slightly, yet his countenance remained one of despair. "Humph," Piccolo remarked, arms crossed. "In my opinion, he ought to be eliminated outright. However, if you insist on adhering to this tedious notion of familial ties, we shall keep him alive for the time being. After all, a year from now." At this juncture, his gaze lingered momentarily on Gohan, revealing a flicker of internal conflict. Throughout these past days, Gohan's genuine concern had begun to warm his heart. The decision to spare the treacherous Raditz was influenced by the fact that he was Gohan's uncle. Yet, the thought of facing him as an adversary in the future stirred an inexplicable aversion within Piccolo. As a warrior of the demon race, such sentiments were unbecoming. TCH. Piccolo dismissed the troubling thoughts with a turn of his head. A noble demon required no companions. Raditz was but a minor episode in their grand narrative. After all, his allegiance was to Goku, and he would not significantly alter the overarching scheme. They had to continue striving towards greater ambitions. With a battle power of 18,000 weighing heavily upon them, both Goku and Piccolo exerted every effort to grow stronger. They possessed their own pride and were unwilling to entrust their fates to others. Meanwhile, Gohan immersed himself in his studies. Though his body had yet to reach its full potential, and he had not entered a phase of explosive growth in combat power, his swordsmanship talents propelled his strength beyond that of his father. However, he had always preferred discretion, never revealing his full capabilities to his father or Uncle Piccolo. His academic pursuits remained unneglected as well. During Bulma's personal tutoring session, she learned through their conversation that Goku intended to open a martial arts school. What? Goku is opening a martial arts school? Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at Gohan, struggling to comprehend such a notion. It was well known that she regarded Goku as a dependable younger brother, yet he also seemed perpetually childlike. The idea of him establishing a martial arts academy to disseminate the profound principles of combat was quite jarring for her. While she acknowledged his undeniable capability, reflecting on his past demeanor left her momentarily bewildered. Upon seeing Gohan nod, Bulma's mind momentarily froze, but soon a smile graced her face as she remarked, "Although it's hard to envision, this endeavor seems quite fitting for Goku. By the way, how are your preparations coming along? Do you need any assistance?" Gohan scratched his head and briefly shared the situation at home. Bulma listened attentively, her mind engaged in contemplation. He still seemed to be the same as ever. Amused, Bulma affectionately ruffled his hair and said, "You've even made your mother cry. How about this? I'll take charge of opening the martial arts school. I'm curious to see how Goku will fare as a teacher." Her interest was suddenly piqued, her eyes sparkling with joy. Gohan was somewhat taken aback. He understood that his father shared a strong bond with Bulma, yet he did not expect her willingness to assist in such matters. In his world, no matter how close the relationship, financial discussions were strictly taboo, as they could lead to severe discord. Noticing Gohan's surprise, Bulma continued, "Don't look at me like that. Your father has protected this world countless times. The existence of West City is largely due to his efforts. So consider this our small way of giving back." Her words enveloped Gohan in warmth. Despite Bulma's intelligence, she lacked the cunning he had encountered in his previous life, instead radiating an indescribable warmth that soothed his heart. At that moment, Bulma began preparations to help Goku establish the martial arts school. Being the wealthiest person in the world, accomplishing this task was certainly within her means. Observing her busy demeanor filled Gohan with a sense of warmth. This world felt so pure. Apart from Raditz, everyone he encountered exuded kindness, allowing him to appreciate the beauty of existence. It was for this very reason that he yearned to grow stronger, to protect all that this world encompassed. Regardless of the timeline, he vowed never to let this world descend into despair. After a period of preparation, the Sun Family Martial Arts School was finally established near Baozi Mountain. As the martial arts dojo was established, Bulma's Capsule Corporation launched an extensive promotional campaign. The advertisements proclaimed the extraordinary prowess of Sun Wukong, the direct descendant of the Turtle School, champion of the world's greatest martial arts tournament, and the mightiest warrior on Earth. Each of these titles resonated with remarkable significance, leaving many in disbelief, yet they were indeed true. Under such fervent promotion, numerous individuals yearning for martial arts flocked to seek guidance. At the entrance of the Sun Family Dojo, many young aspirants from all directions gathered. Despite the advances of modern technology, a fervent desire for martial arts still thrived among them. They longed for strength, and the advertisements claiming Sun Wukong as the strongest on Earth drew them in, eager to witness his might firsthand. "Mr. Wukong, it is said that you're the greatest master in the world. Could you perhaps demonstrate your strength? Is it true that one can truly fly through martial arts, Mr. Wukong? You don't seem particularly robust. Are you really the strongest in the world? Why not show us a glimpse of your power?" Various inquiries and discussions buzzed around. Standing nearby, Piccolo felt an overwhelming annoyance. Why must it be said that Sun Wukong is the strongest in the world? Did the great Demon King not deserve recognition? Raditz, arms crossed, stood aloof, gazing down at the humans with an air of superiority. "A bunch of fools. You have never witnessed true power." Just as Sun Wukong was about to clarify, Raditz stepped forward with an air of arrogance. Suddenly, all noise ceased, and the crowd's gaze shifted toward Raditz. Their eyes filled with confusion as they pondered his intentions. Not far off, Son Gohan raised his head with a hint of amusement. Ever since being bested by Uncle Piccolo, his uncle had been quiet for quite some time. It seemed he was regaining his spirit. "Let me show you what the strength of a warrior nation truly entails." Raditz's aura flared with a brilliant white light, the wind tousling his long hair. He swiftly raised his right hand and gestured towards the distant mountains. A purple light coalesced into a projectile, rapidly hurtling towards the distant terrain. Chapter 25, Master of Martial Arts, Sun Wukong. At the Sun Family Dojo, under the gaze of all present, the energy wave unleashed by Raditz struck the distant mountains. A thunderous roar erupted moments later, shattering the silence. Fiery flames spread through the distant woods, sending countless birds into a frenzied flight, colliding chaotically as they sought escape. A cacophony of mixed sounds followed in quick succession from that epicenter, while a powerful gust of air radiated outward. With a whoosh, the fierce wind swept back towards the vicinity of the Sun Family Dojo, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. They gazed in disbelief at the explosion that erupted in the distance, yet felt a dryness in their throats, for it was entirely beyond the realm of human capability. They had aspired to learn the art of battling 10 opponents single-handedly, yet Raditz's display was an exaggerated spectacle. With a single hand, he obliterated a small mountain. Was such a feat truly within the capacity of humanity? A sense of existential doubt enveloped them, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Bulma regarded Raditz from afar, somewhat at a loss for words. While such a demonstration undeniably showcased his prowess, it simultaneously drew the attention of the majority of the world's populace. This development was not necessarily a boon. Observing everything was Gohan, who, though aware of the repercussions of revealing one's strength, remained unperturbed. All of this was, after all, part of his grand design. What if others became aware of their extraordinary capabilities? Under the aegis of absolute power, they had no reason to fear. It was this planet that required their guardianship, not the other way around. The searing waves of heat reverberated before the dojo, awakening them from their stupor. They beheld the utterly annihilated mountain in the distance, swallowing hard as they cast apprehensive glances at Raditz. Though they did not know his identity, the terrifying power he exhibited instilled a profound fear within them. Such formidable strength, could it be real, or merely an illusion? Could human power truly reach such heights? I refuse to believe it. I simply cannot accept it. Master, are you also here at the Sun Family Dojo? I wish to become your disciple. Following a brief moment of shock, a cacophony of voices erupted. Those who had initially contemplated enrolling were now filled with fervor. They even began to express goodwill towards Raditz. Though unfamiliar with him, they felt that aligning themselves with someone who had demonstrated such might could only lead to positive outcomes. Many approached Raditz, bowing in respect as disciples. Yet amidst the crowd, a minority remained skeptical of the earlier explosion. The scene had been so striking that many found it hard to accept. They suspected it was a mere spectacle, a prearranged act between the Capsule Corporation and this individual. The radiant light was an illusion, and the distant explosions were orchestrated with pre-prepared explosives. Only this would account for the continuous detonations in the distance. After all, we live in a scientific age. How could human strength possibly achieve such feats? Thus, the clamor divided into two factions, one eager to become disciples, and the other probing the veracity of the spectacle. Observing the multitude kneeling before him, Raditz naturally felt a surge of triumph. It seems that the relentless trials endured in recent days may finally lead to a turning point. Aspiring to be my disciple, Raditz, is not so easily attained. Raditz stood with his arms crossed, regaining that haughty demeanor. To the onlookers, this was precisely the bearing one would expect from a true master. Consequently, the crowd became increasingly earnest in their intentions. Chi-Chi observed as individuals sought to approach Raditz for guidance. She contemplated interjecting, but quickly recalled that he was, after all, Goku's elder brother. Thus, she chose to remain silent. After all, Raditz had been indulging in free food and drink daily. It was high time he earned some income. Goku, scratching his head, found the situation somewhat unexpected. He was at a loss for words. Below, chaos had already erupted, all stemming from Raditz's actions. Fortunately, this chaos reflected positively on the martial arts school, so they refrained from immediate intervention, merely watching and ready to restore order if necessary. Raditz, meanwhile, was surrounded, reveling in the adulation. Yet, he could still hear murmurs of doubt within the crowd, with some questioning his ability to demolish a mountain. This struck him unfavorably. Although he had indeed been surpassed by his younger brother, he still held himself in high regard. Surely, dismantling a mere hill was a trivial task for him. Did Raditz really need to fabricate lies? Hey, what are you all talking about? Raditz's expression turned stern as he suddenly unleashed his energy. With a tremendous rush, powerful energy surged outward, creating a violent wind that swept everyone around him. They staggered back, as if confronted by an unprecedented gale, a primal fear igniting within them, akin to an instinctual response. This fellow truly knew how to stir things up. Seeing Raditz's display of power, Goku shook his head slightly. In an instant, he dashed forward with a speed so swift it defied the human eye. Within a heartbeat, he had returned all those who had been swept away back to their original positions. From a distance, Piccolo regarded Raditz with an impassive expression, his gaze seemingly infused with a hint of murderous intent. Raditz felt a chill run down his neck, and a wave of terror washed over him. After being beaten repeatedly in recent days, he had developed a heightened sensitivity to the murderous aura emanating from certain individuals. In that moment, he rapidly suppressed his own energy, causing the fierce wind to cease. The orange figure swiftly maneuvered through the tumultuous surroundings, returning those displaced back to their rightful spots. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye, yet those affected were still acutely aware of the change. After Son Wukong returned them, he landed beside Raditz and said with a smile, "Brother Raditz, today marks the grand opening of our martial arts school. It would be inappropriate to resort to violence against those who have come from afar to learn." His tone was serious, and his gaze shifted towards Raditz. Instantly, Raditz felt a surge of fear, laughing heartily as he replied, "How could that be? I was merely joking with everyone, showcasing the strength of our school. I would never truly harm them." Despite his words, a hint of trepidation lingered within him, for he had genuinely intended to teach those ignorant humans a lesson. Son Wukong nodded gently, then slowly made his way back to the upper area of the school. In that moment, he exuded a mature and composed demeanor, embodying the essence of a martial arts master. His presence commanded the scene, effectively asserting control. Thus, the opening of the martial arts school proceeded smoothly. Many witnesses, having observed the formidable powers of Son Wukong and Raditz, felt a glimmer of hope and prepared to pay for membership at the Sun Family Martial Arts School. However, the more widely the school was advertised, the more dissenters emerged, leading to a steady stream of challengers eager to test their mettle against Son Wukong, including the newly crowned champion, Satan. Chapter 26, Membership System, Science Approach. The establishment of the Sun Family Martial Arts School attracted numerous aspiring disciples eager to learn, inspired by Raditz's display of might that day. After all, who wouldn't desire extraordinary power? According to Chi-Chi's vision, all applicants should be accepted. However, Son Wukong disagreed, adhering to Master Roshi's teachings, deciding instead based on the character of each individual. Son Gohan agreed with his father's approach, recognizing that if the teachings of the Turtle School were imparted to the wrong person, it could lead to significant trouble. While such troubles might not directly impact them, they saw no reason to invite unnecessary complications. Though Chi-Chi was somewhat reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced. Her curiosity piqued about how to determine worthy disciples. Drawing from memories of another world, Son Gohan proposed a system akin to that of a gym. Membership cards? Bulma's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration upon hearing Son Gohan's suggestion, her keen intellect quickly envisioning numerous possibilities. Son Gohan hadn't realized that this world lacked such a membership system, yet he maintained his composure and responded to Bulma's gaze. "I believe we can arrange it so that joining our school requires a membership card. If Father is interested, he can select whom to teach from among the members." Excellent idea, truly worthy of my Gohan. Kiki had yet to ponder this method deeply when she immediately began to extol Gohan's virtues. It seemed that at this moment, Gohan had become her utmost pride. However, this raised a concern. Piccolo, arms crossed and seated nearby, remarked with a stern expression, "Who would be foolish enough to obtain a membership card to train here?" Bulma, quick to devise a solution, refrained from voicing it directly and instead cast a glance at Son Gohan. He gently shook his head and replied, "Uncle Piccolo, we are not charging for nothing. Members can freely consult our dojo's instructors, providing them with valuable guidance, which is certainly worth their investment." Piccolo nodded doubtfully. The opportunity for Goku to personally impart martial arts wisdom to others was indeed priceless. However, he quickly recalled something and hastily added, "Who do you think you are?" "I'm the great Demon King Piccolo, an adversary of your group. Once the Saiyans are dealt with." He continued his usual threats. Yet the others had grown accustomed to it and chose not to engage with him. "This could work," said Goku, ever the good-natured one. "But the Saiyans will be arriving soon, and I fear I won't have the luxury of spending much time here." "That is not an issue," Gohan responded, looking towards Kiki. "For ordinary individuals, your martial expertise should suffice, and Father can simply make occasional appearances to resolve their challenges, thus maintaining an air of mystery." "Mystery? What is that?" Goku initially felt puzzled, then turned to Kiki, "And can your words truly hold weight?" "Of course," Kiki exclaimed, rising with fervor. "Don't forget, Goku. We first met at the World Martial Arts Tournament, and I was among the top 8. She radiated confidence, a stark contrast to her previous downtrodden demeanor. Gohan felt a surge of joy seeing his mother rejuvenated. "Then it is settled," Kiki declared, slapping the table. "We will implement the membership system as Gohan suggested. Whenever they require assistance, Raditz and I will instruct them, and Goku will return to the dojo after his training. But we must maintain an air of mystery." Raditz pointed to himself, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment, as if he had not anticipated his involvement, despite having received ample flattery. How could a lowly race like theirs be worthy of his superior's instruction? He was about to voice his objections when he caught Gohan's gaze. Though the boy wore a smile, it sent a shiver down his spine, reminding him of their past encounters that had left him sore. Thus, Raditz refrained from further protest. Having survived in the cosmos for such an extended period, he is acutely aware of the importance of tempering one's brilliance and exercising patience. He certainly does not wish to be schooled by Piccolo again. In truth, if one aims to establish a grand martial arts academy, enlisting more individuals would be prudent. Bulma, who was pondering nearby, remarked, in fact, Krillin and Tien might be willing to contribute to the promotion of martial arts. They are currently cultivating in the other world. Goku gazed upwards and replied, once we have resolved that matter, it would indeed be worthwhile to invite Krillin and the others. Chi-Chi was brimming with excitement, fully obedient to Goku's words at that moment. Subsequently, Bulma discussed several specific matters with them, marking the conclusion of their conversation. She dedicated herself wholeheartedly to assisting the Son family in establishing the academy, heralding a new era in their lives. With Capsule Corporation as their backing, their reputation began to spread far and wide. Additionally, due to the remarkable spectacle previously displayed by Raditz, many traveled from afar seeking a challenge. Thus, during this period, the vicinity of Bowsy Mountain buzzed with activity. However, the Son father and son continued to operate at their own pace, primarily focusing on preparing for future battles, and rarely visiting the academy. In contrast, Raditz spent the most time at the academy, routinely addressing inquiries and facing various challengers. His prowess is undeniable. Even if his martial skills were lacking, his combat strength was sufficient to overwhelm all but Goku and his companions. Consequently, he faced numerous challenges from other academies, garnering significant fame. Many young aspirants, drawn to Raditz's formidable and brash demeanor, aspired to have him as their master. The Son family's martial arts academy flourished. Time slipped away quietly in this interlude. Unbeknownst to them, nearly a year had passed since the great battle with Raditz. In the celestial temple, the god stood before the altar, leaning on his staff, eyes closed as he sensed the world around him. Suddenly, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, his breath coming in short gasps, akin to one drowning. They have arrived. After a series of labored breaths, the god opened his aged eyes, filled with deep concern. Chapter 27. The Saiyans are approaching Gohan's training achievements. Noticing the god's trembling form, Mr. Popo felt a surge of confusion. Since accompanying the god, he had never witnessed such a display of distress. Upon hearing the god's declaration that they were coming, he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. As the deity slowly turned, his expression darkened, and he solemnly stated, "Inform Krillin and the others that two malevolent forces are approaching. They are likely the two Saiyans." Observing the trembling form of the deity, Bobo expressed his concern, exclaiming, "Master Deity, do not worry about me." The deity seemed to perceive Bobo's thoughts and shook his head, saying, "They will likely arrive on Earth in 6 hours. You must relay this information to Goku and the others at once. Only then will they have a chance to confront them." Despite his words, beads of sweat continued to fall from his wrinkled face, clearly indicating that the weight of this malevolence was almost unbearable for him. Meanwhile, Bobo descended to the mortal realm to alert Tien and the others. These individuals had indeed been training in the temple, but had each sought their own paths after completing their training. It was imperative that he inform them swiftly, for if even the deity was in such distress, the strength of their adversaries must be unprecedentedly formidable. At Bowsy Mountain, the Son family had concluded their training in the gravity chamber. Both father and son, along with Piccolo, had acclimated to the hundredfold gravity, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their combat abilities. Having reached a saturation point, they decided against increasing the gravity further, as continued exertion would serve no purpose. Instead, they needed to gradually release the skills they had developed. Thus, aside from guiding their students in training, they engaged in sparring amidst the wilderness of Bowsy Mountain. During this process, Son Gohan's martial prowess rapidly advanced, as he adeptly mastered the intricacies of both the Turtle School and the Demon Clan styles. What he truly lacked now was the exhilaration of genuine combat. In the boundless expanse, Son Wukong and Piccolo were engaged in rapid collisions, their forces striking with unusual intensity. Each seemingly simple clash sent tremors through the very earth, their formidable energies intertwined, resembling two spirals coiling in the sky. Suddenly, Son Wukong sensed a shift in his aura. He swiftly retreated while casting his gaze upward. Within his perception, two powerful presences were drawing near to Earth. Though reminiscent of his own, they exuded an unmistakably sinister essence. "Hey, what are you doing?" Piccolo, who had yet to sense the cosmic energies, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Son Wukong's expression turned grave as he coldly replied, "You must have sensed it. They are here." "What?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed Piccolo's eyes before he closed them to focus. With his mental faculties heightened, he indeed detected the two ominous auras approaching. The aura approaches Earth at an astonishing speed. Sensing this, Piccolo suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Son Wukong. It was evident that he had realized this fellow had once again surpassed him. It seemed preparations must begin. Son Wukong's figure lingered momentarily in the air as he spoke. "Piccolo, I will head to Master Karen to fetch some senzu beans. You should ready Gohan. A fierce battle is likely ahead." With that, Son Wukong swiftly darted into the distance, his speed evidently surpassing that of the flying Nimbus. What fierce battle? Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, a cold smile forming on his lips. From the looks of it, they are no longer our opponents. His eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence as he gracefully descended to the ground. On the ground, Gohan had already sensed the distant aura. However, he was aware that the arrival of their adversaries would still take some time. Thus, he remained calm, continuing to wield his sword as usual. Having grasped the essence of martial arts, he was also honing his skills with each swing. After countless strikes, Gohan received news of an increase in his battle power. Noticing Uncle Piccolo's descent, he leisurely checked his status panel. Name, Gohan. Age, 5. Battle power, 150,000. Martial arts proficiency matured. Swordsmanship enhancement amplified. Adapted to hundredfold gravity. Explosive combat growth. Physical strength, undeveloped. Powers, undeveloped. Divine power, undeveloped. Martial art style, Turtle School. Demon Clan style, transformation mastery. Great Ape power, enhanced physical attributes. Battle power 10. Seeing his battle power exceed 100,000, Gohan was not surprised. Under the rigorous training of hundredfold gravity, his body had undergone a near metamorphosis. His energy rapidly surged to counteract the extraordinary pressure, elevating him to an entirely new level. He could even sense that the battle power of 150,000 he displayed was merely a reflection of his potential. The training under such immense gravity had left some latent power still hidden within him. If he were to face life-and-death combat, his battle power would likely experience explosive growth. Yet, he lamented inwardly that his current strength was insufficient. Despite the formidable battle power value, it was still not enough for him. After all, his focus was not solely on the impending arrival of Vegeta. For behind Vegeta lurked the true embodiment of evil in the universe, Frieza. He was undoubtedly aware of the Dragon Balls and had yet to arrive at Earth simply because he had not confirmed his suspicions. Should Vegeta and his companions falter here, Frieza will undoubtedly arrive, and the time between their defeat and his arrival will be brief. Thus, he must prepare extensively. "Hey, Gohan," Piccolo interjected, having positioned himself beside Gohan. "This is not the time for practice. Those two have already arrived, and it is now time to assess our success." Gohan tossed his sword into the air, his body slightly leaning to the side as the blade gracefully fell into its sheath at his back. Piccolo gazed at the red martial arts uniform Gohan wore and felt an unexpected surge of mischief. "Before the battle commences, allow me to present you with a gift." With a swift gesture of his right hand, Piccolo summoned an extraordinary surge of magical energy. A brilliant light coalesced into a form reminiscent of lightning. In the next instant, Gohan's martial arts attire transformed into a purple uniform, identical to Piccolo's, adorned with a white scarf-like accessory around his neck, unmistakably reflecting Piccolo's style. Gohan surveyed his new appearance and felt little aversion, responding with a smile. "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo." Just then, as the two conversed, a radiant presence approached swiftly from the distant sky. Chapter 28. The Saiyans arrive on Earth. In the heavens, a white streak of light drew near. Upon spotting Gohan and Piccolo, the luminescence abruptly halted mid-air, revealing a small bald figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform. None other than Krillin. He descended slowly before Gohan and Piccolo, his expression tinged with surprise. "Goku isn't here?" Krillin pondered, maintaining a respectful distance from Piccolo, who he still regarded with caution. Piccolo, perceiving Krillin's apprehension, snorted derisively. "That fool went to Korin Tower for some senzu beans, just in case. It's unnecessary. We have far surpassed those Saiyans and have nothing to fear." His eyes sparkled with an indescribable confidence, fueled by the immense power surging within him, a strength he had never experienced before, rendering him almost invincible. "Still, it would be wise to remain cautious," Krillin cautioned, his gaze serious. "While I am unaware of your training, according to the Supreme Kai, those two Saiyans possess the power to obliterate planets with ease, and they should not be underestimated." Piccolo merely chuckled coldly, choosing not to respond. Noticing Piccolo's continued indifference, Krillin turned to Gohan, eager to inquire about their training. Yet, before long, Tien and Kaiatsu arrived in succession. Piccolo, observing their approach, remained unimpressed, barely lifting his eyelids. In his eyes, these individuals were merely inconsequential figures. Upon learning of Gohan's identity, the others regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. They had gathered due to Goku, and naturally, they held a fondness for his offspring. Gohan politely greeted everyone, his eyes reflecting joy upon seeing them. Each of them was a cherished friend of his father, and everyone had once been a rare martial artist. Even in his current state, he could glean much wisdom from their presence. Simultaneously, Yamcha arrived at the Son family's dojo. He had undergone training at the sacred temple, fully integrating its rigorous exercises into his being, which instilled him with great confidence. With the arrival of the two Saiyans, he was determined to shine brightly. Following Bulma's directions, he reached the dojo, yet found no sign of Goku and his son. Instead, he encountered Raditz, who was instructing students. This was Goku's elder brother. Yamcha sensed the formidable aura emanating from him, igniting his curiosity. Throughout the year, he had only heard tales of the Saiyans' brutality and strength, but had yet to encounter another Saiyan. Naturally, he wished to observe closely. Meanwhile, Raditz, keenly aware of the gaze upon him, abruptly turned around while boasting to the students, and then vanished in an instant. Huh, where did Teacher Raditz go? How did he suddenly disappear? Fool, it's just that the teacher is too fast for your eyes to perceive. Indeed, according to Teacher Raditz, he is unrivaled across the universe. What does that mean? It seems someone has come to challenge our dojo. How intriguing. Upon witnessing Raditz's sudden disappearance, the new students were left bewildered, while the seasoned ones scanned their surroundings, preparing for a potential match, clearly accustomed to Raditz's swift movements. At the entrance, they spotted Yamcha, clad in an orange martial arts uniform. He was an unfamiliar face to them. However, they noted that his attire resembled that of their master. Based on previous promotions, he was evidently a disciple of the Turtle School, perhaps even a peer of their master. Hey, who are you? Raditz's figure materialized unexpectedly behind Yamcha. Sensing his presence, Yamcha turned and replied, I am a friend of Goku, here in search of him. Is he not present? Although his expression was serious, he did not appear fearful. He went outside to train with that Piccolo. Raditz indicated towards the direction of the wilderness. He had spent a year on Earth, and had now learned to sense the aura around him. Presently, he could perceive that the presence nearby was quite formidable. It must belong to one of Kakarot's companions. Yet, what could have brought Kakarot's ally to this place? Suddenly, a possibility struck Raditz's mind, igniting an overwhelming joy within him. Yamcha, upon learning that Goku and the others were absent, prepared to head in that direction. Could it be that they were coming? Raditz abruptly turned to Yamcha with an inquiry, his eyes brimming with fervent anticipation. Witnessing this scene, Yamcha quickly retreated, cautioning, yes, they're indeed coming. But I warn you not to act recklessly, or Goku and the others will not spare you. Indeed, they were coming. At that moment, Raditz's eyes filled with hot tears. He had long awaited this day. If Prince Vegeta arrived, perhaps Raditz could truly rise again. At that time, the Earthlings would witness true power. Observing Raditz tremble with excitement, Yamcha felt utterly bewildered. What kind of experiences had this individual undergone? He appeared so overwhelmed with emotion, and the atmosphere seemed oddly charged. Ha ha ha! Raditz's voice suddenly echoed across the mountains, resonating with such force that the surrounding hills trembled. The entire dojo began to sway under the weight of his aura. All the students stood in a state of confusion, collectively gazing at the uproarious Raditz. They felt that while their teacher was indeed powerful, his demeanor seemed rather unhinged. This sudden exuberance was enough to unnerve everyone. What are you doing? A voice suddenly rang out from the dojo. It was Chi-Chi. Her roar swiftly overshadowed the laughter. Raditz instinctively recoiled, but then he recalled that Prince Vegeta had indeed arrived. The times had changed. If Prince Vegeta were to come and he still faced bullying from Earthlings, would their journey have been in vain? Yet, he dare not lay a hand on Chi-Chi. Humph, insufferable woman, he muttered, his form gradually rising higher as he proclaimed, you shall soon understand. The times have shifted, and you may yet find yourselves begging me to intercede with Prince Vegeta. With a brilliant flare of energy, Raditz swiftly departed the confines of the Son family's dojo. The abruptness of the situation left many students in a daze. Just then, Chi-Chi rushed out, her expression darkening as she witnessed Raditz's flight. Observing Chi-Chi's fury, Yamcha discreetly slipped away, leaving behind a dojo full of puzzled students. Time continued to elapse amidst their bewilderment. After a brief interval, two circular spacecraft pierced through the Earth's atmosphere. These were none other than the vessels of the Saiyans. Chapter 29. Two fingers to annihilate the city? Just another blow to the head. Within the bustling metropolis, individuals from various walks of life were engrossed in their own affairs. The era was one of remarkable tranquility. But then an anomaly abruptly manifested. The sun in the sky appeared to be shrouded in shadow. A profound sense of confusion flickered in the eyes of the populace. They collectively raised their heads to behold two spherical objects plummeting at an astonishing velocity, their descent marked by fierce friction against the air, resulting in an intense blaze of fire akin to falling meteorites. What could that possibly be? This singular question echoed in the minds of all, as they struggled to grasp the unfolding events. At that moment of uncertainty, the two circular spacecraft collided directly with the heart of the bustling city. The rapid impact reverberated across distant skyscrapers, unleashing a terrifying explosion. The entire city trembled as though it were in the throes of an earthquake. A ferocious energy radiated outward, and a cloud of smoke blotted out the sun. Those in proximity were hurled away by the force, while the remaining crowd gazed in horror at the distant buildings, now marked by a gaping circular cavity exuding smoke, a clear indication of an overwhelming assault. Fear etched across their faces. They remained oblivious to the chaos surrounding them. Nearby, many were disoriented from the shock, with vehicles crashing into one another. Yet in that moment, they were oblivious to their own pain, their collective gaze drawn towards the chasm. Within the crater lay two spherical mechanical devices. What were they? While resembling meteoric objects, surely the state had anticipated such an event. It appeared to be something mechanical. Could it possibly be a new product from the Capsule Corporation? Many felt an absurdity wash over them, instinctively vocalizing to quell their inner dread. With a clatter, the sound of mechanical collision resonated through the air, and a fissure appeared on the surface of the circular spacecraft, releasing jets of gas. Subsequently, a hand emerged from the crevice, and the cabin fully opened, revealing figures within. Each of the spheres housed a human. One was tall and muscular, sporting a bald head and clad in black armor that accentuated his physique. The other, shorter, possessed a fiery hairstyle and appeared youthful, despite already exhibiting signs of male pattern baldness. He was clad in a form-fitting blue suit, adorned with a layer of armor, appearing as a warrior. The two individuals rose simultaneously, seemingly preparing to approach the crowd gathered at the edge of the pit. Is that someone? Could it be aliens? Or perhaps a spacecraft? Yet, there has been no prior news of such a thing. Questions swirled in their minds as they pondered the impossible. Could they truly fly? Much like the illusions practiced at the Sun Family Martial Arts School, the sight of these figures revealed them to be human. Their features not significantly different from those around them, which brought a collective sigh of relief. However, as the two floated effortlessly from the pit, disbelief washed over the crowd once more. Even though tales of flying practitioners at the Sun Family Martial Arts School had circulated, many dismissed it as mere jest. After all, how could humans fly? Yet, in this moment, skepticism was no longer an option. Amidst their astonished gazes, the two exchanged smiles, surveying their surroundings with an air of disdain, as if the entirety of humanity in this city was utterly insignificant to them. It was as though all they beheld were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. These were the Saiyans that Raditz had anticipated, Prince Vegeta and the elite warrior Nappa. This is Earth indeed, Vegeta remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he crossed his arms. Though his demeanor suggested mirth, the depths of his eyes betrayed a lack of regard for everything before him. To him, the lives surrounding him were inconsequential, a collection of naive individuals. Nappa, with his bald head gleaming under the sunlight, grinned malevolently and declared, perfect for greeting these backward beings. The surrounding din was overwhelming. Many had even taken out their phones to capture the moment. Yet, Nappa remained unfazed, his gaze fixed solely on Vegeta. All right, Vegeta nodded slowly, a smile on his face. Just remember to hold back. With Vegeta's consent, Nappa extended his right hand, finger splayed, as a formidable energy began to coalesce around him. An invisible force materialized into a visible vortex, and as his arm raised with ease, 3 fingers curled inward while the others remained extended. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power erupted, unleashing an intense aura that whipped through the air. With a resounding blast, brilliant light radiated outward, scattering the onlookers. The blinding brilliance seemed poised to obliterate everything in its path, as if the city were on the brink of annihilation. In that fleeting moment, A stream of golden light pierced through the vast expanse of space, slicing through the very fabric of reality like a sword, forcefully integrating into Nappa's energy field. Before either Vegeta or Nappa could fully comprehend the situation, the concentrated force Nappa had summoned dissipated rapidly, occurring even before his consciousness could register the event. In the distance, a thunderous cacophony erupted from the ruins of the city. Boom! An extraordinarily powerful explosion detonated several miles away. The smoke billowed rapidly, swirling through the city as if a colossal dragon were writhing within. The ground trembled incessantly, as if a more violent earthquake had struck. The entire city was thrown into disarray, with many individuals tumbling in utter confusion. Even Vegeta, who initially held a dismissive attitude, was taken aback. However, his formidable strength allowed him to react swiftly at the moment the explosion resounded. His crossed arms fell to his sides as he instinctively retreated at high speed. A look of unprecedented astonishment graced his face. What on earth had transpired? Vegeta's gaze shifted towards the site of the explosion, where he surmised that Nappa was positioned. He deduced that during Nappa's assault, someone had launched a successful attack against him. Yet, the finer details eluded even his comprehension. A surge of fear unexpectedly welled up within him, a fear stemming from the unknown, from that intangible force unleashed upon them. Just as he prepared to utilize his scouter for detection, he noticed a young boy clad in a purple GI hovering in the nearby sky. Given the boy's age, youth seemed an understatement. He was undeniably a child. Vegeta's brow furrowed, a chill creeping down his spine, for he had not sensed the boy's arrival. Just as his mind swirled with confusion, a streak of light approached rapidly from the distance. A powerful aura swept away the surrounding dust, landing beside the child. It was Piccolo. Chapter 30. Is Piccolo that Namekian? Piccolo stood beside Gohan. Upon seeing Gohan was unharmed, he instinctively exhaled in relief. His gaze then turned towards the distant smoke. With his keen eyesight, he discerned the situation and surmised that Gohan had employed a headbutt. Despite all I have taught you, it seems you have retained none of it. Observing the explosion miles away, Piccolo scoffed, remarking, "You possess so many more techniques, yet you prefer to resort to a headbutt? You're just like your father." The mention of a headbutt elicited a faint pang of pain in Piccolo's abdomen. His last defeat at the hands of Goku had stemmed from a headbutt as well. Gohan chuckled, ruffling his hair as he explained, in the rush of the moment. With the city on the brink of destruction, I didn't have time to utilize other techniques. Piccolo responded with a dismissive grunt. Their conversation, casual and unconcerned, ignited a fire of fury within Vegeta. Though he remained unaware of the unfolding events, he could not comprehend how these two dared to disregard him. The future strongest warrior in the universe. Their demise was assured. Vegeta's fists clenched instinctively, the surrounding air growing tense, mirroring the turmoil within him. In the distance, the armor encasing Nappa's abdomen lay shattered, bitter fluid spilling from his lips as his dilated pupils slowly regained focus. The next instant, Nappa was engulfed by excruciating pain in his stomach, an unparalleled agony radiating throughout his body, threatening to disassemble him, an experience he had never before encountered. Struggling to rise, he found himself unable to bear the torment, collapsing to his knees with his hands clutching his abdomen. His muscles twisted in agony, clearly overwhelmed by unprecedented suffering. How could this be? A profound terror flickered in his bloodshot eyes. He had intended to display his might to the humans of this planet. Yet the situation had shifted so abruptly. Who had launched the attack? He had not seen a thing. Could that individual's speed rival the legendary velocity of Bardock? After a considerable moment, Nappa finally managed to regain his senses amidst the pain. Though his body still throbbed with discomfort, he was at least capable of fighting. His situation had not yet reached its nadir. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan had intentionally held back, allowing them a chance to hone their skills. Otherwise, Nappa would have likely been defeated by that headbutt long ago. Clutching his abdomen, Nappa ascended slowly into the air, his heart ablaze with fury. How dare they? I, Nappa, am a warrior of noble lineage. With blood still staining his lips, he roared in rage. I never imagined I would suffer defeat on this inferior planet. I will not let this group of scoundrels escape my wrath. He swiftly flew towards Vegeta, his visage twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. Ahead, he spotted two figures standing in the distance, a green-skinned man and a child clad in similar attire. Hey, you two! Nappa's massive form loomed before them as he bellowed. Who dared to ambush the great Nappa? His thunderous voice reverberated, causing the very void to tremble. Piccolo smirked with derision, ready to speak. but was interrupted as several energies approached rapidly from afar. Those were Tien and Krillin, who had followed closely behind. Earlier, Gohan had sensed their landing point and suggested checking on the situation there. His speed had allowed him to arrive at the city ahead of the others, just in time to witness Nappa's dramatic moment, after which he had delivered another headbutt. With a flurry of movement, four figures descended simultaneously around Piccolo and Gohan. They first assessed Gohan and Piccolo, relieved to see them, and scathed before exhaling in relief. Who were these Saiyans? The gaze of Tianjin Fan shifted toward the other two individuals. They both sensed an unparalleled aura of oppression emanating from Nappa. Indeed, it was palpable. In contrast, Piccolo maintained a demeanor of calm composure. His arduous training had created a significant disparity between him and Krillin, rendering him unafraid of Nappa's presence. Nappa, feeling ignored, clenched his fists tightly. A formidable energy surged around him, flickering with hints of lightning. Clearly, his true power was not to be underestimated. The atmosphere around them became chaotic, as if countless transparent blades were slicing through everything. Nappa refrained from striking. Vegeta's voice resonated, cold and commanding. Now, enlighten us about what transpired moments ago. Upon hearing Vegeta's voice, Nappa snapped back from his fury. After all, regardless of the situation, he dared not defy Prince Vegeta. I am uncertain, Nappa replied, gently shaking his head. It seems I was struck by something, perhaps a technique employed by their deity. However, the damage to me is minimal. Despite his words, the wound on his abdomen was conspicuously evident. The deity of Earth? Vegeta pondered, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. This explanation was plausible, as they had indeed encountered local deities on certain planets. While those gods were not particularly powerful in combat, they often possessed inexplicable abilities that had previously caused them considerable trouble. Yet, never before had they felt such fear as they did today. It must be, Nappa declared, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Vegeta, allow me to eliminate them all. In doing so, their deity will inevitably reveal themselves. Cease, Nappa. Vegeta, recognizing the possibility of divine intervention, regained his composure. He smiled and stated, do not forget our purpose for being here, to acquire the artifact known as the Dragon Ball. If your actions jeopardize our wish for immortality. He left the threat unspoken, but its meaning was unmistakable. Nappa quickly understood, saying, I see, then we shall. They must surely be Kakaroto's companions. Vegeta crossed his arms, tilting his chin towards Piccolo and the others. Let us engage them, and, in the process, uncover information regarding the Dragon Balls. Under Vegeta's command, Nappa forcibly regained his calm demeanor. He redirected his attention towards the individuals before him and pressed the button on his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter instantly displayed the corresponding data. To his surprise, there was more than one individual with a power level exceeding 1,000. Confusion flickered in Nappa's eyes, as this was clearly inconsistent with the information they possessed. Do not panic, Nappa. Vegeta, unwavering as a mountain, confidently declared, they are no match for us. Nappa's gaze swept over everyone present, lingering momentarily on Piccolo. This individual resembled a Namekian. Chapter 31. A battle power of 5,002. Is this Raditz? Upon hearing Nappa's voice, Piccolo's expression distinctly shifted. His pupils constricted sharply, clearly realizing something. It seemed so. At this moment, Vegeta scrutinized Piccolo thoughtfully, remarking, I have long heard that Namekians are shrouded in mystery, possessing not only extraordinary combat prowess, but also numerous astonishing abilities. So, it is true. You are the creator of the Dragon Balls. Indeed, I am a Namekian, Piccolo responded, momentarily taken aback by his words. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others appeared even more alarmed. They had not anticipated that Piccolo was a Namekian, nor did they expect that their adversary could deduce the creator of the Dragon Balls. Although Piccolo did not craft the Dragon Balls himself, they were undeniably linked to him, as he was originally one with the Supreme Kai. Gohan, however, was already aware of these revelations. He remained unperturbed, merely observing the two opponents before him. I should thank you both for enlightening me about my origins. Piccolo, resolute in his heart, quickly regained his composure and replied with a grin, but unfortunately, I am of the combat-oriented variety. The Dragon Balls were not my creation. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. After a year of training under intense pressure, was this not the moment he had awaited? Oh, so you did not create them? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he proclaimed proudly, this means that such a thing indeed exists, and it appears a Namekian is responsible for it. Are there more Namekians on this planet? In that instant, Vegeta felt he had grasped the entirety of the situation. He looked upward, continuing, "It seems the deity of this earth is a Namekian. They possess considerable magical knowledge. No wonder." Upon hearing Vegeta's explanation, Nappa's trepidation dissipated. His face once again bore an exceedingly confident smile. "So, it is the Namekians who are orchestrating things from the shadows?" A bloodthirsty glint appeared in Nappa's eyes as he addressed Piccolo. "Humph. Hand over the Dragon Balls swiftly. Even if you're a Namekian, you cannot possibly triumph in a direct confrontation against a warrior of noble lineage." "Not necessarily," Piccolo retorted, a confident smile gracing his lips as he crossed his arms. "In my view, you are nothing but bluster. I doubt you could withstand even a few of my punches." "What audacity!" Nappa's eyes blazed with fury as the readings on his scouter stabilized, finally revealing Piccolo's current power level. "What?" Nappa's astonishment was palpable as he beheld Piccolo's reading, exclaiming, "A battle power of 4,000? How is this possible? Could the scouter be malfunctioning?" "Vegeta, what are the results of your scans?" Beside him, Vegeta observed Nappa's detection of Piccolo's power level with an expression of complete composure. "Stay calm, Nappa." Vegeta maintained his crossed-arm stance and remarked, "It is not surprising for Namek to exhibit such combat power. Just remain collected. Dispatching him should not pose a challenge." "I understand." Nappa regained his composure once more. Meanwhile, Gohan watched the scene unfold with keen interest. Having trained alongside Piccolo, he was acutely aware that this was not Piccolo's true power level. This figure merely represented Piccolo's optimal combat capability in his normal state. Although Piccolo's actual strength may not surpass that of his father after rigorous training, he now possessed a battle power of at least tens of thousands. If the two were to engage in combat, Nappa would likely find himself incapacitated in mere moments. Yet, they remained oblivious to this fact. Just as the two sides faced off, a streak of light rapidly approached from a distance. "Beep, beep, beep. A formidable power is approaching," Vegeta noted, his scouter's readings fluctuating. Upon confirming the values, he furrowed his brow in surprise, exclaiming, "A battle power of 5,200? Could it be Kakarot? Well, what?" Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned, his expression stiff, unable to accept that Goku could possess such strength. "This is absolutely impossible. Kakarot is merely a low-class warrior. He couldn't even pass the birth test. How could he have such immense power?" Vegeta's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "I do not know, but the power level reads as such." On the opposing side, Gohan and the others also sensed the approaching power. However, unlike Vegeta and Nappa, they recognized the essence of its owner, not Goku, but the upper-class warrior Raditz, who was evidently on the verge of betrayal once more. Connecting Vegeta's words, Gohan deduced Raditz's power level and found it amusing. He never expected his uncle, who was constantly battered, to experience such a remarkable surge in strength. It was not due to his uncle's efforts. Rather, the near-death rebirth was simply too extraordinary. Just as Vegeta was about to make a decision, a figure rapidly darted forward from the distance. It was none other than Raditz, now clad in Frieza's army armor, his face alight with excitement and joy. "Prince Vegeta, Nappa, you have finally arrived." Upon seeing the two, Raditz felt an overwhelming urge to weep. The arrival of Prince Vegeta brightened his future. The arrival of Prince Vegeta heralded a shift in roles. It was time for the Saiyans to reclaim their era. In stark contrast to Raditz's excitement and eagerness, Vegeta and Nappa stood in astonishment, their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with incredulity. They could hardly fathom that the individual before them was Raditz. A battle power of 5,002? How could this be the same Raditz? Just a year prior, he had been a mere weakling with a battle power of only 1,005, and yet here he was, having experienced an astonishing leap in strength after his defeat on Earth. Was there some hidden secret on the planet? Nappa, in particular, was struck by the absurdity of the situation. The power Raditz exhibited had even surpassed his usual combat capabilities. How had that worthless Raditz achieved such a feat? Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Krillin and the others regarded Raditz with wary expressions, sensing the overwhelming might he now possessed, strength that they could not hope to contend with. "Fool! Coming here to meet his demise?" Piccolo sneered disdainfully, seemingly dismissing Raditz entirely. Suddenly, amidst the astonishment of Vegeta and the others, a helicopter approached swiftly, closing in on the city. It was evidently a local news crew, quickly encroaching upon the scene, hovering above. "Raditz, what in the world is happening?" Vegeta was the first to regain his composure, furrowing his brow as he directed a question at Raditz. Chapter 32, Prelude to Battle. In the sky, the helicopter slowly approached the source of the commotion. The cameraman aimed his camera at the figures suspended in midair, his expression stiff with disbelief. How could this be? Humans floating in the air? Fear permeated his voice, betraying his incredulity. Beside him, the reporter responsible for commentary wore a similarly bewildered expression, searching for wires attached to the individuals but finding none. Gradually, the astonishment on the reporter's face transformed into delight. The scene before him was extraordinary, perhaps indicative of a groundbreaking discovery. This report could represent a new opportunity, potentially altering the course of his life. Flying can be understood. The reporter pondered for a moment before hastily rationalizing. After all, during the opening of the Sun family martial arts school, wasn't he had said that someone named Shra could obliterate mountains? If that is possible, then flying is no great feat. His assistant cast him a peculiar glance, recalling that the reporter had previously expressed skepticism about that martial arts school. It has often been said that this is merely a performance. Yet now, it seems that this very incident serves as validation. The journalist, glancing back, urged, "Don't just stand there. Prepare for the live broadcast quickly. This is a rare opportunity for material that could potentially alter our futures." He hastened the crowd into action, unaware of the extraordinary scene they were about to confront. Above the eastern capital, Son Gohan and his companions hovered amidst swirling smoke. Below, the bewildered humans gazed up at them, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Many shouted in confusion, eager to grasp the situation, but both parties appeared disinclined to engage with them at that moment. Vegeta and his allies focused intently on Raditz, seeking to uncover the secret behind his newfound strength. After all, Raditz had been their companion for over a decade, consistently the weakest among them. How could he have reached such power in just 1 year? Was this fellow a hidden genius? Raditz, taken aback by Vegeta's inquiry, responded, "I have merely been waiting on this planet for your arrival. Now that you are finally here, everything shall change. Prince Vegeta, we must seize this planet." His eyes brimmed with tears of excitement, leaving Vegeta feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Nappa, disregarding Raditz's emotional display, directly questioned, "Raditz, what is happening with your combat power? How have you managed to grow stronger on this planet?" Raditz remained oblivious to his own progress, wearing a perplexed expression. He was about to explain the beatings he had endured over the years when a figure swiftly approached from a distance. Beep, beep. Both of their scouters emitted alarms simultaneously. Before they could react, an orange figure appeared, landing gracefully beside Piccolo, a faint smile gracing his features. The distinctive crab-like head made it immediately clear to Vegeta and the others that he was a Saiyan. This was undoubtedly Raditz's brother, the low-class Saiyan Kakarot. "Brother Raditz," Goku exclaimed, somewhat incredulously, "I didn't expect you to show up." It seems Piccolo was entirely correct. "Humph." Piccolo snorted nearby. Goku, Son Goku." Upon seeing Goku arrive at the battlefield, Tien and Krillin were filled with overwhelming joy. They felt an immense weight lifted from their shoulders, replaced by a profound sense of hope. Goku greeted them with a warm smile. At that moment, Gohan noticed the bag at his father's waist, which contained the magical beans, an object he had longed for, often regarded as a game-changer. Regardless of the injury, merely consuming one will lead to instantaneous recovery. Coupled with the Saiyant's near-death revival, it is truly a fantastical combination. Kakarot. Upon hearing Goku's voice, Raditz felt a pang of embarrassment. Nonetheless, he remained confident that Prince Vegeta would emerge victorious. Gradually, he turned around and stated, "I have merely chosen the correct path. Prince Vegeta is the sovereign of our Saiyan race, possessing unparalleled combat prowess. I advise you to recognize the situation and surrender early. Perhaps the prince will show mercy and allow you and your family to survive." Goku's gaze shifted towards Vegeta in the distance as he replied, "There is no need for that. However, if you choose to leave this planet now, I might spare you." "Spare us?" Although Nappa was still somewhat dazed, he instinctively retorted, "Kakarot, you are merely a lowly warrior, yet you dare to boast. Watch as I teach you a proper lesson." Goku looked down and said, "Fighting here will endanger innocent lives. If you truly wish to battle, then follow me." Nappa, however, dismissed Goku's words with disdain. With a cold expression, he responded, "A mere low-level warrior thinks he can command Lord Nappa? We accept your challenge." At that moment, Vegeta interrupted Nappa, floating forward and declaring, "Any place will suffice. I simply wish to witness your strength and see if you have the potential to become my subordinate." "Very well, then follow me." Goku was the first to fly into the distance. "TCH, what a hassle." Piccolo scoffed. yet he followed suit. Vegeta and Nappa also took to the skies, trailing behind. During their flight, Nappa posed several inquiries. Nappa, you must have noticed, right? Vegeta, with a haughty gaze fixed ahead, explained, their power has increased significantly in a short time. Perhaps they have discovered some secret technique. In that case, it would be prudent to test the waters first. Nappa, with his muscular head, struggled to comprehend. He believed the scouter must be malfunctioning. Just follow my lead. Vegeta, sensing Nappa's confusion, expressed his impatience. This time, it seems I must take action personally, so I am quite irritable. You would do well not to provoke me. His voice was laced with anger, instilling fear even in Nappa himself. While they conversed, Gohan and the others stood atop a desolate mountain, awaiting their arrival. Here will suffice. Goku positioned himself among the group and inquired of the two, who will step forward first? You are not yet worthy of forcing us to intervene. Vegeta hovered in midair, arms crossed, and declared, Nappa, bring that thing forth and let this crowd witness our prowess. Chapter 33. The Birth of Cultivators. Yamcha Ramarka, Isensashi. In a distant extraterrestrial realm, a circular spaceship floated in the void of space, surrounded by a multitude of vessels entangled in a menacing display of power. It was evident to any observer that this was a formidable force within the cosmos. Within the ship, the cosmic overlord Frieza sat in a pod reminiscent of a baby carriage, his crimson eyes glinting with a cold, sharp intensity. Beside him stood two uniquely shaped aliens, one with red skin adorned with peculiar markings, and the other a striking figure with green skin. Their demeanor was one of utmost respect, not daring to exhibit any insolence in the presence of their sovereign. Before them, distant voices echoed, relaying the conversation of the remaining Saiyans on Earth. Raditz's battle power has increased. Frieza appeared taken aback, a contemplative expression crossing his face. The two aliens, having overheard the exchange, quickly responded to Frieza's musings. It seems so. Something must have occurred on that planet. Saiyans, indeed, are quite intriguing. Frieza's eyes narrowed, his gaze menacing. Perhaps that planet harbors some secret? That seems plausible, the green-skinned alien replied after a moment of reflection. According to our known information, that planet possesses the Dragon Balls capable of granting wishes, inhabited by Namekians, and features remarkably powerful new Saiyans. There could be hidden secrets among them. Secrets? Frieza's gaze shifted forward, and he suddenly chuckled. How fascinating. Let me see what secrets that planet truly holds. The pink-skinned alien quickly interjected. So, Lord Frieza, shall we proceed with preparations to travel to Earth? There's no rush, Frieza replied with a hint of smile. Vegeta and the others will soon provide us with the answers. On Earth, the preceding scene was being broadcast live, allowing humanity across the globe to witness the unfolding events, including the individuals floating in the sky. In the Baozi Mountain, Chi-Chi was instructing her students in martial arts, her blue Chi-Pao lending her a newfound vitality, as if she had transformed into a different person. Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi. At that moment, the voice of the Ox King called from afar. Hearing her father's call, she momentarily left her students to practice on their own, turning her head in curiosity. The bull demon king hastily approached, appearing breathless as he exclaimed, It seems the Saiyans have arrived. Something significant is happening in East City, and most importantly, Gohan is involved. Initially, Chi-Chi was indifferent to the preceding events. However, upon hearing that Gohan was also present, her demeanor shifted dramatically, and she cried out, What? Gohan is there too? She swiftly made her way to the room with the television. Meanwhile, the students caught wind of the new information, their eyes lighting up with anticipation of unfolding excitement. They paused their training, eager to discover the nature of the events transpiring. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped them. First, a figure clad in attire akin to that of the master made an entrance, followed by their teacher, Raditz, who, brimming with exhilaration, soared off to an unknown destination. And now, word of an incident in East City had emerged, igniting their curiosity. One affluent student retrieved his clothing and produced a cutting-edge smartphone developed by Capsule Corporation, which possessed remarkable capabilities, though only a select few had access to it at this early stage. He promptly navigated to a live broadcast channel, revealing the scene in East City where several figures hovered, seemingly engaged in a standoff. The crowd quickly gathered around him, eager to witness the unfolding drama. What's happening? Are they all floating in the air? Ha ha, it seems humans can indeed fly. I always believed it. The Master Son once urged us to trust in science. Many of these figures are familiar faces from our martial arts school. Master, Raditz, and even Piccolo. Is the Master's Son present as well? Are we truly that formidable? I recall Capsule Corporation's promotion claiming our master is the strongest in the world. Perhaps they were right. Yet, a sense of unease settled in. Why was Raditz positioned on the opposing side? Moreover, their similar attire raised questions. Could he truly belong to a warrior race? The notion that their teacher might be an extraterrestrial sent a wave of disbelief among the students. They were acutely aware of Raditz's formidable strength, vastly surpassing their own. If he were indeed an alien spy concealed on Earth, the implications would be dire. The very thought of Goku and others being related to such a being filled them with trepidation. Simultaneously, many on Earth were tuned into the live broadcast of the confrontation, each reacting in their own manner. Those who had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament recognized Goku's visage. Many newly crowned martial champions wore expressions of disdain, dismissing the spectacle as mere attention-seeking. Meanwhile, in the desolate mountains, Son Wukong and his comrades were poised to commence battle. Vegeta stood at the center, arms crossed, commanding Nappa to produce the item. Are we truly going to use that? Nappa grasped Vegeta's intent and produced a vial, saying, "Vegeta, you are indeed keen. But only 6 remain." Without turning, Vegeta replied, "6 is sufficient to entertain the weaklings. The rest you shall handle alongside Raditz." "Me?" Raditz pointed to himself, clearly taken aback. According to Vegeta's current strategy, he was meant to face either Piccolo or Kakarot. Countless lessons stained with blood and tears had instilled in him the harsh reality that he could not triumph over those two. Thus, upon hearing Vegeta's allocation, a wave of dread washed over him. "Umph." Vegeta scoffed coldly, stating, "Raditz, your previous blunder has cost us dearly. This time it is your duty to prove your worth. I have no need for useless scions." His voice was laced with an icy authority that left Raditz acutely aware that defiance was not an option. As their conversation unfolded, Nappa had already sown the seeds, marveling, "The soil of this planet is surprisingly conducive to cultivating fighters. Their battle prowess appears to be unprecedented." Son Wukong's gaze shifted towards the burgeoning fighters, ultimately resting on Yamcha. Chapter 34. Yamcha takes action against the cultivated fighters. Nappa had planted 6 seeds and then dripped a special liquid into the earth. The seeds rapidly absorbed the nutrients. "What is that?" Krillin and Yamcha exchanged bewildered glances, feeling an undercurrent of fear. Even Piccolo displayed a look of astonishment. Son Wukong observed the soil, sensing the swift absorption of the nutrients. The surrounding grass withered and crumbled in an instant. Beneath the surface, a unique energy continued to grow. Crack! The ground where the seeds had been planted fissured, and then, as if compelled by an internal force, surged outward. Green life forms resembling vegetables emerged, their claws sharp and eyes red, exuding an aura of terror. What a horrifying sight! Upon witnessing these entities, Krillin instinctively recoiled. Only when he stood beside Son Wukong did he feel a modicum of reassurance. Son Wukong, too, had never encountered such beings, and upon seeing the cultivated fighters, he was equally struck by disbelief. It seems that the other party's means had never crossed their minds. Raditz had never mentioned it. Indeed, Piccolo remained with his arms crossed, speaking coldly. Raditz still has secrets, but they are merely worthless trash. With his current combat power, it is evident that he would not fear those so-called cultivators. "Oh, a power level of 1002. Vegeta assessed the cultivator's combat strength and smirked. "This power level is quite impressive. Let us see what you are capable of, cultivators, and show these humans on this planet your methods." A sinister gleam flickered in the cultivators' eyes. They each assumed grotesque postures, appearing even more terrifying. Yamcha felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, fear evident in his voice as he exclaimed, "What on earth are these creatures?" "Whatever they are," Piccolo stepped forward, sneering, "they're mere pests that can be dealt with effortlessly. I shall eliminate them all in one go." A faint white light shimmered around him, clearly indicating he was ready to annihilate the foe. Across from him, Vegeta's expression grew slightly grave, yet he still chuckled. Being able to adjust one's combat power seems rather intriguing. "In that case, let us engage in a game, one-on-one battles against the cultivators to see who is stronger." "There is no need for that." Piccolo slowly turned his neck, asserting, "I will take them all out in one breath, leaving you no chance." "Oh, come now, Piccolo." Goku interjected, grabbing Piccolo's arm with a smile. "Everyone has trained diligently for a long time. They should have a chance to fight." "Humph." Piccolo's gaze swept over Tien and the others, retorting, "They're just a bunch of weaklings. If they must fight, I won't take responsibility for what happens. There's nothing to worry about." Goku felt confident now. He had sensed the energy of the two opponents and was ready to face any uncertainties. Gohan, however, looked at Yamcha, sensing a hint of danger. Then I shall make the first move. Tien stepped forward, rubbing his fists together. I have trained for over a year for this battle. It's time to showcase my skills. You deal with him. Vegeta's gaze fell upon one of the cultivators as he commanded, use your full strength. Upon hearing Vegeta's order, the cultivator faced off against Tien. Just then, the sound of a helicopter echoed above. Reporters had arrived, astonished by the speed of their descent, feeling a surge of opportunity as they landed, accompanied by new life forms. Were those extraterrestrial beings? The journalist gazed at the cultivator below, his eyes reflecting both confusion and delight. The battle had commenced. Beside him, his assistant, with the aid of the camera, captured the tense standoff. A newfound spark illuminated his eyes. The live broadcast continued. The nearby reporter, brimming with eagerness, was poised to provide commentary, fully prepared to narrate the unfolding conflict. As the live stream persisted, the formidable Tien Shinhan swiftly engaged. His aura erupted in an instant, and his speed soared to its zenith. Simultaneously, the cultivator launched an attack. In a mere moment, Tien Shinhan seized the rhythm of the battlefield. He deftly evaded the adversary's strike, maneuvered to the cultivator's rear, and with a swift counter, sent the cultivator tumbling back towards Vegeta and his companions. In the blink of an eye, the outcome was determined. Aboard the helicopter, the reporter, ready to deliver commentary, wore a bewildered expression. He had just witnessed flashes of the scene below, followed by an explosion of Earth. How had that green extraterrestrial been thrown so far? What had transpired? The reporter, with a stiff neck, turned to his colleagues, inquiring, how did they engage in combat? Why do we see none of it? We have no idea. The accompanying personnel responded, their mouths agape. They had been fixated on the footage, yet failed to grasp the battle's details. All they observed were continuous flashes, indicating a swift resolution. Clearly, the opponent's speed was unparalleled, evading their detection. Wiping his eyes, the reporter beheld yet another anomaly. A blinding radiance erupted from within the cultivator. Boom! The creature's form rapidly expanded and contorted before exploding entirely. What on earth was happening? The journalist felt a throbbing pain in his head, utterly perplexed by the events unfolding. Yet, at that moment, the scene was being broadcasted live, stirring a myriad of emotions among viewers. On the ground, Vegeta had personally eliminated the disobedient cultivator and officially announced the commencement of the second round. This battle is mine to handle, Yamcha declared, halting Krillin's advance, his confidence radiating as he stood at the forefront. I will ensure they understand that if this is a game, it must be played with moderation. His face adorned with a self-assured smile, he prepared himself. Opposite him, another cultivator emerged, their gazes clashing instantly. In response, Yamcha swiftly adopted the Turtle School's stance. Gohan's attention fell upon Yamcha, and he sensed that Yamcha did not possess a significant advantage over the cultivator. The outcome of this battle is rather uncertain. A powerful gust of wind collided fiercely. Yamcha engaged in a high-speed confrontation with the cultivator, creating a terrifying vortex of energy that seemed poised to annihilate everything in its vicinity. Chapter 35. The Embrace of the Cultivator, a Fierce Battle. At the Kame House, Bulma had also arrived, watching the unfolding scene alongside Master Roshi. Both were filled with apprehension as they observed the ongoing clash. Yamcha, however, exuded confidence. Master Roshi's gaze fell upon the fray, and he furrowed his brow, murmuring, if for some reason, I cannot shake this sense of unease. What is there to worry about? Bulma retorted nonchalantly. Yamcha is a remarkable martial artist. If he can handle Tien, he will surely manage this. As she spoke, she adjusted her scouter, revealing the fluctuating readings from the battle. Observing the comparative values, Bulma felt a surge of confidence. According to this scouter, Yamcha's battle power stands at 1480, while that grotesque creature's is merely 1200. This battle is surely in the bag. Battle power? Master Roshi gently shook his head. That figure is merely a reference. In true combat, numerous factors influence the outcome, such as the environment and the state of the fighters, or perhaps underestimating the opponent. He seemed to sense an impending concern. Yet Bulma appeared oblivious, cheering for Yamcha as she watched the swift exchanges of blows. Elsewhere in a lavish villa, Mr. Satan, the newly crowned fighting champion, was engrossed in the broadcast. He had recently emerged as a novel fighter, securing victory in most competitions through his innovative techniques. His fame had grown immensely during this period. Accompanied by his disciples, he too was watching the live stream. Why can't we see anything clearly? Satan's disciples exclaimed, holding their heads in bewilderment. They are fighting, Master Satan. But we completely do not comprehend it. As their master, Satan found himself equally perplexed, unable to decipher the battle. However, he could not afford to admit this in front of his students, as he needed to uphold his champion's prestige. Those techniques, he remarked, feigning depth as he glanced toward the commotion, are merely trivial illusions. This group is truly dull, attempting to deceive everyone with such antics. They clearly lack an understanding of martial arts and combat. As he spoke, a semblance of anger stirred within him, prompting him to swing his fists in a display of speed, even capable of rivaling the speed of soaring baseball. However, when juxtaposed with the multitude depicted in the scene, the comparison becomes utterly unfathomable. One of his disciples sensed a peculiar aura in the imagery. He pointed at Son Wukong in the picture and remarked, "Master Satan, that figure appears to be the master of the Sun Family Martial Arts School, renowned for their prowess. They surely would not deceive us in such matters." The Sun Family Martial Arts School? Satan recalled the earlier promotions of that institution and was immediately engulfed with righteous indignation. I remember now. It is indeed the one that boasted of having individuals capable of obliterating mountains with a single strike. What a farce! How could humans possibly achieve such feats? Upon hearing Satan's assertion, the gathered crowd nodded in agreement. They considered themselves formidable figures, yet even they could merely shatter tiles. The notion of annihilating a mountain was utterly preposterous. Many believed that such an act transcended human capability. On the television, a battle between Yamcha and the cultivator was unfolding. Their speeds intertwined, creating countless phantoms. Observing the current situation, Satan confidently proclaimed, "I comprehend now. These individuals must be fabricating illusions. How else could extraterrestrials emerge from the Earth? Their current maneuvers are undoubtedly mere sleight of hand. This is outrageous. I, Mr. Satan, as a leading figure in the martial arts world, cannot permit such disregard for our discipline." Upon hearing Satan's words, those present quickly lavished him with praise. At that moment, Satan felt an overwhelming sense of pride and began to contemplate future endeavors. On the desolate mountain, Yamcha and the cultivator were locked in a fierce struggle. Their speeds were astonishing, the air around them charged with lethal intent, and countless rocks were shattered in their wake. To the onlookers, their velocity seemed imperceptible. Yet, to Son Gohan, it appeared as though they were moving in slow motion. He could already predict their next moves, while the combatants remained entrenched in their previous clash. The disparity between them was insurmountable. With a thunderous crash, the collision between them ultimately yielded a victor. Yamcha's relentless onslaught forced the cultivator to retreat. No escape. Yamcha swiftly pursued his opponent into the skies. The cultivator spun midair and launched himself directly at Yamcha. With a confident smile, Yamcha vanished into thin air just as the cultivator was about to make contact. The cultivator's counterattack missed entirely, while Yamcha had already reappeared behind him, executing a simple Kamehameha wave. With a brilliant flash, the energy wave surged forth, striking the cultivator squarely in the back, sending him crashing to the ground. The brilliant light clashed violently with the earth, dense smoke billowing upwards. Victory! In the distance, Krillin leaped up, his eyes sparkling with joy. Both Ten and Kaiatsu also exhibited expressions of delight, as the current situation favored them. Meanwhile, the smoke below completely dissipated, revealing the cultivator lying in the crater. Surrounded by rising wisps of smoke, clearly gravely injured. They did not appear as formidable as one might presume. Yamcha surveyed the downed cultivator with a sense of pride, turning to declare, "Leave the rest of them to me." What? Nappa's eyes flared with anger. Raditz, unfazed, cautioned, "These opponents are no pushovers. We should strike swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications." "Oomph." Vegeta scoffed, retorting, "It seems this time you have grown complacent." At that moment, Yamcha was still somewhat bewildered. "Yamcha, get out of the way." In the distance, Goku had keenly sensed a change in energy. He quickly called out to Yamcha. Yamcha, still dazed, turned his head in confusion. In that instant, the cultivator suddenly sprang from the ground, extending its long arms towards Yamcha. A look of shock crossed Yamcha's face, but by then, he had no opportunity to react. Chapter 36. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? Yamcha! Goku's eyes widened with concern. He dashed forward, desperate to save Yamcha. Just then, a figure surged forward, colliding with Yamcha in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Yamcha was sent flying. Almost simultaneously, Nappa's scouter began to register erratic readings. Crack! A sharp sound pierced the air as Nappa barely had time to react before his scouter exploded. A fierce blaze erupted before his eyes, smoke swirling rapidly. What? Nappa's face was thrust backward by the force of the explosion, his upper body leaning back in shock. The explosion of his scouter left him in disbelief. Beside him, Vegeta wore a look of astonishment. He had suspected that the others could effortlessly control their battle power, having removed his scouter long before, thus avoiding the same fate. Nonetheless, the revelation astounded him, for he was acutely aware of the scouter's detection capabilities. Even the obsolete detectors eliminated by Frieza's army could detect a combat power of at least 20,000. How could they possibly explode suddenly? Is there truly a warrior here whose strength surpasses 20,000? Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others sensed the sudden surge of energy as well. Recognizing it as Gohan's aura, Piccolo's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction, though this fleeting emotion was subtle enough to escape the notice of those around him. In the distance, the original Yamcha was propelled by overwhelming force, akin to a projectile struck by a powerful blast, sending him flying far away before he could even react. At that very moment, the cultivator had already charged toward Yamcha's location, his crimson eyes radiating intensity as he prepared to embrace Yamcha from across the way. However, he failed to realize that Yamcha had already been displaced, and standing in his stead was Son Gohan. Gohan slowly lifted his gaze, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his eyes. As the cultivator reached out towards him, Gohan lowered his stance slightly, his right fist clenched and launched forward. In the blink of an eye, a ferocious cannon punch erupted, unleashing a tempest that tore through everything in its path. The cultivator, caught off guard by the sudden change of opponent, was struck by the powerful punch, his body torn apart, with each half being swept away by the force, leading to a catastrophic explosion. Boom! Fiery blasts erupted above and below, with the explosive force shaking the very ground, creating a chaotic whirlwind of energy. Gohan's long black hair was swept up by the raging winds, yet he remained steadfast in his position, surrounded by an invisible aura that shielded him. No matter how intense the explosions and gusts became, they could not encroach upon him in the slightest. What? In the distance, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, clearly sensing that something extraordinary was unfolding before him. He watched in disbelief as Gohan emerged from the inferno, unable to fathom that the astonishing feat was accomplished by none other than him. At that moment, Nappa snapped out of his stupor and turned to gaze at Gohan. His eyes widened in shock, akin to saucers, as he struggled to reconcile the reality before him. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, everyone around seemed to be entranced in a state of disbelief. Bang! As the blasts began to dissipate, a sound reminiscent of a heavy object striking the ground echoed through the air. Gohan followed the sound direction and saw Yamcha lying in the distance. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, due to his hastily executed maneuver, he failed to properly rein in his strength, resulting in an excessive force propelling Yamcha. Presently, Yamcha appears to have lost his ability to move. He lies within the crater created by the explosion, his form contorted, with his legs similarly bent. This sight evokes memories for Son Gohan, reminiscent of the iconic moments belonging to the God of Tea. The scene bears a striking resemblance to that time. He had not anticipated that, despite his efforts to rescue him, the God of Tea would ultimately end up in this renowned portrayal of the world. At least this time, he had not succumbed to death. Yamcha! Krillin's voice shattered the silence. Son Goku finally reacted, tossing the pouch of senzu beans to Krillin while exclaiming, "Krillin. He has sustained some injuries from Gohan's impact. Just feed him the senzu beans." Understood. Krillin deftly caught the senzu beans and made his way toward the distant Yamcha. Meanwhile, Son Gohan sheepishly scratched his head. In a certain sense, this marked his true first act of saving another. He had intended to maximize his speed, but had not anticipated exerting such force, nearly causing the God of Tea to meet his end. He felt rather embarrassed about it. In the distance, Vegeta and Nappa chose to disregard the senzu beans. What they registered was Son Goku's other words. Gohan had intervened to save Yamcha. This implied that the formidable power that had previously overwhelmed their scouter was none other than the child of Kakarot. How could this be possible? What age could that child possibly be to surpass the limits of their scouter? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief, his heavy breathing betraying his incredulity. Vegeta, abandoning his crossed-arm posture, lowered his arms, revealing a palpable sense of trepidation in his gaze. According to his calculations, Kakarot's child might have already surpassed him. His own power level was merely 18,000, while the child was at least 20,000 or higher. In that moment, a terrifying thought surged within Vegeta's mind. He focused intently, Could it be that he is the legendary Super Saiyan? Although this notion seemed absurd, it was not entirely implausible. After all, Vegeta had never witnessed a Saiyan with such power, especially one who was merely a child. Only the legendary Super Saiyan could account for this phenomenon. In that instant, Vegeta's emotions were profoundly conflicted. He felt waves of fear, yet simultaneously, a sense of exhilaration coursed through him. "Hey, Raditz." Beside him, Nappa was equally flustered, directly inquiring of Raditz, "What is the matter with this little brat from the Kakarot family? How can he possess such incredible speed and even damage my scouter? What on earth have they done?" His eyes were now bloodshot, and the turbulent energy surrounding him was palpable. Raditz, appearing utterly bewildered, shook his head repeatedly. "I don't know. While Gohan's combat prowess is remarkable, he shouldn't be capable of causing the scouter to explode. It must be a malfunction." Chapter 37. Is the scouter broken again? No, it cannot merely be a malfunction. Vegeta stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Gohan, declaring, "Perhaps this boy truly harbors such immense power within him." "What?" Nappa turned around mechanically, his expression betraying his loss of composure. "Vegeta, are you jesting? This little squirt, his battle power exceeding 20,000? Vegeta disregarded Nappa's panicked tone, his focus unwavering on Gohan as he suddenly commanded, "You lot, charge in together." The bioengineered warriors in the distance, upon receiving Vegeta's command, surged forward towards Gohan without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the hovering helicopter above, the journalists and their assistants were engulfed in confusion once more. They gazed at the footage they had recorded, their expressions reflecting sheer bewilderment. It was nothing but a hollow recording, showcasing only the destruction. There were no images of the battle itself, merely flashes of movement between the two parties that they could not comprehend. Thus, the previously confident reporter found himself utterly perplexed. His assistant, rendered speechless, merely broadcasted the scene without commentary. Upon witnessing Gohan's sudden appearance on the battlefield, the reporter seemed to have an epiphany and immediately remarked, "It appears that the situation on the battlefield has shifted. That extraterrestrial being has been struck down, and it was accomplished by a young martial artist. It seems to be a victory for us Earthlings." He rambled on about the unfolding events, for that was all they could see. Subsequently, they observed many of the bio-warriors launching their attacks simultaneously, prompting the reporter to sense that something significant was about to transpire. His voice quickened, as if attempting to stir the audience's excitement. Down below, amidst the rocky terrain, the remaining 4 bio-warriors unleashed their assaults. Gohan's gaze, sharp as a blade, was intent on testing his current abilities. At that moment, a flash of white cloak surged through the scene. A vast wave of energy was unleashed, instantly obliterating one of the bio-warriors. It was Piccolo intervening. His figure darted forth like lightning, swiftly positioning himself before the bio-warrior. With a swift motion, Piccolo's right arm descended like a long blade. With a swift motion, he cleaved one of the cultivators in two. Almost immediately, he pivoted and delivered a powerful kick that shattered another cultivator. The one who had been evenly matched with Yamcha was, surprisingly, not his equal. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the situation, Piccolo executed another graceful turn, his eyes gleaming with intensity as 2 beams of laser energy shot forth. The searing energy pierced through the last remaining cultivator, its extreme heat spreading instantaneously, extinguishing any semblance of life within him. In but a breath's time, Piccolo had eradicated all the cultivators present. He then stood beside Gohan, his expression steely as he regarded Vegeta and his companions. Beside him, Gohan unclenched his fists, a smile gracing his features as he looked at Uncle Piccolo. "Humph, do they truly believe they can triumph through sheer numbers?" Piccolo cast a cold gaze at the 3 Saiyans opposing him, a derisive smile forming on his lips as he declared, "What a delusion! I have grown weary of this game. Now, I shall defeat you all in one fell swoop." As he spoke, he discarded his white cloak, preparing to conclude this battle with decisive action. "What audacity!" Nappa scoffed at Piccolo's words. "Though you may be a Namekian, there is no way you can overcome us." While he appeared to engage Piccolo in conversation, his gaze was fixated on Gohan, clearly puzzled by Gohan's earlier display of power. Piccolo, unfazed by Nappa's taunts, replied with a smirk, "Whether I can defeat you will be revealed in battle. However, judging by your demeanor, I doubt you can match my strength. Vegeta, may I strike?" Nappa's fists cracked ominously as he spoke, his voice low and resolute. "This arrogant fool needs to experience the might of a warrior. Go ahead." Vegeta remained stoic, his attention still on Gohan. "This mere Namekian is far too arrogant. Teach him a lesson and dispose of the rest." The boy is mine. Understood. Nappa cast a knowing glance at Gohan before removing his armor, revealing his robust physique. As he began to move, an overwhelming aura began to emanate from him. Gohan, step back, Piccolo instructed, his gaze fixed on Nappa. I will handle this. Be careful, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied, stepping back without contention, fully aware that Piccolo possessed the strength to subdue Nappa. At that moment, Yamcha had consumed a Senza bean and regained his health. The two of them simultaneously returned to the team at the rear. Gohan, your push was truly forceful, Yamcha remarked with a wry smile, glancing at Gohan. Just now, I felt as if I would have to use the Dragon Balls. Thankfully, I held my breath. Gohan felt somewhat embarrassed and was about to respond after bowing to Yamcha. However, Yamcha hurriedly waved his hand, cheerfully saying, no need for that. I owe you my gratitude for saving me. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I might have been struck and perhaps even killed by that guy. Gohan looked at him in surprise, taken aback by Yamcha's unexpected openness. Yamcha, Krillin interjected, casting a sideways glance at him. You shouldn't be so complacent. If it weren't for Gohan just now, you would have been in trouble. How am I supposed to explain this when we return? Yamcha chuckled awkwardly. Meanwhile, Tien observed Gohan closely, sighing, I never expected that even Goku's son has far surpassed us. His eyes betrayed a sense of reluctance. As an aspiring martial artist, his resolve had always been unwavering. Yet witnessing Gohan's displayed power left him feeling somewhat defeated. Yamcha and Krillin exchanged glances, recalling Gohan's earlier performance. In that moment, they had not seen Gohan's actions. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the distance, jolting the group from their stupor. Tien and the others turned to the source of the sound, witnessing Nappa being hurled away. Several rocky mountains in the distance crumbled in an instant. I thought he was some formidable character, Piccolo remarked, floating in the air with one arm extended, a cold smile gracing his lips. It seems he is merely a facade of strength. Let this be the end of it. Chapter 38. The head held too high. In the distance, Vegeta heard the explosion and momentarily shifted his gaze back to the mountains. Upon seeing that Nappa had been defeated, astonishment flickered in his eyes. He clearly had not anticipated this outcome, and his mood soured significantly. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his right fist tightly, his expression devoid of any ease. His eyes bore an unprecedented seriousness, as he had come to a realization. Just then, Piccolo had already dashed into the cloud of smoke. Damn that Namekian! Aggressive shouts echoed from within the haze, with fierce light flashing intermittently. Amidst the hurried sounds, a figure swiftly emerged, returning to the battleground where the two factions were poised against each other. It was none other than Piccolo. At this moment, he was gripping the massive Nappa with one hand. The once menacing Nappa now had eyes glazed over, blood seeping from his mouth. Piccolo casually tossed him to the ground, scoffing, "You were so boastful earlier. I thought you were a formidable opponent, yet it turns out you possess such limited capability." Thud! Nappa's body rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to rest in the mud. His eyes remained clouded, struggling to regain clarity. "How remarkable that you would show him mercy," Son Goku remarked, approaching Piccolo with a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback by Piccolo's decision to spare Nappa. "Make no mistake, Son Goku," Piccolo replied coldly without turning around. "I am not showing him mercy. Rather, I am intrigued by his earlier comment regarding me being a Namekian." "I see," Son Goku responded, understanding dawning in his eyes. He then turned to Raditz and said, "Brother Raditz, you should return quickly. If Chi-Chi finds out you left during work hours, she'll be furious." Meanwhile, Raditz remained in a state of disbelief at Nappa's defeat, clinging to his previous assumptions that Nappa was significantly stronger than he. Upon hearing Son Goku's words, Raditz defiantly retorted, "Kakarot, what nonsense are you spouting? I am a proud elite Saiyan warrior. How could I possibly heed her commands?" Son Goku, unfazed by Raditz's response, simply stated, "If you wish to leave, then go with your comrades, but do not engage in any misdeeds in the future." His words indicated a willingness to let those present go free. Piccolo frowned slightly, disapproving of Son Goku's approach, even though it was this very strategy that allowed him to survive earlier. "What are you saying?" Vegeta interjected, striding forward with crossed arms, his demeanor haughty. "Kakarot, from your words, it seems we have utterly lost to you. What a joke." Despite the seemingly dire circumstances, Vegeta wore a cruel smile. Son Goku, maintaining his composure, looked at Vegeta and nodded gently. "Yes, currently you cannot defeat us. If you wish to keep your lives, it would be wise to leave this planet. You're not welcome here." As he spoke the final words, a formidable aura emanated from him, stirring a powerful gust of wind. Vegeta felt the pressure emanating from Son Goku, causing him to uncross his arms, his expression one of astonishment. In the next moment, Vegeta's countenance returned to its normal state. He approached Son Wukong slowly until they were merely an arm's length apart. Pausing, he lifted his gaze towards Son Wukong, a sly smirk gracing his lips. Kakarot, do you even comprehend whom you are addressing? I do, Son Wukong replied, meeting his eyes with a steady demeanor. I am the Saiyan with bloodied hands. Bloodied hands? Vegeta's eyes glimmered with derision as he retorted, how grandiose your words are. Yet are you not a Saiyan yourself? No, I was raised on Earth, Son Wukong responded, his gaze clear as water. So, in a sense, I'm a child of the Earth, nurtured by this planet. Oh, a child of Earth, is it? Vegeta's tone dripped with mockery. But you are still a Saiyant's offspring, with Saiyan blood coursing through your veins. Allow me to enlighten you on how you arrived on this planet. Son Wukong's expression remained unchanged. He had long since realized that the manner of his arrival was inconsequential. What truly mattered were the experiences he cherished here, and he was determined to protect them. Upon birth, every Saiyan is assessed for their combat prowess. Though Vegeta looked up at Son Wukong, he exuded an air of dominance. Only those who meet the standards of intermediate warriors are permitted to remain on the planet and are assigned to combat teams. Meanwhile, lower-class warriors like you are dispatched to inferior planets for training. Such lower-class warriors must annihilate all life on their assigned planets to be readmitted as warriors of Planet Vegeta. I see, Son Wukong replied, his expression as serene as a still lake. I am quite fortunate to be a lower-class warrior sent to this planet. Oomph. Vegeta's eyes shimmered with disdain. It seems you still fail to grasp the truth. Let me enlighten you. Warriors of your caliber are nothing but the dregs on Planet Vegeta. While I am the illustrious prince of the Saiyans, the strongest Saiyan in history, a paragon among elites. And what of it? Son Wukong continued to gaze down at Vegeta. Do you still not understand? Vegeta's smile grew ever more arrogant. For a lower-class warrior like you, sparring with me is a privilege, but today, I shall let you witness true power. And by the way, lower your head. Vegeta's voice rang out suddenly, and in the next instant, he surged upward, aiming to stomp down upon Son Wukong. Yet, his foot met only air, for his target was but a fleeting illusion. Swiftly pivoting, Vegeta turned to find the orange-clad figure already behind him. In an instant, his aura surged, and he thrust both palms forward. However, it seemed Son Wukong had anticipated his every move, stepping in decisively to counter the attack. In an instant, their palms entwined, and a powerful aura clashed, evidently initiating a struggle. With a thunderous roar, the two formidable energies intertwined and surged, causing the very ground around them to tremble incessantly. Chapter 39. The Aura of the Turbulent Planet. As Piccolo observed the battle, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. A smirk crept onto his lips as he coldly remarked, "This fellow is infuriatingly stealing someone else's opponent." Despite his words, he did not intervene in the duel. Instead, he strode directly in front of Nappa and, with a single kick, sent Nappa flying, his form landing upon a distant rocky outcrop. "Hey, Piccolo, what are you trying to do?" Raditz shouted upon witnessing Piccolo's actions. "Nappa is a warrior of our Saiyan race. You cannot harm him." However, before he could finish, Piccolo's gaze shifted to Raditz. A mere glance sent a shiver through Raditz's heart as memories from the past flooded back to him. Yet, Piccolo did not strike Raditz. His figure flickered and swiftly appeared on a distant cliff, having heard Nappa's earlier claim of being a Namekian, which piqued his curiosity. After all, in his memories, he only identified as a demon, knowing nothing of his origins. Even he was eager to uncover the truth about his lineage. With Raditz too intimidated to intervene, his attention returned to the distant confrontation. "Kakarot, your speed is impressive." Vegeta, exerting every ounce of his strength, found himself unable to budge Son Goku an inch. Yet he taunted, for a lower-class warrior to reach this level, you must have undergone rigorous training. As he spoke, he suddenly yanked his upper body backward and launched a kick upward, a move clearly imbued with an element of surprise. However, Son Goku appeared unfazed. With a swift motion, he pulled back his left hand, breaking free for Vegeta's grasp, then used his right hand to yank Vegeta towards him. What? Confusion flashed in Vegeta's eyes, but the distance left him no time to react. Son Goku's right arm spun like a whirlwind, sending Vegeta into a dizzying spin. With a resounding crash, when the speed reached its zenith, Son Goku abruptly released his hold. Vegeta's body plummeted toward the ground, crashing into a rocky mountain. The immense force reverberated, piercing through several mountains behind him, while the earth below fractured like a spider's web. Vegeta, however, quickly regained his composure, stabilizing his stance. Damn it! He furiously berated the subordinate warrior, then quietly declared, "Merely a lowly warrior dares to confront me? Let me show you what it truly means to be the mightiest Saiyan." As he spoke, Vegeta levitated once more into the air, crossing his arms defiantly before him, his formidable aura manifesting around him. An invisible energy formed a unique circular shield, subtly illuminated by flashes of electric light. This was the pinnacle of his power, potent enough to distort the very fabric of the void. "Witness this, Kakarot." A gleam of triumph flickered across Vegeta's face as he sneered. "This is a combat prowess you shall never attain." Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted forth, an immense force that transformed the atmosphere, casting the sky into shadow. As the tempest spread, it seemed to weave countless nets of energy, and within the vicinity of Vegeta, several towering mountains crumbled under the strain, annihilated in an instant. The onlookers in the battlefield felt the tremendous pressure of his aura, instinctively assuming defensive postures, hearts racing with sheer terror. Even with their defenses raised, they could not help but stagger backward, feeling utterly outmatched by the sheer force of his presence. What manner of monster is this? Yamcha was forcibly propelled several miles away, his feet carving deep ruts into the earth, dread consuming him. The disparity in power was so vast that he could not even muster the will to resist. The very air he breathed felt suffocating. Krillin and Tien, though slightly better off, were not much improved, retreating a considerable distance with disbelief etched across their faces. The two of them, along with the nearby Dogo, were drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the realization that this adversary was insurmountable, leading them to feel a deep sense of defeat. With a resounding crash, they collided with a mountainside, finally coming to a halt, yet their expressions turned grave as they pondered the nature of the beast they faced. After a prolonged silence, Tien broke the stillness, his skin stinging from the fierce currents of energy that swept by, his heart racing in trepidation. Meanwhile, Krillin scanned the horizon, suddenly fixing his gaze on a distant figure. "Look," he exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of elation. "Gohan is still standing there. It's unbelievable that such power has no effect on him." Tianjin, Fan, and Yamcha gazed in the same direction, where they observed a tempest raging in the distance, with only Gohan remaining steadfast. Remarkably, he exhibited no defensive posture. Relying solely on his innate strength, he managed to withstand the onslaught. This was nothing short of astonishing. The expressions of those present were etched with disbelief. Although they had previously witnessed Gohan's prowess, it had transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving them without a tangible comprehension. Now, witnessing Gohan confront such formidable power directly, they were overwhelmed with profound astonishment. Even this 5-year-old child surpassed them by leaps and bounds. It was not just Gohan. Tien's 3 eyes seemed to perceive something amiss. He murmured, "Goku and Piccolo remain entirely unaffected. Truly, it appears they have once again distanced themselves from me." A potent sense of frustration welled up within him. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Even merely enduring the aura of a Saiyan left him unable to move. In stark contrast, Goku and Piccolo navigated the tempest with ease. One extraordinary group. Yamcha, too, bore an expression of resentment. Above, the helicopter swayed violently under the onslaught of the fierce winds. The turbulence rendered them incapable of maintaining balance, and all instruments within the helicopter seemed to malfunction simultaneously, plunging the interior into chaos. Sparks erupted everywhere, a clear indication that Vegeta's immense power had disrupted the magnetic field. And indeed, this was the truth. Vegeta unleashed his full might, sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout the planet, causing it to tremble incessantly. Across this beleaguered world, various machines succumbed to destruction, instilling an ineffable terror in everyone, striking deep into their souls. Chapter 40. Receive my rock slide attack. Within Satan's villa, an overwhelming aura had permeated the air. The television crackled with electricity, and the entire villa quaked. Initially, the attendees were extolling Mr. Satan's capabilities, but the sudden turn of events filled their hearts with dread, prompting them to hastily seek refuge beneath the table. Even Satan, the so-called champion of martial arts, found himself crouched in fear beside them. Dust cascaded from the ceilings, clearly indicating the emergence of new peril due to the tremors. In truth, this was not an isolated incident. Across every corner of the globe, the atmosphere mirrored this chaotic state. At Baozi Mountain, the dojo also experienced relentless shaking. The image on mobile screens became distorted, and the students felt a constriction in their chests. Even they could not escape an absurd sensation. After all, the battlefield was so far removed from here. How could such energy possibly reach them? Was that individual truly human? How terrifying. Many students are experiencing a sense of oppression in their hearts. Some even find themselves lying on the ground, their faces flushed with suppressed emotions. Clearly, they're being overwhelmed by a tremendous force, resulting in adverse physical reactions. Is this what Master Wukong refers to as Qi? Is truly terrifying. What is this power, and who are these individuals? Can Master Wukong and his companions really withstand it? I feel utterly powerless to resist. Even the television has been affected. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? How frightening. A continuous murmur of voices arises. Though each utterance carries a tremor of fear, the students engaged in conversation are clearly apprehensive, for this overwhelming presence instills a profound sense of uncertainty, compelling them to converse in an attempt to alleviate their fears. Panic has engulfed the world, as this aura is extraordinarily potent and utterly incomprehensible, leading to an unsettling turmoil across the globe. Atop the temple, the celestial deity also senses the turbulence below. He unconsciously steps back 2 paces, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What a dreadful aura! The deity's body trembles uncontrollably as he remarks. Such a malevolent and formidable presence is unlike anything I have ever encountered. Could it be that Earth is truly in peril? As he speaks, a sudden realization dawns upon him, and his gaze shifts downward. No, Earth should be safe. Gohan possesses boundless potential. If he can harness that potential, victory is within reach. However, just as he articulates this thought, he is abruptly met with a mysterious voice from a higher plane. Who could that be? The deity's expression turns to one of confusion as he scans his surroundings with a puzzled demeanor. Soon, he seems to perceive a voice from the void. Instantly, he adopts a respectful posture, bowing and saying, "Ah, it is the esteemed King of the North. Thank you for your attention to this planet amidst your busy schedule. Indeed, some events have transpired here. The Saiyans have set their sights on this world." Understanding that it is the King of the North, he proceeds to elaborate on the circumstances at hand. Meanwhile, Bobo stands nearby, having recognized the mention of the King of the North. He is aware that this entity is one of the most magnificent deities in the universe, governing the northern galaxy, which comprises countless star systems, including the galaxy where Earth resides. Given the king's stature, it is unlikely that he would normally reach out to Earth's deities. This communication may signify something of great importance. On the battlefield, Son Gohan stands amidst the raging currents of energy. At this moment, his strength was sufficiently formidable. Thus he remained unaffected. A battle power of 18,000 indeed showcased extraordinary prowess. Son Gohan exhaled softly, expressing a sense of yearning as he pondered. What kind of power would one possess upon truly becoming a Super Saiyan? He had witnessed Super Saiyans before, yet that had merely been an observation. Now, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation. In the skies above, Son Wukong stood calmly suspended in midair. The aura before him grew increasingly potent, casting an ominous shadow over the entire Earth, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. However, no matter how terrifying that power might be, it did not perturb Son Wukong in the slightest. What impressive individual! Excitement sparkled in Son Wukong's eyes as he remarked, "Were it not for my training in the gravity chamber, I would be far inferior to him. If only he were a good person." There was a tinge of regret in his final words, as if he sensed the oppressive energy affecting the very rotation of the planet. A flicker of eerie blue lightning danced in his gaze. He glanced into the distance, then extended his right hand, finger splayed. With a rush, a powerful gust surged outward, an invisible force that forcibly tore through Vegeta's explosive energy. Like a sharp blade, it pierced through, striking directly at Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta immediately felt a sharp pain in his midsection, and his momentum abruptly ceased. The force sent him reeling backward, a trend he could not suppress. In that fleeting moment, Son Wukong swiftly maneuvered through the clouds, catching the plummeting helicopter with both hands, lifting it with sheer strength. Inside the helicopter, everyone was thrown about, unable to maintain control, feeling as though their lives were slipping away. Yet, Son Wukong hoisted the aircraft and sought a safe location to set it down gently. After accomplishing this feat, he reappeared above the helicopter, observing the disoriented passengers. He tapped on the glass and called out, "Hey, you all, This place is quite dangerous. You should find somewhere safe to hide. Among the chaos, a reporter regained consciousness and recognized him as the master of the Sun family martial arts dojo. In that instant, the reporter perceived him as a savior. Kakarot. A sudden, fierce voice resonated from afar. The powerful energy surged once more, accompanied by a shower of debris. Son Wukong swiftly turned, sensing Vegeta's aura beginning to spiral into chaos, clearly indicating that his opponent was truly enraged. What a troublesome fellow. Must one be thoroughly beaten before compliance is achieved? The fierce aura emanating from Son Wukong ignited with fervor, and in an instant he surged forth. With a flash akin to a shooting star, his orange form darted past. Before Vegeta could even process the event, that figure had breached the energy barrier and arrived directly in front of him. This time, Vegeta seemed to have anticipated the attack, swiftly extending his right arm to block. However, the figure abruptly vanished. A sense of urgency gripped Vegeta as he pivoted to retaliate, yet his fist struck nothing but air. In that fleeting moment of his turn, Son Wukong reappeared, his clenched fist crashing into Vegeta's face. Boom! Vegeta was sent flying by the force of the blow, crashing heavily into a distant mountain. As his form settled, the immense power he had endured began to transmit, cascading through the remaining rock formations behind him, thus creating a unique tableau of rocky splendor. Chapter 41. Do you possess the strength to contend with the likes of the Sun family? In the desolate expanse, the surrounding mountains had been obliterated by overwhelming force. Only a solitary, barren peak remained in the distance. Atop that mountain lay a vast circular plateau, which expanded outward in concentric rings. At its center stood Vegeta, clad in blue battle attire. His current state appeared exceedingly disheveled, devoid of the previous bravado. How infuriating! Vegeta felt pain coursing through his body. He quickly assessed his condition, grappling with disbelief as he observed the orange figure hovering in the distance. His eyes were filled with rage. He forcibly summoned his energy, shattering the very mountain beneath him, sending countless fragments scattering in all directions. Vegeta lingered at a distance, gasping for breath, blood trickling down from the gash on his forehead. The crimson droplets fell perilously close to his eyelid. The world before him transformed into a crimson haze, and his expression momentarily dulled. He reached out to wipe his eyelid, glancing at the bloodstains on his white glove. For a moment, he was stunned, only to be overtaken by a surge of astonishment and fury. In the next instant, an uncontainable rage filled the chasm within him. Vegeta erupted into laughter, consumed by his wrath. You must have realized by now, Son Wukong, who had appeared behind him, remarked. At this moment, you cannot defeat me. If you wish to continue fighting, return after honing your skills, but do not engage in mischief again. His words carried a note of admonition, yet such sentiments only served to amplify Vegeta's fury. How utterly laughable! Vegeta abruptly turned around, his voice laced with fury. Oh, a mere subordinate warrior, dare to issue commands to me? Do you truly believe that landing a lucky punch signifies anything of importance? As he spoke, he noticed the bloodstains on his gloves, and a torrent of rage surged within him. His eyes turned a deep crimson as he bellowed once more. Kakarot, I have made my decision. I no longer require your son, regardless of any latent Super Saiyan potential he may possess. I shall annihilate this planet. What? For the first time, a look of panic flickered in Son Goku's eyes. He clearly could not tolerate such an event unfolding. Vegeta, however, wore a sinister grin, his body enveloped in a burning purple aura as he soared into the sky. Kakarot, even if you manage to fortuitously land a blow on me. The atmosphere around Vegeta rapidly expanded, and he roared, but you will not withstand this attack. You shall perish alongside this planet. With a thunderous roar, a powerful gust of energy erupted forth, the immense force exploding outward in all directions. Vegeta's strength coalesced rapidly, his body contorting into an extraordinary pose. His left wrist rested upon the back of his right hand. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning swirled around him. A classic beam struggle in the distance. Gohan sensed the overwhelming power emanating from Vegeta and felt a flicker of interest. After all, that moment was indeed a classic. Yet he quickly shook his head, for the disparity between the two combatants was now insurmountable, rendering any beam struggle impossible. After all, his father's battle power was around 90,000, far exceeding Vegeta's might. Even a forced beam struggle would reveal the inevitable outcome. With a flourished Gallic gun, the violet energy surged to its zenith. The aura surrounding Vegeta concentrated to an intense brilliance of purple, a hue so vivid it seemed to shroud the very sky, its formidable power requiring no further elaboration. This was Vegeta's full strength. Under his utmost effort, the energy expanded tremendously, instilling a palpable sense of death's threat among those below. In the distance, Piccolo stood amidst the relentless winds, arms crossed, observing Vegeta high above with a cold gaze. He scoffed. Son Goku is truly procrastinating. Such a foe could easily be dealt with, yet he allows him to reach such a level. Facing upwards, he exhibited no concern. After all, his own strength was formidable enough to handle any situation. Moreover, Son Goku's power surpassed even his own, lending him confidence regarding the outcome of the battle. With a resounding crash, a robust wave of energy descended from above. The violet waves of light shone resplendently, once again transforming the very fabric of the world. The terrifying aura was potent enough to obliterate everything beneath it. Even before the energy wave descended, the land below had already collapsed, leaving boundless territory in disarray. It was evident to all that should this brilliance be fully realized, the Earth would be doomed to face an inescapable calamity. The reporters broadcasting live from below were engulfed in dread. In that moment, they sensed a palpable aura of death, as if the very specter of mortality beckoned to them. This fear was akin to the sensation ordinary people experience in the face of natural disasters, rendering them nearly breathless. This was a spectacle of combat that should never have been witnessed. At this moment, those who had awakened shared a unified thought in their hearts. Simultaneously, they caught sight of a diminutive figure in their peripheral vision. Amidst the ravaged ground, Son Gohan, clad in a purple GI, stood resolutely, gazing skyward, focused on the battle unfolding above. Such a small child, he ought to be seized by terror. Yet, the composure he exuded was entirely different from their own. Just then, Son Goku had taken the initiative to confront the Galagon. With swift precision, he formed a stance, his entire being ablaze with radiant energy. The brilliant flames of his aura ignited further under the illumination of the violet light. In the eyes of all onlookers, the orange figure collided directly with the purple beam. What should have been a futile endeavor appeared to defy expectations. The energy wave, a clear voice resonated amidst the oppressive atmosphere. Son Goku completed his preparatory stance with remarkable speed, propelling himself forward, mere inches from the Galagon. As the energy wave was on the verge of colliding with him, he thrust his hands forward abruptly. A highly condensed energy wave erupted in an instant. The slender energy wave surged upwards, meeting Vegeta as Galagon in a dramatic clash. Boom! The collision of two immensely powerful forces reverberated through the air. From the point of their collision, a terrifying shockwave radiated outward. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta's fully charged energy wave was forcibly repelled, soaring unimpeded into the sky. How could this be possible? At that moment, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he exerted every ounce of strength to push the energy wave back. Yet, all his efforts proved futile. The energy was swiftly driven back, sending Vegeta's body hurtling upward. Chapter 42. Transformed into a great ape, the prince's combat style remains unchanged. Boom! The energy wave, potent enough to annihilate stars, was expelled, instantly piercing through the billowing clouds and erupting beyond the confines of Earth. The energy field expanded outward. The sky gradually brightened, as if it had weathered a fierce storm, with a rainbow beginning to emerge. Sun Wukong maintained his stance, having unleashed the Kamehameha wave, his gaze fixed upwards. He slowly retracted his posture, still gazing at the heavens. At the very last moment, he had tempered his strength. Such a degree of restraint should have been sufficient for Vegeta to escape calamity. Despite lacking a sense of belonging to the Saiyans, he still harbored a hope that the few remaining could redeem themselves. Yet, for now, this was all he could accomplish. From the sandy earth below, Raditz emerged, shaking off the dust that clung to him, and looked skyward. This must be a jest. Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread as he stammered. Prince Vegeta has been defeated, and by Kakarot, that lowly warrior. Surely I must be dreaming. He slapped his own face, immediately wincing from the sharp pain. Stop looking, uncle. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan had appeared by his side and remarked, "This is the truth. Father's power has surpassed his. And even you may not have noticed, but your own strength has increased, now exceeding that of Nappa. Is that so?" Raditz pondered, still grappling with confusion. The notion of surpassing those two was something he wouldn't dare dream of, for the hierarchy among Saiyans was deeply ingrained. In their beliefs, lower-class warriors could never surpass upper-class warriors, and those of noble birth always outclass their peers. No warrior could surpass their king, Vegeta. Yet now, it seemed that this belief was being shattered. Raditz's mind spun, as if the world around him was in turmoil, making acceptance all the more difficult. Gohan observed Raditz's current state with a hint of amusement. After spending a year with him, he sensed that a trace of warmth still lingered within this being. Though he often spoke with cold pride, he was not beyond redemption. Vegeta is coming, Gohan suddenly exclaimed, lifting his head with a smile. It seems he wishes to transform into a great ape. Your thoughts are surprisingly aligned. Raditz remained in a daze, while Gohan turned his attention to the sky. Sensing Vegeta's approach, if all went as anticipated, that warrior intended to undergo his transformation into a great ape. Although the battle had not lasted long, it appeared he had no other recourse left. Suddenly, a streak of light raced across the sky. Vegeta reappeared amidst the clouds, panting heavily, his face etched with terror. Up until this moment, he could scarcely believe that a Saiyan could defeat him. Dreadful, utterly dreadful. Vegeta clenched his fists, nearly propelled into a leap. His demeanor unmistakably revealed that he had been thoroughly provoked. The aura he emanated caused the surrounding clouds to dissipate entirely. However, his current state leaned towards madness and obsession. I shall never concede to you. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Kakarot, do you truly believe that by obliterating the moon, you have thwarted all my options? Such foolishness from one as formidable as I. He gradually raised his right hand, and his energy swiftly separated from within, coalescing into a luminous sphere that floated above his palm. What now? Do you intend to continue this battle? Goku reappeared before Vegeta, stating, although I could indulge you, it would be futile. At this moment, you cannot defeat me. Kakarot, do not grow too complacent. The sphere in Vegeta's hand shimmered vibrantly as he declared, while you are undeniably powerful, I am determined to end your life. You shall regret eliminating your tail. The tail? Goku hesitated slightly before retorting. You intend to transform into a great ape, do you? Do not harbor such delusions. The moon no longer exists. Huh, indeed, it was your doing, yet you have miscalculated. Vegeta hurled the luminous orb into the sky, bellowing, among us elite Saiyans, we possess the means to create a moon. Expand. The orb surged upward and, following Vegeta's command, erupted magnificently. Crash. The sphere melded with the atmosphere, expanding until it transformed into a celestial body reminiscent of the moon. What? Goku gazed in astonishment at the distant moon, utterly unprepared for the revelation that his adversary could indeed conjure a moon. What would transpire next? He had already begun to speculate within his mind. Crash. Vegeta's previously descending aura now swelled dramatically, the searing currents of energy wildly radiating outward. Vegeta's form grew larger, ultimately transforming into a colossal great ape. An even greater force erupted forth, poised to obliterate everything in its vicinity. Kakarot. The transformed Vegeta glared at Goku, a cold scoff escaping him. Now, what do you intend to use to impede me? Observing Goku's calm demeanor ignited a storm of fury within him, a desire to crush the man before him entirely. How to impede me? Goku turned around, smiling as he replied, there is no need for elaborate defenses. As I previously stated, you still cannot triumph over me. Such a simple declaration ignited an inferno of rage within Vegeta. How could the illustrious prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta, ever endure such humiliation? That accursed foe. With a surge of fury, Vegeta leaped from the ground, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with his boundless wrath. This strike was devoid of any embellishment. It was sheer force and velocity. Goku, unfazed, crossed his arms and braced himself against the onslaught. The air seemed to collapse under the impact, the terrifying sound of the shockwave resonating through the atmosphere. Goku absorbed the blow, the dissipating energy radiating wildly, rendering even mountains powerless before it. Yet, he only staggered back a few steps, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, it appears my suspicions were correct. You expended a great deal of your energy to create that moon. Even with your great ape transformation, you cannot defeat me now. Witnessing his opponent's mere retreat infuriated Vegeta further. He soared into the sky, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts downwards. The ground trembled beneath the relentless explosions, enveloped in a shroud of terrifying smoke. Chapter 43. The Aura That Shakes King Kai's Planet. From a distance, the billowing smoke spread forth, accompanied by fierce flames that cascaded near Gohan. Truly, he was the Prince of Vegeta, Gohan found himself amused by Vegeta's tactics, recognizing that such strategies were effective against few adversaries. With a smile in his eyes, he remained undeterred, his aura shimmering around him like a protective shield, dispersing the encroaching smoke. Gohan, with your current strength. Krillin and the others sensed Gohan's formidable presence, feeling as though their years of training had been in vain. Despite their extensive efforts, they found themselves surpassed by a mere 5-year-old. They exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting their own thoughts. Yes, I've trained with my father and Uncle Piccolo, Gohan said with a polite smile. While my dream is to be a scholar, I must also keep my body in shape. Tien's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt a sting of shame. Here was a child, striving merely to maintain his fitness, achieving such remarkable strength, while he aspired to be the mightiest martial artist. Yet now required protection from this young lad. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Krillin and Yamcha shared awkward smiles, clearly a loss for words. In the distant sky, Vegeta, transformed into a great ape, gasped for breath, having been provoked by Goku's words. Now exerting his utmost strength as countless energy blasts rain down. Below lies a terrifying sea of flames, with smoke billowing into the sky. Fool! Vegeta gasps, then looks down and exclaims, Kakarot, you wretched scoundrel, you deserve this. How dare you underestimate the prince of all Saiyans? This is the fate you have brought upon yourself. His laughter echoes, though it is tinged with an unmistakable strain. It is evident that the recent onslaught has left him fatigued. With Kakarot dealt with, his gaze shifts to the distance, where he observes Gohan, musing, that little brat possesses an unfathomable power. He might indeed be the legendary Super Saiyan. If I could harness his strength, perhaps I could vanquish Frieza. The mere thought of that name causes every muscle in Vegeta's body to tremble. Although Nappa and others had speculated over the years that planet Vegeta's demise was not merely a cosmic accident, but rather the handiwork of Frieza, he had never cared. The manner of the Saiyan's demise was inconsequential. What he could not abide was Frieza's wanton manipulation of everything he held dear. Thus, he had been relentlessly seeking an opportunity. It was only after noticing the fluctuations in Gohan's combat power that a plan began to form in his mind. However, the success of this scheme hinged entirely on the cooperation of that little brat. Just as Vegeta prepared to make his move, a sudden gust of wind swept through below. His steps faltered as he gazed in astonishment at what lay beneath. Where does he intend to go? As Goku's voice resonated from below, a figure burst forth from the smoke. What? In the eyes of the great ape Vegeta, there was a clear expression of bewilderment. He had not anticipated that his opponent would emerge unscathed. As surprise registered on his face, Goku accelerated, charging forward with clenched fists that struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. Boom! Before Vegeta could react, that punch, infused with overwhelming power, landed with force. Compared to the massive form of the great ape, Goku's fist appeared diminutive. Yet in that moment, it unleashed an extraordinary might. The impact sent Vegeta's colossal body soaring into the air beyond his control as he was propelled toward the heavens. Almost simultaneously, Goku dashed past, his form crackling with energy, positioning himself directly in front of Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta was still attempting to regain his composure. Yet, he found himself face to face with Goku. Although both were moving at high speed, they seemed to exist in a state of relative stillness. Vegeta's mind raced as he began to comprehend the unfolding situation. In his eyes, a fleeting terror flickered. Then, Son Wukong struck him once more on the forehead with a powerful punch, propelling Vegeta into a spin, exposing his tail. Son Wukong grasped the tail with his left hand while a brilliant white light emanated rapidly from his right. The energy was meticulously controlled, transforming into something akin to blades. With a swift motion, the radiant light severed the tail. As he lost this appendage, Vegeta's body quivered violently. His pupils dilated, and his power began to dissipate rapidly. His form shrank quickly, reverting to his original state, his aura diminishing swiftly. Damn it! Vegeta's discontented voice reverberated below, elongated by the surrounding winds. At the edge of the galaxy, where the realms of the living and the dead intersect, a planet existed. This celestial body seemed suspended between the cosmos and the underworld, more like the nucleus of the northern galaxy. Though modest in size, it was inhabited by the esteemed deities of the universe. This was the North Kai, the overseer of the northern galaxy, which included Earth, merely one of the countless galaxies under his dominion. At this moment, he stood upon the diminutive planet, his antennae twitching as they sensed the movements below. It was truly terrifying. Beads of sweat lined the North Kai's forehead as he questioned the reality before him. Despite being Saiyans, they had cultivated such formidable power, far surpassing his imagination. Such strength. Contemplation filled the North Kai's eyes, his antennae shifting as he absorbed all information from Earth, including every detail concerning Son Gohan. Upon receiving this knowledge, a smile suddenly graced his face. A true savior, he exclaimed joyously, leaping up and embracing a nearby gorilla, shouting, "Babulous, once he perishes, let us bring him here. We will have a formidable master on our side." The North Kai appeared to be reveling in delightful thoughts. Yet, as another notion struck him, his antennae twitched again, and he pondered aloud. What is this? Gohan's power seems to surpass that of his father. Could it be? Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? Reflecting on the energy he had sensed earlier, the North Kai's heart began to solidify a certain conviction. In that moment, an infinite array of thoughts surged within him. Chapter 44. Frieza's brother? In the depths of space. The flagship of the Frieza force had now anchored completely. The Cosmic Emperor sat serenely amidst his domain, his expression tranquil, yet his crimson eyes radiated a unique luminosity. "Lord Frieza, are we truly destined for that distant planet?" inquired Dodoria, a hint of hesitation in his voice. He continued, "From what I've gathered in conversations between Vegeta and others, the object capable of granting wishes is likely the creation of the Namekians. Our current proximity brings us closer to Namek." Sabo, pondering for a moment, added, "Legends abound among numerous planets regarding Namek, suggesting its inhabitants hail from other realms and possess many extraordinary abilities, including the power to grant wishes. This is something my father has mentioned as well." Frieza wore a polite smile as he spoke softly. "They say their kind is linked to the demon realm and possesses various special powers, advising caution in dealings with them." The others were taken aback by Frieza's words. "I harbor no fear of these Namekians," Frieza remarked with a smirk, gazing at the assembly. "However, I am in dire need of that Dragon Ball. I wish to avoid a fruitless journey to Namek. Since the origin of this tale lies on Earth, we shall first investigate there." His gaze suddenly darkened, clearly recalling the incident of the exploded probe. Although the devices provided to Vegeta and Nappa were outdated, they still detected power levels exceeding 20,000. The Saiyans in that region had evidently surpassed all previous limits of their race, stirring unease within Frieza. One of his motivations for annihilating the Saiyans was a particular legend, yet it appeared that such tales had not been entirely severed. Apart from Vegeta, other Saiyans still existed. We understand, Dodoria and Sabo, having witnessed the destruction of planet Vegeta, quickly grasped their master's intent. The murderous intent in Frieza's eyes flickered momentarily before he declared, "Now that we comprehend, let us prepare diligently. Additionally, since we are relatively close to Namek, dispatch others to investigate." Sabo and Dodoria quickly acknowledged. Yet, Sabo seemed absorbed in thought. Approaching the star map, he suddenly cautioned, "Lord Frieza, if we are to travel to Earth, we must traverse King Cooler's territory. Might there be complications?" "Oh, my inept brother," Frieza replied, turning at the mention of the name. "He was dissatisfied with my ascension to Emperor and departed, claiming he would surpass me. How foolish. Such a creature is hardly worth my concern." His tone conveyed a clear disregard for the other's existence, for in his eyes, no one in this universe could possibly surpass him. Sabo and Dodoria shared this conviction wholeheartedly. After all, if Cooler could truly surpass King Frieza, how could King Cold have bequeathed the throne to Frieza? On Earth, Vegeta's body plummeted like a rag, crashing heavily into the mountainside, his form marred with wounds. And even breathing became a strenuous endeavor. The pain was excruciating. Vegeta's voice emerged hoarse and strained. Yet, at this moment, he possessed no means to turn the tide. The toll on his body was immense, rendering his energy far weaker than usual. As the smoke billowed, a faint sound of landing echoed nearby. Son Goku descended not far away, his gaze cold and indifferent as it fixed upon Vegeta. In this moment, Vegeta clutched the ground with his right hand, summoning the last vestiges of his strength in a desperate attempt to rise once more. However, the excessive exertion only made standing more arduous. "You are indeed a worthy adversary," Goku remarked, stepping forward with deliberate slowness. "Your previous strength was formidable. If you choose to abandon your malevolence, I would gladly engage with you again." "What?" Vegeta's heart sank at Goku's words, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of humiliation. In a furious outburst, he sprang from the ground, evidently intent on attacking once more. Goku, however, would not indulge him. His figure flickered in and out of view. In an instant, their forms were in close proximity. Vegeta's eyes glazed over before he was once again engulfed by searing pain, doubling over in agony. "Leave this planet," Goku commanded, observing Vegeta's pained state. "Damn it," Vegeta groaned, clutching his abdomen as his legs twisted uncontrollably, rendering him unable to stand. At this juncture, he was acutely aware of his defeat at Goku's hands. Yet a deep-seated resentment simmered within him. How could this fool possibly surpass him? With great effort, he managed to rise, clutching his stomach. But this time he refrained from launching another attack. "Damn it, I cannot believe I am losing to Kakarot." Vegeta realized he could fight no longer and summoned his spaceship with a remote control. With a swift motion, a circular spacecraft was summoned to his side. Vegeta trudged towards it with great difficulty. Meanwhile, perched upon a distant boulder, Piccolo crossed his arms, observing the scene with a smirk. As expected, he has let him go. What a kind-hearted fellow. He scoffed, indifferent to the matter, for he too brimmed with newfound confidence. He only needed to leave one Saiyan behind to unravel the mysteries of Namek. Below, Krillin and Yamcha wore expressions of astonishment, while Gohan appeared unfazed. For this situation was entirely within his expectations. His father, a paragon of virtue, would never take a life unless absolutely necessary. Such goodness is profoundly pure, challenging to evaluate through conventional moral standards. Gohan comprehended his father's sentiments, yet he would not be blindly obedient. In truth, had he not known that Vegeta would prove useful in the future, he would have undoubtedly eliminated him. For Vegeta was no virtuous being. The lives he had extinguished could be counted by the planets. At that moment, Yamcha clenched his fists, clearly at a loss. As Vegeta was among the last of his kind, Krillin seemed to grasp Goku's thoughts suddenly, remarking, "Perhaps he still believes that Guy can change and become a worthy rival for improvement." Tien, partially understanding, cast his gaze first toward Piccolo in the distance, and then to the departing spaceship, as a glimmer of realization flickered in his mind. Chapter 45. The Undercurrents Beneath the Tranquil Surface. Whoosh! Vegeta's spaceship swiftly broke free from Earth's grasp, vanishing like a shooting star. Damn it! Severely injured, Vegeta lay exhausted within the confines of the ship, his body racked with unprecedented pain, akin to paralysis. The vessel sped through distant territories, yet Vegeta clutched his chest, feeling an indelible shame that he could not wash away. "Humph, Kakarot, you are truly naive," Vegeta suddenly exclaimed. "To think you would let me go. Next time we meet, I will not be so lenient. I must fulfill my wish for immortality." As he uttered the last words, an unparalleled intensity filled his gaze, unmistakably a desire he was determined to achieve. "Kakarot and Frieza, you shall await your fate," he thought of the Dragon Balls. Then another individual crossed his mind. "Your days of arrogance are numbered." In that instant, a flash of panic crossed Vegeta's eyes, and he quickly shook his head, muttering, "No. That guy Frieza, shouldn't he have the means to learn of our affairs here?" Whoosh! The spaceship streaked away like a comet, adding a splash of color to the cosmic expanse. On Earth, all tremors finally ceased, and everything returned to its usual state, as if all danger had been completely dispelled. In the boundless desert, reporters and a group of staff observed the surrounding tranquility returning. They finally exhaled a long breath. The Earth has been saved. The Earth has been saved. These individuals gazed at the wrecked helicopter, then erupted into excited cheers. Meanwhile, the other staff members swiftly repaired the broadcasting equipment. The reporter commenced the live transmission. "Hello, dear viewers. Our melon-eating news department is here, braving life-threatening dangers to capture this moment. This battle is truly breathtaking. Look around you." They slowly turned their bodies as the camera illuminated the area, revealing a once undulating landscape, now flattened. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the mountains rise and fall, but now only the aftermath of explosions remained, a terrifying sight. This scene was broadcast to every corner of the Earth. On Turtle Island, the television, struggling through the snowflakes, finally regained its function. The live feed reappeared, featuring the journalist in the wilderness. Surrounding him was a desolate wasteland, and even merely observing through the screen sent chills down their spines. Such formidable destructive power. Master Roshi rarely displayed a solemn expression. Beside him, Bulma pounded her chest. Although she had witnessed countless battles, this one still filled her with dread. Are they truly still human? Bulma gulped nervously, and given the situation, many will undoubtedly be aware of their strength. This is not necessarily a good thing. Master Roshi's expression grew more serious as he sighed. Let the world recognize the true saviors. While this will undoubtedly alter Goku and the others' lives, the human heart is the most unpredictable force. Could this truly be for the best? Bulma seemed momentarily dazed, as she herself was unsure about the implications of the situation. A gentle breeze rustled outside. Master Roshi, amidst the reporter's commentary, spoke softly. Moreover, martial arts is not solely about physical strength. Their power is escalating too rapidly, and if their character does not keep pace, then what might happen? Bulma felt an intense wave of anxiety wash over her. Master Roshi slowly shook his head, explaining, I cannot say for certain, but I have an ominous feeling. Meanwhile, in Satan's villa, the tremors had finally ceased. The building's seismic structure held up well, but everyone inside was scattered in fright. Even Mr. Satan, the champion of fighters, was cowering beneath the table, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, a champion is still a champion. He was the first to sense the change. At that moment, the voice from the television narrated the unfolding situation. I now find myself in the western wilderness, where the recent battle has utterly devastated the mountains. As I stand here, I cannot help but feel the weight of the moment, listening to the reporter's narrative. Mr. Satan quietly emerged from beneath the table, casting a glance around, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. The chaos had subsided. With his hands firmly placed on his hips, Mr. Satan declared with grandiosity, with me, Mr. Satan here, you need not worry. I shall protect you. It was only then that the crowd realized the storm had passed. They crawled forth from their hiding places and turned their attention to the television, where the reporter presented a vivid depiction of the aftermath. In that imagery, the once magnificent mountains had vanished without a trace, leaving behind an expanse of desolation. Yet, to claim it was entirely flat would be misleading, for deep craters marred the landscape. Even through the television screen, the horror of the explosions was palpable. Mr. Satan, surely those disturbances were orchestrated by them, questioned a guest, skeptical of the chaos. He swallowed hard and inquired, how could mere mortals, being flesh and blood, conjure such devastation? Indeed, did Mr. Satan not say this was merely a trick? Another chimed in. Though it was merely a trick, the scale of the chaos was monumental. Master, you must put an end to this malevolence. The exchanges between Satan's disciples and the reporter left Mr. Satan feeling uneasy, as he began to sense that perhaps this was truly their capability. How could he, in his current state, triumph against such monstrous foes? Yet, the atmosphere had reached a point where he could no longer refuse the unfolding events. In the Baozi Mountain, Son Wukong and Son Gohan returned to this place. Raditz, witnessing Vegeta's defeat, saw his dreams shatter completely. Under Gohan's watchful gaze, he resolved to return to the dojo as a teacher. In truth, the role of a teacher was quite fulfilling, surrounded by eager students. Far better than being a subordinate to Vegeta. At that moment, Raditz forced himself to embrace this thought. Piccolo temporarily took Nappa away, intending to inquire about the Saiyans. Within the Sun family dojo, the sight of Son Wukong and his son returning ignited a sparkle in the eyes of the students, who welcomed them with fervor. This was a kind of reception that Son Wukong had never experienced before. Even Chi-Chi momentarily refrained from chastising him, choosing instead to discuss Gohan's matters later. The atmosphere was one of celebration. However, beneath this calm exterior, tumultuous waves were brewing. Chapter 46. The winds rise, uninvited guests descend upon Earth. North of Deliji Lake, deep within the verdant jungle, lie countless towering mountains. Amidst the dense foliage, miniature flying devices glide gracefully, weaving through the myriad of trees until they reach the heart of the mountains. Within, there exists a fully equipped research laboratory, where Dr. Gallo is engrossed in his calculations, seemingly preoccupied with some intricate computations. The tiny robots alight at a distance, indicating they have gathered new data once more. As Dr. Gallo observes the shifting screen, he swiftly presses a button, revealing footage of a recent battle. Aliens? He detects numerous fluctuations, and a glimmer of joy brightens his eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. Has Son Wukong's combat prowess increased yet again? Noticing the data changes, Dr. Gallo furrows his brow and muses. At his age, the possibility of becoming stronger is quite extraordinary. What a peculiar anomaly. However, soon enough, you shall no longer be so arrogant. With sufficient data, I will soon be able to create a warrior capable of defeating you. He meticulously reorganizes the data and transmits it to a nearby large apparatus, housing his clandestine weaponry, an artificial being powered by an infinite energy core, theoretically the strongest warrior. Yet, this is still not entirely secure. Observing the two devices, Dr. Gallo pauses momentarily and adds, Utilizing those two energy cores may indeed allow for the creation of a truly unparalleled warrior, a being perfected in every conceivable aspect, the ultimate warrior. As if lost in thought, he contemplates his ambitions. Meanwhile, a special spacecraft from the Azure planet swiftly approaches Earth, maintaining a relative stillness before suddenly accelerating downward. The ship deftly evades all forms of terrestrial detection, arriving at Capsule Corporation, evidently linked to Bulma's acquaintances. Days have passed since Vegeta and his companions were defeated, and tranquility has returned to Earth, as if everything has reverted to normal. Bulma continues her endeavors at Capsule Corporation, occasionally visiting her old friends at Corin Tower. However, following the recent battle, the Sun Family Martial Arts School has been bustling with activity. While immersed in her tasks, Bulma promptly receives news of extraterrestrial visitors seeking her out, a notion she finds rather absurd. While she is acquainted with aliens, she surmises they must be associated with Son Gohan. Who are these so-called extraterrestrials that have now arrived? Upon reaching the courtyard, she encounters a uniquely featured alien, whose eyes resemble two salted duck eggs. "Gak, is that you?" Bulma exclaims in surprise upon recognizing the galactic patrolman, recalling their previous encounter. However, that was still during her early childhood, around 3 to 5 years old. If it weren't for her exceptional intelligence, she might have already forgotten about the other person. Something has gone awry. At this moment, Jack appeared visibly anxious, scanning his surroundings as if searching for something. "What is happening?" Bulma, on the other hand, wore an indifferent expression, remarking, "After so many years apart, you greet me with incomprehensible words. Frieza is heading towards Earth." Jack's complexion became noticeably tense as he quietly urged, "This planet is doomed. You should prepare to leave at once." "What?" Bulma was somewhat bewildered by his words and retorted, "What are you talking about? Who is this Frieza? And why should we leave if he is coming here?" Realizing her lack of awareness regarding Frieza's infamous reputation, Jack took a moment to think before explaining. Frieza is a cosmic being who claims to be the emperor of the universe. He wields power that surpasses all forms of life and controls the majority of resources in the universe. He is an adversary you cannot contend with. The emperor of the universe? Bulma suddenly became intrigued, as it was her first encounter with such a title. Yes, he is indeed the emperor of the universe. And a tyrant at that. Jack nodded emphatically, elaborating, "That individual represents the greatest evil in the cosmos, ruthlessly exploiting all resources to build his empire. The lives lost due to him could be counted in galaxies. Is he really that formidable?" A look of astonishment crossed Bulma's face, clearly unprepared for the revelation of such a character existing in her universe. "Indeed," Jack affirmed with a firm nod, continuing, "Do you recall my previous mission to Earth? The high-risk individuals known as Saiyans were merely a small faction under Frieza's command. Their threat level is already extremely high, yet they pale in comparison to Frieza. Is that so?" Bulma recalled Jack's reason for coming, which was indeed related to the Saiyans. Now, reflecting on it, he had actually come for Goku. At this moment, Bulma felt a sense of relief, grateful for the fortunate coincidence that had prevented Jack from discovering Goku's presence. Otherwise, "All right, I've conveyed the message." Jack slowly began to retreat, saying, "You should quickly seek out the leader of this planet to make a decision. I shall take my leave." Clearly, he did not wish to linger any longer. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Bulma grasped Jack's arm and insisted, coincidentally, "The person you're looking for is right here. Come with me, and I'll explain." A large question mark appeared above Jack's head. The only acquaintances he had on Earth were Bulma's family. What on earth was Bulma talking about? "All right, come with me, and you'll see." Bulma swiftly arranged for a plane, preparing to journey towards Baozi Mountain. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai was currently gazing anxiously into the distance. His antennae were in constant motion, reflecting an inexplicable pressure that caused him to tremble uncontrollably. "Frieza!" Cold sweat dripped from the North Kai's brow as he spoke with trepidation. The planet he intends to visit is Earth. But why would he set his sights on that particular world? In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Frieza's arrival there signified the planet's impending doom. In the current universe, there was no one who could rival Frieza. This was disastrous. The North Kai paced anxiously, muttering to himself, "I never imagined that the North Galaxy, having just produced exceptional warriors, would soon fall victim to Frieza." He held no hope that Earth could prevail. After all, their opponent was Frieza, against whom all the Kais were utterly powerless. If he truly intended to commit murder, then Earth would only face annihilation. Perhaps he could bring them here. Suddenly, an idea struck the North Kai, and he said, "Yes, I can have that father and son come to me for training, and then, after Frieza visits Earth, I can arrange for them to be relocated elsewhere. Chapter 47. The longed-for planet Namek. On Earth, more than a month had passed since the cataclysmic battle that shook the entire globe. This conflict had directly unsettled the very foundations of the planet. Even without extensive documentation, the tremors had left a lingering impression on everyone. Many were aware that the combatants hailed from the Son family martial arts school, leading to a surge in martial arts enthusiasm during that time. Numerous individuals flocked to the school, eager to study under Son Gohan. Naturally, there were still many skeptics, considering it implausible that mere humans could shatter mountains and transform vast wastelands into plains. Regardless, the Son family martial arts school thrived immensely. However, in contrast to the bustling Baozi Mountain, Son Wukong maintained his own pace. Though he appeared more frequently at the school, he did not take on any formal disciples, merely teaching martial arts as a routine practice. Beyond that, he indulged in leisure while honing his skills, seemingly finding this to be the most suitable path for his progress. Fortunately, even in his absence, the school was well staffed with others. Raditz had rejoined the teaching staff, and upon learning of their establishment, Krillin also became a part of the team, effectively changing his career. Even Nappa had joined them. After Piccolo inquired about the planet Namek, he had returned to Baozi Mountain, where, following a thorough reprimand from Piccolo, Nappa was forcibly placed within a martial arts school. He is currently only capable of performing rather rudimentary tasks. Becoming a teacher is beyond his reach. After all, this individual was once an invader of Earth, unlike Raditz, who had received extensive education and was even a relative of Son Gohan. Thus, he finds himself merely doing menial work at the Son family's martial arts school. Initially, he expressed discontent, repeatedly boasting of his noble birth. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's effortless defeat at the hands of Son Wukong and his subsequent hasty retreat, Nappa ultimately became much more subdued. Meanwhile, Son Gohan remained steadfast in his Saiyan rhythm. He diligently attends to his studies while simultaneously committing to his own training, persisting in his practice of swinging his sword thousands of times each day. His combat power steadily increases through this process. Perpetually burdened by an underlying anxiety, he has never allowed himself to ease his training regimen. At this moment, Son Gohan is engaged in today's sword practice, balancing on a sharp rock while regulating the strength of his various body parts as he wields his long sword. This serves as a simultaneous training for his entire physique. Even in this moment, Son Gohan can feel improvements throughout his body. Not far away, Piccolo has just awakened from his meditation. TCH, I lost to that guy again. It seems Piccolo was defeated in a mental confrontation, and he mutters to himself, "What a freak. Even though we trained together, this father-son duo has far surpassed me." At this moment, he has not forgotten his original ambition of world domination. Logically, with the threat resolved, it should be time for him to engage in battle with Son Wukong once more. However, after living alongside that kid for so long, he gradually finds himself averse to such notions. That little brat. Piccolo reflects on his past interactions with Gohan, recalling moments when Gohan brought him meals and persistently sought to train in martial arts with him, and his heart warms slightly. "No, I am a formidable demon king." Piccolo quickly shakes his head, attempting to cast those thoughts aside. Yet, he is not the same pure-hearted Piccolo he once was. It is evidently impossible to rid himself of such benevolent sentiments. Frustrated by the intrusive thoughts, Piccolo privately contemplates. "It seems I need to find a quiet place for a while. Perhaps I could take this opportunity to return to Namek. After all, it is my homeland." He swiftly comes to a decision. Meanwhile, Son Gohan continues to repeat the simplest of sword swings, practicing his bodily coordination and maintaining the equilibrium of his own strength. The thousands of swings soon come to an end. Achieve the target of swinging the sword 10,000 times. Host experiences immense fortune, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit. Personal potential and combat power increase by 50,000 points. Host experiences immense fortune, receiving an additional reward, a near-death experience card. Finally, another critical hit. Son Gohan senses the information emerging deep within his soul. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As his style evolved, his swordsmanship flourished, and his combat prowess steadily escalated from 10 to 50. Though the increase was modest, its consistency was commendable. In reality, apart from the external enhancements, he was also diligently cultivating his skills. The pace of his improvement even surpassed the talent of striking 1,000 blows. His combat strength had indeed advanced further, Son Wukong assessed his own power and soon became intrigued. What exactly is this near-death experience card? Is it meant to allow me to experience the sensation of dying? With this thought, Son Wukong felt a surge of excitement. After all, while near-death experiences are tormenting for others, for a Saiyan, they are undeniably a blessing. He then focused his thoughts and began to investigate the information regarding the near-death experience card. Near-death experience card. Upon activation, it enables one to enter a state of near death, allowing the user to perceive the boundaries between life and death. Just as I had surmised, a look of delight crossed Son Wukong's face. This item is perfectly suited for his use. The near-death experience card. For a Saiyan, it is akin to a cheat. If he could utilize this item even once, his potential and training would be unleashed to a tremendous extent. With his current combat strength, a single use should propel him beyond the threshold of Super Saiyan. Suddenly, as Son Wukong pondered further, a high-end spacecraft swiftly approached from a distance. He momentarily suppressed his elation and gazed into the sky, recognizing it as Bulma's craft. It's that woman. Piccolo also recognized her vehicle at a glance and remarked, "Just in time, I have matters to discuss with her. Go on, let's conclude our training for today." As his voice echoed, Piccolo gradually ascended into the air. Son Wukong contemplated briefly and surmised Piccolo's intentions. However, he was still unaware of Bulma's current purpose and felt a vague sense of unease. In the backyard of the Sun family dojo, Bulma's spacecraft gently descended, while Piccolo landed simultaneously. Crossing his arms, he stated, "Hey, Bulma from Capsule Corporation, I need you to arrange for a spaceship capable of long-distance travel." Just as Bulma opened the hatch, she heard Piccolo's voice, her expression still one of confusion. "Hey, Bulma, where's this place?" A unique-looking alien's head poked out from the spacecraft. At that moment, Son Wukong's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized the alien's resemblance to Ultraman. It was the Galaxy Patrolman, Gak. Chapter 48. We should make our escape. "Oh, is that a Namekian?" Gak observed Piccolo from a distance, surprise evident in his eyes. It seems unexpected to encounter a Namekian here. Upon hearing the inquiry from the other party, Piccolo also turned his gaze towards the figure aboard the aircraft. Bulma, having disembarked, expressed her confusion, asking, "Piccolo, are you already aware?" This question left Piccolo in a state of bewilderment, prompting him to retort, "Aware of what?" "If you're referring to my connection with Namek, I have known that for quite some time." "Not that." Bulma quickly shook her head, replying, "I meant about Frieza coming to Earth. I assumed you were already informed and preparing to flee." "Frieza?" Piccolo maintained his crossed-arms stance, coldly responding, "I have no acquaintance with that individual, nor would I flee from someone like him." Gak, still unaware of who this Namekian was, nevertheless regarded him with a newfound respect. After all, few in the universe dared to label Frieza in such terms. As for Frieza, Gohan was not particularly surprised. Upon seeing Gak, he had already deduced his intentions and could reasonably guess Frieza's impending arrival. "By the way, where is Goku?" Bulma glanced around, noticing the absence of Son Goku, which piqued her curiosity. "Father has gone to the temple," Gohan replied, looking towards the sky. He mentioned that he had some matters to attend to with the gods. "I see." Bulma's tone hinted at a touch of disappointment as she remarked, "Then let us wait for him to return so we can discuss it all at once, rather than having to repeat ourselves later." At that moment, Gak seemed to have suddenly realized something. His gaze fell upon Gohan's tail. The previously calm expression on his face shifted to one of tension in an instant. "Hey, Bulma." Gak swiftly drew his handgun, whispering that a Saiyan, a remarkably brutal and dangerous creature, perhaps the elusive quarry I failed to capture last time. His eyes remained fixated on Gohan, as if fearing an unexpected attack. "How is that possible?" Bulma shot him an annoyed glance, replying, "It's been 20 years since your last visit. Even a Saiyan would have grown up. It's quite evident that he is just a child." Suddenly, Gak's eyes widened in realization, and he exclaimed, "What do you mean? Could it be that Saiyans have allies?" Before he could finish his sentence, two imposing figures approached from a distance. Each figure was extraordinarily robust, with a tail coiled around their waist, clearly indicative of Saiyan attire. Upon seeing the two new arrivals, Gak felt as though his breath was about to cease. How is it possible that there are two adult Saiyans here? His hand trembled as he gripped the gun, fearfully declaring, "This is it, Bulma. You've led me into the den of Saiyans. I never imagined that this elite galactic patrol officer would meet his demise in such a manner." Meanwhile, Piccolo observed the unfolding situation with a cold, detached demeanor. His expression was still tinged with disdain. Meanwhile, Son Wukong stood leisurely beside him, observing as Jack wielded his firearm without taking any action. "Hey, you Saiyans, Jack turned to the group, gun in hand, and proclaimed, I am a top-notch elite of the Galactic Patrol. If you know what's good for you, lay down your weapons immediately. In the distance, Nappa and Raditz had been engaged in conversation, uninterested in the unfolding events. However, they were taken aback when the boy audaciously called out to the Saiyans, demanding that they be sensible. Nappa felt the suppressed flames of anger reignite within him. His form flickered, and he appeared directly before Jack, seizing the energy gun from his grasp. It's one thing for them to bully me, Nappa seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. But does the Galactic Patrol dare to trample over me? Jack trembled, unable to even fire his weapon. Stop! It was Piccolo, sensing the situation escalating, who commanded Nappa to relent. Having experienced Piccolo's formidable prowess firsthand, Nappa dared not disobey. He shot Jack a resentful glare before reluctantly withdrawing his hand. Deep down, Nappa understood that this Namekian was truly capable of ending his life. The only reason he was still alive was to serve as a lackey, should he defy him. Jack would indeed act on his threats. As Nappa released his grip, Jack swiftly retreated. Bulma shot him an exasperated glance, remarking, with your cowardice, how can you call yourself a super elite? You're even less brave than a child. Jack quickly hid behind her, warning, but those are Saiyans. Don't be so reckless. Bulma pulled him out, stating, the Saiyans here are not what you imagine. They are our allies, and those two appear to have already integrated into our group. They will not cause any trouble. Really? Jack felt incredulous. The Saiyans, known for their ferocity and brutality, could hardly be expected to change so easily. No one paid him any mind. However, Bulma seemed to recall something and turned to Raditz, asking, by the way, Raditz, since you Saiyans often traverse the cosmos, have you heard of someone named Frieza? Frieza the Tyrant? Upon hearing that name, Raditz's face was overtaken by fear. Nappa, who had previously been angry, instantly adopted a serious demeanor, his expression grave. Observing the change in their countenances, Bulma inquired, it seems you have heard of him. Is he truly as formidable as they say? Raditz's eyes widened, filled with terror as he exclaimed, it's not just about being formidable. He is Frieza, the Tyrant. Beside him, Nappa nodded submissively, his eyes reflecting profound trepidation. Who is Frieza? Upon observing the expressions of the two, Piccolo inquired coldly, moreover, if Bulma's words are to be believed, that fellow intends to come to Earth? What? Raditz and Nappa exclaimed in unison, their voices resonating powerfully and shaking the very courtyard. Clearly, they both harbored intense fear of the name that Piccolo had uttered. Indeed, according to Goku, he is making his way towards Earth. Bulma responded to Piccolo's statement before turning to the two men. What on earth are you two panicking about? Even if Frieza is some cosmic overlord, there's no need for such dread. However, the two paid no heed to Bulma's taunts. Their concern lay solely with the impending arrival of Frieza on Earth, a situation they deemed dire. Frieza is actually coming here. We must leave at once. Raditz swiftly began to prepare for flight, and Nappa, in agreement, was consumed by the singular thought of escape. Chapter 49. The Messenger of King Kai. Nearby, Raditz and Nappa deliberated on their escape strategy, as if Frieza were an unstoppable force. You fools, Piccolo remarked with a glint of anger in his eyes, tell me, who exactly is this Frieza that inspires such fear in you? As he spoke, his aura surged forth, releasing a potent energy that reverberated throughout the vicinity. It was only then that Raditz and Nappa grasped the gravity of the situation. Nappa suddenly realized, wait a moment, we Saiyans work for King Frieza. There's no reason for us to be afraid if he is coming to Earth. Raditz paused, momentarily taken aback, before he caught sight of Piccolo's dangerously intense gaze, which caused him to quell the words he had intended to speak. Piccolo swiftly approached Nappa and seized him by the collar with one hand, emanating a fierce, murderous intent. In an instant, Nappa understood the precariousness of a situation on Earth, especially with Piccolo being so lethal. You, Sir Frieza? Piccolo raised Nappa off the ground, coldly demanding, what is the nature of this situation? If you cannot clarify, I shall send you both to hell. His eyes were ablaze with a deadly resolve, and his tone left no room for jest. Raditz quickly interjected, Piccolo, do not resort to violence. What Nappa means is that we Saiyans previously worked for Frieza, not that we intend to commit any wrongdoing. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan added, stepping beside Piccolo and tugging at his cape. As Piccolo glanced at Gohan, who was clutching his clothing, he finally let out a cold snort, discarding Nappa to the ground. He declared, I care not for your past actions, but should you entertain any other thoughts, I shall ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Nappa quickly scrambled to his feet, his heart ablaze with anger, yet he dared not confront Piccolo, fully aware of the disparity in their power. Although he harbored the pride of his noble lineage, survival took precedence. After serving under Frieza for an extended period, he had come to understand this truth profoundly. Raditz provided cover for Nappa, still holding onto a flicker of racial loyalty, contemplating how to protect his comrade. However, upon noticing the intensity of Piccolo's gaze, Raditz recognized the necessity of revealing information regarding Frieza. Yet, given the nature of their employment, he felt no sense of betrayal. Frieza, the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe, was the mightiest being in existence. Merely uttering his name filled Raditz with trepidation. His dominion stretched across the cosmos, and his minions comprised countless formidable warriors. Although the Saiyans prided themselves as a race of fighters, they were, in truth, merely mercenaries under Frieza's command. Bound to heed his orders, he began to recount tales of Frieza, and soon the image of this cosmic sovereign materialized in the minds of those present. Yet this was merely an image. At that moment, Piccolo remained oblivious to the true extent of his power. How audacious to call oneself the emperor of the universe. A mocking smile crept upon Piccolo's lips as he scoffed. What a boastful character. Let me ask you, how does his strength compare to that of Vegeta? Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances, their expressions dimmed by an unspoken acknowledgement. Despite their reluctance to concede, Nappa clenched his fists, veins bulging on his bald head, and reluctantly stated, "However, Frieza's power is unparalleled. Even Prince Vegeta would stand no chance against him. Indeed, there exists no rival in the entire universe, unless..." He abruptly ceased speaking, his gaze drifting toward Gohan. Unless what? Piccolo's eyes narrowed dangerously. What, do you intend to target Gohan? Not at all. Nappa quickly shook his head. Rather, there exists a possibility within him, albeit merely a possibility, a mere legend. You speak of the Super Saiyan legend? Raditz seemed to grasp the implication, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could that be? This child. His words faltered, abruptly cut off as he recalled the earlier encounter. At that time, his battle power had surpassed both Kakarot and Piccolo, only to be bewildered by a single blow from his 4-year-old nephew. His nephew's combat prowess was indeed extraordinary, leading him to an unexpected realization. If the legends held truth, then it was quite plausible that his elder nephew could be a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Piccolo, too, was perplexed by this term, initially mistaking it for a mere special title. Gohan, however, was aware of its significance but refrained from elaborating. For such a transformation could not simply be articulated. It required one's inherent strength to reach a certain threshold, complemented by the appropriate mindset. Only then could one become a Super Saiyan, a being that could resonate throughout the universe. He did not dismiss the possibility of attaining such a state. Yet he acknowledged that he had not yet arrived at that level. It remained but a legend, merely a thought. Nearby, Gak discerned the underlying tension and cautiously remarked, "There is no one capable of opposing Frieza. I advise you all to leave at once." Just as Piccolo was about to respond, he suddenly lifted his head, as if sensing something. An orange figure descended from the sky. It was Goku, returning from the temple, a look of bewilderment on his face. Goku. Bulma felt a sense of relief upon his return, as if a pillar of support had emerged, lightening her heart considerably. "Oh, Bulma, you're here too." Goku greeted her with a wave, a smile rekindling in his eyes. He surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Since everyone is here, I have some matters to discuss." "How fortuitous," Piccolo remarked, a hint of intrigue flickering across his face. "This woman has come to share something with you as well." Goku, curious, turned to Bulma and asked, "Oh, does Bulma have something to say too?" "Yes, it's this guy." Bulma tugged at Gak, pointing at him. "He claims to be a galactic patrolman and has come to warn us about someone named Frieza, urging us to leave Earth immediately." Goku was taken aback by this revelation, looking at Gak with astonishment. "Oh, so he too has come because of Frieza?" he queried. "Is it possible that the old Kai is speaking of the same threat?" Piccolo interjected, his interest piqued. "Not the Supreme Kai." Goku slowly shook his head. "It's someone called King Kai. He mentioned that a being named Frieza is coming to Earth and advised me to take Gohan to train with him." Chapter 50. Divergent Paths. King Kai? Who is that? Piccolo inquired, confusion evident in his eyes. He had never heard of such a figure. Bulma, too, cast a questioning glance at Goku. Despite her self-proclaimed erudition, she had never encountered the name of a North Kai before. Is he some sort of deity governing the Northern Galaxy? Goku crossed his arms, reflecting as he spoke. He is said to be even more exalted than the Supreme Kai. Such a being exists? Bulma's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she remarked, "Is it possible that the deity governing the northern galaxy is such a character?" "Indeed," replied Gak, who was vigilantly observing the Saiyans. "It is said that there exist 4 divine beings in the universe, each presiding over a quadrant, endowed with unparalleled power and authority. Yet, one can only regard it as mere legend." Although he uttered these tales, disbelief lingered in his heart. "Ah, it seems that way," Goku chuckled, scratching his spiky hair. "At any rate, it was he who informed me that Frieza would be arriving and that Gohan and I played a role in saving the Earth, suggesting this is an opportune time for us to train with him." "Humph, I thought he was some formidable deity," Piccolo scoffed contemptuously, a smirk adorning his face. "Turns out he is just as cowardly as that old god. If Frieza wishes to come, let him come. I, the great Demon King Piccolo, shall not be intimidated." Upon hearing Piccolo's bold declaration, Raditz and Nappa exchanged astonished glances. Though they found it absurd, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Few in the universe would dare to challenge Frieza so audaciously. Gak was at a loss for words. "Well, I'm not afraid either," Goku chimed in, nodding in agreement. "According to Lord Kai, Frieza is the strongest in the universe. I truly wish to engage him in battle." When he spoke of Frieza's might, his entire demeanor radiated excitement, as if he were about to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Raditz and Nappa were utterly perplexed. They looked at the two with incredulity, thinking them mad for even contemplating a confrontation with Frieza, the Emperor of the universe. Meanwhile, Gohan was not surprised by their choices. His father was indeed a warrior at heart, never trembling before any foe. And Piccolo, who had not merged with the god, was similarly full of bravado, convinced of his invincibility. Neither of them would shy away from any challenge that the world might present. Yet, Gohan was somewhat taken aback that Lord Kai had managed to make contact. Observing the current situation, he wondered if his father was about to learn the Kaioken technique again. However, if Frieza were to arrive, the Kaioken might not yield greater effectiveness than in the original world. Nevertheless, the Spirit Bomb remained an extraordinarily potent technique. If one could grasp its principles, it might lead to boundless variations. As everyone absorbed the astonishing news, Goku recounted Lord Kai's words verbatim. The description of the universe's emperor largely mirrored Gak's sentiments, an unrivaled force, seemingly insurmountable. While such words might intimidate others, they held no terror for Goku or Piccolo. Thus, Bulma, having comprehended the information, turned to Goku and inquired, "Goku, what do you plan to do? Should we train with King Kai, or consider alternative methods?" "I have decided to train under King Kai for a while." After contemplating, Son Wukong remarked, "According to the celestial beings, Lord King Kai's martial arts surpass all, and I believe I might learn something valuable there to truly confront that being named Frieza." A slight smile crept across Piccolo's lips as he responded, "This notion certainly reflects your character. What do you think, Piccolo?" Son Wukong shifted his gaze to Piccolo and inquired, "Would you consider joining me on this journey? Together, our strength would surely grow rapidly." "No need for that," Piccolo replied in his usual aloof manner, coldly stating, "I plan to venture to Namek, and when I return, I shall deal with Frieza." Namek indeed. Son Wukong recalled what Nappa had mentioned that day. It seemed Piccolo was an Namekian. He understood and thus remarked, "In that case, I shall train alone. But do not lament when I surpass you by a wide margin." Piccolo's muscles twitched at this remark, and he shouted, "Fool! Who would weep over such matters? Do not become too complacent. Upon my return from Namek, I may very well surpass you. We shall see." Son Wukong's eyes gleamed with immense confidence. Bulma, observing their banter, could only sigh in exasperation. "I am truly astounded by you both. Despite the impending global catastrophe, you two jest as if it were a mere joke." "Humph." Piccolo maintained his stance, asserting, "Perhaps Frieza is not as formidable as we believe, just like Vegeta, who we easily defeated." Son Gohan gazed at Piccolo from a distance, sensing that Uncle Piccolo was rather overconfident. Yet, considering he was only 9 years old, a bit of arrogance seemed natural. Speaking of which, Piccolo seemed to recall something and asked, "Son Wukong, when will Frieza arrive?" According to Lord King Kai, Son Wukong crossed his arms in thought and replied, "He should arrive in about a month." "So soon?" Piccolo expressed surprise, responding, "If that is the case, I fear I won't make it to Namek in time." Bulma nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, interstellar travel is no simple feat in that case." Son Gohan, observing the furrowed brows of those present, suggested, "We could simply ask Shenron to transport Uncle Piccolo there. He could return on a spaceship from Namek." Suddenly, everyone's eyes brightened. They had never considered utilizing Shenron for such purposes before, but now they found Gohan's idea quite feasible. What an excellent suggestion! Piccolo nodded gently and remarked, perhaps we need not utilize the spaceship from Namek. If my conjecture holds true, there should be Dragon Balls over there, which we might be able to borrow upon our return. We indeed have time. Bulma turned her gaze towards the two and suddenly inquired, but can you truly handle Frieza? I am uncertain, Goku replied, his eyes drifting into the depths of the cosmos. He spoke slowly, however, if he intends to come here, we cannot remain idle. We must engage him to ascertain our capabilities. Chapter 51. Individual Endeavors. After deliberation, Goku resolved to visit King Kai. Meanwhile, Piccolo decided to journey to Namek. After his visit to Namek, he would confront Frieza. After all, there was still about a month before Frieza would arrive on Earth. Bulma felt a sense of helplessness in her heart. Yet, with those prepared for battle having made their decisions, she found herself powerless to intervene. Honestly, you are all quite mad. Nearby, Gak had been listening to the discussion and shook his head in retreat. I shan't accompany you lunatics. As a super elite of the Galactic Patrol, I must return to maintain balance in the galaxy. He genuinely believed these individuals were deranged. The notion of challenging Frieza was utterly preposterous. The might of that being was such that even the Galactic Patrol headquarters dared not confront him. Not even the esteemed King Kai would claim to be Frieza's adversary. He could not fathom how these individuals believed they could triumph over Frieza. Not far off, Raditz and Nappa shared a similar disbelief. Having once served under Frieza, they were acutely aware of his formidable power. Should Frieza unleash his wrath, chaos would ensue, and no one could hope to escape. Fear not, we should have a plan. Goku exuded confidence as he addressed Bulma. Then it is settled. Gohan and I will train at King Kai's, while Piccolo heads to Namek. A month from now, we shall confront Frieza here. I want to go to King Kai's as well. Gohan expressed his curiosity, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. He felt he no longer needed to train at King Kai's, especially now that he could transform into a great ape. Well, let us go together, Goku said with a serene smile. After all, it is King Kai. Learning from him might allow us to advance further. However, Gohan hesitated slightly and said, I still wish to accompany Uncle Piccolo to Namek. Piccolo appeared taken aback. Yet a subtle smile crept upon his lips. You want to go to Namek with me? Goku was astonished and looked at Gohan in surprise. Why would you want to go there? There shouldn't be any advanced training methods on Namek. As Son Wukong gazed at his father, he remarked, indeed, it may not solely be about becoming stronger. Exploring other planets could also be beneficial. Moreover, if there are connections to Uncle Piccolo, there may be alternative strategies at our disposal should we encounter difficulties in battle. Difficulties in battle? Piccolo's voice bore a note of skepticism as he retorted. Such a scenario is utterly implausible. Regardless of who this Frieza may be, we shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. Uncle Piccolo, confidence is commendable, Son Gohan replied gently. Yet this upcoming battle encompasses a vast scope. We must consider our approach meticulously. If Frieza were to overwhelm us, it would spell disaster. Piccolo momentarily paused, silently acknowledging Gohan's perspective, though his temperament prevented him from expressing agreement outright. Gohan's foresight was indeed commendable. Son Wukong, scratching his head with a smile, quipped, I never even considered such matters. No wonder Chi-Chi often claims you could become a scholar. Bulma shot a disapproving glance at Son Wukong and retorted, Thank goodness Gohan doesn't resemble you. Otherwise, your family would surely have another member solely focused on fighting. Son Wukong merely chuckled awkwardly. Gohan has benefited greatly from my guidance. Seeing Gohan, Piccolo felt a surge of pride, puffing out his chest. After all, he had invested considerable effort into Gohan's training. Suddenly, Son Wukong glared, exclaiming, Hey Piccolo, Gohan is my son. And what of it? Piccolo shot back, his demeanor akin to that of a child whose toy had been snatched away. Gohan is currently wearing the clothes I provided, which signifies his recognition of me. The two stared at each other, their expressions reminiscent of quarreling children. How absurd! Bulma observed their antics, bemused, despite being the two strongest individuals in the world. They appeared like mere youngsters. However, their playful confrontation soon came to an end, as both understood the multitude of tasks still awaiting them. So let us settle this, Bulma interjected, noticing the cessation of their dispute. Wukong will train with the King of Worlds, and Piccolo and Gohan will journey to Namek, simultaneously preparing for future battles. There's another issue, Piccolo said, directing his gaze toward Raditz and Nappa. What shall we do with these two? They are Saiyans, and I doubt they will heed your orders once we depart. Should we leave immediately? Nappa quickly expressed his eagerness to vacate. With Frieza approaching, it was prudent to escape before chaos ensued. That seems simple enough, Bulma replied, still wary of the two. Just have one of you accompany us. Once we arrive, it would be advantageous to have someone assisting. Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. As esteemed warriors of the upper echelon, how is it that they immediately suggest engaging in menial tasks? What a splendid idea. A smile graced the corners of Piccolo's mouth as he addressed the two, saying, however, Gohan and I shall refrain from this. Goku, why not take these two under your wing for some sparring? Perhaps they may prove useful in due course. Indeed, I can do that, Goku replied with straightforward enthusiasm. The group quickly reached a consensus on their course of action and proceeded to their respective tasks. Goku informed Krillin and Tien of the plans, preparing to depart with Nappa and Raditz. Meanwhile, Bulma had already commenced modifications on the spacecraft that Raditz had arrived in. Gohan took it upon himself to persuade his mother, Chi-Chi. Fortunately, with the establishment of the martial arts school, his family dynamic had undergone significant transformation. Although Chi-Chi still envisioned him as a scholar, her fervor had considerably waned. Gohan merely expressed his desire to explore outer space, seeking broader horizons to enhance his perspective. After some contemplation, Chi-Chi acquiesced to Gohan's wish to visit planet Namek, albeit with certain stipulations. His studies must not be neglected. Naturally, Gohan agreed, for learning was hardly a challenge for him. Once preparations were complete, Goku set off with Raditz and Nappa towards the sacred temple, harnessing divine guidance to navigate the Snake Way. As for Gohan, after Bulma completed her modifications to the spacecraft, they successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Thus, the data journey to planet Namek had finally arrived. Chapter 52, Collision in the Cosmos. In a vast expanse of a universe, a spacecraft, colossal as a planet, traversed the starry void. Its exterior resembled a structure sculpted from ice and snow, strikingly visible even amidst the cosmic backdrop. Within this vessel, countless demon soldiers stood in formation, while at the very center, the self-proclaimed supreme ruler of the universe occupied a throne. The great universe king observed as a fleet advanced before him, enveloped in a cloak. This peculiar being activated the console, seemingly having made a significant discovery. Who goes there? A voice, aged and weary, resonated from above. A scientist swiftly magnified the image on the screen, exclaiming, "Look at the shape of that fleet. It appears to belong to Frieza's army." Frieza himself may be among them. At the mere mention of that name, a tremor of apprehension laced his voice. Frieza, the great universe king, coughed twice and remarked, "So, that self-proclaimed emperor of the universe has crossed our path. How intriguing." After conducting further analysis, the scientist suddenly intoned, "Lord Slug, based on our current calculations, their trajectory coincides with ours. Should we engage them in battle? A convergence of paths?" In Shrag's eyes, a flicker of surprise danced, illuminated by a crimson glimmer. He endeavored to rise, yet his body felt weary, akin to the desolate leaves of autumn. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Let us alter our course. My body nears the twilight of age, and this is not the time for confrontation." "Understood, King Shrag," the scientist dutifully acknowledged, then inquired, "Where shall we head this time?" Shrag slowly closed his eyes, his mind swiftly attuning to the shifts around him. "Let us proceed that way." His finger gestured into the distance. "In addition to sensing the previous location, I believe that direction holds the key to remedying my aging." "I comprehend." The scientist promptly relayed the command. In that instant, the colossal spacecraft, akin to a planet, abruptly altered its trajectory. Frieza. Shrag's gaze caught sight of the vessel on the monitor, his expression chilling. "Once I discover the means to reclaim my youth, it shall be time to eliminate him." Meanwhile, on the other side, Frieza's ship had also detected the approaching craft. A sly smile crept across Frieza's face upon hearing his subordinate's report. How amusing. Someone dares to proclaim themselves the great cosmic king. Maintaining his elegant demeanor, he chuckled. How intriguing. I seldom encountered him in the Eastern Galaxy, yet here we are. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, clearly directed at the self-proclaimed great cosmic king. However, he soon noted that the ship had changed its course. "Frieza, the ship has altered its trajectory," Zabo reported after observing the distant movements. "That direction aligns with our path. Should we turn back and unleash destruction upon them?" "No need to concern ourselves with him," Frieza replied, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them. "What I seek now is the Dragon Balls, the wish for immortality. As for that individual, I shall dispose of him at our next encounter." Zabo instantly grasped the command, and thus the ship continued along its original route. Outside the Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan cradled 7 Dragon Balls in his hands, gazing at the crystalline orbs with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. At last, they are gathered. Though he had adorned his hat with a 4-star ball for ages, he had never employed them. This marked his inaugural use of the Dragon Balls. Indeed, these are the Dragon Balls. Piccolo, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Once that woman arrives, we shall journey to Namek. I am curious to see what lies there." Son Gohan placed the Dragon Balls on the ground, glancing at the Senzu beans at his waist to confirm his supplies. With a rustle, the moment unfolded. In the distance, a colossal spacecraft approached with remarkable speed. The modified vessel descended to the ground, from which Bulma emerged. The spaceship had been successfully transformed. As she descended, Bulma explained, "The spacecraft now serves numerous purposes, and according to the previous coordinates, we should reach Namek in approximately 1 week." Piccolo observed the ship and remarked, "So, we could utilize this spacecraft to make a round trip within a month? I believe it would be prudent to stick to the original plan." Gohan gazed at the vessel and added, "What if we encounter Frieza along the way? That could disrupt our plans." His concern was not rooted in fear of Frieza, but rather in the potential for Frieza to acquire the Dragon Balls of Earth. The Earth's Dragon Balls have no limitations on wishes, and should Frieza obtain them, it could lead to dire consequences. To mitigate any risks, it would be wise to use the Dragon Balls beforehand. Very well, Bulma concurred with Gohan's reasoning, stating, "Let Shenron transport you over. It will expedite your return. Just don't wait until the last moment like old Son did." With a playful jab, she approached Shenron and called out, "Come forth, Shenron." With a resounding roar, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light. They began to float gently in the air, a beam of energy piercing the heavens. In an instant, the sky was warped by an inexplicable force, plunging day into night and unveiling a myriad of dazzling lights. Violent lightning crackled amidst the clouds, and from within the electric chaos, an immense azure dragon slowly emerged. The spectacle was so powerful that it left Gohan in awe. Watching it in an anime was one thing, but witnessing Shenron's arrival in person was an entirely different experience. Even Gohan found it surreal. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. Regardless of what it may be, I can fulfill it, but only one. The colossal dragon coiled majestically in the air, its voice booming with divine resonance. Gohan could even feel the weight of its essence. "Shenron." Bulma positioned herself at the forefront and exclaimed, "I implore you to transport the 2 of them along with our spacecraft to Namek." The dragon paused momentarily as if processing the request. Gohan and Piccolo watched intently as Shenron seemed to finally pinpoint Namek's coordinates. "Very well, I shall send you to Namek. Do extend my regards to the dragon deity there." With glowing crimson eyes, Shenron unleashed an indescribable wave of energy, swiftly enveloping the 2 below. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. 2 figures vanished from the earth. Alas, once they departed, Bulma slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "I forgot to inform them how to operate the spaceship, but given their intelligence, they should manage." Chapter 53, The Battle on Namek. King Kai stood on one side of King Kai's planet. Although this celestial body existed in the realm of the afterlife, it possessed a distinctly different aura, as if it were being buoyed by the yellow clouds beneath. "Where are they?" King Kai's gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon, his heart heavy with concern, for that group had declared their intention to confront Frieza. This was no trifling matter. After all, Frieza was the most formidable being in the universe, a daunting adversary that troubled all 4 Kais. Suddenly, King Kai spotted a figure rapidly approaching from afar. The unfathomable distance seemed to shrink to mere inches at that moment. A brilliant light descended, revealing a man with a crab-like head, none other than Son Goku. He stood at the tail of the serpent below, gazing upward at the sky. Behind him, 2 more figures hastened toward them. Goku floated gently into the air, locking eyes with the king. King Kai. He then descended onto the distant planet. The gravity there was greater than that of Earth. Yet it posed no challenge to Goku at this moment. Ahem! King Kai immediately assumed a serious demeanor, his fists clasped behind his back as he nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, Bubbles continued to dance exuberantly. "So you're Son Goku." King Kai coughed twice and, with a grave expression, remarked as a Saiyan, "You have managed to save the world multiple times on Earth. Such an achievement is substantial. As the greatest deity overseeing the North Galaxy, I personally summon you." No sooner had he spoken than 2 figures swiftly approached from the distance, alighting upon the planet and brazenly surveying their surroundings. King Kai recognized them immediately. Those 2 were the notorious Saiyans. Hey, you there! King Kai retreated hastily, exclaiming, "How could you bring Saiyans here? Have you not actually saved Earth?" But instead capitulated to their might. Fear gripped him in that instant, and he contemplated reaching out to the other Kais for assistance. Goku vigorously shook his head in denial, stepping forward to explain the situation to King Kai. Simultaneously, on the distant planet Namek, two figures suddenly descended upon its surface, accompanied by a peculiar spaceship. Gohan quickly opened his eyes, surveying the transformed environment around him. Surrounding them was an expanse of verdant greenery, while three suns adorned the sky, casting a similar hue of green across the landscape. The vegetation here was entirely distinct from that of Earth. Fortunately, the composition of the air bore some resemblance to what they were accustomed to, sufficient to sustain life without the need for forced breath. Son Gohan took a moment to immerse himself in this experience, keenly aware of the peculiarities of this planet. Despite the presence of three celestial bodies, the heat was not as oppressive as one might expect. Instead, it was remarkably pleasant. Was this indeed planet Namek? Though it was Piccolo's first encounter with this world, a sense of tranquility enveloped him, an indescribable feeling that settled deep within. He stepped forward, embracing everything that lay ahead. His white cloak billowed in the wind as Piccolo savored the essence of this place. Gohan, filled with curiosity, surveyed his surroundings. In both his past life and this one, it was his inaugural visit to an alien world, and he marveled at the myriad wonders before him. Observing Piccolo's demeanor, he felt a profound understanding. After all, this was the true homeland of his companion. After taking in the scenery, Gohan focused on the atmosphere, eager to discern the circumstances of this planet. Under his heightened perception, the entirety of Namek was laid bare before him. Yet, besides the Namekians, he sensed other presences. Could they be Frieza's minions? A wave of apprehension surged within Gohan, accompanied by doubt. Frieza had gone to Earth. How could he simultaneously target the Namekians? Uncle Piccolo, Gohan suggested, glancing at his companion. There is a diminishing presence of Namekians over there. It seems someone is perpetrating a massacre. In an instant, Piccolo regained his focus, attuning himself to the shifts in energy nearby. Moments later, he detected the changes from afar and spoke coldly. How audacious! This is the homeland of the great demon King Piccolo. With that, Piccolo ascended into the air, his gaze fixed on the distance. Gohan, let us investigate. Understood. Gohan swiftly secured their spacecraft and ascended to the same altitude. Whoosh! Two figures darted swiftly into the horizon, their speed surpassing all earthly bounds. In a fleeting moment, they traversed immeasurable distances, revealing the splendor of planet Namek before their eyes. This planet was vast, even larger than Earth, yet it was predominantly covered in water, with numerous small islands scattered throughout. The Namekians resided on these various islands. However, at that moment, many spaceships were docked on each island, their designs unique and unlike the traditional aesthetics of the Namekian style. Is it truly the Frieza Force? Gohan recognized the model of the spaceship in the distance, reminiscent of the Frieza Force he had in his memory. He swiftly conjectured that Frieza might be operating on dual fronts. As Gohan pondered, the two of them had already arrived at that chaotic locale. Countless armored extraterrestrials could be seen in the distance, each possessing distinct appearances, yet uniformly clad in armor akin to that of the Saiyans. Amidst the throng, there existed numerous beings resembling Piccolo. They varied in height and build, yet all shared a common visage, green skin, two antennae, and pointed ears. This was something that required no inquiry to ascertain. Indeed, Piccolo's figure hovered in midair, his eyes wide with astonishment, yet a unique feeling of belonging welled up within him. However, his gaze soon turned grave, for aliens were encircling those beings. Such audacity! A trace of fury laced Piccolo's voice. He descended directly into the fray, positioning himself amidst all the Namekians. What? The nearby soldier was taken aback, inquiring, how is there still a Namekian? Wasn't it said that everyone in this village had been captured? It appeared that there was a fish that had slipped through the net. Perhaps he was the one who had taken those Dragon Balls. Hey, Namekian, I advise you to surrender quietly and spare yourself the trouble. The surrounding soldiers aimed their weapons at Piccolo. Boom! Before the echoes of their threats could fully dissipate, several soldiers were sent flying towards the distant rocky hills. As Gohan had already made his move, he had no habit of announcing his intentions before attacking, unleashing his fury instead. His speed was so astonishing that it left afterimages in its wake, as he dispatched all nearby soldiers with swift kicks. Chapter 54. The Elder's Summons. Swish, swish, swish. Gohan's actual combat power had surpassed 200,000 at this moment. Once he unleashed his full potential, his speed rendered everyone utterly incapable of reacting. The soldiers of the Frieza force had yet to make a move before being sent sprawling. Countless afterimages converged, reconstituting into Gohan's form as he landed some distance away. Upon witnessing Gohan's intervention, Piccolo nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the valiant Namekians had just begun to comprehend the situation. They gazed in astonishment at the two newcomers, particularly at the cold visage of Piccolo, a fellow Namekian they had never encountered before. What exactly had transpired here? Piccolo surveyed the surroundings and directly inquired of a nearby individual. An elder Namekian stepped forward, first expressing gratitude to the two. "Thank you for rescuing us. However, I must ask, you are clearly a Namekian, yet I have never encountered you before." Upon seeing a fellow member of his race, Piccolo's demeanor softened. He no longer bore that haughty attitude, but responded with a gentler tone. "I am indeed a Namekian, though I did not grow up here." "What?" The surrounding Namekians appeared taken aback, exchanging glances as they seemed unprepared for such revelations. "Well, I shall elaborate on my origins later." Suddenly, Piccolo turned his gaze toward a distant area and coldly declared, "First, let us eliminate these troublesome foes before I reconnect with my kin." With that, he pivoted and dashed off into the distance. Gohan, too, looked in that direction, sensing a powerful energy approaching. Evidently, a new force was drawing near. Piccolo was set to confront them. This time, Gohan refrained from rushing into action, recognizing that this was Piccolo's homeland and allowing him the opportunity to showcase his prowess. The Namekians, witnessing Piccolo's swift departure, wore bewildered expressions. After all, among them, there were few combatants left, rendering them oblivious to the unfolding situation. Consequently, they turned their attention to Gohan, inquiring, "Esteemed visitor, may we ask where you hail from? How is it that there are Namekians in that direction?" "Yes, there are," Gohan replied, nodding gently. "However, to clarify, Uncle Piccolo is originally from this planet. It seems that some calamity befell Namek, leading them to Earth." The elder Namekian appeared to be lost in thought, a look of distress crossing his face. Moments later, he resignedly shook his head, stating, "Indeed, a disaster occurred on Namek. But that was long ago, and I truly know little of the details." Gohan nodded in understanding, unconcerned about tracing every origin. For the Grand Elder of Namek was a remarkable being, capable of sensing many unknown matters. Perhaps, at this very moment, he was already aware of their arrival. Just then, a series of resounding explosions echoed from afar, as if an endless barrage of detonations shook the entire village. Every Namekian felt the extraordinary disturbance, sensing it exceeded their comprehension of power. After a while, the explosive sounds began to wane, and Piccolo returned to the village, still clad in his white cloak, as though he had merely ventured on a brief journey. This planet was indeed unfortunate. After falling to the ground, Piccolo immediately spoke up, expressing his astonishment at being targeted by Frieza's minions. "Humph, that fellow. I shall eventually take him down." As he spoke, a distinct aura of menace radiated from him, causing the nearby Namekians to tremble. These beings, who cherished peace, were ill at ease with such a murderous atmosphere, especially when it emanated from one of their own. Suddenly, Piccolo turned to the gathered crowd and began to address them. However, his words were interrupted by the appearance of a young Namekian child approaching from a distance. This distant visitor bowed to Piccolo and announced, "The elder is already aware of your intentions. Please proceed to our sacred mountain for a meeting with him." It was evident that the elder had anticipated the arrival of guests. The elder Namekian, observing from afar, was unperturbed by the situation. He nodded gently and expressed gratitude. "We appreciate your assistance. Since the elder has invited you, I urge you to follow us to our sacred mountain." The Namekians exhibited a respectful demeanor when mentioning the elder, as if he were the embodiment of their collective faith. The elder? Piccolo's eyelids flickered, a sense of familiarity creeping in, though he could not recall who it might be. In contrast, Gohan, who stood beside him, understood but could not voice his thoughts. He felt a sense of anticipation at the prospect of meeting the elder. "Indeed, the elder," the young Namekian affirmed with a gentle nod, continuing, "He is the oldest and most learned individual on our planet, capable of answering your questions." "Very well." Piccolo slowly nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed. However, I must mention that while I have dealt with some intruding aliens, others remain at large, equipped with detection devices. It will be prudent for you to conceal yourselves." Perhaps due to his return to his homeland, Piccolo was filled with a sense of goodwill. Everyone nodded in agreement. The elder then addressed the child. "Dondi, I entrust you with the responsibility of guiding our guests to the elder. Yes, yes. Dondi responded eagerly, then turned to the visitors. Please follow me. He took a few quick steps forward before soaring into the air. Gohan exchanged farewells with the others and then followed suit. However, Dondi, not being a combat-oriented Namekian, flew at a rather modest pace, prompting Gohan and Piccolo to slow down in order to match his speed. Gohan recognized that this child might be among the future guardians of Earth and engaged in casual conversation with Dondi. Given their similar ages, they quickly found common ground, while Piccolo maintained his aloof demeanor, though beneath that exterior lay a flicker of warmth. Approximately half a day later, they had traversed an exceedingly vast expanse, finally catching sight of the distant sacred mountain. In that far-off region, threads of mystery entwined, and a unique aura continuously brewed and transformed within. At the very center stood a remarkable edifice, sculpted from white material, which emanated a sense of the divine and extraordinary at first glance. Son Gohan was the first to halt, and as he looked up he beheld a Namekian standing upright. Chapter 55, Super Namekian. Beneath that white structure, a tall Namekian gazed in their direction. He was distinctly different from other Namekians, radiating a formidable presence. Even at this moment, Piccolo could sense the considerable strength of his opponent. Son Gohan had already recognized the individual's identity. It was Naru, the mightiest warrior of planet Namek. His combat prowess was exceptional, and among Frieza's army, few could rival him. Such overwhelming energy. Piccolo's expression grew slightly grave as he remarked, "It seems my homeland also possesses warriors of remarkable fighting capabilities. This fellow surpasses the so-called peak power of Saiyans." He even compared Naru to Vegeta. However, by such comparison, it was evident that Naru indeed surpassed Vegeta. Son Gohan found this amusing, choosing not to engage in a detailed argument, for matters of strength are not easily articulated. Besides, it was more important that Uncle Piccolo was content. There he is. Dandy exhaled a sigh of relief upon spotting Naru in the distance. Initially, he had harbored great concern for the elder, but now, seeing Naru standing there, he felt a sense of reassurance. The three descended before Naru. "Dandy, you've worked hard." Naru spoke first to Dandy, then turned to Piccolo and Son Gohan, bowing respectfully. "Traveling such a distance, I appreciate your efforts. The elder should be able to address all your inquiries." His demeanor, though humble, conveyed a sense of confidence. Son Gohan returned Naru's bow, while Piccolo stepped forward, stating directly, "In that case, allow me to meet your elder. I have some matters I wish to inquire about." "Very well." Naru's response was succinct, yet his gaze lingered on Piccolo for an extra moment, as if he had never encountered a Namekian of his kind before. Naru then turned and the hatch behind him opened with a whoosh. The door swung wide, revealing the inner space. Naru entered first, followed closely by Son Gohan and Dandy. Inside, there existed a unique chamber with a platform constructed above. "Step up." Naru ascended gracefully, stating, "The elder awaits you above. His time may be limited." "What?" Dandy's eyes widened in astonishment at this revelation. Yet, Naru offered no further elaboration, simply landing on the elevated platform. Gohan faintly recalled that the elder's lifespan was nearing its end, and he could only sigh at such a fate. He then followed suit onto the platform, where a towering figure came into view. Upon closer examination, Gohan discerned the extremely aged silhouette before him. The figure was notably corpulent, with age spots dotting its face, clearly in the twilight of life. This was indeed the Grand Elder of Namek. Yet, it was evident that he was approaching his final moments. Gohan could sense the elder's life force waning. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely depart from this world within days. As he regarded the elder, Piccolo also ascended to the platform. Upon seeing the Grand Elder, he felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance welling up within him, accompanied by a profound respect, akin to a child's unwavering faith in their parents, devoid of any rationale. "You are." Piccolo's voice faltered in that instant, unable to continue. "Grand Elder." Dandy politely bowed to the elder, for he was, after all, one of his progeny, perpetually concerned for his well-being. "Dandy, you have endured much." The Grand Elder acknowledged with a nod before turning to the visitors, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for rescuing my children." At this moment, Piccolo regained his composure and replied, "It was but a trivial matter. After all, I am also half Namekian." Strangely, this former Demon King spoke with reverence. "Half Namekian?" The Grand Elder seemed intrigued, lifting his eyelids as if using his mental prowess to observe. Suddenly, A spark of realization flashed through the air. In that moment, the Grand Elder appeared to glean much information. He coughed violently twice before speaking. Ah, I see now. You are the child of Kakarot. It seems you have successfully navigated the calamity of the past and survived on another planet. Kakarot. Piccolo's eyes widened in surprise. Merely hearing that name sent a jolt through his heart, as if it held immense significance to him. Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to him. The Grand Elder nodded slowly, adding, Yet I can see that your soul is not complete. What transpired on that planet? Piccolo stepped forward, saying, Yes, certain events did unfold. Please come closer. The Elder gazed towards Piccolo and politely stated, I need to glimpse into your past, and, in turn, reveal to you the truth of your lineage. Unquestioningly, Piccolo approached the Elder's side. Although he stood tall, he appeared diminutive compared to the Elder. The Elder placed his hand upon Piccolo's head. In that instant, a brilliant white aura enveloped Piccolo's form. The Elder quickly comprehended all that transpired, yet his brow furrowed deeper. The myriad events occurring on Earth seemed to transcend his imagination. Suddenly, the immense white aura surged and oscillated. Not only was Piccolo inundated with a wealth of information, but he also sensed an unprecedented amplification of strength. It was an expansion of power unlike anything he had ever experienced. Was he truly willing to cast aside all his malevolence in pursuit of divinity? The Elder sighed, adding, This is a grave misstep. Once you sever your essence, what departs is not merely evil, but all that you are, including your talent and wisdom. He gradually withdrew his right hand from Piccolo's head. In the next moment, an even more intense aura erupted forth. The luminous white flame blazed like fire, swiftly illuminating the entire room. Such a formidable presence could shake the very foundations of the planet. The magnitude of this power was beyond articulation. This is the choice he has made. Piccolo recalled the deity he had once forsaken, a chill flickering in his eyes. Perhaps, in his perception, becoming a god eclipsed all other aspirations. However, this power, it merely uncovered the potential that lies within you. The Elder gently shook his head, his voice tinged with regret. In truth, had you remained unified, the pinnacle of potential you could have attained would be far greater, for in a certain sense. You are Super Namekian. Super Namekian? Although Piccolo reveled in his newfound strength, he was acutely aware of the significance of this term. Chapter 56. The Transformation of Gohan. In the distance, Gohan also focused intently. He vaguely recalled the existence of Super Namekians in this world. Yet, it seemed not to pertain to his Uncle Piccolo, but rather to a character from a movie whose name he could scarcely remember. Beside him, Dandy and Neru echoed the Elder's words, for they too had never encountered such a notion. Observing their expressions, the Elder spoke softly. Among the Saiyans exists a legend of the Super Saiyan, destined to be the universe's greatest warrior. Likewise, among the Namekians, there are remarkable descendants of the dragon, known as Super Namekians. However, such instances are exceedingly rare. To my knowledge, only two can truly be called Super Namekians. One is the child of Katas, and the other. He slightly raised his gaze. As if sensing something, Dandy and Nail were both intently focused on the Grand Elder. After a prolonged silence, the Grand Elder finally spoke, revealing that, much like the returnees of Earth, he too had been transported to distant realms during the initial cataclysm. However, he cautioned that this individual bore a significant malevolence from a young age, and if it were not dispelled, it could spell disaster. As he coughed twice, it became clear to Piccolo the nature of the so-called Super Namekian, a being slightly superior to an ordinary Namekian. Feeling an overwhelming surge of power, he brimmed with confidence. Believing that he no longer required fusion with the old sage, he already possessed invincible strength. Gohan, observing Piccolo's display of might, found it somewhat amusing, having never witnessed this side of him before. Yet, he knew not to become overly arrogant. The Grand Elder, perceiving Piccolo's growing hubris, remarked, I have merely sought to extract your potential to the fullest. However, this power is not invincible. Gradually, Piccolo subdued his exuberance and redirected his gaze to the Grand Elder. For instance, the formidable Frieza you are about to encounter. The Grand Elder warned, his voice laden with caution. His power is beyond your capacity to combat. It would be wise to avoid a direct confrontation if possible. What? Piccolo was taken aback. He felt his strength had surged significantly, rendering him unmatched in this world. So how could he possibly not contend with Frieza? The Grand Elder lifted his gaze, as if peering into the cosmos, and continued. His might is sufficient to disrupt the infinite universe, far beyond your current abilities. Only through unification could you hope to stand against him. Naturally, Piccolo would not entertain such a proposition. He swiftly shook his head, asserting, "That is impossible. That scoundrel casually discarded me before. I would never choose to fuse with him again. I am now a great Demon King." "You are no longer a Demon King," the Grand Elder countered directly. "You are not the same as you once were. However, you will only comprehend this when you have something truly worth protecting." Piccolo pondered this deeply, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Gohan. If there were anything that could stir his heart now, it was Gohan. Yet, as he looked at Gohan, a thought struck him. He turned back to the Grand Elder and inquired, "By the way, Grand Elder, can your method of unlocking potential be applied to other races as well?" "In theory, yes," the Grand Elder replied, shifting his attention to Gohan. "Are you referring to this young guest? He indeed possesses remarkable potential. I shall give it a try." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Gohan felt a sense of curiosity regarding his own enhancement. After all, he had amassed an extraordinary amount of strength once more. If the power were to be further developed, perhaps the near-death experience card could be reserved for critical moments. "Indeed, it is he." Piccolo, with a smile, scrutinized Gohan and remarked, "He is a Saiyan, possessing an immensely powerful force within him since childhood. Perhaps he embodies what you refer to as a Super Saiyan. Is that so?" Upon hearing the mention of Super Saiyan, the Elder trembled slightly and requested, "Might this esteemed guest take a step forward, so I may attempt to unlock your latent power?" "Thank you." Gohan clasped his hands together and advanced toward the Elder. He halted before him, and the Elder extended his right hand, placing it upon Gohan's head. Sensing the surging power within Gohan, the Elder trembled and stated, "This power is truly unfathomable. With my current abilities, I fear I may not be able to fully excavate this strength." At that moment, he felt as though he were confronting an abyss, where the depths of potential remained beyond his sight. Utilizing a special energy, he began to draw forth the power residing within Gohan. In an instant, a brilliant aura ignited, radiating like tumultuous waves of energy that expanded exponentially. The chaotic energy surged throughout the vicinity, causing even the recently strengthened Piccolo to retreat in alarm. His expression shifted dramatically, and his eyes reflected unprecedented astonishment. Just moments ago, he had felt his own strength swell and believed he was invincible against any foe. Yet, witnessing Gohan's escalating aura, he comprehended that he was still far from matching that power. Waves of invisible force rapidly spread outward, akin to ripples in water. The individuals nearby hastily recoiled until their backs pressed against the wall. After a period of time, the terrifying surge of energy finally subsided, and the air regained its stability. Gohan's ebony hair stood erect, yet he remained in a state of potential activation. He could feel the power within him bubbling forth like an endless spring. This sensation caused a pale blue hue to surface in Gohan's pupils, and an aura radiated around him, amplifying his presence. This boy Piccolo gazed at Gohan with profound astonishment. He stared intently, yet could not discern what had changed about him. "My capabilities are limited," the Elder appeared fatigued, his voice trembling as he continued. "I can only assist you in harnessing this much. Your potential extends far beyond this. Regrettably, you have yet to enter the Saiyan battle burst phase. Otherwise, you might truly have been able to defeat Frieza." Coughing repeatedly, he raised concern in Dandy and Neru, who stood nearby. "I am fine." The Elder extended his hand to indicate that all was well and remarked, "Life was destined to reach its end. However, to witness the offspring of Katas and to encounter a child of such remarkable potential is indeed a stroke of fortune." He then turned his gaze towards Son Gohan. In that moment, Son Gohan was acutely aware of the transformations occurring within him. His body surged with vitality, and his spirit underwent a profound change. He sensed that his mastery over energy had ascended to a new realm, enabling him to perceive the minds of others through energy. It was an ineffable sensation. For reasons unknown, he found himself inexplicably capable. Moreover, he discovered that he could accomplish even more astonishing feats with energy, as though he had become omnipotent. It was at this moment that he comprehended why Piccolo had exhibited such confidence, for the exhilaration stemming from this rapid enhancement of power was truly intoxicating. With great focus, he prepared to examine the panel reflecting his innate abilities. Name: Son Gohan. Age: 5. Combat power: 2. 7 million. Not fully developed. Talented ability: swordsmanship enhancement, assessed based on age, martial art style, sword type, and technique. Limited to once daily. Current development: 10,000 sword strikes. Power increased by 50, permanent potential enhancement corresponding to data, with a chance to trigger a critical hit. Physical strength, undeveloped super ability, undeveloped divine power, undeveloped martial art style, turtle school. Demon techniques, transformation mastery, human form, giant ape power, enhanced physical attributes, combat power 10. Upon viewing his attributes displayed on the panel, Son Gohan gained a clear understanding of his own strength. His combat power was not weak, yet it fell short of being invincible. Thus, he forcefully calmed his restless heart. When he reopened his eyes, his gaze regained its clarity. He approached the elder with a slow bow and expressed, "Thank you for your guidance. I can feel my power has experienced substantial growth." Noticing Son Gohan's demeanor had stabilized, the elder nodded in satisfaction. He turned his head towards Son Gohan once more and said, "Your resolute spirit prevents you from becoming excessively reckless due to your newfound strength. This is commendable. Perhaps you truly are the legendary Super Saiyan." The elder's life seemed to be drawing to a close. He was coughing incessantly. Son Gohan furrowed his brow and, using his energy, sought to sense the elder's body, only to discover that the elder's life force was dissipating in a mysterious manner, returning to nature. At the current rate of decline, it appeared that within a day, the elder would vanish completely. Concerned, Son Gohan directly inquired, "What your lifespan?" "Do not worry. My life is already nearing its end." The elder gently shook his head and said, "I was destined to vanish by tomorrow. Fortunately, I awaited your arrival, which seems to be fate. I am already aware of your intentions." "What?" Dandy exclaimed, his face betraying an unprecedented concern. Although he had long anticipated the elder's demise, he never expected that the day would arrive so soon. Life and death are the natural cycles of existence. "Dandy, you need not grieve." The elder first comforted Dandy and then turned to Gohan, saying, "As for your purpose, I am willing to assist you. I have conveyed the matters of the past to Piccolo. He is now fully informed. Regarding the Dragon Balls, you may utilize 3 wishes, and I am open to any collaboration, provided you help Namek survive its impending calamity." "That is not an issue." Piccolo, from a distance, quickly responded, "Now that I have returned, I shall defeat all invaders and restore peace to this planet." At this point, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The elder had mentioned 3 wishes. "Not quite." The elder gently shook his head, explaining, "There is another threat. As I draw closer to death, I have sensed further dangers. A great peril will descend upon us in the future, and Namek may face annihilation. If possible, I hope you can extend your assistance." Upon hearing the elder's words, Gohan swiftly contemplated the potential dangers that Namek might face. Yet, after much reflection, he struggled to identify any relevant scenarios. After all, Frieza had merely sent his subordinates here while he himself went to Earth. Therefore, a future battle would not unfold here. However, if Frieza were not the threat, then who would endanger this planet? Regardless of who it is, I will take action. Piccolo confidently replied, then inquired, "By the way, what do you mean by the 3 wishes? Are you saying that the Dragon Balls here can grant 3 wishes?" "Indeed," Nail succinctly affirmed. His indifferent demeanor bore resemblance to Piccolo's earlier demeanor. "I see." A sarcastic smile crept onto Piccolo's face as he remarked, "It seems that old deity lacks true skill and has failed to create such a dragon. It is not his fault." The elder seemed to be aware of the situation regarding the Earth-S dragon. He gently shook his head and turned to Gohan, "Dear guest, I understand this request may be excessive, but it is my only glimpse of hope. I implore you to assist my children in overcoming this calamity." Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that the elder's plea was directed towards Gohan. In that instant, he felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, he was the one who had returned, yet the elder's request was aimed at another. Vic turned his gaze toward the Grand Elder and said, "Gohan is still quite young. I can handle this matter alone and confront all incoming adversaries. You should find him quite challenging." The Grand Elder glanced at Bic and explained, "Unless you can return to your former self, you may have a chance to contend with the impending threat." Bic's voice faltered momentarily. Gohan, perplexed by the conversation, inquired, "Grand Elder, when is this threat expected to arrive? I would like to prepare myself." The Grand Elder, once again contemplating the uncertain future, finally responded, "According to your Earth-S timeline, it should arrive on Namek in approximately half a month." Half a month later, Gohan pondered, silently speculating. Could it be the Ginyu Force? Perhaps they have not gone to Earth and have been dispatched by Frieza to deal with Namek. His thoughts were not unfounded, as he recalled that in the original timeline, the Ginyu Force had not accompanied Frieza, but had been assigned to other tasks initially. Now that Frieza's objectives had shifted, such changes could very well occur. There was still time. Vic, having moved past the initial awkwardness, nodded. After all, as that woman stated, the spaceship requires only 7 days for the return journey. However, Gohan suddenly recalled something and looked up to ask, Uncle Vic, can you pilot a spaceship? Chapter 58, Planet Adralant. Vic was momentarily taken aback by Gohan's question, realizing he did not know how to operate the spacecraft. Naturally, he could not admit this. Thus, he coughed a couple of times and asserted, that sort of thing is easy. You just need to glance at it. It shouldn't be a problem. Though he appeared confident, his voice gradually diminished at the end. Gohan instantly understood that he indeed could not pilot the ship. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. In that moment, Gohan seemed to have an idea and turned to the Grand Elder to ask, Grand Elder, can we use the dragon to learn the technique for instant teleportation to other locations? Teleportation to other places? Vic pondered, is that similar to the afterimage technique you learned? It is indeed instant teleportation. The Grand Elder seemed familiar with this technique and nodded, I know of it. There are indeed beings in the universe capable of such skills. Porunga can certainly teach you this technique, but I still recommend that you learn it yourself. After all, only that which is etched into your soul can truly belong to you. His final words carried profound significance, as if he were subtly reminding Gohan of something important. Gohan felt a stirring in his heart, as if he grasped something vital, and said, I understand. However, if you wish to learn as well, the Elder, observing Son Gohan's change of heart, remarked, I can ask Porunga to escort you to a place where you can learn this technique. This is the last favor I can bestow upon you. Son Gohan's gaze remained fixed on the Elder. He indeed yearned to master the art of instant transmission. After all, possessing such a skill would ensure his agility, sparing him from the tediousness of interstellar travel. Should he encounter peril in the future, he could respond swiftly. It was nothing short of divine prowess. Thus, he no longer hesitated and nodded, saying, if such a technique exists, I wish to learn it. Then, traveling to Earth or other planets will be effortless. The Elder, pleased by Gohan's eagerness to learn, gently nodded in agreement. He then retrieved the Dragon Balls from a seat behind him and instructed Dandy and Neru, go gather the Dragon Balls from the other villages and present them to Gohan when you return. Yes, Dandy and Neru promptly replied. Piccolo, meanwhile, stepped outside with a measured pace, declaring, there are still remnants of foes on this planet. I have just acquired new power. It is the perfect opportunity to test my strength against those wretches. With that, only Son Gohan and the Elder remained. Gohan settled himself on the ground in a meditative posture. He had recently experienced significant growth and needed to acclimate to his newfound abilities, ensuring that his energy could be fully harnessed. He calmed his mind, and a faint aura began to shimmer around him, subtly tinged with gold, exuding an air of strength and purity. The Elder sat opposite him, engaged in a final struggle with death. Yet, sensing the energy radiating from afar, hope filled his heart. I can sense that danger is approaching, the Elder thought, casting his gaze upward. And the only glimmer of hope lies within this child. Perhaps the future of the universe rests upon his shoulders. Though he faced imminent death, his perception sharpened, surpassing his previous capabilities. In the vast expanse of space, Frieza's ship had just traversed the territory of Kula. The commotion was considerable enough to alert Kula's forces. However, Frieza appeared indifferent to the fact that his brother had taken notice. Shortly thereafter, Frieza received news that the army en route to Namek had been utterly annihilated. Within the ship, a cold detachment lingered in Frieza's eyes, while Dodoria and Zarbon remained at his side, both filled with trepidation. Such audacity! Frieza's voice, though elegant, carried an icy undertone. Daring to lay hands upon my subordinates? It seems that after so long without striking, they have forgotten the meaning of fear. His tone was reminiscent of a narrative, yet laced with an underlying menace. However, a palpable chill inexplicably enveloped the spacecraft. As Dodoria observed Frieza's fury, he hastily remarked, Your Majesty Frieza, shall I immediately head to Namek and eliminate those audacious fools? That will not be necessary, Frieza replied, his gaze sweeping over Dodoria. I shall dispatch the Ginyu Force to handle that matter. What you need to focus on now is aiding me in the pursuit of my immortal aspiration. Dodoria and Saboten nodded in agreement. Frieza then pressed a special button on the device, causing unique symbols to illuminate, establishing a connection with the Ginyu Force. Have you already proceeded to Yardrat? Frieza inquired, feigning surprise. Very well, then subdue Yardrat first. Once that task is complete, make haste to Namek to address that particular issue. A voice responded from the other end, and Frieza promptly severed the communication. The emotions in his eyes were inscrutable. On Namek, Piccolo had swiftly eradicated Frieza's forces, while Dandy and his companions had successfully completed their mission, retrieving the 7 Dragon Balls, now positioned before them. As Dandy shouted in the Namekian tongue, the sky darkened instantaneously, and an explosion of radiant light erupted. The 7 Dragon Balls floated, evoking the appearance of the Earth's eternal dragon. Amidst the intertwining flashes of lightning and brilliance, a colossal dragon manifested above. Yet, its form was markedly distinct from that of the Earth's dragon. Porunga possessed a robust upper body and 2 human-like claws. He then spoke in a manner akin to the Earth's dragon, saying, "I entrust this to you, Dandy." Gohan expressed his gratitude towards Dandy, declaring, "Within half a month, I shall master instant transmission and return here. Indeed, best of luck." Dandy affirmed with an encouraging nod and extended his heartfelt wishes. Gohan then turned to Piccolo, inquiring, "Uncle Piccolo, will you not accompany us? There may be more to learn than just instant transmission." "Humph, I shall remain here," Piccolo replied, slightly turning away, his voice cold. "It is my first return to this place, and I wish to observe all that this planet has to offer." "Very well," Gohan acquiesced, choosing not to press further. Dandy then directly made his wish to the dragon Porunga. "I understand." Porunga formed an OK gesture with his right hand. His eyes glimmered with crimson light as a unique energy enveloped Gohan. With a whoosh, Gohan's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 59, The Ginyu Force. On Namek. As Gohan's form disappeared, Piccolo felt an unexpected emptiness within, though he chose not to reveal his sentiments. He merely crossed his arms and gazed into the distance, inquiring without turning his head, "Do you truly have such faith in this fellow? What if he has not mastered that instantaneous movement? Would that not imply he may never return?" The venerable elder in the distance appeared fatigued. Leaning against the stone seat, he replied, "He will return. That child's talent is exceptional. Mastering such a technique is not a daunting task." He then directed his gaze towards Porunga and said directly, "You may return now. There is nothing pressing at the moment. I shall entrust you with their care henceforth. So farewell." Porunga seemed to understand that the elder's time was short. He offered his final farewell to the elder. As the light rain fell, Porunga vanished completely. "By the way, you possess the Dragon Balls." Piccolo observed the distant orbs and inquired, "Why not wish for eternal life?" "That is not permissible," the elder gently shook his head. Speaking earnestly, the Dragon Balls were created to foster peace in the world, to provide most beings with a chance to rectify their regrets. The cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death is a natural part of existence and should not be wished away through the Dragon Balls. Remember, child, wishes born from selfish desires yield selfish outcomes. Piccolo paused, seemingly grasping the weight of this statement. The Dragon Balls symbolized noble wishes. The elder, appearing somewhat concerned, continued, "However, should they be wielded with malevolent intent, unforeseen disasters may very well arise." On the planet Adralant, Gohan descended directly into the heart of the city. Sensing a shift in the surrounding atmosphere, he began to observe his surroundings. To his astonishment, he found himself in an entirely different city. The distant skyline was dotted with peculiar extraterrestrial architecture, unlike anything he had encountered before. After surveying the scene, Gohan resolved to seek out the planet's master and commence his training in instantaneous movement. He closed his eyes, instantly attuning himself to the ambient energy. The vast expanse of Adralant held no secrets from his perception. He sensed everything, every essence. Yet, these energies remained in a remarkably uniform state. Meanwhile, deep within the cosmos, 5 formidable energies were rapidly approaching. Gohan's body turned slightly, his gaze directed towards the depths of space. A powerful force was drawing near. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashed within them. He had discerned that the approaching presence was indeed formidable. However, unfamiliar with their essence, he could not ascertain their identities. Gohan rose on the tips of his toes, his figure soaring high above the city. He had locked onto the distant energy and prepared to make his way towards it. Whoosh! A brilliant light suddenly flared into existence. The speed of Son Wukong transcended immeasurable distances in the blink of an eye. By the time he landed once more, it was before a colossal figure. This figure was clad in the distinctive attire of the Adralant Star, appearing immensely formidable with a fearsome countenance. An extraterrestrial visitor? The Adralantian, upon witnessing Wukong's arrival, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he swiftly endeavored to adopt an intimidating demeanor. Son Wukong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and spoke, "Greetings. I have heard that you possess a technique known as instant transmission, and I have come specifically to learn this skill. The Adrilantian was momentarily stunned by Wukong's declaration, but soon regained his composure and replied, "You wish to learn instant transmission?" A thunderous roar echoed from a distance, causing the very ground to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. In an instant, Wukong turned his gaze toward the outskirts of the city. The Adrilantian, visibly apprehensive, remarked, "5 malevolent presences are approaching. Are they your companions?" "No, your spirito is pure and radiant, entirely unlike them." Wukong's attention slowly returned, his proximity allowing for clearer perception of the 5 ominous auras. He surmised that their intensity was akin to that of the Jinyu Force. Most likely the Jinyu Force of Frieza. He vaguely recalled that in his original world, the Jinyu Force was tasked with visiting the Adrilant Star, but they had perished on Namek without fulfilling their mission. Could it be that, due to the upheaval of worlds, they had arrived here instead? Yet, if that were the case, what threat lingered on Namek? As this realization dawned, Wukong's mind was beset by uncertainty. After all, he cannot recall any considerable threat from Namek. Metal Cooler? Even if this world bore the presence of Cooler, he had yet to encounter any formidable adversaries. Other crises seemed to lie even farther from Namek. As Wukong pondered these matters, 5 figures streaked swiftly through the air from a distance. Their speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon spotting Wukong and his companions, they simultaneously descended to the ground, their footsteps echoing in rapid succession before him. On the streets, countless Adrilantians hastily took refuge, their eyes reflecting unmistakable terror. Despite not witnessing any immediate aggression, they could acutely sense the presence of the Spirito. At this moment, Wukong chose to quell his myriad uncertainties. He slightly turned his body, directing his gaze toward the 5 figures approaching from afar. In the distance, 5 figures of varying heights and sizes stood distinctly apart, each adorned with a twinkle of mirth in their eyes. Upon noticing Son Gohan and his companions, the central figure, a purple-skinned extraterrestrial, broke into a smile and addressed the group. Lo and behold, a young Saiyan. It appears to be one of those sent to distant planets. "Everyone, pay attention. Let them witness the new formation we have rehearsed." "Understood, Captain," came the resounding cheer from the 4 companions beside him. Thus, the quintet each took a step forward. "Raikum," bellowed the robust man with crimson hair, unleashing a wild cry before executing exaggerated movements. "Gurta," shouted the blue-skinned, cobra-like alien, mimicking the energetic display. "Guldo," exclaimed the red-skinned, white-haired man, tossing his hair dramatically. He knelt down before suddenly lifting his head and spreading his arms wide. "Jinyu." The diminutive creature moved with a certain awkwardness, but managed to keep pace. The purple-skinned alien bent down, his head peeking between his legs, striking an overly dramatic pose. "Everyone, assemble." With Jinyu's final command, the 5 figures intertwined and formed a distinctive battle stance. Chapter 60. The Jinyu Force suffers losses. In the city, a gentle breeze wafted through, leaving the Ardrathians in a state of shock. They were utterly unprepared for the bizarre dance of the Jinyu Force. Son Gohan crossed his arms and gazed ahead, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, upon closer inspection, he could not deny that the Jinyu Force possessed an inexplicable allure. Although their formation was indeed peculiar, it bore an invigorating quality. "Jinyu Force," echoed their voices in unison, startling the onlookers. The Ardrathians instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, their faces flushed as they watched the 5, murmuring softly, "It has been ages since I encountered extraterrestrials. Has the method of greeting changed so drastically? Is it all so abstract now?" Son Gohan cast a glance at him, equally at a loss for words. "Excellent." Captain Jinyu appeared thoroughly pleased with the formation. He continued, "This is our perfect stance. Now let us get to work. We have new orders from King Frieza." The 5 figures swiftly converged, their forms overlapping and standing together in a striking display from tallest to shortest. Son Gohan felt as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. He had always known these 5 to be eccentric, but witnessing it firsthand brought forth a realization of their true peculiarity. The so-called art, it seemed, will be difficult for any extraterrestrial to comprehend. The time has come to commence our task. In the center, Jinyu shifted his gaze towards the 2 figures in the distance and declared, "Hey, you Saiyans and Ardrathians over there, will you depart willingly, or shall I eliminate you all?" Guys, wearing a smile, replied, "Captain, you are still too kind. Let's swiftly resolve this situation." Indeed. Gouda nodded vigorously, adding, "With so few opponents, Allowing them to escape diminishes our enjoyment of the battle. The others echoed their agreement, clearly eager to find some amusement on this planet. Gohan, having regained his composure from the initial shock, allowed his expression to grow serious. The current scene unmistakably required confrontation, and there was no need for mercy towards the Ginyu Force. In the distance, Ginyu shook his head lightly, exuding a sense of resignation. I am truly astounded by you all. Choose one among you to engage and swiftly cleanse this planet. After speaking, he stepped aside, barely sparing a glance at the surrounding Ardranthians, as if the lives on this entire planet were unworthy of his attention. The captain is so generous. Let us decide with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The remaining four quickly began their playful contest. How terrifying! Spalito trembled an Ardranthian from the back, who patted Gohan and inquired, Child, do you feel confident in battling these individuals? Gohan simply nodded slowly. He had prepared himself for combat against the Ginyu Force, and though the fight was commencing sooner than anticipated, it was no matter, merely an appetizer before facing Frieza. All right, this time I have one, Goku exclaimed, raising his right arm in triumph. You all go ahead and clear the other areas. I shall handle these two. He cracked his knuckles and approached Gohan. Meanwhile, Rikuum and the others appeared to shake their heads in resignation. Let us begin the cleansing. Rikuum turned his gaze, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he surveyed the surrounding city. A potent aura began to coalesce around him, and the others followed suit, gathering their strength. It seemed to be their custom. The victor relishes the battle, while the rest eradicate the life on the planet. Captain Ginyu stood aside, arms crossed, observing the spectacle. Gohan stepped forward slowly, his demeanor having transformed. A powerful energy surged in accordance with his intent, manifesting as a radiant white light that enveloped his form. In that moment, he appeared as though cloaked in divine radiance. Hey, you Saiyan brat, Goku shouted, pointing at Gohan in the distance. Hurry and attack. Grant me some amusement. His face twisted into a cruel expression, as if victory was already assured. Prepare yourself. Son Wukong was acutely aware of his opponent's unique ability to manipulate time, and he had no intention of granting them the opportunity to employ such a tactic. The moment his words fell, a potent aura erupted around him. Suddenly, a surge of energy exploded forth, triggering simultaneous alarms on the monitoring devices of the Ginyu Force. Beep, beep, beep. The data spiked alarmingly in an instant. A series of explosive sounds followed, as the devices were obliterated in a heartbeat. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Son Wukong had vanished from sight. Guldo, witnessing the child's sudden disappearance, was engulfed by a look of sheer terror, instinctively attempting to halt time. Yet, it was already too late. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming force crashing upon him, and his surroundings blurred. He found himself suspended in midair, and upon glancing down, he beheld Son Wukong poised below him. Magic flash. At that moment, Son Wukong clasped his hands atop his head, gathering formidable energy that coalesced into a vast wave of power ready to be unleashed. Unfortunately, Guldo could perceive the impending onslaught of the magic flash, but was powerless to resist. Even with his time-stopping ability, he required time to accumulate energy before launching an attack. Just as he attempted to hold his breath and activate his power, the energy wave had already barreled through his being. With a thunderous rush, the immense energy surged past Guldo, continuing its trajectory into the depths of the cosmos. Only when Son Wukong sensed the opponent's aura had completely dissipated did he cease amplifying his energy. He floated in midair, his gaze now directed towards the remaining four members of the Ginyu Force. Rikuum and the others were momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to process the shocking turn of events. A plume of black smoke lingered in the air from the explosion. Had the monitoring device truly malfunctioned? Rikuum's expression was one of utter disbelief, his body rigid with shock. This was a state-of-the-art device. How could it explode so suddenly? That little brat. The other three shared similar expressions of horror. Only Captain Jinyu's eyes widened in fury as he exclaimed, "Damn it! Just when we orchestrated such a formation, we lost a member. This disrupts the perfection of our battle stance." He clenched his fists tightly, his anger markedly distinct from that of his companions. Meanwhile, Son Wukong had already surged forward. He understood that these opponents possessed formidable skills, particularly Captain Ginyu, whose body-swapping technique was exceedingly treacherous. He had no desire to find himself in the skin of the purple-skinned foe. Chapter 61. Annihilation of the Ginyu Force. With a brilliant white light enveloping his form, Son Wukong's speed reached an unparalleled zenith. In the instant he dashed out, The crowd could no longer capture his movements. Bart from the Special Forces felt particularly shaken. He had always prided himself on being the fastest in the universe. Yet now, he could not discern the opponent's actions. Damn it! Anger flickered in Bart's eyes as he felt his title of the universe's fastest being snatched away. Thus, he charged directly towards the periphery. Swiftly, Bart elevated his speed to its utmost limit, leaving behind a myriad of afterimages. However, even at such incredible speed, he could not catch up to Son Gohan. By the time he attempted to pursue Son Gohan's figure, Gohan had already landed below, right behind Raikum and Jeese. Unfortunately, at that moment, the two were yet to notice Gohan's presence. They merely heard a sound from behind and instinctively turned to throw punches. Yet, Gohan seemed to foresee their movements. He slightly twisted his body to evade their attacks. Then, he launched an upward punch that struck Raikum squarely on the chin. That blow bore a striking resemblance to the future Dragon Fist. The powerful strike shattered Raikum's jaw, causing his facial muscles to contort rapidly. Even his red hair billowed in the aftermath. Simultaneously, Gohan swiftly turned and delivered a kick to Jeese's abdomen. The force of that kick was unfathomable, shattering his armor and bending Jeese's waist to an extreme, almost to the point of fracture. His abdomen concaved significantly, and that seemingly simple kick made his eyes nearly bulge out, his features twisted in agony. After delivering a punch and a kick, Son Gohan's figure vanished from the spot once more. Meanwhile, mid-air, Bart felt an unsettling presence behind him. An overwhelming sense of dread flooded his heart. He quickly propelled himself forward, gathering strength in an instant, turning to unleash a wave of energy. However, as the dazzling light surged forth, it revealed nothing of the figure. Then, Bart felt a weight on his head. His form stiffened at the scene. Sweat poured down his body like a waterfall as he swung his right arm upward. Son Gohan was already inverted in the air. Their eyes locked. Before Bart could complete his maneuver, Gohan struck decisively, delivering a simple yet powerful punch directly to Bart's head. Boom! That seemingly effortless punch contained immense force, resulting in Bart's head exploding completely. Gohan then executed a backflip, turning to gaze at the distant Jinyu, who was still enveloped in the sorrow of the previous moment. After all, Gohan's movements were so swift that they transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving even formidable warriors like Captain Jinyu utterly unprepared. He had not even registered the shift in their ranks. It was no longer merely a matter of one member missing. Now, aside from himself, the remaining team members were either dead or grievously injured. Gohan had no intention of allowing Jinyu a moment to comprehend the situation. He recognized the threat posed by this individual, who was not only powerful but also cunning and resourceful, one to be taken seriously. If he truly had been swapped with Jinyu, it would indeed be a catastrophic blunder. With a sudden movement, an even greater surge of power coursed through him. A brilliant radiance erupted forth, akin to the midday sun. Captain Jinyu, from a distance, felt the intensity of the light, now acutely aware of the battlefield's dire transformation. His teammates lay in ruin. The face of Rikuum had been shattered, while guys appeared as though his body had been broken. As for Berta, he was in a far worse state, his head obliterated. What an impressive young warrior. Witnessing the scene around him, Jinyu's eyes widened in shock. He quickly recalled the legend of the Super Saiyans. According to ancient lore, Super Saiyans were the most formidable warriors in the universe, known for their brutality and ferocity, much like the child before him. Realizing that his opponent was indeed a Super Saiyan, despair began to creep into his heart. In that moment of trepidation, Gohan surged forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. However, Jinyu, a seasoned fighter, sensed the imminent threat and forced himself into a combat stance. With purple energy blazing around him, he charged forward. This attack was straightforward, yet precisely the response needed at that moment. Yet, just as their strikes were about to collide, Gohan suddenly halted. He lowered his stance and, in an instant, gathered his energy, executing a powerful upward kick. Boom! The force of his kick, imbued with immense power, struck Jinyu in the abdomen. The concentrated energy surged into Jinyu's body, and a blinding light erupted, sending him soaring into the sky. Gohan, enveloped in energy, transformed into a meteor, racing upward with a speed that surpassed Jinyu's ascent. He positioned himself above Jinyu and began to gather energy once more. Then, he delivered a downward kick to Jinyu's waist. Thunderous explosions echoed as the concentrated energy surged into Jinyu's body, detonating within him. In that moment, Jinyu found himself in a state of utter chaos. How could this be possible? At this moment, a profound sense of terror enveloped Jinyu. Although he had previously surmised that his opponent would be formidable, He had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. With his own capabilities, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. In that instant, his suspicions were confirmed. But even with the knowledge of the Super Saiyan, he lacked the ability to convey that information. Kamehameha, go! As Jinyu descended once more, Gohan swiftly propelled himself downward, channeling formidable energy between his hands. A fierce aura radiated between his palms, representing the pinnacle of the Turtle School's techniques. Yet, this technique was not merely passed down through generations. It was something that emerged naturally after attaining a certain mastery of the Turtle School. Gohan had evidently become exceedingly adept in wielding such power. He maneuvered beneath Jinyu and unleashed the energy. A resounding crash echoed as a blue and white energy wave erupted from Gohan's hands. The searing and potent force was irresistible, colliding directly with Jinyu. In an instant, the energy wave propelled Jinyu beyond the planet Adderlet, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion in the cosmos. Sensing the complete dissipation of Jinyu's energy in the universe, Gohan gradually retracted his hands and turned his gaze towards the distant figures of Rikum and Jis. Chapter 62. The Learning on Planet Adderlet. The inhabitants observed in astonishment. Despite merely a few breaths having passed, a tremendous transformation had occurred. This diminutive Saiyan had directly vanquished those nefarious individuals, instilling a sense of awe within them. They scrutinized Gohan, attempting to discern whether he harbored any malevolence. Meanwhile, Gohan looked towards Rikum and Jis, both gravely injured and unconscious, clinging to the last vestiges of life. If left unattended, their fate would undoubtedly be death. Gohan contemplated whether to launch another wave at them. Who would have thought you could possess such immense power at your age? An Adderlantian teleported before Gohan, astonishment etched upon his face. It is truly incredible. Thanks to you, Planet Adderlet has narrowly escaped disaster. He deeply bowed to Gohan. Turning around, Gohan smiled in response. These individuals were once our adversaries. Encountering them here can only be deemed fortuitous. Adversaries, indeed? The Adderlantian's eyes flickered with contemplation. Regardless, our planet has benefited from your assistance. We are more than willing to aid you in your endeavors. Hearing this, Gohan felt a surge of joy within him. He subsequently lowered his breath and said, "In that case, I am truly grateful to you all." With the calming of his spirit, Son Wukong seemed to revert to his usual demeanor, his expression softening, which alleviated the pressure felt by the Ardrantians. This change made them feel much better. One of the Ardrantians patted his chest and declared, "You are our hero. Such deeds are only fitting. Now, please accompany me to meet our Grand Elder." With that, he began to walk away. Son Wukong followed the Ardrantian, and together they swiftly arrived at a grand palace. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, Son Wukong caught sight of an imposing figure ahead. His expression shifted to one of astonishment as he pondered, "Is it customary for the Grand Elder to be of such a colossal stature?" The Ardrantian bowed respectfully and then turned to say, "Esteemed guest, this is our planet's Grand Elder, Lord Pibara." It appeared that Pibara was already aware of the circumstances, yet he retained a youthful appearance. His gaze fell upon Son Wukong, and with a hint of surprise, he remarked, "At such a young age, you possess such formidable power and have saved our planet. It truly astonishes me." He took a couple of steps closer, seemingly eager to scrutinize Son Wukong. Son Wukong, in turn, curiously examined him as well. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Pibara finally grasped the purpose of Son Wukong's visit, to learn some convenient techniques for movement. Pibara touched his forehead with a fingertip and smiled. "This is not a difficult matter. While it may appear that the inhabitants of our planet possess numerous skills, in truth, they all stem from mastering one's own spirito. The various techniques are merely extensions of this fundamental mastery." Spirito? Son Wukong felt a sense of familiarity with the term. Pibara's figure flickered and swiftly diminished in size, transforming into countless reflections. The so-called duplicates and enlargements merged back into one, and he continued to teleport while explaining, "Even instantaneous movement is a utilization of spirito. You simply need to adjust yourself to fully master your own spirito." Son Wukong momentarily paused in contemplation and inquired, "Spirito refers to the energy within the body, does it not?" To confirm the authenticity of spirito, he intentionally heightened his energy, enveloping his body in a radiant white glow. Indeed, that is spirito. Pibara indicated the brilliance surrounding Son Wukong and elucidated, "If I impart to you the structure and essence of spirito, you should be able to learn it swiftly." Son Wukong nodded thoughtfully, his heart brimming with determination. He then engaged in a discussion with Pibra regarding his studies, and thus commenced his formal training in the mastery of energy control. This marked the first step of his learning journey. One must stand upon an object as delicate as a needle's tip, striving to harmonize one's essence with the corporeal form, achieving a state of perfect unity. This presents a formidable challenge. Fortunately, Son Wukong possesses innate talents that transcend those of ordinary individuals. Thus, time flows by as he immerses himself in his studies. However, the universe cannot be paused. Events unfold everywhere. The pace of the Cosmic Emperor shows no sign of slowing, and due to unforeseen circumstances, it has even quickened. The spacecraft is now but a short distance from Earth in a nearby region. Within a vessel resembling that of Frieza, a figure occupies a distant, special seat, his pupils glowing with a dark crimson light. Has Frieza arrived here? A raspy voice inquires further. According to the trajectory, he is headed towards a planet called Earth. What could possibly await him there? At this moment, it seems a thought suddenly strikes him, causing his voice to falter momentarily. Ah, yes. I recall that when he obliterated Namek, a child was on his way to that very planet. It appears my foolish brother has finally remembered his transgressions. He continues with a hint of mirth. The young Saiyan sent to that place? A golden-haired man beside him, puzzled, asks, however, based on our calculations, that child should be a low-class warrior. Even Prince Vegeta, a scion of noble blood, could stir little commotion. What could a mere low-class warrior achieve? Who knows? The Frieza-like figure replies with a mocking tone. Perhaps something significant has transpired there. Otherwise, my foolish brother would not venture to such a place. It seems we should go and observe the spectacle. King Cooler, the man inquires, his gaze filled with uncertainty. Should we take our troops to assist King Frieza if the occasion demands? No need, Cooler responds, a chilling smile gracing his features. He has brought this upon himself. Let him resolve it. We shall merely enjoy the show and see if my brother has made any progress in our long absence. As he concludes, a fleeting coldness crosses his expression, clearly indicating his concern regarding certain events. Chapter 63, A Greeting to the Home Planet. On Earth, life continues in a tranquil manner. Most remain oblivious to the impending danger drawing near. Those who are aware have long since departed from the planet. Yet, even among them, there is ignorance of the multifaceted threats that lie ahead. At this moment, beyond the confines of Earth, an extraordinarily peculiar spacecraft is in operation. Inside, numerous individuals are intently observing the unfolding events ahead. Lord Dales, there is an energy reaction emanating from that planet. The man with red skin seemed to sense something, promptly reporting to his superior beside him. An energy reaction? In the distance, a tall figure loomed in the shadows. If one were to merely observe their silhouette, it would bear a striking resemblance to Son Wukong, yet the aura exuding from him was entirely different. He advanced slowly, revealing a white cloak that billowed behind him. That planet must be the destination of Kakarot. Dales, his voice laced with confusion, remarked, how can there still be life? Has that fool Kakarot failed in his mission? His words dripped with derision, as if mocking the subordinate warriors. The individual beside him, however, gazed ahead and finally spoke. Lord Dales, that planet appears promising. It should yield high-quality spirit fruit trees. Indeed, Dale seemed unfazed. He commanded his followers to proceed to Earth to cultivate the spirit fruit trees. As Dales and his entourage descended upon Earth, another spacecraft was hastily approaching the same destination. Within the circular vessel sat Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, his demeanor visibly tense, as if burdened by some grave concern. Not far behind him trailed another ship, that of his former nemesis, Kairatsu. Damn that guy. Vegeta's mood was evidently fraught with agitation. He coldly declared, you're tailing me closely. Once we reach Earth, I shall obliterate you. His gaze remained fixated on the direction of Earth, a sense of urgency gnawing at him. He had momentarily forgotten that Frieza was also aware of the Dragon Ball secret. With a restless glint in his eyes, Vegeta murmured, that guy must not be allowed to attain immortality. I must find a way to secure it for myself first. The spherical spacecraft traversed the cosmos like a shooting star. Unbeknownst to all, the battle had evidently commenced in earnest. Simultaneously, as Vegeta and his companions were nearing Earth on Namek, the former Grand Elder had passed away after bidding farewell to Gohan. Mulin succeeded him, becoming the new Grand Elder, inheriting the Dragon Balls in the process. However, this inheritance did not involve a direct transfer of the Dragon Balls. Rather, the Grand Elder had imparted the method to awaken the Dragon Balls to Mulin. Thus, following the Grand Elder's demise, Mulin merely needed to awaken Purunga, eliminating the need for a cooling period. It had been half a month since the previous Grand Elder's passing, and the anticipated day seemed to be drawing near. A palpable sense of pressure weighed heavily upon everyone. Even the seemingly invincible Piccolo felt the oppressive aura bearing down upon him atop the towering cliffs. Currently, Piccolo is seated in meditation, familiarizing himself with his body and contemplating further enhancement. However, at his current level of strength, genuine advancement in a short period seems unattainable. It necessitates engaging with more formidable opponents, followed by reflection and assimilation, to have a chance for progression. Unfortunately, Gohan is absent, leaving him without a partner for sparring. After all, even that Nezru is no longer a match for him. As Piccolo meditates, he suddenly senses something, raising his gaze to the sky. In that fleeting moment, the clouds above planet Namek begin to swirl rapidly, and the atmosphere appears to be forcibly disturbed, undergoing remarkable changes. Is this the crisis the Elder spoke of? Standing atop the stone, a cold smirk graces Piccolo's face as he declares, "It seems the time has finally come. Though Gohan hasn't returned, his assistance is no longer required. I have attained ultimate power. No matter who it is, I shall not be defeated." His gaze shifts instantly towards the starry sky, where he perceives what seems to be a planet approaching. What could it be? As Piccolo ascends into the air, confusion swirls within him. Has a planet deviated from its original orbit, on the verge of colliding with this one? If so, he feels no fear. After all, annihilating a planet is not a daunting task for him. Yet, he harbors concerns about potential underlying issues, prompting him to gradually elevate his altitude. Beyond that planet, a snow-covered world has long been transformed into a spaceship. At this moment, all those aboard gaze intently at the approaching celestial body. The being known as the Cosmic King, Slag, rises, feeling the myriad changes, his mind in a state of bewilderment. The planet evokes a unique sensation within him, reminiscent of a mother's embrace. His wrinkled skin quivers as he uncontrollably strides toward the window, exclaiming, "I believe I remember now. That planet is my homeland." What? The nearby subordinates faces pale in shock, clearly unprepared for the revelation that this is Slag's true origin. The leading scientist turns rigidly, still grappling with disbelief. "Your Majesty, Slag's homeland? If that is the case, Yes, it is my homeland, the place of my true birth." Slag seems to have regained his memories, a smile unfurling upon his face. "Planet Namek. It turns out I am an Namekian. This is truly unexpected, but I have finally returned." Another demon beside him, bearing a look of horror, inquires, "Since it is Lord Slag's homeland, should we not pause nearby and then descend to pay our respects?" "There is no need for that." A sinister smile curled at the corners of Shrag's mouth as he declared, "Simply crush them. Since they are all my kin, they would surely be willing to sacrifice themselves for my grand endeavors. It is their honor to serve the great universe king." Understanding the gravity of the situation, the scientist inhaled deeply before swiftly issuing commands to proceed with the attack as originally planned. Thunderous roars erupted as boundless power surged forth in an instant. The spacecraft, resembling a small asteroid, exuded an imposing presence. The tremendous force collided, creating a significant commotion despite the fact that the two entities had yet to fully converge. As the vessel hurtled forward at breakneck speed, the white cloak below billowed dramatically, heralding the arrival of Piccolo, who approached with arms crossed. Gazing intently at the celestial body above, his power swelling rapidly. Chapter 64. The fruits of Gohan's training upon the planet Namek. An inexplicable aura descended, overwhelming all present. They looked skyward, sensing a palpable pressure bearing down upon them. Even a newly appointed Elder Mulin felt the ominous threat of death, lacking the capabilities of his predecessor. He could only feel a surge of anxiety, oblivious to the source of the disturbance. Standing beside Elder Mulin were Neru and Dondi, who recognized this as the calamity foretold by the Elder. Neru maintained his composure, stating, "I wonder who possesses the ability to manipulate planets and chooses such methods to assault Namek." Dondi, possessing lesser strength, felt a twinge of fear and asked, "Mr. Neru, can we withstand the impact of the planet?" "The collision itself is not a concern," Neru replied with a slight nod. "But those who follow are truly terrifying. Who could they possibly be? Is it really that Frieza?" His mind raced with possibilities. Everyone's gaze shifted to the soaring Piccolo, and Neru prepared for battle. Observing Piccolo ascend to the heavens, Mulin urged, "You must assist him. We cannot allow our returning kin to fight alone." "I understand," Neru replied with a decisive nod. Ascending into the sky, with a resounding whoosh, A blazing aura ignited around Naru as he soared to join Piccolo at the same altitude. Meanwhile, Mu recalled the Elder's earlier words. If Gohan did not arrive in time, they could summon Purunga to notify him of the impending threat. He turned to Dandi, saying, Dandi, prepare the Dragon Balls. If Piccolo and the others cannot confront this disaster, we must inform Gohan. Dandi promptly responded, and the other Namekians were equally occupied, all striving for the survival of their planet. At that moment, the outline of the icy planet became visible above. The planet, shrouded in frost, descended, initiating unprecedented transformations across its surface. A radiant white light enveloped Piccolo, and a formidable wind began to emanate from him. With a resounding crash, an immense power erupted in the sky. Naru, standing beside Piccolo, merely surveyed the surroundings, showing no intention of repelling the approaching planet. As the snow-covered celestial body drew closer, Piccolo finally unleashed his energy. His hands swiftly overlapped, concentrating an intense aura into a brilliant, powerful energy wave, which he launched forth. Although his energy wave was relatively small compared to the nearly planet-sized object, the energy it contained was sufficient to obliterate a massive planet entirely. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous shockwave resonated above, sending terrifying ripples outward, reminiscent of a boulder plummeting into the ocean, creating waves that rendered the very essence of the planet incapable of standing firm. Under the watchful gaze of all, Piccolo forcefully propelled the planet away. A crisp cracking sound echoed through the space, leaving both Piccolo and Naru astonished. Their expressions shifted dramatically, with Naru adopting a defensive stance, his eyes betraying a sense of caution. With a strained effort, Piccolo emitted powerful sounds as the density of his aura intensified, causing the energy wave he unleashed to grow robust. A violent explosion followed, and in an instant, the icy planet shattered, scattering countless fragments into the surrounding tempestuous winds. As the outer shell of the planet disintegrated, a colossal spaceship emerged, propelled forward by the forceful gusts. The onslaught of turbulent air obscured Piccolo's energy, allowing the spaceship to swiftly maneuver around and land on the soil of Namek. Is this truly happening? Upon witnessing the ship's landing in the distance, urgency flickered in Piccolo's eyes, prompting him to amplify his energy output. A surge of colossal power surged upward in an instant. Meanwhile, as he surveyed the debris above, the massive spaceship below had officially opened, sending waves of alertness through the Namekians, most of whom possessed little to no ability to defend themselves. Mulin swiftly reacted, turning his gaze towards Dandi and stating, Dandi, their intentions are malevolent. Summon Purunga at once and attempt to contact Son Gohan. Understood. Dandi, regaining his composure from the earlier tremor, nodded vigorously and began the summoning of the eternal dragon Purunga. Since the wish had to be articulated in the Namekian language, they were unconcerned about anyone attempting to usurp their wishes. In the next moment, the sky transformed into a dim and ominous hue, a peculiar shift that left all newcomers bewildered. Inside the spacecraft, Shrag stood up, seemingly captivated by something, his eyes filled with envy. Is that the Dragon Balls? He mused as he stepped toward the perimeter, continuing, I have a recollection of that item. It appears to grant wishes. So, what do my kin truly desire? Is it to restore my youth as the great cosmic king? On planet Adrant, within the palace of the Grand Elder, Son Gohan stood, his aura exuding an astonishing transformation. Truly remarkable. Pibra gazed at Son Gohan in astonishment, exclaiming, to achieve such harmony of body and spirit in such a short time, and to thoroughly grasp the essence of energy, unlocking further techniques, this talent. Even the Grand Elder of this planet is at a loss for words. After all, despite his long life, he has never witnessed anyone learn at such a rapid pace. Understanding energy and achieving unity of body and spirit sounds deceptively simple, yet it is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the stronger one becomes, the more difficult it is to accomplish. Yet Son Gohan, so powerful, has managed to master these concepts in mere days and comprehend even more techniques. Such talent is simply beyond imagination. You have taught me well. Son Gohan responded courteously. Without your guidance, I could not have acquired so much in such a brief time. He then bowed to the Adrantians, acknowledging the vast knowledge he had gained there. Ultimately, it is your own capability, Pibra gently countered with a beaming smile. We merely provided the methodology. What you learn is contingent upon your own understanding. Thank you, Son Gohan expressed once more to the assembly. Furthermore, as per our agreement, I must now journey to Namek. Farewell, everyone. In Chapter 65, Crisis on Earth, Son Gohan placed 2 fingers to his forehead, his thoughts swiftly shifting as he sensed the majority of regions within the universe. Pibra and the Adrantians bowed in unison to Gohan. At that moment, Son Gohan's focus was intensely concentrated. Due to the necessity of instantaneous movement, a connection must be established between energies. Any moment of distraction could result in the failure of this teleportation. He first sensed the energy from the other side of the Earth, which felt peculiar, as if it harbored several unfamiliar presences, none of whom he recognized. Son Gohan furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Has someone already arrived on Earth? His thoughts began to churn, pondering that energy resembles that of a Saiyan, yet it is not akin to that of my father and the others. No, Vegeta is approaching Earth as well. What on earth is happening? Son Gohan, unable to grasp the situation unfolding on the other side, resolved to investigate. In a flash, his figure abruptly vanished from the planet Adralat. On Earth, a man named Darius had already descended into a forest. An alien known as Armando had forcibly opened the ground and directly planted the fruit of the spirit tree. Truly, this planet is remarkable. Armando gazed down into the abyss with a broad smile, exclaiming, "It seems we have chosen wisely. If the spirit tree flourishes here, it will undoubtedly provide Lord Darius with immense enhancement." The others around him displayed similar expressions of joy, clearly eager to taste the fruit of the spirit. They glanced at the cleaved abyss before returning to their spacecraft to await further developments. Inside the spacecraft, Darius reclined casually in a peculiar seat. Though he bore a resemblance to Son Goku, his demeanor was markedly different. He appeared prepared. Darius surveyed his companions and remarked, "Let us patiently await the outcome and see how the spirit tree will thrive on this planet." Suddenly, a large detection device in the distance emitted an alarm. The expressions of the group shifted instantly, and someone hurriedly accessed the report. After investigating the intelligence, the individual quickly announced, "The data indicates that a spaceship is rapidly approaching Earth, and it resembles something from a Frieza force." What? Upon hearing that it bore similarities to the Frieza force, even Darius found it difficult to remain composed. He swiftly approached the instruments to discern the situation. The others gathered around, their eyes filled with trepidation, even for beings accustomed to dominating the cosmos. An encounter with Frieza was unwelcome. A power level exceeding 20,000? Darius examined the data displayed, contemplatively noting, "Fortunately, it appears to not be members of the Ginyu Force. In that case, we may be able to handle this." The others also scrutinized the power level, finally allowing themselves a moment of relief. After all, although a power level above 20,000 was indeed formidable, it was not insurmountable. However, it is not entirely insurmountable. Moreover, the presence of the spirit fruit tree bestows upon them significant advantages. The individuals currently present are notorious rogues traversing the cosmos. Though they harbor fear of Frieza, this will not deter them. Should the slightest opportunity arise, they shall pounce like ravenous wolves. Thus, preparations must be made. A cold glimmer flickered in Dale's eyes as he declared, "Regardless of who approaches, let them witness our prowess. After all, once we partake of the spirit fruit tomorrow, in this vast universe, what does Frieza truly signify?" The others swiftly commenced their preparations. Within the confines of the Sun Family Martial Arts School, Krillin and his companions remained oblivious to the impending upheaval on Earth. They were diligently refining their skills, seizing the moment. For the impending arrival of the so-called Emperor of the Universe was imminent. They understood the necessity of maximizing their time together. While all acknowledged Goku's strength, it was inconceivable to rely solely upon him. As warriors born of this planet, they were resolute in their desire to protect Earth with their own might. Suddenly, as they practiced their punches, a figure materialized unexpectedly before them. Clad in a purple garb of the Demon Clan, the small, childlike figure was none other than Gohan, who had just teleported in. "Hey!" As Krillin witnessed Gohan's abrupt arrival, his movements faltered, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Gohan, however, stood firm, his eyes radiating vigilance. "Gohan, didn't you go to Namek?" Krillin inquired, rising from the ground. "How is it that you suddenly appear here? Did you and Piccolo return without any word?" Gohan gently shook his head, responding, "I mastered instant transmission and returned first. Uncle Piccolo is still there and has yet to come back." He then began to assess the surroundings. After his training on Namek and Planet Yardrat, he had undergone significant transformation, even able to sense subtle changes in the environment. At that moment, he sensed the planet's energy rapidly depleting. as if an entity was voraciously siphoning Earth's energy. What is this? Gohan furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter. He pondered what could be related to this phenomenon, and the only thing that came to mind was the spirit fruit tree, Dale's possession, which should not exist in the original timeline. After a moment's reflection, he focused on the surrounding aura. Meanwhile, Krillin remained somewhat bewildered. Instant transmission? He was unfamiliar with the technique, yet was profoundly astonished. He then noticed the tension etched upon Gohan's face. Krillin blinked a couple of times and inquired, Gohan, is there something that brought you back this time? That creature named Frieza should not have arrived yet. Frieza has not yet made an appearance, Gohan replied, having already pinpointed a distant energy signature. He turned to Krillin and said, at present, a new enemy has emerged on Earth. They are siphoning its energy. What? Shock was evident in Krillin's eyes. He swiftly scanned the surroundings as if searching for something. Gohan pointed in a particular direction, stating, stop looking, they are over there. However, given your strength, Uncle Krillin, it may prove challenging for you to overcome them. As they spoke, a streak of light suddenly descended from the distant sky. Fiery flames blazed in the heavens, reminiscent of the arrival of the Saiyans. Clearly, another entity had arrived on Earth. Chapter 66, the application of the spirit separation technique. On King Kai's planet, due to an immense enhancement of his foundational power, Goku effortlessly mastered two of King Kai's ultimate techniques. He was eager to return to Earth, but North Kai was determined to keep him there, concerned for the martial artist's safety against Frieza. While observing Earth, North Kai noticed a new development on that planet. Ah, he exclaimed, stepping back in shock, sweat pouring down his face. How is it possible that the seeds of the spirit fruit tree have fallen into the hands of others and been planted on Earth? Goku, from a distance, caught wind of the events concerning Earth and felt a surge of curiosity, stealthily approaching King Kai from behind. Impossible, impossible. The spirit fruit tree is a delicacy meant only for the gods, and that tree was long thought to be. King Kai. Goku suddenly leapt out, directly asking, what is this spirit fruit tree? Startled, King Kai stepped back. Once he realized it was Goku, he replied irritably, Goku, you needn't leap out like that and frighten me. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Goku scratched his head and said, by the way, did you just mention Earth? With a heavy sigh, King Kai responded, yes, something has occurred there. An alien who is also a Saiyan has come to Earth and planted the seeds of the spirit fruit tree. The spirit fruit tree? Goku still did not grasp the full significance of this revelation. That is a fruit meant only for the divine. The Northern Kai's eyes were filled with profound concern as he explained, that entity poses an immense threat, far beyond what an ordinary planet can withstand. Should it take root, it will drain the life from the planet, growing rapidly and transforming the entire world into a desolate wasteland. Even after centuries, life will struggle to re-emerge. This menace is so great that it should have been banished to that realm long ago. Such a thing exists? Son Wukong's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately declared, in that case, I must return to Earth at once. Without waiting for the Kai's response, he called out to Raditz and Nappa. The Kaishin planet was quite small, and the two warriors had already overheard everything. Though they were curious about the Saiyan who had come to Earth, they were reluctant to return. After all, they would not only have to face the Saiyans, but also the terrifying Frieza, whose wrath could easily spell their doom. Let's not return. Raditz retreated slightly and said, I was hoping to learn a thing or two from Lord Kai, and you should be able to handle those fellows. Just be a bit ruthless, and it will be fine. Nappa nodded in agreement. Despite his usual arrogance, he preferred to avoid confrontation with Frieza. If they could evade him, they would. Yukong, if they choose not to go, you might as well kick them down there yourself. The Kaioshin, now reconsidering, remarked, after all, the underworld is right below. They could skip the steps and head there for their punishment. Upon hearing this, both warriors' expressions changed. Son Wukong, eager for action, responded, that's perfect. It saves us the trouble of feeding them on the way back. The beasts of the Banyan Mountain have dwindled significantly. Seeing this unfold, the two immediately expressed their willingness to return to Earth. You may handle that, Saiyan. Yet, the Kaioshin seemed still unconvinced and, in an unprecedentedly serious tone, warned, but you must absolutely avoid confrontation with Frieza. Otherwise, not only Earth but the entire solar system, the Milky Way, and even the northern galaxy will face utter annihilation. Son Wukong, however, did not acquiesce. He merely glossed over the warning and proceeded to lead his companions in a hasty departure. On Earth, Gohan witnessed the spaceship's descent. With his current mastery over Ki, he recognized it was Vegeta, He could surmise that Vegeta's purpose for coming here was to confront Frieza. Yet at this moment, he felt the matters at hand were of greater urgency. After all, that entity was actively siphoning Earth's energy. If left unchecked, the planet could plunge into a grave crisis. The sudden depletion of energy would undoubtedly incite widespread panic, even though he had recently mastered the spirit separation technique. However, he did not wish for that event to transpire, nor did he intend to remedy it in his own way. The spaceship. Krillin noticed the craft in the sky and quickly exclaimed, "Could it be Vegeta? But we let him go last time. How could he have returned?" Krillin, prepare for battle. Gohan, having pinpointed the direction of Dorius and the others, declared, "Our adversaries are not Vegeta, but those who are siphoning energy from Earth." Huh? Krillin, somewhat bewildered, nodded. He sensed the urgency in Gohan's voice and chose to trust him. After all, Gohan's displayed abilities were indeed remarkable. "I will head over first." Gohan decided against using instant transmission this time, as the distance was not considerable, rendering it unnecessary. It seemed he merely took a step forward, yet his figure vanished in an instant. Krillin blinked a couple of times, realizing he could not discern Gohan's movements at all. He quickly ascended, searching for the powerful energy signatures in the vicinity. Is this kid's strength to such an extent? Krillin felt a profound sense of defeat upon sensing the distant energy. However, he maintained a positive mindset, swiftly regaining his composure as he prepared to inform Tien and the others to engage the enemies ahead. Meanwhile, aboard the distant spaceship, Dorius and his companions had already set various ambushes. Yet, in the presence of Gohan, their concealment proved utterly futile. Gohan approached the source of the amassed energy directly. In a deep chasm, towering trees had begun to sprout. The dark brown branches were exceptionally robust, their roots delving deep into the earth as if intent on draining everything within. Gohan stood before the tree, observing its rapid growth. Centered around this spiritual tree, all surrounding energy was instantaneously depleted. What a formidable entity. This skill is perfectly suited for the occasion. Gohan slowly approached the tree, placing his right hand upon it, channeling his inner strength to engage with the tree itself. He had originally intended to utilize this technique against future foes, yet he found himself employing it for the first time in this moment. Chapter 67. Porunga's Wish. On Namek, the sky suddenly darkened. An immense force swiftly enveloped everything around. Porunga manifested in the heavens, his colossal form spanning the sky, seemingly capable of quelling all chaos. A faint golden light shimmered around him, and a resounding voice echoed at that moment. Dondi and Mullen glanced at Porunga simultaneously, feeling a significant sense of reassurance. And on the other side, in the eyes of the extraterrestrials lingered a profound and crystalline sense of bewilderment. They had intended to extol the magnificence of the grand cosmic sovereign. Yet before a word could escape their lips, a colossal azure behemoth had already manifested before them. The soldiers of Shrag were unfamiliar with this sight, yet an overwhelming sense of shock enveloped their hearts. They braced themselves for an assault, each soldier adopting a uniform defensive stance. Meanwhile, several formidable subordinates of Shrag wore expressions of sheer astonishment upon witnessing the divine dragon Porunga. They mistakenly believed that this was the adversary they were destined to confront. Shrag, however, emerged last, his steps betraying a slight unsteadiness. Indeed, it was the divine dragon. A tide of memories flooded back to him as he stood at the threshold of the spacecraft, clearly inundated with reminiscences. What a magnificent gift I have received. Shrag recalled the significance of the Dragon Balls, a smile curling upon his lips as he dashed forward, landing beside Dandy in an instant. Dandy hastened to convey our wishes to Porunga. Upon witnessing Porunga's emergence, Mulin felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Yet at that moment, a fierce gust of wind swept through. Dandy's figure whirled in a rapid spin, as a towering silhouette materialized in their midst. You truly have bestowed upon me a splendid gift. Shrag glanced at Mulin, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Thus, I shall graciously accept this grand offering, and in due course, I shall reciprocate. What? Mulin, the newly appointed elder, was taken aback, instinctively retreating. After all, as the elder, he could not afford to perish here. The ramifications will be dire. Meanwhile, an insidious smile played upon Shrag's lips as he clenched his hand, directly absorbing the nearby Namekian, his palm gripping the being's head. Splendid. A faint luminescence emanated from Shrag's hands as he appeared to grasp a newfound understanding, exclaiming with pride, "This truly is the greatest gift for my homeland. I shall no longer harbor fear." He then discarded the individual aside and Elder Mulin remained momentarily stunned. Heart, Divine Dragon. Shrag's gaze turned towards Barunga as he spoke in the Namekian tongue. Grant me the return to my most potent youthful days, and let me retain this vigor forever. A trifling matter. Barunga readily accepted Shrag's wish, forming an okay gesture as customary. Soon, an inexplicable energy descended, transforming Shrag's surroundings. His once pallid, yellowed skin gradually morphed into a vibrant green, and his muscles swelled anew. In an instant, a formidable power radiated forth. As Shrag pivoted, he had wholly reclaimed his youth. Splendid. The strength of my youth has returned to me. Even a formidable being like Shrag found himself overwhelmed with excitement at this moment. I have attained eternal youth. Nothing can threaten me now. The universe belongs to me. His emotions surged, and he exuded an unprecedented arrogance. Humph, the universe is yours? A cold scoff echoed from behind him, accompanied by the fluttering of a white cloak. Shrag slowly turned to face the source of the sound, revealing Piccolo standing there. Piccolo had evidently dealt with other matters, now standing with his arms crossed and a mocking smile, saying, "You dare to boast so brazenly just because you've regained your youth? Allow me, the great demon king Piccolo, to teach you a lesson." At that moment, Nail landed nearby, his eyes betraying a look of confusion. He had just witnessed the wish being made in the language of the Namekians. Moreover, seeing this individual regain his youth, he bore a striking resemblance to a Namekian. Could this person truly be one of their kin? But if so, how could he exude such a malevolent aura? Could it be a member of my own race? Shrag surveyed Piccolo with a sense of pride and declared, "As my kin, you should feel honored. It is because of me that the universe will forever remember you. It is because of me that the Namekians will ascend to unprecedented heights and become the pinnacle of the cosmos." What? All the Namekians present were taken aback by his words, their faces reflecting astonishment at this unexpected revelation. Even Piccolo's eyes mirrored a similar shock. He had not anticipated that this newcomer was a Namekian, likely a being of the same kind as himself. Shrag removed his helmet, revealing his signature antennae, a wicked grin playing on his lips as he surveyed the crowd. Clearly, I am a Namekian, though I was sent away at a young age. Nevertheless, this does not hinder my longing for my homeland. I shall transform this planet into a vessel for my conquests, and you shall all serve as my subordinates. Upon witnessing Shrag's true form, Piccolo swiftly regained his composure. He realized this was the child spoken of by the elder, what they referred to as a super Namekian. Now seemed the perfect opportunity to defeat such an audacious foe. With a demeanor still laced with arrogance, Piccolo retorted, "Regardless of whether you are a Namekian or not, you shall not lay a hand on this planet. Otherwise, I will not concern myself with your heritage." Shrag regarded Piccolo with keen interest, saying, "It appears you are eager for a fight. How fortuitous, for I am keen to test the strength of my restored youth." His muscles swelled with power, exuding an immense force directed towards Piccolo. In an instant, the gaze of Bick shifted dramatically as he cast aside his cloak, preparing to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Polona continued to hover in the sky, observing the standoff below. Once again, he inquired, "What is it? Have you run out of wishes?" Upon hearing his resonant voice, the crowd finally realized that 2 wishes remained ungranted. Polona, please bring back Gohan, who is training on Namek. Dandy, quick to react, spoke up, anxious that further wishes might lead to uncontrollable consequences. Chapter 68. The Low-Class Warrior and the Prince of Saiyans. On Earth, Vegeta slowly ascended from the meteor crater. "TCH, what a nuisance," he muttered, reactivating his scouter. "Frieza, that fiend, still desires eternal life. This time, he must perish on this planet. However, I will require Kakarot's assistance, especially with his child." Even at this moment, he vividly recalled Gohan's explosive power. It was that formidable strength that convinced him of his ability to defeat the encroaching Frieza. Beep, beep. He swiftly engaged the new scouter to scan his surroundings. Numbers continuously flashed on the screen, indicating combat power and distance. There was a fighter with a power level exceeding 20,000. Noticing the data from a distance, Vegeta soared into the air, remarking, "There are 5 decent power levels. They must be Kakarot and his companions." He then removed the scouter, attempting to sense the energy emanating from further away. Upon detecting it, a playful smile graced Vegeta's lips as he confidently declared, "If low-class warriors can achieve this, there is no reason I, the Prince of Saiyans, cannot do the same. I shall go find them and eliminate that pest." With determination set in his heart, he moved at extraordinary speed towards the distant energy. Meanwhile, Gohan rested his hand upon the Tree of Might, his own power flowing rapidly as he initiated the spirit separation technique. In an instant, the towering tree ceased its growth and began to wither, releasing a vast amount of energy that Gohan returned to the earth. Countless energies reclaimed the land, revitalizing the once barren terrain, breathing new life into it. On the tree, Amandu and his comrades, initially waiting quietly, suddenly noticed the tree of might beginning to grow in reverse. Their expressions shifted, and they prepared to investigate the situation below. Whoosh! In the distance, the sound of something piercing the air approached. The blazing white flames rapidly ignited in the air, descending like a meteor upon this realm, only to halt abruptly before a colossal tree. What a magnificent tree! Vegeta, clad in a specially designed blue armor, hovered above, gazing with a perplexed expression towards the towering trunk, sensing an unusual aura within. The Saiyan Prince Vegeta, in the distance. Amando wore a knowing smile, seemingly unfazed by the arrival of his adversary. Vegeta's attention shifted to the figures before him, his brow furrowing in confusion as he mused aloud. Those figures resemble members of Frieza's army. What is happening? Have they arrived on Earth ahead of schedule? In that fleeting moment, Vegeta prepared for an assault. The figures in the distance simultaneously gathered their strength, readying themselves for battle. With a rustling sound, the energy of the tree was being swiftly drained, causing it to shrink rapidly, reverting to a seed-like state. Let us swiftly dispatch the Saiyan Prince, Amando ordered urgently, adding then, you must investigate below. This is our vital resource and must not be compromised. Kill me? Vegeta's eyes glinted with ferocity as he took the initiative. The searing white flames around him surged forward with incredible force. With a crash, before Amando could react, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending the energy surging into his opponent's body, propelling Amando into the sky. At that moment, Vegeta brought his index and middle fingers together, then suddenly extended them, igniting Amando's energy to a boiling point. Boom! Amando's form visibly contorted, his body erupting from within, exploding in the sky like a blossoming firework. Oomph! What a filthy display of pyrotechnics, Vegeta remarked with a cold, disdainful smile. He retracted his fingers and swiftly directed his assault towards the other figures, not targeting Kakarot and his allies, but those clad in Frieza's insignia, clearly his foes. Meanwhile, as the battle raged on, Gohan had completely separated the energy absorbed by the spirit fruit tree. He then gently grasped downward with his right hand, retrieving a singular seed. Just as Gohan contemplated eliminating the distant dales above, he suddenly received a communication from the dragon. It was Purunga from Namek, inquiring whether he wished to travel to that planet. In an instant, Gohan comprehended that something significant was occurring on Namek. He swiftly turned to observe Vegeta in the distance, realizing that events were unfolding on that front. In a flash, Son Gohan devised a plan in his mind. He declined Brawl's request for movement, intending to complete a few tasks before teleporting directly to Namek. First, he communicated with Krillin through a transmission of energy. Uncle Krillin, I'm heading back to Namek. I've dealt with that fiend's spirit fruit tree. You all just wait for my return. After informing Krillin of these matters, Son Gohan executed his instant teleportation, departing from that location. Shortly after, Dallas burst forth from the spaceship, arriving at the site where the spirit fruit tree once stood, only to find that the grand tree had vanished, and the surrounding illusion had regained its vitality. Dallas's expression twisted in an instant, his gaze fierce as he surveyed the area, bellowing in fury. Damn it, where's my spirit fruit tree? Who dares to destroy something that belongs to me? Dallas? This was my means to dominate the universe. Amidst his overwhelming rage, a sense of fear crept into his heart. For in his past experiences, once a spirit fruit tree took root and sprouted, it could never be obliterated unless the entire planet was annihilated. What on earth had transpired to cause the complete disappearance of the spirit fruit tree? He recalled the immense suffering he endured in the demon realm to acquire it. Prince Vegeta? Upon spotting the man above, Dallas felt a shiver down his spine. It must be his doing. Damn it, we are both Saiyans. Should he not rejoice at my ascendance as the ruler of the universe? Believing Vegeta to be responsible, he unleashed his fury and gradually ascended into the air. Kakarot? Vegeta had just slain everyone around him when he noticed Dallas, the crab-headed figure, rising into the air, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The foe's aura seemed off, distinctly different from the Kakarot he knew. Damn creature. Dallas revealed his fangs in an instant, raising his hand to unleash a wave of energy directly at Vegeta. Chapter 69. Instantaneous clash with Piccolo? The true battle is about to commence. Vegeta, already on the defensive, evaded the incoming attack in a heartbeat. Dallas seized the opportunity to charge forward, launching a ferocious assault on Vegeta. You're not Kakarot. Vegeta caught Dallas's fist mid-fight, coldly inquiring, "You are Saiyan?" But as far as I know, there are only a few left in the universe. Dallas, his fist firmly grasped by Vegeta, glared with ferocity in his eyes. Huh! The chilling roar erupted at that moment. Darius forcefully repelled Vegeta, coldly stating, "I am merely a lowly warrior, one whom an elite like Prince Vegeta would naturally not recognize. However, a lowly warrior need not remain so eternally. I abhor this identity, and thus let your royal blood cleanse this humiliation." As he spoke, his muscles swelled even further. He then advanced towards Vegeta, preparing to launch a more aggressive assault. Realizing the truth, Vegeta, ever the astute one, quickly discerned his opponent's identity and retorted with a cold smirk. "No matter who you are, your face is utterly detestable. I shall shatter at this very moment." In an instant, their figures brushed past one another. Remarkably, their strengths appeared somewhat evenly matched, and the clash of their formidable auras sent tremors throughout the entire planet. On Namek, the gathered crowd was taken aback upon hearing Gohan's refusal of the dragon's wish. Surprised expressions adorned their faces. It seemed the young man still had matters to attend to. Piccolo, stretching his limbs, spat on the ground and declared, "Perfect. I shall conclude everything before he returns. Battles are the domain of adults." With 2 wishes still remaining, Shrag's eyes sparkled with delight as he spoke. "My kin, you have indeed afforded me much amusement. I shall indulge you a little longer." Surrounding him were numerous demon warriors, each exhibiting a desire to engage. "Stand down," Shrag commanded, donning his helmet anew and assuming a provocative stance towards Piccolo. In that moment, Piccolo launched an attack at Shrag. His speed was unparalleled, and just as he reached Shrag, he abruptly vanished, reappearing behind him to deliver a swift knife-hand strike. However, Shrag had already anticipated the move, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As Piccolo's attack was about to land, Shrag's form suddenly became ethereal, leaving only an afterimage in its place. Piccolo realized the gravity of the situation too late. Before he could react, a powerful elbow strike collided with the back of his head, delivering a force so intense that it caused his skin to indent significantly. Dazed and disoriented, he staggered backward before collapsing onto the ground, his vision blurred. "It appears I may have exerted myself a tad too much," Shrag remarked, landing gracefully on the ground with a smile. "Even if you are my kin, life and life are not the same. You stand no chance against me." Witnessing Piccolo's swift defeat, fear washed over the faces of those present. Shrag then turned his gaze toward the dragon, issuing orders to the nearby sorcerer. "Commence the transformation of this planet. I shall ponder what wishes to make." "Understood, Lord Shrag." The agile Kaguya swiftly complied with Shrag's command and returned to the spacecraft to resume his work. Meanwhile, Shrag stood confidently, seemingly assured of victory. Suddenly, ripples emanated from the distant void, and a purple figure materialized before them. Though not imposing in stature, the figure radiated a distinctive aura that captivated everyone present, instilling a sense of extraordinary presence. Even Shrag, typically self-assured, felt a chill of unease. Goten, Dandy, and the others recognized the figure, their eyes lighting up with joy. Gohan slowly turned, his gaze fixating on the fallen Piccolo. "Uncule Piccolo." In an instant, Gohan flickered and appeared beside Piccolo, his speed so remarkable it seemed instantaneous. Shrag was momentarily taken aback. He could scarcely process Gohan's rapid movement, his pupils dilating in astonishment. For a moment, even he, with his unrivaled might, was caught off guard by the incredible speed displayed by this child, a clear indication that he should not be underestimated. Noticing Gohan's tail, Shrag quickly deduced, a Saiyan. Yet, even among Saiyans, such power was unexpected. This child was indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, Gohan was filled with concern. He sensed a faint breath from Piccolo, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. Just as he was about to retrieve a senzu bean, Dandy approached, saying, "Leave Mr. Piccolo to me, Gohan. But you must be cautious of that guy. Though he appears similar to us, he is entirely different." "Then, I shall entrust him to you," Gohan replied with a smile, his expression soon turning serious as he added, "As for that individual, I understand. He is the super Namekian spoken of by the Elder, yet he harbors a malevolent heart." He gradually rose to his feet. "Hey, Shinron, you must." Shrag, realizing Gohan would be a formidable opponent, contemplated making a wish to Shinron to eliminate the threat before him. But in that moment, Gohan's figure blurred in the distance. The surrounding space tightened ominously, as if suppressed by an unseen force. Boom! A powerful punch struck Shrag's helmet. Just as he reveled in his triumph, the terrifying force of the blow erupted, causing cracks to form in his helmet, and the unimaginable power propelled his body. With a series of thunderous explosions, Shrag was sent crashing to the ground. His body suddenly tore through the earth, hurtling towards a distance, as if a colossal, earth-toned dragon were rising in its wake. Son Gohan instantaneously came to a halt, landing where Shrag had previously stood. He then turned to the distance and shouted, "Elder of Namek, could you make your dragon disappear for a moment? That fellow seems to understand your language." "All right." Mulin swiftly agreed and then communicated with Palunga in the Namekian tongue. Consequently, Palunga vanished into the heavens. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the distant ruins. Crimson flames blazed through the sky, instantly shattering all surrounding matter. The earth trembled incessantly, resembling a scene on the brink of apocalypse. Chapter 70. The official commencement of battle. Under Dandy's healing abilities, Piccolo had regained consciousness. He quickly sprang up, though a hint of embarrassment lingered in his eyes. "Mr. Piccolo, you are finally awake," Dandy exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Piccolo. Meanwhile, Piccolo, his complexion tinged with purple, directed his gaze afar, fixating on Gohan. "Is that truly Gohan?" The moment Piccolo beheld Gohan, his spirit was shaken. Although Gohan's appearance remained the same, his aura and demeanor were entirely transformed, as if he had been reborn. The intensity and posture were drastically different from before, leaving Piccolo unable to fathom his intentions. Son Gohan seemed to sense Piccolo's gaze, turning his head suddenly and offering a gentle nod in return. Boom! Countless fragments of stone were sent flying in the distance. A figure emerged, landing not far from Son Gohan. It was the great cosmic king Shrag. The little Saiyan, Shrag appeared unfazed, wiping away the marks on his face, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I never expected to encounter such power. It certainly gives me a bit of thrill. But do you realize who you are taking action against? Gohan, be cautious." Piccolo, having discerned Gohan's transformation, warned, "That fellow's strength is entirely different from any enemy we have faced before. Even I am no match for him now." Son Gohan nodded gently, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Shrag. Although he had never encountered this individual, he had seen him depicted in another world, as a being described as a super Namekian. According to the Kai, Shrag's full power was unfathomably strong, perhaps surpassing even Frieza. The overwhelming aura Gohan now sensed was indeed of an unprecedented magnitude. Furthermore, unlike Raditz and Nappa, Shrag wielded ki with mastery and possessed a vitality bordering on immortality. He was truly on an entirely different level of adversary. However, he has now undergone a new cultivation, resulting in a remarkable transformation. On the planet Adrelint, he has utilized the near-death restoration card and subsequently adjusted himself, achieving a perfect unity of body and mind. His combat power has experienced a significant leap compared to his time on Namek, now exceeding 12 million. He has even begun to grasp the essence of transforming into a Super Saiyan, albeit yet to practice it. Regardless of how formidable Shrag's strength may be at this moment, he possesses the ability to engage in battle. Shrag stood before Gohan with a sinister grin. It appeared he had not sustained significant injuries, and he fixated on Gohan, remarking, "It is truly unfathomable how foolish my kin are. With the universe's strongest being, myself, present, they still place their hopes on the shoulders of a child from the Saiyan race. How laughable. Very well, I shall shatter their hopes directly. You may find it difficult to accomplish that." Gohan replied calmly, his gaze unwavering. "With your abilities, you might not even triumph over a child. Though Saiyan blood flows through my veins, I am fundamentally of Earth." Earth? A flicker of confusion crossed Shrag's eyes. However, he quickly dismissed it and stated, "Regardless of who you are, I now offer you a choice. Join me, the great cosmic king Shrag, or perish here. Neither option appeals to me." Gohan's expression remained resolute as he clenched his fists at his waist, speaking in a low tone. "How about this? Leave this planet and vow never to commit evil again. In deference to the Elder, I will spare you this time." Shrag's gaze momentarily faltered, an unmistakable displeasure evident within him. He rubbed his face with his right hand and said, "It seems that punch earlier has given you a considerable boost in confidence, leading you to believe you can contend with me. Allow me to demonstrate otherwise." In an instant, a crimson beam flickered in Shrag's eyes. The attack came without any warning, leaving even Piccolo unable to react in time. Yet, Gohan seemed to possess an intrinsic understanding of all of his opponent's techniques. He slightly shifted his body, allowing the beam to narrowly miss him. Surprise registered in Shrag's eyes as he blinked repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of beams shot towards Gohan. Yet he effortlessly evaded each one, as though they merely grazed past him by sheer coincidence. Frustrated by his consecutive missed strikes, Shrag unleashed a powerful energy blast from his mouth. With a resounding boom, an immensely potent beam surged forth. This time, Gohan did not choose to evade. After all, an island lay behind him, and this strike could easily submerge it. Gohan stood firm, watching as the blast approached. As the radiant light drew near, he suddenly swept his right hand, directing a potent aura that deflected the energy blast, causing the projectile to soar into the air. Son Gohan subsequently lowered his stance, his figure vanishing in an instant. In the distance, Schlag witnessed his projectile being forcibly diverted and was about to launch another attack when he realized that his opponent had already disappeared from sight. His eyes darted around, searching for Gohan's energy signature. Found you. A triumphant expression flickered across Schlag's face. He swiftly pivoted, delivering a punch into the empty air to his right. Yet, his fist met nothing but void. Son Gohan had already materialized behind him. He attempted a swift kick, but it too met with emptiness. Behind him, Schlag's form reappeared, both hands clenched, aiming to strike Gohan's head downwards. However, this blow also fell short. The two figures moved at incredible speeds, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. Their fists and feet clashed continuously, neither party seemingly gaining the upper hand. Yet in truth, Son Gohan maintained control of the battle's momentum. Boom! White circles of energy repeatedly manifested in the air, a testament to the fierce collision of their auras. Meanwhile, the onlookers below were unable to discern the intricacies of the fight. It seemed that Schlag's strength was inferior to Frieza's. After gauging Schlag's abilities, Son Gohan resolved to conclude the battle swiftly, for he had many tasks awaiting him back on Earth. With a sudden surge of energy, Son Gohan's power skyrocketed beyond 12 million, unleashing a torrent of ferocious strength. His speed accelerated instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, Schlag could not perceive Gohan's movements, only to find himself struck in the abdomen, his body crashing against the island behind him. Gohan swiftly followed up, delivering a relentless series of punches and kicks, each blow infused with concentrated energy. Chapter 71, The Super Namekian. Boom! After a flurry of attacks, the highly condensed energy coursed through Schlag's body. Son Gohan then swung his right fist once more, shattering Schlag's helmet with a decisive strike. Crack! The helmet disintegrated into countless shards, while Schlag's head was left slightly indented from the force of the blow. He fell into the muddy terrain of the island. Magic flash! Son Gohan quickly stacked his hands, a brilliant energy shimmering in an instant. With a rush, a powerful energy wave engulfed the figure before him. Harnessing this force, Son Gohan rebounded, landing back on the original island. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the distant island erupted into chaos within moments. The searing waves of energy influenced the surrounding waters, rendering them scalding hot, while the resulting ripples caused a tumultuous whirlpool throughout the entire aquatic expanse. From the moment the island exploded, a colossal gust of wind surged uncontrollably outward. This spectacle was nothing short of unprecedented in its grandeur. Indeed, had it not been for Gohan's restraint, the entire planet might have faced annihilation, and all that was Namek would have been utterly obliterated. Even from a distance, Dandy and his companions could feel the tremors. Such formidable power. Piccolo clenched his fists, gazing ahead with a tumult of emotions. It was truly astounding that Gohan possessed such strength. Could mastering instant transmission truly confer such immense utility? At that moment, he felt a sense of disorientation. Just over 10 days prior, he acknowledged Gohan's might. Yet it was nothing compared to this level. The current Gohan was beyond his reach. At this instant, Gohan descended once more before them, yet he spoke not a word, instead directing his gaze toward the distant spaceship. The vessel was still operational, attempting to terraform Namek, which was indeed Slug's ambition. Boom! The distant waters continued to tremble. The searing energy relentlessly radiated outward. Moreover, amidst this chaos, an even more potent aura seemed to be expanding. Gohan sighed softly, remarking, "It is truly as the elder stated. This being is a Super Namekian, and vanquishing him will not be an easy task." He ascended high once again, preparing to continue his battle with Slug. That aura intensified. In the distance, Nail 2 sensed this change, stating, "Indeed, as the former elder foretold, his strength is beyond measure." Is this what it means to be a Super Namekian? Upon hearing the term Super Namekian once more, Piccolo felt an undeniable sense of dissatisfaction. The disparity from their earlier encounter weighed heavily on him, filling him with frustration. Splash! A figure emerged from the distant waters, growing increasingly colossal. An even more ominous aura emanated, violently assaulting every corner of Namek, as if intent on obliterating the entire planet. Yet that was not all. The aura extended beyond Namek itself, now resonating deep within the cosmos, sending shockwaves through the galaxy. This was not solely due to the formidable nature of the aura, but also because it was imbued with pure malevolence, suffocating all life in the universe. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai had just witnessed Gohan's triumph over the Tree of Might. He had yet to absorb the shock of the boy's actions when he suddenly felt a wave of malevolence approach, instantly unsettling his small planet, and he was knocked down, landing squarely on the ground. Even the King of the North, despite his esteemed position, found himself momentarily speechless, his heart brimming with an unfathomable dread. What manner of aura was this? It took him considerable time to regain his composure, and as he swiftly sought the source of this overwhelming presence, his lips trembled with terror. How could something so powerful and malevolent exist? Surely, even the current Frieza could not reach such heights. Upon investigation, he discerned that the ominous energy emanated from planet Namek. There, he discovered numerous revelations, including the presence of Gohan, the son of Goku. The King of the North felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Had not Gohan just utilized miraculous means to vanquish the Tree of Might? How could he possibly be on Namek now? Suddenly, his body tensed, for he realized that ghastly events were unfolding on that very planet. The aura gripped his heart with a vice-like tension, and he gasped in astonishment. That was a Super Namekian, the closest entity to the demon race. It was indeed astonishing that such a being existed in this world. If that were the case, his power might eclipse that of the universe itself, rendering even Super Saiyans and Frieza powerless against him. Contemplating these matters, an irresistible sense of fear welled within him. He then beheld Gohan confronting this formidable foe. Could it be Goku's child? A peculiar thought surged within the King of the North. He was about to witness an unprecedented battle, one that would showcase two legendary forces, the Super Saiyan and the Super Namekian. Perhaps this very day would mark that momentous occasion. With bated breath, he gazed towards the cosmos, his emotions a tumultuous blend of anticipation and anxiety. The existence of Frieza alone was already terrifying. What if there were more? The divine beings like himself might soon find themselves subservient. In that instant, the king longed for the other legend, the so-called Kaioshin. The highest deity of the universe had not manifested in millions of years. If only the Kaioshin were present to oversee the situation, they would surely face no fear. On planet Namek, a colossal figure loomed in the distance, growing larger than mountains. As this being's stature expanded, its aura surged exponentially, thickening the very air of Namek. Even the indigenous life forms struggled to breathe, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere. The surrounding currents became scalding and swift, causing even the islands to crumble under the force of the impact. The Namekians sensed an insurmountable threat approaching, yet there was nowhere left to hide, for no barrier could shield them from the searing aura. A chilling realization dawned upon them. How terrifying this was. Perhaps it was the shared lineage of being Namekians that made the fear resonate even deeper. The malevolent aura reverberated throughout the vicinity, causing all Namekians to tremble and instinctively huddle together, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. It felt as if a suppression emanating from their very bloodlines enveloped them. Only Gohan remained suspended in the air, shouldering the searing heat alone. I began to comprehend the situation. Gohan, with one hand shielding himself from the intense energy, murmured, "This being's strength is astonishingly formidable. It appears I must elevate my own power." He casually descended onto a patch of ground, his hands forming into fists as his own energy surged upward. Chapter 72. Is this the Super Saiyan? Upon the island, Gohan's tail swayed behind him, and a primal force coursed from his tailbone, swiftly radiating throughout his body. Crackling sounds of muscle expansion resonated as Gohan's physique visibly swelled. His arms and thighs grew, and his entire form seemed to enlarge, even his height appearing to increase. Within Gohan's eyes, a primal ferocity akin to a raging giant emerged. A terrifying power that seemed capable of annihilating everything in its path. Huh! Gohan's commanding shout echoed, as his aura rapidly emanated outward. His short black hair rose as if striving towards the heavens, save for a single lock that fell forward. He then clenched his fists, fully containing his power, and once more planted his feet on the ground, as though nothing had altered, save for his expanded form and the transformation of his pupils into a golden hue. In the distance, Piccolo gazed at Gohan with increasing astonishment. What is happening? Piccolo's immediate thought was that Gohan had lost his senses, forsaking speed in favor of brute strength. But he quickly sensed that this was not the case. The elevation of Gohan's energy was utterly distinct. Piccolo himself could perceive that Gohan's transformation was unlike anything before. As Gohan's state shifted further, Piccolo felt an unfamiliar sensation wash over him. He took measured steps forward, eager to closely experience that aura. However, he remained obstructed by the overwhelming energy of Shrag from afar. It was evident that the current battle had transcended his realm of participation. Damn it! A deep sense of frustration flickered in Piccolo's eyes as he lamented. Their power exceeds my own by leaps and bounds. I never imagined that I, the mighty Piccolo, would find myself in such a predicament. He clenched his jaw tightly, as if blood were seeping from his gums. You need not despair, spoke Murring, who had observed Piccolo's discontent. As the former elder stated, you are, in a sense, a super Namekian as well. In your complete form, you would not be outmatched. I'm already complete. The gaze of Piccolo was imbued with a stern intensity as he remarked, no additional assistance is required. Moreover, that ancient deity of Earth no longer possesses the strength to rival me. He is merely a burden. Mulin discerned Piccolo's mood, and with a sigh, turned his attention towards the distant slag. One must ponder, is he truly the offspring of the Grand Elder? Dondi, still fixated on the horizon, trembled as he spoke. How could such a benevolent figure as the Grand Elder have spawned such a malevolent child? He is nothing but pure evil. Nairu, however, was not surprised by the malevolence displayed, stating, while it is true that, in theory, we are all children of the Grand Elder, he is fundamentally different from us. He embodies pure wickedness, born with an evil heart. The Grand Elder once remarked that had he been born in the demon realm, he might have become a new demon king. Dandy's countenance darkened at this recollection. Nairu's gaze shifted back to Slag as he continued, though this innate evil exists, it is not insurmountable. Should someone manage to subdue such malevolence, they would reap unimaginable rewards. Are you suggesting assimilation? Mulin, the newly appointed Grand Elder, expressed surprise. Meanwhile, in the distance, Gohan had transformed into his Great Ape form. Given Slag's current state, he need not resort to Super Saiyan just yet. His inner fire had not yet reached that level. Come forth. Gohan ascended into the air, softly declaring, let me witness the prowess of a Super Namekian, as a prelude to the battle against Frieza and his cohorts. In his Great Ape form, Gohan felt an exhilarating surge of emotions, an eagerness to engage in combat that he had not experienced prior to this transformation. The Saiyan, the waters in the distance churned violently, accompanied by a thunderous roar. You have thoroughly enraged me now. I shall rend you to shreds and, with the power of the Demon Clan, eliminate you, ensuring you suffer eternally. A dark crimson energy surged forth, and in an instant, the massive figure of Slag vanished, clearly not only augmenting his size, but also significantly enhancing his speed. With a rush, the air around them shifted dramatically, transforming the very atmosphere. Yet Gohan remained steadfast, attuned to the changes surrounding him. In a fleeting moment, he suddenly pivoted, lowering his stance as his left palm rose. As if rehearsed, a colossal fist materialized above his hand, which Gohan deftly intercepted with a single hand. What? Slag was taken aback by this turn of events. Despite exerting his full power, he found that his blow had not advanced an inch. Is this all you are capable of? Gohan's features lifted slightly, his golden eyes shimmering with brilliance. The simple yet unadorned language provoked the latter with immediate ire. You little brat, do not grow too proud. Shrag's fury was palpable, his eyes radiating beams of light. In that very instant, Son Gohan seized the opportunity to strike. With a powerful thrust of his left hand, he sent Shrag staggering backward. Consequently, the crimson beams issuing from Shrag's eyes danced chaotically across the sky. Gohan, seizing the moment, vanished from the sight of the onlookers. In the next heartbeat, Shrag's body contorted as though struck with tremendous force, bending like a lobster. It was at this moment that the crowd noticed a significant change. At Shrag's abdomen, Gohan maintained the pose of having delivered a kick. This stance lasted but an instant, for Shrag was soon hurled away into the distance. His massive form triggered a chain reaction, splitting the island in twain, while below, the river appeared to be cleaved asunder, leaving a lengthy chasm in between. Gohan lingered momentarily in the air before dashing forth with even greater speed. A blazing white aura surged toward Shrag. At this juncture, Shrag felt an intense pain in his abdomen. Nevertheless, being a fully intact Super Namekian endowed with exceptional regenerative abilities, he was far from incapacitated. As he sensed Gohan's approach, Shrag swiftly adjusted his stance. He closed his eyes, preparing to launch a surprise attack against Gohan. On King Kai's planet, North Kai was utterly dumbfounded. How can this be? The opponent is a Super Namekian. While North Kai desperately wished for Gohan's victory, witnessing it firsthand felt absurd. Yet, amidst this absurdity, he solidified his previous notion. It appeared that this was the legendary Super Saiyan. Awe filled North Kai's eyes as he remarked, moreover, judging by his current demeanor, cold, combative, and overwhelmingly powerful. If he were to add a touch of bloodthirsty cruelty, he would epitomize the Super Saiyan. Contemplating this, a profound sense of dread gripped his heart. Chapter 73. The Fearful Shrag. As Son Gohan approached within mere dozens of meters, Shrag abruptly opened his eyes wide, extending his left hand in an attempt to grasp Gohan. The suddenness of the attack caught Gohan off guard, forcing him to sidestep to evade. That was close. Yet this was precisely what Shrag anticipated. He desired this outcome. He understood that Gohan would likely evade his attack, and in doing so, his speed and form would inevitably falter. He aimed to exploit this opening to strike. "Deep bot," he exclaimed, as a purple beam erupted from his eyes. He charged toward Son Gohan. Due to the proximity, Gohan did not evade, but rather braced himself to absorb the blow. He gently brushed off the fabric of his shirt, for which a wisp of black smoke was rising. Is this the power of a Super Namekian? How feeble! You little brat! Gohan's gaze was sharp with mockery. The overwhelming aura emanating from him compelled Slag to step back involuntarily. He could not comprehend that his death ray, infused with all his energy, failed to breach Gohan's defenses. It baffled him. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom why this seemingly insignificant boy possessed such formidable strength. "Since your techniques have been exhausted, it is now my turn," Gohan declared, advancing towards Slag in the air. With each step he took, Slag retreated, fear and trepidation permeating every cell of his being. Gohan suddenly appeared before Slag, delivering a swift kick to his head. The speed was so astonishing that Slag did not even have time to react. What? He felt an immense force transfer from Gohan's foot to his head, sending him hurtling away. In the next instant, Gohan materialized at the far end where Slag had been thrown, executing another kick that sent him soaring into the sky like a soccer ball. A vast amount of blue energy began to coalesce in Gohan's hands. "Kamehameha!" he exclaimed. The technique detonated violently upon impact with Slag, creating shockwaves that rippled across the waters of Namek. Yet, Gohan's brow furrowed in concern, for he sensed that Slag's energy had not dissipated entirely. Although significantly weakened, it still retained a certain level of potency. My Kamehameha should have struck him decisively. Logically, he should either be dead or severely injured. Why does his energy remain so resilient? As the explosive light faded, Slag's attire lay in tatters, his body marred by visible injuries. Yet, the wounds were healing at an astonishing rate. Slag gasped, acutely aware that had he not possessed the extraordinary regenerative abilities of an Namekian, he would have likely been vanquished by Gohan. "You little brat, your strength isn't all that impressive," Slag retorted defiantly, while his mind raced with schemes to escape from Gohan's grasp. He was not a fool. He understood that if he could not win, he must flee. Surviving would grant him another chance to rise again and seek vengeance. Even if he could not retaliate with strength, he could always evade Gohan. After all, the universe is vast and the world expansive. There must be a place where he could reign supreme. Hearing these words, Gohan's brow knitted in discontent. If this individual were not relying on the regenerative abilities of his Namekian heritage, he would surely be dead by now. However, it is evident that the previous level of Kamehameha was insufficient to defeat him. Although a full-force attack could undoubtedly reduce Shrag to mere fragments, such an exertion would deplete his energy, rendering instantaneous movement impossible. Furthermore, there's an unsettling aura emanating from Earth. Suddenly, Gohan recalled the Splito-Force separation technique he had learned on planet Erlat. Perhaps it could sever the dichotomy of this being's malevolence and benevolence. Much like the separation of the deity and demon king Piccolo, If he could diminish Shrag's regenerative prowess, it would make confronting him considerably more manageable. With this thought, Gohan prepared to engage Shrag. Meanwhile, on Earth, Dales was sent flying by a powerful kick from Vegeta. A searing pain burned his chest. Truly, Prince Vegeta's strength is formidable, though the Tree of Might had been destroyed by an unknown assailant. Dales declared as he retrieved a spiky red fruit from his waist and took a bite. But I still possess sustenance. What is that? Vegeta observed Dales consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might without intervening. Regardless of the opponent's tactics, he, Vegeta, could obliterate them without fail. However, the next moment, astonishment flickered in his eyes, for he sensed a significant increase in Dales' energy. Yet, it was still insufficient to bridge the gap between them. Upon realizing this, he adopted a disdainful expression. I expected you to employ some cunning strategy, yet all you have done is consume a fruit that enhances power. How disgraceful! True strength is forged through battle, not obtained through mere fruits. Vegeta scolded Dales. Regardless of what the prince may say, I am merely a lowly warrior, not gifted with the innate talents of a superior fighter like you, your highness. As long as I can gain strength, I care not for the means. Dales retorted, crushing the fruit in his hand. Had no one severed the Tree of Might on this planet, his power could have ascended further. Alas, although he could not compensate for the disparity with Vegeta, he still possessed the strength to fight. With that, a yellow aura manifested around Dales and surged toward Vegeta. TCH. Vegeta deftly dodged and appeared before Dales, landing an uppercut to his face, only to have Dales grasp his arm. Oh, you managed to catch my attack. It seems that fruit has some utility after all. However, the next part will not be so easy. Vegeta then executed a knee strike aimed at Dales' abdomen. Yet he swiftly evaded the attack. To receive praise from Prince Vegeta is indeed a rare honor. Following this, I shall crush you beneath my feet, transforming this picturesque planet into the grave of Prince Vegeta. 2 violet energy orbs were hurled towards Vegeta, effortlessly swatted away by him. You, who have forsaken the dignity of Saiyan, shall become a mere firework in the cosmos. Chapter 74. The Separation of Slag, the Dual Personalities of Good and Evil. Slag contemplated in his mind how to escape from Gohan's grasp. Suddenly, he recalled that the Namekian he had just battled seemed to have a decent rapport with this boy. The recent skirmish had already displaced them from their original location. If he could locate that individual and take him hostage to coerce this lad, would not his chances of escape significantly increase? Unbeknownst to Gohan, Slag had already entertained thoughts of retreat. Currently, he merely wished to test his earlier theory, to see if the separation technique of Spiritito could indeed split this individual into his good and evil selves. Why don't you come over? Or are you already afraid? Schlachtuntit. Let us give a try. Upon suddenly finding Gohan before him, Slag was momentarily startled. Yet, he quickly realized this was an opportunity. Gohan delivered a decisive elbow strike to Slag's abdomen, causing him to expel saliva and stomach acid. Dambrat. He lunged forward to grasp Gohan, but Gohan vanished. What are you searching for? Gohan struck downward with an elbow, sending Slag crashing onto the island. Through rapid movement, he appeared directly in front of Slag. Slag only saw Gohan extend a hand, a wave of yellow energy enveloping his entire being. The violent impact caused the island to begin sinking. Seeing Slag, now charred and motionless, Gohan placed his hand upon him, intending to employ the Spiritito separation technique. What? Did you underestimate me, brat? Just as Gohan's hand made contact, Slag seized it. Immediately, the 2 Namekian antennae atop his head emitted a connecting bolt of lightning, suddenly shooting towards Gohan. Gohan had intended to dodge this move in a fit of rage. However, the proximity was too great to evade. Reluctantly, he had to endure the assault. Nevertheless, Slag swiftly broke free from Gohan's grip and sped towards the locations of Piccolo and Nail. He was acutely aware that this technique was a unique skill of the Namekian demon clan, which could manipulate time based on the strength of the opponent. For someone of Gohan's caliber, he could only control the flow of time for a mere 2 to 3 seconds. Moreover, the speed of this attack is rather slow, allowing a wary opponent to easily evade it. It can only be employed as a surprise maneuver during combat. The reason Slag refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike Gohan is that he is acutely aware that even with all his might, he could not inflict fatal damage on Gohan. Instead of attacking, it would be wiser to seek out Piccolo and utilize him as a bargaining chip. He had indeed become complacent. 2 seconds later, Gohan successfully broke free from Slag's hold. Observing the direction Slag had flown, he immediately comprehended the foe's intentions. That rascal is heading towards Uncle Piccolo. He surely does not intend to fuse with him. Damn it. Unbeknownst to Gohan, Slag was merely attempting to flee and had no knowledge of the Namekian's ability to assimilate and merge. Gohan promptly executed instant transmission to locate Piccolo's energy. He found it. In the next moment, Gohan materialized before Piccolo. Gohan, get back, Uncle Piccolo! Just as Slag, who had just identified Piccolo, prepared to dive down and attack. Gohan suddenly appeared in front of him. How's he so fast? Slag pondered, bewildered by the unfolding events. However, before he could process this, Gohan had already seized him. It is over, Slag, Gohan declared, invoking the spirit separation technique. A radiant white light enveloped Slag, and soon after, two Slags emerged. Indeed, the plan had succeeded. Gohan sensed an aura of malevolence emanating from one Slag, while the other exuded a normal, benign energy. As anticipated, this individual had transformed, akin to the distinction between a deity and the demon king Piccolo. However, unlike the deity, who voluntarily separates, the demon king Piccolo's separation was forced. The powers of the two were closely matched, yet the Slag who had been passively separated possessed a far greater strength from his malevolent persona than his benevolent counterpart. What on earth has transpired? The malevolent Slag gazed at his benevolent self, momentarily baffled by the situation. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Nail looked on in utter astonishment. The Slag they had just encountered had suddenly split into two, and although they could sense each other's malevolent and benevolent auras, they were momentarily at a loss as to what had occurred. My strength has diminished, yet for some inexplicable reason, I feel rather well, the benevolent Slag remarked. Did you not intend to assimilate Uncle Piccolo? Then let him assimilate you, Gohan directed at the malevolent Slag. What? The malevolent Slag was utterly confounded by Gohan's words. Nail, Namekians can assimilate with one another, right? This would bolster their combat prowess, correct? Oh yes, the Namekians possess the extraordinary ability to assimilate one another, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. Naru, recovering from his astonishment, responded, however, such assimilation typically occurs voluntarily. I cannot fathom the consequences of forced assimilation. He continued to elaborate. As in his understanding, forced assimilation among Namekians had never transpired. It should be possible to force assimilation, right? Naru replied. Then, Uncle Piccolo, I implore you, Gohan exclaimed. Addressing you, Piccolo. What is the situation with you now, Gohan? Piccolo inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The recent events had overwhelmed him, leaving him momentarily unable to process them. I have separated Slag into an evil persona and a benevolent one. The Namekians can indeed assimilate one another, and I hope Uncle Piccolo can absorb Slag's malevolent persona to augment his own strength. The approaching Frieza will not be easily vanquished, Gohan declared with grave seriousness. The wicked Slag understood Gohan's intentions and desperately sought to break free from Gohan's grasp, only to realize that escape was futile. After all, prior to their separation, he could not contend with Gohan. Post-separation, how could he hope to challenge him? I refuse. I am a Super Namekian and will not assimilate with this trash. His protests were met with Gohan pressing his face into the ground with a forceful kick. Is Frieza truly your match, Gohan? Piccolo questioned, genuinely reluctant to assimilate with this individual. Uncle Piccolo, my father will grow stronger, I will grow stronger, and everyone will gradually become more powerful. Only you, Uncle Piccolo, will fall behind, Gohan asserted, his words unmistakably laden with meaning.